From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, got him with an elevated fastball, and the Rangers' winning streak moves to 4 as they take care of the Angels here tonight by the final of 9-4.
Oh, baby.
Take that, Bob Nightingale.
I do believe dramatic turnaround is happening as the Rangers' bats continue to come alive. Was it 21 runs in the last 2 games?
21.
21?
21. Do your thing, 21.
21. And they beat the Anaheim Angels in front of a awful crowd.
How old are you?
What?
You still just say Anaheim Angels without even a hesitation.
I mean, at least I don't call them the California Angels.
Do you say like do you do like the Washington, you know what? Do you still call them that?
The
R word.
You have one chance with me on the name. I don't believe you can. Perfect example. They were in L.A. last night. They had back at UCLA. They had a guy named Dan Gadzuric. Mm-hmm. We got to the NBA. He was Dan Gadzurich. I'm sorry. No, you're Gadzuric. You don't get to just change your name.
So the second leading all-time scorer in the NBA is
Kareem. Because I didn't.
You didn't know him as Lou Alcindor.
I didn't know him as Lou Alcindor.
Exactly.
I didn't know Muhammad Ali as Cassius Clay. All right. But what I'm sorry, Cat Stevens.
Alive in China.
Yeah, you don't get to change. You don't even know who the Cat Stevens is.
I don't know who Cat
Yusuf Islam.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't just can't change your name. And the Angels. I'm sorry, like you're the Anaheim Angels. I mean, you're really the California Angels, but I don't like California, so I'll just go Anaheim. Anaheim's a cool place.
Yeah,
I like Anaheim.
Yeah, me too. I got to go to the ballpark a couple years ago when we went to Oxnard, and that was just the palace of Shohei at that time.
Yeah.
It was just everything had Shohei's face on.
Could you imagine? Being the owner of the Angels and you have Trout and Shohei, and then now you have neither one of them because Trout's never healthy, and you had like 11 people there last night. They listed 25,000. They wasn't close. Close.
Very, very sad existence. But I'm with you. I still struggle with the Vegas Raiders. I've never called Ron Artest anything other than Ron Artest.
Right, I'm saying same thing. He's not meta world.
Yeah, I bet you say Ocho Cinco though.
That one's kind of cool though.
Yeah, it's a cool name.
That's the outlier.
That's a cool name.
I mean that's one of those that breaks the rule.
Yeah.
But it's
Johnson's
cool
kind of a cool name.
Johnson?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see what you're talking about there.
Yeah.
9-4 Rangers win. And they're hot 4 in a row. Wyatt Langford continues his stretch over 320 since the early part of June. And Seager with just an absolute bomb.
Dude, he hit the hell out of that thing.
Holy cow.
That was like it was a Ranger best for him, and I think it was the second longest dong of his career.
Yeah.
So super excited for him.
It was the girthiest too.
I'll tell you, this 4, I didn't get that same angle you got on it, Bobby. But
let's talk about angles.
It's all about the angle.
100%. You can make anything look good. Shout out to StatCast.
457 on the home run for Corey Seager.
And his best of his career was in the 460s, I believe. Where did that go? Yeah, 464 in 2021.
This was 457.
Yeah, this was 457. So this was a monster.
This would not have been a home run at the Polo Grounds. Willie Mays would have tracked this one down.
And then Peyton would have said it was overrated.
Peyton would have said it was an overrated catch. Peyton's at the Coliseum in Rome. Overrated.
Wait, what did they use? They didn't even have guns out here? They use spears? What is this?
How do you not beat a lion? How do they have thumbs?
You're following Peyton on the socials right now, and he's just going out of his way to post photos of naked statues.
Oh, yeah. And then say it's me, which is what he's doing.
Here's my question. Was the pubic hair necessary on those statues?
Yeah, you got to make that
Could we
as
not have just gone
making
without
it lifelike, dude. You're making it lifelike. At
Did
that
we need
point,
that?
they were the bush was like a prideful thing at that point.
Do we need that really?
Yeah.
Do we need that wiry stuff? I think we could have done the sculpture.
There was a time where
just fine without it.
Bush size mattered more than anything else size-wise. Down
Okay,
there.
so that's the
serious.
thing is that I found this out a couple years ago. There's one of these like PBS documentaries that was like asking the question like, why are all these statues so petite? Why is that a thing? And the explanation was because people were like, wouldn't you exaggerate if it was your statue? Like, wouldn't you be like, make that a little bit bigger?
Yeah, add a little bit.
But back then it was considered like the more petite look, the more compact look was considered preferable as an aesthetic.
Gosh.
And so they would
shame that
they would lie about they would lie and say, make that a little smaller for me, could you? That's a real thing. So maybe you say, was that necessary? Maybe that was also a preferable thing back then.
How? So you think they were saying like, hey, take off a couple?
Yeah. No, they definitely were, according to PBS.
When the
some
B stands
instances.
for Bush.
That's exactly what it stands for.
And the P stands for
pubic bush situation.
So
you were in like elementary school
weird.
learning about this?
Oh my God.
This is what we learned in homeschool growing up.
I'd be giggling like crazy. Give me the hardwood. My 11. I'm gonna have a conversation with my 11-year-old today. See how he reacts to it. My gosh, I was listening to him play Gorilla Tag last night. Have you ever seen a child play Gorilla Tag on the Oculus?
I don't know what Gorilla Tag is.
I don't either. I'm glad Bobby does that.
It's a virtual reality game. They have like these two little handsets. They're basically just running in place, right? And it gets so intense. And like I was in bed. I was like trying to fall asleep, and I hear him screaming like obscenities, and I'm like, "Whoa, hey, easy." Just gotta go to bed. Relax, man. Go to your room and do this. Like,
But wouldn't he yell those obscenities whether you were in or out of bed?
He would, but he like I haven't heard him say it like that in sentences. You know, it's like
he's really putting it all together.
He's usually just dropping a single expletive, but this time he's
put it together.
It was very hooked on phonics.
Yes,
it was like complete
very,
sentences.
very hooked on phonics.
Wyatt Langford, though, going back to the actual baseball game, and enough about Bush, as Giafalo was talking about there.
Hey, that's just because Peyton's just inundating my social medias with that.
Wyatt Langford, I thought that was a great example last night, both of those at-bats that he had, of just how different he is since he came back from the injury. Because both of those were...
He went down and got that one.
Both of them, the double and the home run, were really low. And he was able to get down, get it, and, I mean, just absolutely whack the hell out of the ball. And so, I mean, he has really gotten to a place now where it's like, okay, you feel like any sort of rookie curve that he was dealing with or anything else, that's in the past. That's out of the way now. Wyatt Langford's here.
I think what else he's doing is... Like, he was getting called out on a ton of pitches out of the zone just off the plate early on.
Angel.
Now Angel's gone, so don't have to worry about that. But he's not letting those pitches go. Like, he's being more aggressive, not letting it get to those situations where
you're leaving it up to the ump.
I mean, you just don't want to do that. Now, I'm a proponent of, I hate when they say, "What, you got to adjust to the umpire strike zone." No, I don't agree with that. I'm not going to adjust an approach for a short-term gain, right? I'm not swinging at that. That's my strike zone. If they call it a strike, they call it a strike. That's the way it is.
Yep.
I'm not going to go chase and put a bad swing on something just because I think the umpire might call it a strike. So I'm fine that he did that, but I also like that he's being aggressive seemingly earlier in the counts and not letting it get there.
Yeah, he's playing with a much more aggressive approach, and it's not just the aggression, which, you're right. Early on, he was content to just, that's the strike zone. I thought that was the strike zone. And, he's got such a good eye that if the umpire's got a bad eye, it's screwing him like it did with Angel. But he has been, it's so good to see him consistently making contact. Now, even the outs are hard. Like, he's hitting hard outs every single time. It's 104, it's 101. He's making strong contact and
barreling them up.
I mean, since June, like you said, 320 or whatever he's sitting now.
It was 322 going into the night and
he hit 2 for 5 last night. So
so it's 400.
Yeah, he's just been absolutely fantastic, and it's giving you a confidence that, all right, maybe this 4-game streak, can we get a little optimistic and say, by the wayside, these trade rumors go. We ain't selling now. Although Chris Young did tell G-Bag yesterday, Look, we're looking at all things. Okay.
Yeah.
We're looking at all
Considering
things.
all options.
Yeah, it sounded very much like, hell yeah, we're going to trade away these
We're
guys.
trading
if
everybody
we keep
away.
sucking. But they're on a bit of a heater right now.
Yeah, they
and
are.
I like the idea of
Dramatic turnaround.
Chris Young feeding these things. He said, like, Bob Nightingale didn't talk to me, but that's exactly what you would say if you did talk to Bob Nightingale. And
Pretty
you're
much,
just
yeah.
trying to light a fire under your guys,
Yep.
man. This is like your own. This is like internal, the enemy from within bulletin board material, where you're trying to figure out how to hack the system with your team.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to start throwing your name out there and watch what it does. Now, all of a sudden, they're getting going.
Yes, sir.
By the way, the Rangers this year with Wyatt Langford in the lineup, they have a winning record.
Oh,
They're 34-33 now.
look at that.
If we could just have a bunch of Wyatt Langfords and Josh Youngs in this
I know.
lineup,
Yeah,
then
just
we
get like 6 more
might
of
go
them.
162
Wyatt Langford and
0.
Josh Smith, of course.
Josh-
Jared
yeah,
Sandler
fair
will tell you
enough.
he deserves to be an
Absolutely.
all-star.
He'll
And
tell
he'll
you
probably tell us
920.
that. Yeah, 920. Exactly.
920. 720. One of my favorite segments of the day just happened. It's we have a new villain in sports, and I am stoked about it.
For a lot of folks, he's not new.
Well, fair, but he's embraced it.
He's really wrapped
Okay,
his
now
arms
he's
around
embraced
it.
it. And that to me, he has embraced it. We'll get to that at 720, but Bobby's never getting on an airplane again.
Hell no.
And we'll get into that next.
It's hot out there.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by Telesystems.
We make sure hackers don't mess with Texas. Telesystems' job is to allow business leaders to sleep better at night knowing that their cybersecurity, networking, and communication stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. IT is about trust.
Baseball coverage on 105.3 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out more at t-mobile.com/switch.
Dude, we are just a couple weeks away from hopping on a bird, getting over to Oxnard, California for a little Dallas Cowboys training camp action. And every time I turn around, there's a new headline about an airplane fiasco. I believe we have more here, but I saw one where it was like heads, necks, and skulls were all sorts of all over the place in a recent. I'm like, are you kidding me, dude?
Yeah, what did Broadus was telling you guys the other day that he was on a flight where he saw somebody get stuck in the luggage compartment from such bad turbulence?
He wasn't on the flight.
No, he legitimately said that happened to him.
Oh, because that happened in the last
I know
like,
it did.
week
I
and a half.
know it happened in the last week and a half, but he said that happened on a flight that he was on, that he saw it happen.
Somebody got launched.
He said his arm got stuck in there or something.
Yeah, he got the chicken wing up in there.
So
he did the Vince Carter dunk with the
yeah.
But like also like that's another thing I don't understand. Like if I'm sitting in my seat, my seatbelt's on. I never take my seatbelt off.
A lot of people
Click
do,
it or
though.
ticket, dude.
A lot of people, as soon as that thing goes bing, then they just
Yeah, like if I'm going to get up,
even if they're not
obviously-
uncomfortable, it's just almost like, well, if I don't have to wear it, I'm not going to, and just they throw it off.
Yeah, I mean,
Your freedom.
It's not mine's not super loose or super tight, so I guess I don't notice it.
Yeah, I've heard yours isn't super tight.
My jeans are apparently, but yeah, but not my belt. I don't keep the belt super tight, but like it's tight enough to where if we drop 30,000 feet,
you're going to be secured.
I'll be. I may throw up.
Yeah,
I may get. I may pass out from G forces.
Well, what do you imagine the drop being so precipitous that it's launching you out of your own seat and into the overhead cabin, so that a grown man is unconsensually chicken winged into the.
And isn't the overhead cabin? Doesn't it kind of jot out a little bit? Like, wouldn't you have to be thrown and like kind of come up from your seat like at an angle and then come back around? I don't know.
And the thing has to be pop open too in the process.
Yeah, I don't know that I buy.
Generally,
I don't know that I buy Brian's story there.
You think he's ball sack?
Yeah, he is. I think he's exaggerating a little bit. We'll talk about Brian, by the way, at 6:40 this morning.
So
I got a lot to say about Brian.
Boeing agreed to plead guilty to misleading air safety regulators in the run-up to these two deadly crashes that we had back like 5-6 years ago, the Lion Air and Egyptian Air ones.
Yeah, it's what grounded the MAX.
And they killed almost 350 people. So they decided to plead guilty to fraud. A part of the plea was one count of conspiracy to defraud the U.S. prosecutors. The company is pleading guilty to become felons. The company's going to be a felon. They're pleading guilty to get a slap on the wrist penalty of $244 million in criminal fines and spend almost $500 million over the next 3 years to improve compliance and safety programs. They got to hire an independent monitor for 3 years to oversee these improvements. But pleading guilty creates business challenges for them. Company with felony convictions can be suspended or barred as defense contractors. And they're like one of the largest defense contractors there are.
That's comforting.
They make so many of the aircraft for, like Lebanon Lockheed makes so many of the aircraft for the U.S. government, like B-52.
That's exciting to know that Boeing is
not
creating,
from somebody else; it's from them.
It's exciting to know that they're creating that. 705,202. 705,202.
What's that?
If you've ever heard anybody speculate, like, well, what's the price of a human life? The U.S. government just told you it's $705,000 and $705,202. That's what it is. Because that's exactly $705,202. Because that's the exact breakdown of 244 million divided by 346 people. So that's all it costs. If you apparently the U.S. government is telling you if you'd like to get away with not having to really do anything, just end up as a felon and just pay a fine to essentially just, all right, fine, we killed those people. Sorry, here's $700,000 for each of them.
Can't even make it round up to a mill.
This is incredibly stupid to me. The idea that like you can just, oh, okay, fine, all right, we'll pay our fine, all right, we killed some people. I'm so sorry.
What's the number that makes you be able to sleep easy at night, knowing that
it shouldn't be a number? Like, I mean, there should be like severe penalties that basically like to me, like there've not been nearly enough people who have been ousted as part of this. There probably needs to be people in the higher up chain of command who need to go to jail. To me,
prison.
Ooh. Okay.
If you out of negligence, yes, that's involuntary manslaughter, mass involuntary manslaughter.
Because to me, like I can't put somebody in jail without them having the intent.
You don't think involuntary manslaughter should ever put anybody in prison?
Okay, define involuntary manslaughter. Involuntary
manslaughter is basically like manslaughter without intent.
No, I know, but give me an example of what. So, like a car accident,
like Dante Stallworth.
Reckless. If somebody's driving recklessly sober, and they run over people and kill them, they go to jail.
Yeah,
they recklessly allowed people to get in those planes. Let one of them crash. And they were like, it's those dumb pilots from Ethiopia. They don't know what they're doing. Don't worry about that. And then they let another plane go up there and go into the ground again. People should go to prison for that.
I do not disagree with that. Okay. Now the way you're saying that, yes. Because I've got pilot friends and they're like, we were completely trained on this. Some of the
and they found out the Lion Air and the Ethiopian
did not.
They were. That was Boeing's statement initially, was they said,
you don't need
these guys didn't do it correctly, blah, blah, blah. And then all of the investigation came out later. And went, no, they actually followed your training exactly to a T, and you guys had, like, faulty equipment. There was nothing they could have done to save those planes based on following your instructions.
I think what they would have had to turn the MCAT.
They would have had to have done something that was not, they were instructed not to do by Boeing.
Right. Absolutely.
And so Boeing, that's negligence that cost 346 people their lives, and people should go to prison for that.
What's up with the oxygen mask?
So this is just another great issue with Boeing right now. The FAA on Monday says they're required inspections of over 2,000 Boeing 737 airplanes because passenger oxygen masks could fail during an emergency due to a retention strap. So you're talking about when these planes make their giant drops chop, like what was that one a couple weeks ago? That
the Lufthansa plane dropped 6,000 feet.
If your plane drops 6,000 feet and you're like, okay, we might be going down or there's a pressure change, I need my oxygen mask. Apparently, on up to 2,600 Boeing flights, the FAA is like they might not come down, so we need to check those. Let's double check those, make sure that people could actually breathe on these flights. But they're going through inspections. The FAA said it was requiring the inspections of 737 MAX and next generation airplanes after multiple reports of passenger service unit oxygen generators shifting out of position, an issue that could result in an inability to provide supplemental oxygen to passengers during a depressurization event. So what are we at now? Like your doors may fly off, your engines will catch on fire, you'll just go into the ground. And if all of that ultimately doesn't take you out, then they may just be like, well, you'll just suffocate. No air for you. So that's where Boeing's
at. Great news for you.
We're taking an Airbus to California?
Well, we are. I made sure of that.
Are we taking one back?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I was going to ask about that. Thank
they
God.
switched, but
well, you guys might not.
You guys might.
We're taking an
I wasn't in charge of your
Airbus.
flights. We might have one for New Orleans, too, for the Super Bowl.
Hell yes. I'm not even kidding. I know we said in the meeting yesterday, no driving. If we cannot get on an Airbus, I am driving to New Orleans.
I'll
bless you.
I'll stand by. I'll stand by with you.
Let's do it. Road trip it.
I will stand by.
You're gonna road trip it like 9 hours?
Dude, are you comfortable getting down on this right now?
No, I'm not getting on.
I flew Boeing back from Cancun because it changed on me. I had no other choice. I had to float. So I had to
float anyway. I
had a Boeing, and I am looking out that window. Man, is that wing still attached? Is that thing falling off on here?
Oh, I bet that was a stressful flight, dude.
Stressful.
Yeah.
817, stay in your lane. You have no idea what you're talking about. STFU. Okay, 817. I mean, I don't know. Would you sound like the criminal defense for Boeing or whatever else is going on? Look, there's zero chance that this isn't anything. Like, there's no way that you can spin this to say that this isn't a Boeing problem. But, yeah, I mean, do whatever you got to do.
Yeah, Air Jerome Bettis or nothing for me. All right, we are pre-gaming for the 6 a.m. club right now. It's a Tolo Tuesday. Sean and RJ. We have RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. Chris Strong is in for Pay.
By the way, 817 also, a different 817 says the B stands for bomber. Chop, that's not for
still Boeing. A Boeing flight. It's still a Boeing plane. The B-52 is made by Boeing.
I know, but that stands for bomber.
No, it's B-52 bomber.
Come on, Choppy knows these things.
Tell the 817.
Yeah, it's B-52 bomber.
How uncomfortable is the local media about to make CD Lamb? That's next year on The Fan.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Easier than ever to find the entire show on our Odyssey app, proudly presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. And a stunner, 38-year-old Keegan Bradley yesterday.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ, 105.3 The
Hump
Fan.
day.
It is not quite hump day yet.
Every day's hump day.
This is the only work day of the week, though. I've said for years. Now, Gen Z, my favorite generation, they've basically said bare minimum Mondays. Okay? I've always said nobody does any work on Mondays.
Right.
Tuesday, everybody's at 100%. Unless you're sick. Everybody's at 100% on Tuesday.
Unless, Corey, you're sick.
Right. Wednesday, hump day, I mean, you're kind of seeing the weekend. Thursday, everybody goes to happy hour on Thursday. They're spending half their day looking forward to happy hour on Thursday, and then nobody does anything on Friday.
I mean, Thursday is also that's usually
50%.
that's ladies' night at the bar too. A lot of times. So if you're a single gentleman, you're looking ahead towards but that's the weekend.
Yeah.
Thursday night is the weekend because I'm not working Friday.
So today, this is everybody's real, only full, hardcore day of work.
Let's have a great show, boys.
Grind it out Tuesday, man.
Let's do it.
Yeah, the Thursday stuff I learned in college when it was like, oh, okay, everybody, like, nobody's got classes on Friday. It's like, really, it's like the weekend starts Thursday. As soon as you're done with your classes, it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then it's just full-fledged Thirsty Thursday weekend time. So I'm fully on board with this situation.
Well, you get over to Technology Boulevard, get into Cowboys Red River after 10 p.m. on a Thursday. You'll see it's the weekend.
Cowboys training camp is,
I don't miss going to that place.
15 days away.
There's a lot of guilt in that building.
Oh, my gosh. So much shame every time I drive by it.
There's a lot. 16 days away.
Just drunkenly eating a hot dog in the parking lot at 2:30 in the morning.
I don't think there's enough hot dog stands. Like, I don't think enough people have like those. Every bar should just have their own hot dog stand up after closing.
I wish they would have found a way to take the Home Depot guy with the brats and let's duplicate him and put him outside of these places.
Everywhere.
Yeah, copy and paste that.
You can't walk into a Lowe's or Home Depot at around like 11 a.m. on a Saturday and not be starving.
Oh, it's beautiful, dude. I'll show up and make sure I got mustard packets in my pocket just in case.
Yellow mustard or brown?
Yellow mustard.
Okay,
Dirty Harry would be proud.
Yeah, he would. CeeDee Lamb told social media, he wrote, you basically, I'm not speaking about any contract negotiations. If that's your questions, you'll get 0 answers. It's about the kids. Now, this was...
He's got a youth camp coming up in Austin right before training camp, and Brandon Laurie from Blogging the Boys, who, by the way, does a really good job. Brandon is somebody who... I don't know Brandon personally, but I have a lot of respect for Brandon's grind and the social media content that he's just always on the lookout for players. So it's been very helpful. So I appreciate it. But Brandon had tweeted that he'll host the youth football camps on July 9th, 10th, and 20th, just various ones. And he mentioned that it's about the kids and giving back to the community. However, if media is present, it could be the first time Lamb speaks about a potential contract situation. And that's when CD quote tweeted it and said, I'm not speaking about any contract negotiations. If that's your question, you'll get 0 answers. It's about the kids. And you had a little bit of a problem with this, Chop.
Well, not really problem. Because like when we get to training camp, right? Now he won't even be there, right? He's going to hold out. But he may decide, I guess, to do the hold in. But either way, like, it's 100% his right to not answer. He doesn't answer anything we ask him. Right? But you also can't tell the media what they can and can't ask. They can ask whatever they want. You don't have to give them an answer. You don't have to give an answer. You can just say, no, I'm not going to talk about that. And that's fine. I have no problem with that. But, like, the media is, if they were a real media and not the DFW media that we have, they would press him on that. And they would be like, well, hang on, man. Like, what do you mean? Like, why won't you talk about it? They would at least ask why you won't talk about it. Explain why you won't talk about it.
Okay, I will. I'm going to respond. I want to give, before I come in with my retort on that, I'm curious, Eric, where do you fall down on this particular thought of CD saying, I'm not answering those questions, so don't even bother asking?
Yeah, I mean, I get what he's doing. He's trying to hopefully avoid these questions, but the questions are going to be asked, and then it'll be up to him, and it'll be fun to see him bob and weave the questions. So I got no issue with it. This is a charity event. I'm not sitting here at my locker or whatever. We're not at training camp. Even then, I feel like if your whole deal is just I don't want to talk about it, then you can keep doing that. You can Marshawn Lynch it. I'm just here so I don't get fined. Like, I don't feel like you have to say anything, but you also can't tell me I'm not going to ask you the question. So it might be 10 questions of this, and you sitting there stewing, getting upset that you're even having to hear these questions.
So here's where I'm going to disagree with you guys on this. I think if we get to training camp and CD shows up, let's say CD decides not to hold out and he doesn't have a new contract and he shows up. I trust that if you ask him a question about it there, he's going to answer you. I think he absolutely is going to answer the question. I don't think he's going to blow him off or say, I don't think he's going to give you the Dak answer of, I let my agents handle all that. I don't really get involved. I think CD's going to tell you, I think I'm one of the best, if not the best receiver in football. I want to be paid like it. That's it. Like, I think CD would give you the answer. I have zero problem with CD Lamb saying a youth camp that I'm hosting, that I'm putting on, that is not NFL oversight, that is completely mine and my team's discretion for setting the parameters for allowing any media in here. You don't have to let media in do a youth football camp. That is just for a...
Oh, yeah, I have no problem with this.
And so to me, I have no problem with CD saying, this is a camp that I'm doing for community purposes, for children. You are not seeing me out here doing first take shows. I'm not doing media rounds. I'm not putting myself out there and trying to get in front of the cameras. I'm literally only making a public appearance here to do something for the community and for kids and to connect. And if you're going to ask me about that, I'm not going to answer.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be upset. And more than that, it's like, these are the terms that you're being allowed in here, is that we're not here to talk about that. That's not what we're talking about. There was a couple years ago.
That's fine. I have no problem. I'm talking about when if he were to do this at camp.
Oh yeah. But I think at camp he's just not going to show up.
Right.
But like I have a bigger issue with Zeke is at SportsCon a couple years ago. Andy Albert's event, which love cousin Andy. He's great. Andy Albert and put on that event, and this was right before Zeke held out in 2018 or 2019. And Zeke was a part owner of the convention and was expected to speak. And we didn't know he was going to hold out yet. He walks up to the media area. He sees, like, he didn't know where he was going. He was just kind of being paraded around. He sees the media area, sees this meeting. He goes, oh, no. And he turns around and walks off. To me, that's more of like, okay, well, this is your convention. This isn't a charity thing. This is a for-profit thing. You're standing up here as you wanted media to come out here, and media was supposed to come out here, like, with the thinking that you were going to talk, and we didn't know you were going to hold out at that point, so it's not like you were going to get peppered with a bunch of different stuff. And that, like, that's one where I go, like, okay, the terms of that don't make a lot of sense to me when Zeke takes that. Or, you know, I do see it, though, where if CD says this is a charitable thing almost, I'm not taking questions about that. It's similar to me of Dak had told reporters 4 or 5 years ago, he was out at Dirk's Heroes Celebrity Game, and he was participating in that, and that's obviously a charitable thing. And Dak told them, hey, we're focusing on charity tonight. I'm going to talk, because he does not have to. And Dak said, I'm going to talk. I'll give you guys a few minutes. He says, I just want to let you know, because of the background of what we're doing here, I don't want to talk about the contract thing. I don't want to make news headlines about a contract discussion or anything else while we're here for a charity event. If we want to make those headlines in a different context, or you want to ask me about it, fine. But at a charity backdrop, I don't want the story coming out of a charitable night to be my money.
Yeah, I got no issue with it.
Yeah,
I got no issue with it at all. Now, are you going to have a problem with one of the media members still asking the question?
Yes. In that context, I would. Okay. If somebody showed up to that camp and asked him, I would have zero problem. If we see some viral story of this media member was blackballed and thrown out of CD's event, look how often, I have zero problem with it, because it's completely under the terms of, does CD and his team even allow you in there? They don't have to allow you in there. So if they allow you in there under the terms of, you got to understand the context of what this is. I'm sure when Troy and Dak and they do that every year, they do that cancer fundraiser, the cancer research fundraiser. If they don't typically, all sorts of questions get asked there, but if they wanted to say, hey, let's not make this event tonight I don't want to tie it to this controversial subject. Let's not do that tonight. There's time and place for everything. I'm not directing you. You can't ask me about it ever. I'm just saying right here under this context, I don't want that to be the story.
What if they said, are you going to be at camp?
I mean, I think that's contract related, clearly.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Why wouldn't he be at camp unless he had an issue with his contract?
Jonathan Owens not going to be at camp.
Better
He's
call
watching
shop.
Simone Biles in the Olympics.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a real shark journalist, you're going to find a way to skirt these rules and figure out how to get a little bit of content.
Right.
For
Aaron
yourself.
Rodgers wasn't at minicamp. That wasn't contract related. That was tripping related. Literally road tripping.
I mean, I guess if you wanted to ask it under the guise of CD, will you not be in camp because you'll be getting high with your buddies in another country? I guess you could probably ask that. Yeah, if you ask it very specifically
like that.
Are you going to be at camp? Are you not going to be at camp because
You'll be between
you have a baby due? No. Are you not going to be at camp because you are seeing your Olympic girlfriend perform? Or maybe not perform. I don't know. Maybe she's not going to be able to. But like, are you gonna do that? Or there are all these different.
Is
things.
that a Twisties joke?
No, it wasn't. I don't know what you're talking about. So there are all these different contexts that you could ask the question, I guess, Chop. But no, ultimately, I think that if he sets the parameters, I just think that in this particular context, he is full reign to shut it down however he wants. It's just like how I defended Lincoln Riley last year, and Lincoln Riley, I think, can be an ass at USC. But Lincoln Riley and USC gave specific parameters to a reporter, told them the rules over and over of whether you think the rules are dumb or not. These are the rules. Reporter did not follow them on multiple different occasions, so they took his press pass, and then everybody's like, media censorship. It's like every place has rules about where you can and can't talk to athletes within their facility. You can't talk to somebody over here. I can't talk to, if somebody's in concussion protocol for the Cowboys, I cannot talk to them. Doesn't matter how good if they're in concussion protocol, it is an NFL policy. You cannot talk to them because it's just one of those
you can't
where
even have a friendly hello exchange.
What if you text them on the side?
They don't small talk.
They don't. I mean, if you text somebody and you have access to their number, but under the official capacity of the NFL is giving me access to their building, and I walk in that locker room and I use that access and I break their rules of that person's in concussion protocol. Maybe because it's obviously a spectrum of where you are in the program. If you are, maybe you're super loopy, you don't feel good, they don't want to even have to deal with that question. So anybody in concussion protocol, you do not talk to media.
Franklin, injury attorneys, fan text 877-881-1053. What have you asked him? Are you looking forward to having a good camp this year?
Then he'll say, yeah, we got 2 more of these things with the kids coming up. Yeah, these camps are great. I love coming out here talking to these.
Wow,
I love seeing these kids.
That was nice.
Are you looking forward to Oxnard this year?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know where you would go with that direction. That one's too specific. That'll probably let you know what you're doing. Yeah.
You are expecting somebody because these. I mean, the journalists that are
sharks,
in
man.
these,
So
snakes, awesome.
Snakes and sharks.
Not we, because I mean, I will distance myself because I don't have the guts to stand up there when I was just told not to ask something and then just be like, yeah, I don't care. I'm asking you.
I'm not a media member.
It's just not for me. Yeah, exactly.
I'm an entertainer. I'm not a media member.
Look, the reality is this may not be anything that he has to deal with at all. Because
you don't think any of these guys are about to pop that question?
Of course they are.
I don't know which ones around. Like, there's 3 of them. I don't know if any of them are around Dallas. I have to look. One of these for certain is in Austin. I don't know if.
Yeah, I saw Round Rock.
I don't know if people are driving down to Austin to go do this.
Chip Brown's going to be all over this.
Well, I can tell you, if you're a local Dallas Cowboys like on the beat or whatever, I'm not driving to Round Rock just so that I can't ask you any questions that I want to get.
Right, but then you just wouldn't drive to Round Rock.
Exactly, you just don't go.
Because I think here's the other thing. We talked to, and I know we're getting up against it here, but we talked about Chop. This is what a sicko I am because we've been talking about CD a lot lately. I was actually driving in this morning. I was listening to our interview with CD last year in training camp. I went back and was just going through hearing the way that he was talking for the season, and I was reminded there how you and Sean were both talking about afterwards how you guys had talked to CD before early on, and talking to him last year, you could see, wow, how much better he's gotten dealing with the media, and he's just honest, and he's a straight shooter and things like that. So to me, he's so generous in general with his time at his locker, even outside of NFL obligations. He is always truthful and gives you direct answers and things like that. I don't think anybody in the Cowboys media would basically
ruin
do
that,
him
yeah.
dirty on this one thing.
I agree.
Because they feel like, hey, he's done right by us so many times when he hasn't had to. We're not going to sit here and mess with something that he's clearly told us he doesn't want to deal with.
All right, thanks for waking up with us here, Sean and RJ, on a Tolo Tuesday, the only work day of the week. So we're grinding together right now, ladies and gentlemen. RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, myself, Eric Chiafalo, in for Sean Sharif. Dan Hurley gets the new deal with UConn. Did he make a monster business decision that was a disaster for himself? And let's just laugh at the Lakers next year on The Fan.
But first, let's talk about Kissable Dental. Yes, that's my buddies Jeremy and the great team over at Kissable Dental. Do you love the way your teeth feel after you've had them cleaned at the dentist, but hate that you only get that twice a year? Well, the amazing folks at Kissable Dental thought about this exact same thing, and they are here to help you. Now, I know what you're thinking. It's still the dentist, and you don't want to go for whatever reason, whether that's fear or not enough time, or you're just scared of the cost. Kissable makes it so easy, though, offering same or next day appointments, allowing you to come in on your schedule. You can even book the appointment yourself online. Their extremely helpful and friendly team is there to answer any insurance questions and ready to help your dental visit feel like a breeze. They even let you watch Netflix during your visit. Comfort, cost, and expertise are some of the main reasons why I've made Kissable Dental the dentist of choice for me and my family. Book yourself now, and they'll help you boost your insurance to get those extra cleanings. And this month, mention this ad, and they'll throw in a free teeth whitening. Book online at kissabledental.com or call 972-779-KISS. Kissable Dental, your kissable journey starts today.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ? And now that's some quality breakfast for your brain. It's our commercial-free Expressway, mornings at 7:20, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
pendants, bracelets, and more. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off. And designers are flying in from New York and LA to showcase their latest trends. That's 20% off, plus $100 off with an appointment and designer trunk shows. Tons of engagement rings on sale, too. 20% off starts next Friday. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Bubba Thurman here, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. Having issues with your water heater? Save $300 on a new American Tank water heater. Call us at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Chris Strong, in for Peyton Russell, who's on an Italian excursion right now. Excursion. That word is giving me trouble. I got to bail on that one. Good news, we do have the Klay Thompson intro presser today at 10 a.m. live here on 105.3 The Fan. So looking forward to that. Klay Thompson is being introduced. We will have Najee Marshall and Quentin Grimes as well. I did see from Klay Thompson's dad we were throwing out the theories, the Reggie Miller 31 theories. And his dad confirmed it. He's wearing 31 in honor of his basketball idol, Reggie Miller. So he's in the Reggie Miller. I'm a 3-point specialist. That's all I am now. Let's go get that jewelry on that thumb. Let's make fun of the Lakers. But before we do that, Friday, Bob, I think I'm going to join you guys.
I think you should.
Yeah! I think I'm joining you guys.
Let us know on the Frankel & Frankel injury attorneys text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Let us know if you would like Eric Chiafalo to come out with us to the Firehouse Tour in
you're
Glen
setting me up to
Heights.
just crushed right now.
In Glen Heights. It is stop 3 on the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour 2024. We'll be at 1938 Southampton Road in Glen Heights, which is right there around Red Oak. In fact, this is one, if you are south of Dallas, downtown Dallas, this is going to be the one for you probably. So if you're talking about, Midlothian, Cedar Hill, DeSoto, Lancaster, Ferris, Waxahachie, Red Oak. These are all going to be areas where this will be the one for you. And of course, if you're right there in Glen Heights, we're excited to see you, excited to go out there. I know this is one where the Firehouse themselves we're really excited about this. This is the only fire station in Glen Heights. So come on out, come see us. In fact, if you are listening to us right now, if we are hitting your ears and you are in Glen Heights, you're in Red Oak, you're right there in that area, send us a text on the Frankel & Frankel injury attorneys text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, because I want to reach out to you about Friday. I got some questions about Glen Heights. I always like to gather intel about the city so that we can have proper bits and everything else. I like to find all the community inside jokes. And so if you're in that area,
intel, dirt,
reach out. Yeah,
whatever.
I want to know all the scoop. So if you're out there, give me a shout. Send it in on the truckwreck.com fan text, and we will see you out there Friday, and we will see Eric out there on Friday. We'll see Eric the rest of this week.
So
I think.
cool.
I think I'm gonna be hanging out with you guys all week. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. 817 David from Midlothian. He's agreeing that I should be a part of this firehouse, but he also says that he will be coming up there in between airport rides.
Love it, David.
He cannot wait to meet, especially Gaylord Choppy. And he also says he wants to touch Bobby's beard. So, David from Midlothian, we're about to get
wants
real.
to do the Jonathan Lucroy.
I don't think he's
Sam Dyson.
It's going to be a big-time
beard tug.
bonding experience with our guy David from Midlothian.
Oh, okay, good. We're already getting some great intel here. 972. Do not speed in Glen Heights. So you Choppy, none of this 105 rushing into the Glen Heights area. As soon as you get in that area, you're gonna have to slow down. So don't go speeding. They're gonna pull you over there. 912. I live in Glen Heights. I'll be stopping by Friday before I go home. Great, come on out. Make sure to say hey to us. And then of course you were worried about this turning into people dunking all over you. It's turning into people dunking all over me. 469 would prefer Eric over Bobby. So well, I'll be there anyway. So you can just not talk to me at all. You can just say I'm here for Eric and Choppy, Bobby GTFO.
Or you could say not here for Bobby the Ass Clown, because I see that's part of your nickname.
Oh yeah,
here on the Frank.
I got many nicknames on there. It sounds very similar to Julian playing video games after Choppy's gone to bed.
I wish I could say what he was saying.
Choppy's a little bit more tired today because his son kept him awake all night as he was angry at the virtual reality Gorilla game he was playing.
3 hours at a tryout before that, which was supposed to be 90 minutes, turned into 3 hours.
Oh my gosh, dude!
Yeah.
The crap that they put you through.
Oh, and then he was just up all night. One of them is in there doing TikTok dances with his girlfriend on FaceTime, and then the other one is body bagging 9-year-olds in Gorilla Tag with verbally. Just what a day. What a time to be alive.
Oh, it's fantastic. Well, thanks for waking up with us as part of the 6 a.m. club here. Sean and RJ on a Tolo Tuesday, live on Twitch and YouTube. Glen Heights police are also the firefighters. So they got double duty.
Oh, no.
Situation for at least the 214 is alleging that. A lot of people are saying, dear God, don't speed in Glen Heights. We're looking at you, Bobby. Bobby, you're going to be coming over from Louisville or whatever, Flower Mound, and we know how you tend to get a little bit, it's just 100 miles an hour, and I'm getting a shake wheel.
Which would you, if you were pulling double duty, if you were a cop and a firefighter, and you were a single man, and you were hitting up the Cowboys Red River on a Thursday night, like we were just talking about a few minutes ago?
Yeah, firefighter.
What are you leading with? I'm a firefighter.
Yeah.
That you think that's the line that pulls them in more?
I'm a fireman.
I think you can marry the two. A firefighter that carries handcuffs. That's what I would go with.
Yeah. And then you pull out the pink fuzzy ones. All right, we do need to laugh at the Lakers, even though somebody on the text here doesn't think we can laugh. In the 254, they don't think we can laugh at 17 championships. And that's not specifically what we're talking about. Is he including the in-season tournament championship in that 17?
No, I think they have 17. I don't think anybody really could.
Yeah, because didn't the Celtics just get 18?
Yeah.
I mean, the IST is the one that matters.
Look, the IST matters as much as the bubble one does, that's for sure.
I think it matters more.
If you add those two together,
that's
they
true.
create one.
Their last two championships, if you will, for the Lakers are laughable. You can totally you can rain on those parades, quite literally. So, but now we get the news that Dan Hurley, who says thank you to the Lakers and the 6-year, $70 million offer that they had, and he obviously wants to remain in UConn. They're building something huge over there. His family, his wife, his parents, they all love it. He loves it. So he was willing to punt on 6 years, $70 million for what is it, $5 million 5 years, $50 million?
6 for 50.
6 for 50.
So he turned down 6 for 70 from the Lakers to do 6 for 50 from UConn. Now there's
$20 million difference.
$20 million difference. So there's more job security at UConn. Right? I mean, for sure. He has a job for life.
And these college coaches are getting new deals like every 2 years.
But we need to do a deep dive here. I need to call Dan Hurley. I don't have his number, but somebody get me his number. He needs a new money manager. This is one of the most financially irresponsible decisions I've ever seen.
Okay, I need to get your perspective on this then, because I don't view it that way.
Okay, because here's the thing. It's not just $3 million a year difference.
Because that's technically what it is.
Right, 6 for 50, so it's 3.5 difference, right? It's not just that. It's, break it down per hour worked. College basketball coaches probably work 3 times the amount that NBA coaches do. College football coaches work double NFL coaches.
Yeah, in college, I mean, that's what Lincoln Riley had talked about last year about why he started thinking of the NFL a little bit. Because he's like, you see their schedule and you go, wow, you guys actually get some time off?
Yeah, college coaches with the portal, there's no off season. You work 365 days a year. And so this guy chose less money and more work to live in a state with worse weather. Like, nobody in the history of the world has ever decided that. Hey, let me take less money to work longer hours and go live in a place where it snows 8 months a year, as opposed to Southern California where it's sunny 350 days a year. And it's not like Connecticut. You could say there's some tax break for living in Connecticut. I mean, that's super expensive.
I mean, comparatively speaking, I would imagine the cost of living in Connecticut pales in comparison to
I think it's probably very
Los
similar.
Angeles.
I bet you it's probably Connecticut's super expensive.
Okay, well, you can't.
It's super expensive.
Okay, you can maybe shoot that one down, but you can't shoot this one down. Does Los Angeles have one of these pizza streets like they do in Connecticut, where it's just the greatest pizza you've ever had?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
California, according to mylifeelsewhere.com, the cost of living in Connecticut compared to California, California is 10.6% more expensive than Connecticut.
Okay, and he took a lot less than 10%.
Yeah,
of a reduction in pay.
Oh, but where is UConn exactly?
It's in stores. It's like outside of Hartford.
Okay, so perfect. The cost of living in Hartford is 47% cheaper than Los Angeles, California.
Boom.
Well, Hartford,
there it is.
But you can live anywhere in the whole state.
But
the state's so small. I think we saw the graphic. The entire city of Houston, Connecticut fits inside it, inside the loop of Houston.
Oh,
you can live anywhere.
Yeah,
you live anywhere you want. It's so small. You can live in Massachusetts. It doesn't matter. But either way, the point is that you're choosing to live in worse weather and take less money to work more hours. This is the dumbest financial decision I've ever seen in my life. Dumbest.
This is not the dumbest. We just saw Caleb Martin and his agent turn down a 5-year, $60-something million deal with the Heat to sign a 4-year, $30 million deal with the Sixers. That's worse. Dennis Schroeder in the NBA years ago, worse. Nerlens Noel, worse. This one is not, when you consider the cost of living, when you consider the fact that obviously just he loves being where he is, his family, everything like that. You mentioned the work part of it, and I get that. Like, for me, my sensibilities, looking at what these college coaches have to deal with, recruiting kids, and then now with the portal, you're constantly having to continue to recruit your own kids to stay there. Now, his might be a little bit different because what he's built now, like, he probably doesn't have to market as much or whatever because, hey, like, of course, if you want to win or whatever, you're going to come here. And clearly, he doesn't mind that. He's fine with it. He doesn't hate it so much that he can't wait to get out of college. Clearly wants to get to the NBA at some point, but not so bad that he's just jumping at the first opportunity. So, I mean, I don't think this is all that bad, especially when you consider the fact that he's going to continue to win at UConn and
he'll have
in Los Angeles,
forever.
big question. And then, the job security factor. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that big of a deal. He knows all the money that he could possibly make is going to be made at UConn over the course of his entire career.
It is, what is it? I mean, it's $3.5 million less per year, roughly, is what it is.
Before taxes, California takes all your money.
And I think he has escalators, like he can make up to $1 million per year on other stuff. And
he would have to deal with the Bronny stuff that JJ Redick's dealing with.
That's my
right
question
now.
then. My question on this is the LA job, is the Lakers job, because common sense would say absolutely it's more attractive with LeBron, but is the Lakers job more attractive to Dan Hurley if LeBron had left?
I think the Laker job,
because you're never a stable head coach if LeBron is there.
That's fair. You're not.
And so does he view it as like, look, I'll lock into this. I'll do it. I want to go to the NBA. I do not want to live and die on the whims of how's LeBron feeling about me. I think the only thing, I get what you're saying because of with all the Bronny factor stuff, but I don't think the Lakers job is a good job without LeBron there. I mean, what have the Lakers done without LeBron? Like, leading up the build up to getting LeBron, they've been a disaster. Lakers have been awful. They're had a bad perpetually run, cheap. But I mean, the idea was if you kind of tear it down to its foundation and you've got Anthony Davis there as one of the guys that you're building around, that, like, the idea I think a lot of people had was Hurley was coming in here to build something.
Can I not just hate Dan Hurley and you guys just let me?
I don't like Dan Hurley. Dan Hurley is Dan Hurley is Nick Sirianni. He really is. He's a psychopath. But ultimately, like, I don't think that this was. I'm in agreement that it's a bad financial decision. I don't think it's the worst financial decision. I did spend $200 at an open bar in Phoenix. And so,
you did. Yes, you did.
But this might be the second worst.
For Bobby, my goodness. Now, we did get a great text from the 940. Choppy, you're talking about coaching 40 games, Dan Hurley, college, as opposed to 82.
You're not really coaching in the NBA. You're just kind of sitting there and let LeBron do everything. He's basically what you get as the Laker head coach with LeBron is you have courtside seats for 82 games. Versus at UConn, I mean, he's how many NBA coaches would be as animated as him? Like, he's burning calories as the coach at UConn. Coach L at the Lakers, he's just sitting there on the bench letting LeBron do everything.
By the way, 214 LMAO. What did Bron do to coaches?
What?
Do you not know the long trail of coaching bodies behind LeBron's career? Paul Silas, Mike Brown, David
Brown's been
Blatt,
killed like 3 times. by him.
Vogel. Like, we can go down the list of guys he's gotten purged. Darvin Ham, most
Yeah.
recently.
Dude, he was 12 games into his Heat tenure trying to fire Eric Spoelstra.
He's like, this is going to work. You got to get that out
This
of here.
Spoelstra guy, man. Don't think he's got a future.
He did try to fire Spoelstra. I was like, nope, not happening.
All right, thanks for waking up with us here as part of the 6 a.m. Club. Sean and RJ on a Tolo Tuesday. The Rangers are streaking, folks, and Broadus, oh my gosh, he's lashing out at Bobby and Chop. That's next year on The Fan.
Are we there yet? We are going to be at Hurtado Barbecue on August 10th for the Greatness of Fan Bowl, the mega event that has all the Tolos coming on out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Firehouse Tour rolls on.
That's right, Sean. My manhood will be tested again by our local firefighters.
We're going to be in Glen Heights, 1938 Southampton Road on Friday, July 12th.
Enjoy free food from Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp. Plus, we're giving away Sean and RJ stainless steel drink coolers while they last.
Thanks to Palmer's as well as Firehouse Heating and Air and Chill Boys. Friday, July 12th. We'll see you in Glen Heights with the Fan.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023-01.
Langford hits one high and deep to left field. That one is not coming back. Pilar looks, it's out of here.
It was at that moment that Carson Fulmer knew that he would be calling Wyatt Langford daddy for the rest of time.
Rest of time.
We all are.
Absolutely teed off on Fulmer. Did Wyatt Langford. He continues to be a monster right now. Rangers go streaking after the sweep over the Rays this weekend. They go into Anaheim, and all 12 of their fans watch their team just get raked on for the most part. I mean, Corey Seager getting after it. Wyatt Langford for sure. I saw Jared Sandler, who will be on with us in the 9 o'clock hour today. And when it comes to the AL rookie ranks here, my goodness, since May 28th, Langford comes back, and he's just leading all AL rookies in batting average, OBP, slugging, OPS, hits, two-baggers, ribbies. I mean, this guy is exactly what the doctor ordered and exactly what we thought he was going to be.
Saw on MLB Network yesterday, they were talking about, who the potential award winners are, and there was Wyatt Langford right there with Rookie of the Year.
He won Rookie of the Month for June.
Yep.
So we're already collecting. We're collecting stuff here. We're in position.
I think you can still get him at like plus 250, 275 AL Rookie of the Year.
It's not bad. It's not
I'd be
a bad
on
number.
that thing. I mean, hopefully you were like chopping. You got it at when you bought low. At like plus 500 about 6 weeks ago.
Of the year?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You had to buy low, but I bought it before the year.
Before the season?
Before the season.
What were the odds you got on it?
Not great. Like 14 to 1 for Rookie of the Year.
For Langford?
Yeah, like they were he was one of the favorites.
No, I know, but even still 14 to 1, I would have thought it would have been more like 5 to 1 at the time.
It was like I don't remember where it was. I got the ticket at the house. I did it in Vegas.
Heck yeah, you did. That's what you do as the degenerate. You get ahead of things like this.
Got to.
You see it coming before it happens. That's what makes Gaylord Choppy one of the great ones. Now, we have an unfortunate situation, I believed, in regards to Taylor Swift. But first, you fools have been called out.
Oh, we got dunked on a little bit. And
I mean, this was like a flush on the dome here.
Did you hear this? Did you hear this live? Okay.
I sure did.
I was in the car. I was picking up Jacob from his new job. And as we were, which by the way, I think you were out when we established that Jacob had gotten a job, but Jacob got a job, Choppy.
Look at that.
Against all odds.
Yeah. So he's actually working in Hearst now. So I went and drove, had to pick him up. And while we were out there driving through the torrential downpour, the single band of rain that was just spinning around the Metroplex yesterday, I picked him up and we were driving back, and I heard Zach Walchuk just kind of setting some things up or wrapping up a segment, and Dawson was saying Eric's been in with the morning show this week. He's probably in the rest of this week, and he isn't with us the rest of this week. And Dawson had said, so it'll probably just be the four of us for the rest of this week. And that's when Brian Broaddus decided to chime in with his feedback, his review, his criticism of how our show went on Monday morning.
You know what? I think I was listening this morning.
Yeah.
Bobby and RJ talk way too much. Like Eric is like going in there, he's going to provide energy, insight. That's what he's put on the show. Right. And those two slappos, they'll let him talk. I'm yelling at my radio like, you two clowns, shut up.
We don't want to hear you. We want to hear
and it's
Eric.
like, and Eric's bringing him in and out of breaks. I'm like, he's better than that. And then RJ, he tries to bring him out of breaks. It's like riding a bike into a wall.
Whoa.
You know,
You're like a proud parent.
yeah, I mean, like,
Really
I'm like, let Eric talk a little bit. Those two clown shows.
We want to hear Eric more. More Eric.
More Eric.
More Chiafardo. Hey, I resent that, Wolchuk. Wolchuk accidentally Freudian slip day after July 4th called me Chiafardo.
Chiafardo.
It was an accident, but it was Freudian. That I punished. I mean, I had 9 dogs on July 4th and a bunch of burger patties.
Really?
So
You had burgers and dogs.
I was
You
smoking
mixed the two
place
together,
out,
like
yeah.
chicken and meat. You would do that. You would mix chicken and beef together.
Yeah, I would.
And you would
Yeah.
mix hot dogs on hand, and then you would mix pork and beef.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got no problem. Yeah.
That's a strong stomach. I like it.
I'm not playing any favorites when it comes to the meats here.
Okay.
We'll just throw it all on the plate and party with
Yeah,
it.
you were walking in this morning saying, "Man, I think I got the bubble guts. I had another sausage last night I shouldn't have eaten."
Shout out to my neighbor Bart. Came knocking on the door with some smoked sausage, and then turned out to be a little
Bart's
like a jalapeno cheddar situation, which
Okay.
I'm totally here for. My mouth loves it. My stomach doesn't.
it does.
Okay.
And so it's just one of those deals where you're paying the price for it, but it was worth it. Absolutely worth it. But the ride in here, it was a little bit touch and go. But everything has subsided. I get to see you guys. I'm hanging out, and then my body just gets back to feeling good again.
So
good.
I would like to chime in on this to begin
All right.
with, and I think Choppy has some thoughts. But look, I'm going to heed his advice a little bit. I'm going to let you talk. I'd like you to present your thoughts on what Brian had to say. Did you feel like you were getting cut out yesterday? Be honest. Did you at any time feel like, oh, they're kind of on a roll? I'm getting boxed out here a little bit.
At no point. I mean, you guys didn't want me to get into that Bob Nightingale questioning or whatever.
Yeah,
but other than that,
we told you don't ask.
You
a
guys
question.
totally boxed me out on that. But otherwise, no. I mean, that was part of the beauty and what makes it worth waking up early in the mornings, because I know I'm going to come in here and you guys are just going to jabber it up the whole time. And it's like Dan Hurley doesn't have. It's just like a little bit less work.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
you're the opposite. You're the anti-Dan. You're the anti-Dan Hurley. You're doing less work.
I am doing
just-
less work right now.
He just basically said in a nicer way that Brian is 100% correct, because he just said it's less work.
I'm completely joking with you.
It's
At no point yesterday did I feel boxed out. But if you guys want to take the baton and just go for it for a while, I got no problem. You know, get on that soapbox and let it fly.
There was a time yesterday where when I was talking, I was in the middle of some point, and it in my head I had an internal monologue running where I said, I've been talking for a long time. Like I need to shut up, but I've been able to spit this point out.
I wish I would have had that thought whenever I was asking Stephen Jones that one question.
Which by the way, that was somebody's advice earlier about CeeDee Lamb. If he didn't want to answer the question, they said that we could just have me or Eric ask it of CeeDee Lamb, and that it would take 5 minutes and he'd forget what was even asked, and so nobody would have a problem with it.
He called you guys clown shows and slappies?
Yeah, slappos.
Slappos. Thank you.
Yeah, look, I mean, Brian, I recognize I gotta not talk so much. I'm sure Choppy has moments where he's like, oh, I've kind of been rambling a little bit. I'm trying to be aware of it. I'm trying to include Eric. Look, here's the thing I'll just say, though. If we're talking about boxing people out and talking too much, I mean, that's not the pot calling the kettle black. That's like the pot calling a dog a pot. Like, I mean, it's like, yeah, like, I mean...
Yeah, I got no beef here. I don't care if he thinks
we treated Eric yesterday.
Yeah.
We treated Eric yesterday a little bit like Broadus treats like a guest on the show, where he's just going to keep interrupting them.
Or like the way he treats a quarterback in the draft. He doesn't really know what he's looking at. He just kind of like, it's just kind of there.
He is definitely up right now, and he is fuming on his walk. By the way,
I believe Lucius deemed him like, if Broadus was a dinosaur, he would be an Interruptosaurus Rex.
Interruptosaurus Rex. Wow.
Which I believe we'd established was an omnivore.
But he is. Look,
That's
he is
definitely an omnivore.
He has shone a light on something. Look, I mean,
shown.
Yeah. Look, when Broadus thinks you're interrupting people too much and boxing somebody out, you really got to look in the mirror.
Yeah,
you really got
I
to take
think
a look
it's
at yourself and say, "Well, if it stood out to Brian, we might need to evaluate some things here." So I'm gonna do better, Eric. I'm gonna make sure that I'm hands off and I'm letting you talk, speak your mind.
You're gonna cede the floor to me. Well, not right now. You're not, because we're kicking it over to Gaylord Choppy for an update. Very political update here from
amazing.
Chop.
So there is a. So we all saw the debate and the aftermath of the debate a couple of weeks back. And there is talk of a blitz primary should the president decide not to run.
Okay.
And in this blitz primary,
is this like an Engage 8, like all-out fire blitz here? Madden style?
Essentially. So a law professor who served in the Clinton administration and the Obama administration and is a volunteer advisor to the Biden campaign said that there's been talk within the party, the Democratic Party, of this blitz primary should the president decide not to run. And in this, they would get a bunch of candidates, there would maybe 6 candidates, and they would be having weekly forums moderated by cultural icons like Oprah and Taylor Swift. Wow. So Taylor Swift, fresh off the Eras tour, going to fly back from her latest stop in Tokyo or wherever.
Yeah.
And host a political primary.
Does she need new album material? Is the relationship stuff not cutting it anymore?
I
So you
don't
need
know.
to talk about how one of the candidates broke her heart.
It
or,
could be.
Or how they betrayed her, whatever. Golly.
But I thought, hey, this is like, it would be a good idea to engage young voters, but this is so 2024. This is targeted directly at TikTok,
dude.
and
What
Snapchat?
You've heard? There's the conspiracy theory out there, which we're going to talk about conspiracy theories during Ask Reddit today.
Oh, I love a good conspiracy theory. I'm a huge fan.
One of the
we should get Dutch on the horn.
One of the conspiracy theories out there. Let's get through the All-Star game first. The conspiracy theory out there, which you can hear right here on 105 through the Fan, by the way. The conspiracy theory out there from some people is that Taylor Swift was a psyop, and that she and Travis Kelce were like basically they're out there to psychologically, get certain ends for the powerful people in the country. They're out there to put messages in their music and
industry plants or whatever.
Yeah, lead the sheep.
Like
and
the
everything
Hawk
else.
Tua girl.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah. So she can the Hawk Tua girl. She's just furthering women's rights, I think, is what she's doing. But Taylor Swift, not so much.
Well, the brain power between Oprah and Taylor Swift, they're going to come up with some incredible ideas for this country.
That's Michelle Obama might be a part of this too, and she's like universally beloved. Especially by that party, so like that would create a lot of intrigue with Taylor Swift. Is obviously got the most fans of anybody. I can't think of an entertainer that's got more fans. But this is such a wild. Hey, let's just bring Taylor Swift in here.
She
to moderate.
It's just, you're solving so many problems.
Solving the
with
world's
that.
problems.
Look, if you get them while they're young, Evita, get them while they're young. That's what you're doing. You're pulling in the younger audience. If you're putting Taylor Swift up there.
All right, let's get you into the 7 o'clock hour. We'll get to the Expressway commercial free. We got Ask Reddit. We have a new villain in the world of sports, which is very exciting. But coming up next, Choppy has a college football kegger for us featuring Alabama maybe going soft post-Saban. That's next year on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, they are going to hook you up on that brand new Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. It's right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. We're at the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more on that brand new vehicle. Go see Chris Koza, the GM. He has got a ton of vehicles on the lot. He's a Tolo. Tell him you're a Tolo. Tell him I sent you over. And then you're going to get that great deal on that brand new vehicle between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. It is worth that short drive. Ram 1500 Crew Cab, Quad Cab, Lone Star, Bighorn, Laramie Edition. It is the Make This the Summer sales event happening all month long. We had the 4th of July sales event. Obviously, we are past 4th of July. Make This the Summer sales event, though, is going on for the rest of the month at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. That's a Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, limited 2-row, 3-row option. They've got them on the lot, ready to be picked up and delivered today. Hit them up online. Customize that ride, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. Or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the entire Sean and RJ show.
Thank you.
It's all there for you on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by NHTSA. If you drive over the speed limit by a little or a lot, you can hurt someone. The Seine River is giving Paris Olympic organizers agita. Security concerns loom over the planned Olympic opening ceremony, and the scheduled marathon, swim, and triathlon events may be curtailed or moved due to
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
DFW Security, your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com. This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW, to Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Eric Chiafalo. The G-Bag Nation is in all week with us, boys and girls. He will be at the Firehouse in Glen Heights with us for stop number 3 on our 2024 Firehouse Tour, an amazing giveaway for the early arrivers while supplies last.
It'll be these. I don't know the exact term for. I need to find the exact clinical term for them. But they're these they're these cup chillers. Like they're basically these really nice stainless steel.
Yeah.
Like
you unscrew the top, you can slide your beer in.
Yeah.
Screw it back on.
And there's
stainless steel.
There is not many of them.
No, not many of them at all. So better hurry up and
if
get
you're in
there.
the Glen Heights area, which we saw, we got a lot of feedback from people on the fan text earlier who are in Glen Heights. Like a lot of people telling us that, yep, I'm from around there, or yep, I live in Red Oak, or in that area, Waxahachie. And a lot of feedback from people. So if you are one of those people who plans on coming out and seeing us on Friday in Glen Heights, you should probably get there early if you want one of those chillers.
1938 Southampton and Glen Heights, thanks to Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish and Shrimp, Chill Boys, and Firehouse Heating and Air. Okay. We are 40-something days away from the start of college football season, so let's get a little kegger action.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win.
Google
me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Oh,
Yes,
baby.
we are.
Yeah.
Freaking right we are.
So many things happening in the world of college football. By the way, gentlemen, you better spend some time with your girl right now. You better spend some time with your girl.
That's true.
Because it's coming right around the corner.
It's about to get bad for the ladies.
Yes. The EA Sports college football game, the video game, is coming out here in, let's see, what's today?
Gosh.
10 days.
You think your kid was up late throwing obscenities out there last night on the virtual reality.
Yep.
Wait till he gets in the mix on some.
Absolutely.
Probably for the first time, right? This will be your kid's first time?
They've never played the college football video game.
Wow.
They've
what a moment.
never-
What a seminal moment,
I
dude.
know.
I hope you're doing it big for them. I hope you're throwing some level of video game party for them. You got you got the full spread. You treat it like a football Sunday, but it's you or football Saturday. You and your boys getting after it. Hopefully, you're dominating your kids on the sticks. I don't know if you still got that type of prowess. I'm sure in your Tennessee Volunteer days, you can get after it.
I did back then.
Your kids are going to dominate you in their first time ever playing the game. That would kind of sting a little bit. But I do think you need to build this up. This is huge. This is exciting for them.
We should do that. We should go down to the showroom. We should go down to the showroom, get the game, and we should all have a
video game bro down?
A team night, the first night that it comes out.
I love that.
We should all go play a college football tournament in there.
Let's do it. We'll treat it like it's after the World Series championship. After the Rangers win it, we just pull all-nighters up here at the station.
Mm-hmm.
We do it with the video games. Choppy, you can bring your kids.
Broadus gets drunk.
Down.
Yeah, Broadus gets hammered and calls you guys out for talking too much. But he brings us food and it makes up for it.
Yeah.
There we go. So we don't know what they will be allowed to do. We don't know about in terms of horns down. We know will not be in the video game. But we are going to have NC State was ranked the number one team in the nation. They were the number one overall seed. They were the number one overall seed when EA Sports simulated the entire game. They simulated the entire season, and NC State was the number one seed. Oregon.
I don't think NC State's won the ACC since the 70s. And now they're going to be the number one team in the country according to the simulated NCAA video game. I will say, I think they're on the rise. Carter Freeman, College Football Carter, he said, watch out for the Wolfpack. He said, I got my eye on the Wolfpack.
Yeah.
So maybe they are a little up-and-coming situation.
They got a big game against us in the opener.
Huge.
Oh, yeah, huge. So Texas, Texas Tech, and Texas A&M all make the college football playoff in the EA Sports College Football 25 simulation. Rice is the 12 seed.
What,
yeah,
dude?
Rice is the 12 seed.
So they're just playing games.
Will McClay is just pumped about that one.
Is that where he went? He went to
Will
Rice?
McClay went to Rice, yep.
And then Oregon cuts the nets down, as they would say in college basketball. Oregon wins it all. Much to the glee.
Dylan Gabriel.
Yes.
Boomer Sooner.
Yeah, OU does not make the playoff.
Of course not.
All right, no, because they're going to lose to Tennessee in week 3.
So Dan Lanning made the right decision to stay at Oregon.
Absolutely.
I think it's Land Danning.
Yeah, is that it?
You got
Land
that wrong.
Danning, yeah. So
what's Fangio's name again?
Dick Fangio. He's a legendary defensive coordinator. He's in Philadelphia now.
Yes, he is.
Those players are going to hate him by the end of the season.
Yeah, they will. Absolutely. So the Oregon wins, much to the delight of Phil Knight, the founder of Nike, who is apparently desperate to win a championship. He's 86 years old, and he has given Oregon essentially unlimited resources of NIL
He hasn't
money.
been doing this already?
Well, I guess he's upped it. because in the last 10 days or so, they've signed the number 1 wide receiver
from right around here,
DeCorian Moore.
Yeah, Duncanville.
A 5-star corner, the number 4 corner in the nation, the number 3 tight end, the number 5 running back, and the number 7 defensive lineman. All in the last 10 days.
They're not ducking around.
They are not ducking around. And, substance over style. Substance, or whatever he said, right?
Yeah.
Rooted in substance, not splash.
Yeah,
rooted in substance.
We're fighting for wins. They're fighting for clicks. What was that? That's what he said about Dan Lanning.
Yeah, and they went and took a 42-zip lead on him.
Yep. So, I mean, if you have it, more power to you.
This is a no-brainer. Like, of course, this is what makes you Phil Knight and company to be able to do things like that. When you got that type of cheddar, why wouldn't you just open up the floodgates, dude?
Open them up, baby.
If you're Phil Knight and you have everything that you'd ever want except for that one championship, why wouldn't you just all eggs, man? All eggs in the basket. Let's go.
All the eggs.
All the
Speaking of championships, Alabama has won a boatload of them in the Nick Saban era, however you want to say it.
Yep, but they fell off about 3 years ago, and people still haven't noticed.
Well, I mean, they were in the Final Four, so
that's quite the fall off.
The fall off.
They shouldn't have been, as we talked about. They should not have been.
They were in the They went to overtime with the team that won the title. That to me is deserving.
So stupid. I told you all last year they were frauds.
Okay, well you were wrong on that one.
They were more fraudulent than you said TCU was.
TCU lost by 50, and Alabama goes to overtime in the Final Four, but you think they're frauds. Okay, there we go.
TCU got clowned, like historically clowned. Remember the Georgia players were eating chicken wings and drinking cocktails on the sidelines by the time it was the third quarter because the game was so out of hand.
They might have done it by the end of the first quarter. Anyway, Jalen Milroe is the quarterback of Alabama, another one of Bobby's favorite players in the sport. And he was discussing when he realized, this is on the Saturday Down South podcast, when he realized things were just a little bit different without Nick Saban around.
Was there a moment where you kind of realized like how different Coach DeBoer is from Coach Saban?
Yeah, so it was funny because at practice, I threw a really good ball, threw a really good deep ball down the field, good pass, and everyone was celebrating. I was like, I threw it. I was looking at the sideline to get the next play, the next signal, and I get down my rack, and Coach DeBoer comes to me like, "Hey, what happened?" I looked at him. I was like, "What you mean, what happened?" He said, "I thought you would celebrate, like run down the field." I said, "Coach, I'll worry about the next play." He's like, "Well, I want you to celebrate. I want you to be excited. That was a really good pass." I was like, "Okay, all right, this is different." He give me a pat on the, pat on me. Like, "Man, that was a good play. Like, man, be excited." I was like, "Wow, this is different." So like that just changed my perspective. I was like, "All right, this is a little different." So I took it, man. I was like, "All right, bet."
Look at that.
4 and 8. Saban ever gave him a single
8.
Wow,
compliment?
4 and 8.
4 and 8. Kalen DeBoer is softening the Alabama culture. 4 and 8 next year.
This is Saban Bill. This is Bill Belichick.
Oh my gosh. This is Camp Cupcake. That's what this is.
All right, Wade. Little ball of hate.
Bro, like because you remember Kalen DeBoer, the first clip we played of him after he got hired at Alabama. You remember what it was, Chop? Him saying, I don't cuss in front of my players. I'm not cussing in front of them. Like that's just not that's not a proper thing to do. I'm not going to do it. Which, if that's who you are, fine. What I find inconsistent is Kalen DeBoer. It sounded like will talk that way to other people in other situations, but in front of the team, like no, that's just like he treats them like it sounds like he treats them like they're 12.
Yeah,
which is, I think, a little weird. Well, 12 as long as you're not at like a Marshawn Lynch camp where he likes to scream at 12-year-olds and tell them to get the hell off of his football field. But look,
but the Saban way might not work with his kids these days. Maybe that's why they fell off, as you say, over the last 3 years. She follows by to throw up.
I think the portal is why they. All right. I think the portal is why they fell off.
I got choked on a blueberry.
Oh my. Oh. You okay?
Yeah, I think I'm all right.
Why are you eating?
I just threw a blueberry in it.
Is this what happens during the G-Bag Nation? You guys eat in the middle of segments?
I will.
This is what happens when you have 5 people on the show that you can just afford to eat?
Yeah, when you have 5 people on the show. Now, in G-Bag, I'll be eating lunch, and I'll just be scooping ground beef into my mouth and eating chips.
All right.
This, I was trying to do a solid, just sneak a blueberry past the goalie, but that went down the wrong.
Can't do that,
Violet.
You're crying. You're tearing up.
It's not a cry. It's just an eye water because it's a jugular situation.
You look like you got pink eye right now. Your eye got a little red.
I look like Bob Costas trying to host the Olympics.
Like me. Yeah. But what this is start because the Saban and the Belichick era and their philosophy was celebrate when the year's over. And then DeBoer is just live in the moment, which I think you could work. I think both can work.
I think you need to fall somewhere
in the middle,
closer to the middle, or maybe closer towards. I would still say I think you need to fall more towards the Saban end, not that extreme. But I think there's got to be, almost especially because of the type of culture that these players are coming into now. I think you need some sort of stern, hey, these are the rules, these are the expectations, and I enforce them. And not like that should be a rule where it's you don't celebrate. But I will say the biggest takeaway from this for me is just that the entire team was so pumped that he was able to throw a pass down the field. They were all like that's wild that he throws one pass down the field. They're like, holy cow, we got to go to stop practice. We got to celebrate. Jalen threw a pass 30 yards down the field. Holy cow. We don't have a great history of Alabama quarterbacks named Jalen being able to throw, so let's celebrate this. Let's celebrate it right
this
now.
Moment.
What's going on with Shedeur Sanders?
Shedeur Sanders, Daniel Jeremiah had a great recap, and we'll wrap things up here with a quick look at what Daniel Jeremiah had to say about Shedeur Sanders, and also Chiafalo will tell us really quickly what he has to say about Quinn Ewers. But Daniel Jeremiah gave his initial scouting report of Shedeur Sanders over at NFL.com, said Sanders is a pure thrower with a compact, smooth stroke. He has excellent balance and weight transfer upon release, possessing plenty of arm strength to drive the ball downfield, throws with time and anticipation. Where he needs to improve, he says while he admires his willingness to exhaust every down, Sanders' tendency to never give in and hold the ball results in far too many sacks. He said Sanders lacks the ideal suddenness and urgency to avoid defenders and create space/time within the pocket. This can be improved. He said his biggest takeaway is that Sanders has the foundation in place to develop into a solid NFL starter, and his comp is Geno Smith out of West Virginia when he was coming out of West Virginia, which quarterback trainers will tell you, as much as we all chuckled at Geno's career for forever, and he's turned around, he's played better.
He's turned into a heaven and ice.
People will tell you, quarterback trainers will tell you, Geno Smith has about the smoothest mechanics you'll ever see. People think it's just beautiful to watch.
Yes.
His release and the way his footwork, people think he's just super clean. So that's actually kind of a compliment. But there you go. What's he saying about Quinn Ewers? Hook him.
Okay, so he says Quinn Ewers is a fun study. He calls him super twitchy, explosive as a thrower, beautiful deep ball. He says once he consistently marries his feet with his eyes, he's going to make a major leap, and he's very talented. And his biggest takeaway here, how about this, man? He says, I don't know why Ewers hasn't generated more early excitement and buzz in scouting circles. I was very impressed with his skill set. His performance against Alabama last fall should have answered any question about his viability as a top NFL prospect. He's not perfect, but I love his blend of suddenness, aggressiveness, and raw talent. And who he reminds me of is Baker Mayfield.
Okay.
Both guys have a quick twitch in everything they do, seeing the field, setting up in the pocket, delivering the ball. And Ewers 6'2", 205. So, not a huge dude. He's bigger than Baker, but...
Had not even thought of about that, but that's one of those things where whenever a scout points one of those things out and you hear it, you're like, oh, I can totally see
the comp. Yeah.
In terms of, I can totally see in terms of drop back and the mechanics and the way he moves, it does look like Baker when the comparison's made. So interesting. Baker Mayfield or Geno Smith? Who do you want? So, lately it might be Baker.
Last year Baker. Last 3 years Geno.
Yeah. So
Geno's been pretty solid.
Yep.
Yeah, Baker was super accurate. That was one of the things where his accuracy in college and then at least early on, and I guess now it's still part of his game, but that was one of the big things. I guess maybe he sees some of that same accuracy, impressiveness with Quinn Ewers, but I find that to be very interesting from Daniel Jeremiah because the Quinn Ewers stuff, he was so hyped coming out of Southlake and into college football, but then it's been geez, is Arch Manning going to replace him? You still have the human embodiment of the NCAA rule book, Paul Feinbaum, alleging that Arch Manning is going to be starting very quickly in this season, and it'll be bye-bye Quinn Ewers. But Daniel Jeremiah with those NFL eyeballs telling you, no, this dude's legit. I mean, that would give me huge encouragement if I was a Texas fan. And then, obviously, if you're just a general Quinn Ewers fan, like maybe he does have a legit football, like NFL top 10 pick kind of future here.
We'll see if the human Q-tip Paul Feinbaum is right.
Okay, is he more human Q-tip or more human embodiment of the NCAA rulebook?
Q-tip with glasses, for sure.
Okay, if you say so. Let's hit the expressway commercial free to the top of the hour. We have a new villain in sports and Ask Reddit next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Soda Weight Loss. Lose some weight. SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA weightloss.com. I have dropped 30 pounds. Count them, 3-0. And here's the best part. I dropped them, and I still can't find them. I don't know where they are. I lost. They're gone. They haven't shown back up. A lot of times you do these fad diets. Basically, every time you do these fad diets, you're going to lose the weight. Sure. It'll be right back where you started in about a week, 2 weeks. Not me. I've kept the weight off. That's the best part. I feel great. I'm learning and relearning how to eat again, eat healthier, eat better, finding just little ways to avoid those extra calories, those extra carbs. Got to go to sodaweightloss.com. 9,000 Google reviews. Can't all be wrong. They have a plan. They've got structure. They have coaching. They will help you out. A nutritionist text line walks you through the entire process. Hey, I'm going to this restaurant tonight. What can I have? Oh, they look at the menu. They tell you what to eat. Bam, you're done. You're still hanging out with your friends. It's awesome. SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA weightloss.com. Hit that request a nutritionist callback button, and they'll get on the phone with you real quick. I am soda glad I decided to chop this weight off. Soda is state of the art.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. You're waking up with Sean and RJ. In just a few minutes, we go commercial free all the way up to 8. Right here on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
Sean Sharif here with your brand new career at mycomputercareer.edu. Whether it's going to be cybersecurity, IT certifications, network administration, AI, it's all covered at MyCC, where they're training you for a better life. It all starts with a free career evaluation with no previous background or experience required. Career services, they're nationally accredited.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
shines. With Granger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Zero Res.
RJ Choppy here by your friends over at Zero Res. Welcome to National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, they are offering 3 rooms, pre-treated, clean, and sanitized for just $99. You gotta ask for the RJ Choppy Fan Special at 214-37-CLEAN or ZeroResDallas.com.
The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Here we go. It's Expressway time, commercial free to the top of the hour. Thanks for waking up with us on a Tolo Tuesday. RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, myself, Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation, in for Sean Sharif. He'll be back next week. And we got some Ask Reddit coming up here in a few minutes. Got plenty of football conversation, NFL style, that needs to be had. But we also have a bit of a villainous situation in sports going down as well. How about this from Novak Djokovic?
Man, I love this. I think that you're going to see that it's not ready. It's not fully ready, but he's always been a villain. I think he's starting to embrace the villain role. Because to me, that is the ultimate status you can reach in life, is to be the villain.
And embrace it.
Because the villain is the best role in the world, because it knows, there's never been a villain who isn't good, right, at what they do. Nobody hates people who suck. And if you ask any professional wrestler, they want to be the heel. It opens up so much more. You know, to put on a smile, you can be absolutely your true self. So villain status is great. And there are some people who never embrace villain status. They lie to them. A-Rod, both of them. Like Alex Rodriguez hates being the villain.
Yep.
Scared to death about people not liking him.
Russell Wilson,
same way. They're all frauds. They should have just, like, A-Rod should have, if A-Rod embraced being the villain in, like, 02, or 04.
Just embrace it when you go to the Yankees.
Exactly. He should have just embraced it. Those guys, the guys that embrace being the villains in sports, it's absolutely the best. And there's not many. Phil finally embraced it. He just said, screw it, I'm just wear all black and, make these videos and talk about hitting bombs all day. He finally embraced it. You got to be able to do that. Brooks Koepka, he hadn't fully embraced it yet. He's kind of embraced it. He's dipping his toe in the water. Let's see if this is Novak Djokovic embracing the villain. Now, he was a villain because he's always kind of marched to his own beat.
He was a Vax villain.
He was a Vax villain. Hero to some. Chiafalo.
Maybe.
Villain to others. But
I may have bought his jersey. I don't know.
Do they wear jerseys?
I don't know what they wear.
Eric just created a custom one and threw his name on the back.
So this is last night.
And his name's the Joker as well.
His name's the Joker.
This is you got to be the villain, dude.
Got to be the villain, man. You got to embrace being the villain. It's the most free you'll ever be. This is last night. Now he is taking on Holger Rune. And the crowd during
Dirk's
the match.
Shooting coach?
Huh?
Dirk's shooting coach?
That's not the shooting coach.
Oh.
During the match, the crowd is chanting, Rune. They're doing that Rune. And this is Joker right after the match is over. So Joker wins. Right after the match is over, he's doing the on-court interview. Now, their on-court interviews are not like ours here where they're just, for the TV audience. No. These are the on-court interviews for the fans in attendance at center court.
Yeah, I'm addressing the crowd now.
Center spelled R-E instead of E-R. Center court. This is him there. Did he fully embrace villain status or not?
And to all those people that have chosen to disrespect the player, in this case me, have a good night. Good night, good night. Very good night. Yeah. I'm hoping that they were just commenting on Runa and that they weren't disrespecting you. They were. I don't accept it. No. I know they were cheering for Rune, but that's an excuse to also boo. Listen, I've been on the tour for more than 20 years, so trust me, I know all the tricks. I know how it works. It's fine, it's okay. I focus on the respectful people that have respect, that pay the ticket to come and watch tonight, and love tennis, and appreciate the players and the effort that the players put in here. I played in much more hostile environment, trust me. You guys can't touch me.
Boy, it opens
that
up.
mic drop at the end is beautiful. You guys can't touch me.
It feels very much like Conor McGregor at the start of it. Like the whole, I'd like to say from the bottom of my heart, where he goes,
good night.
Yeah, when he says his, I apologize to absolutely effing nobody.
Yeah, absolutely nobody.
Like a vaccine needle, you guys can't touch me. How about this too? This is pretty.
Well done.
This is pretty great. I saw this a while back, and it's worth bringing up now. Serbia 2023 population is equivalent to 0.09% of the entire world population. This is a very, very, very small population relative to the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
And they have created two of the world's greatest athletes, and they are both nicknamed the Joker.
That is kind of crazy.
That's pretty incredible.
In general,
Jokic and Djokovic.
It's pretty incredible when you think about, like you were just mentioning there, how small a section of the global population is, and just how many basketball players have also come from there.
Are they just all tall over there?
I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. I mean, they've all they.
Could you imagine how great they would be if they didn't smoke a pack a day?
Or that's what makes them great. Maybe that's their secret sauce, bro.
Yeah, could be.
I mean, come on.
What are they giving them? Because
you were at the height of your powers when you were ripping heaters right before the show at 5:25 in the morning.
Yeah,
that was
5:25 a.m.
Peak athleticism for Choppy.
Well, because who all have they? I'm trying to look here now and see. I'm trying to remember who all's come from there, as basketball players. Obviously, Darko Milicic, awesome.
There you
player.
go. That's a guy who did it.
But no, Marko Jaric, Vladimir Radmanovic, Stojakovic was from there.
Asia.
Vlade.
All the itches, right?
Huh?
It's basically all the itches.
Yeah,
all the itches.
Vlade, Jovic is from there. Bogdanovic, Boban, Jokic. They've put out a ton of basketball players. Absolutely.
But I don't know. Villain status? Has he embraced it?
100%.
That's embraced.
You guys
100%.
can't touch me.
Yeah, that's.
That's it. Yeah, 100% embraced.
That is beautiful.
It's so freeing.
Yeah, he's like I said, he's Conor McGregor embraced that and realized all right, this is my ticket, and it feels very much like a Conor McGregor embrace. You know who else is?
We need a Dak heel turn. Micah needs.
I don't think anybody would like the Dak heel turn.
Micah heel, just. I want Dak to go to camp and just tell everybody to go screw themselves.
Dak heel turn would not go over well. Micah heel turn would probably be received well by the general public. I don't think would be received well by the team.
Dak heel turn starts when he's with his new team, right? Like the Raiders end up
he's on the revenge tour.
Now now it's okay.
This Dallas is his origin story,
right?
For how he became I don't honestly think he's got that side.
I don't play for money.
I think he's super competitive, and he will tap into competitive stuff, and he'll trash talk you. But in terms of playing the public villain, never. He'll never do it, ever. CD, I could see doing that. CD would be happy to lean into that character, I think. And that's not any sort of an indictment or a slight. I think CD's great. I think he's one of the strongest chemistry pieces within the locker room. But he would absolutely lean into that. Somebody who is leaning into villain status, it feels like, is your boy, Cheech. Brandon Ayuk.
My guy.
That's your guy, man.
That's my guy?
That's your guy. You will not stop talking about him.
We are commercial free here to the top of the hour. Ask Reddit coming up here in a few minutes. NFL conversation. We'll get to Joe Burrow's football fix.
Oh, yeah.
But Brandon Ayuk, who's having issues, of course, contractually with the San Francisco 49ers, and is just aggressively flirting, I mean, my goodness, with his former college quarterback, Jaden Daniels, who is now the quarterback for the Washington Commanders. And they're hanging out, they're Instagram living together. It's very obvious these two dudes want to reunite the same way they were pitch and catch at Arizona State in college. They're trying to run it back together in the NFL with the Commanders. Brandon Ayuk still not getting his deal from the Niners, so that'll be a topic all throughout training camp, I would imagine. But then you have Brandon Ayuk's latest move here, which is, I guess, to post to his TikTok a picture of basically just like a freeze frame of what is clearly a Washington Commanders football practice. Like, he's got their practice film.
He has become such a troll.
He's the 54th man on the roster.
Yeah.
I have no idea if this is allowed. Like, is this Jaden Daniels just saying, like, hey, bro, here's our all 22, get familiar with it because we're going full court press here. I'm going up to the top, and I'm going to make sure we pull off a trade for you.
Is this NBA stuff right here? Like, is this the start of the NFL turning into the NBA?
I don't know that you would see that as universally. The league is so powerful and their structure is so powerful in the NFL. It would, because, I mean, to this point, Ayuk's got no momentum with it, trying to do it.
Right, because, like, you know, in the NBA, like, Draymond said that, you know, the Clippers did Paul George dirty by not letting him go to where he wanted to go because he wanted to go to Golden State. And they said that Draymond's like, the Clippers should have made it happen. They did wrong by the player. And he's like, we'll remember that.
Yeah.
Like, that's the NBA. But is this the start in the NFL? Because, like, there's no football reason to want to go to Washington over San Fran. None. You've got a...
No, but for him, there might be, because a lot of the power players who were in San Francisco who helped draft him and brought him along in the front office, they're in Washington now.
Okay, and if the money's there, if it's the money, and then you want to play with the quarterback, I guess.
If you're a top flight wide receiver, your money's going to be your money.
Sure.
Right? So he'll get the money regardless. It's just like from a football standpoint, like San Francisco set up much better than Washington is. Now, granted, if Jaden Daniels is as good in the NFL as he was his Heisman Trophy year or the year before,
I think Brandon Ayuk feels like Jaden Daniels helped get him drafted where he got drafted. Because Brandon Ayuk, that was his 1 year with Jaden Daniels. He then went into the NFL, and his stock really rose that year. Because he was I think he was a redshirt freshman, didn't do much. Redshirt sophomore year, he came out after his redshirt sophomore year and got picked by San Francisco.
Yeah.
And he had a crazy year at Arizona State with Jaden Daniels. That offense for Arizona State, that team that went 8-5 under Herm Edwards, a former NFL head coach in 2019. Jaden Daniels was the starting quarterback. Brandon Ayuk was one receiver. Ricky Pearsall, who went in the first round this year as a receiver out of Florida, was the other receiver on the other side.
Also to the Niners.
Yeah, and the starting running back was Eno Benjamin, who's Wiley East product, who got drafted in the 6th or 7th round by the Cardinals.
Those guys always played to win the game.
Apparently not enough. You have all this NFL talent on offense. You won 8 games with an NFL head coach. I guess that shows why Herm Edwards isn't an NFL head coach anymore.
Well, apparently Brandon Ayuk has also said, like, he's listed the teams. Like, if it's not the Niners, who's it going to be?
Right.
He's an awful sort of general manager for himself.
It's Pittsburgh and Washington.
Yeah, like 2 teams that why would any wide receiver want to go play for right now?
He's terrible. Like, he's terrible for himself. You want to go to a place with a quarterback. Like, any wide receiver, why you don't say, I want to go to the Chiefs, blows my mind.
What would your concern level be? I know I've kicked it around with Sean Chop. I don't know that we've talked about it. I know, Eric, we haven't. What would your concern level be about Ayuk in Washington relative to NFC East, though?
Oh, not much. Until that offensive line becomes anything that's respectable, until I know that Jaden Daniels is actually going to be good in the NFL, it wouldn't strike fear into me at all.
Until it's all about Jaden Daniels. It has nothing to do with the other guys. I need to see him. If he's good, borderline great, then they're a player.
All right, Joe Burrow has a football fix. We'll get to it coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. We are in the midst of the commercial-free expressway here. Sean and RJ on a Tolo Tuesday, taking you to the top of the hour. And now it is time for this.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
That's right. It's Tuesday. It's the Expressway. That means we are doing Ask Reddit. It is where we, as I heard Peyton leading this last week, Chop, I heard him say it's the million-member forum. He thinks it's just a million people, even though every week we say...
I think it's...
You called him out for it. It's 45 million. And you called him out for, I don't think it's a million. I think it's a lot more than that. He's like, I don't know, whatever it is. But this is where we kick around some of the most viral questions off of Reddit. And this is Brian Broaddus' favorite segment. of the show that we do here is Ask Reddit.
Call in, Broadus.
If you got your answers, Brian, and you're out there walking, hit us with them. So if you want to weigh in on this, you can give your answers on the YouTube, the Twitch, as well as on the fan text, 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053. Eric Chiafalo in for Sean Sharif. Chris Strong in for Peyton Russell. So we're going to get some different perspectives and different discussions today. First one, let's lead off with Eric Chiafalo here.
Oh, geez.
Let's just go straight for Eric. Eric, I feel like this is a perfect one for you because I think you've come on here talked about you're going to be cheap. You're going to be thrifty. You're going to be frugal. So what's the stupidest thing you spent a lot of money on?
The stupidest thing I've spent a lot of money on, and obviously a lot of money is relative, right?
Yeah.
What's a lot to you is to me.
Whatever's impactful.
There's two that stand out to me, but the number one is purchasing an engagement ring and giving it to somebody that I was not actually going to end up marrying. Because
what happened?
That happened. She hung on to it.
Really?
But yeah.
I thought you got that back.
I did not get that back.
You told me you got that back and you gave it to Marion. Did you not?
Confidence. Dump that, Chris. Go to break.
You're doing the Hagee. Just go to break at 11 after because you're mad about a topic.
Damn the Expressway commercial free. We're going to break right now. No, I did not get to keep that, and mostly is because I wasn't trying to put up any sort of fights at that point. I was trying to just get as far away from the situation as possible.
Fair.
So I left my favorite T-shirt and my PlayStation there, and that was, and we were
PlayStation.
We were pretty close. Like,
I love how you equate the ring to also a T-shirt and a PlayStation.
Yeah, like those those three things were left, and it was extremely unfortunate, but we were pretty close to wedding time. Like, this was 6 to 8 weeks
Hours.
maybe out from wedding time. So like her family had already spent like plenty of money. It was the least I could do to be like, hey, you guys go ahead and hang on to that thing. I'm just trying to get away from here.
Did you get the PlayStation 5 back at least?
No, dude.
No? Come on.
And this was PlayStation 4 days. So RIP to that one.
Man,
But
that's a
yeah.
great story.
It's probably like $3,000 ring, I
Yeah.
think, you know?
Okay.
I mean,
yeah.
Great
took
way.
a bath on that one.
Great way to lead off Ask Reddit. 469, 1,400 on a VIP section for best friend's bachelor party while I was blacked out. 214 Taylor Swift tickets. 785 hobby boxes. Choppy?
I don't do crazy. I do a lot of little stupid things. Like I'll just like if I see something that I like new, you know, I've bought it. Especially when I was like, you know, when I was just single, I had nobody to to check me on my purchases. I would just buy some random stupid things. But like if it's a big purchase, this wasn't a dumb purchase, but I did put my entire divorce on a credit card.
Explain.
You just
you
swipe it at the divorce register?
Like throughout whenever things would come, or like as you're leaving the attorney's office, you're like, do you take American Express?
Basically, I was like, here, I need the air miles. And I just handed him the credit card.
I'm going to need a lot of free stuff over the next few years.
And, I mean, it wound up being like, it was like over 20 grand. And that interest piles up, man.
We may need
that interest piles up.
We may need to I don't remember the song. I know it, but I don't remember it. 682 says Eric is the walking example of George Strait's song Give It Away.
That's a good Red Hot Chili Peppers song.
I remember
too.
Give It Away. I remember the chorus, but I gotta get the context of it. We're gonna have to review if you actually check this box. Some of the answers on the fan cam, you've got MRD7879 on the YouTube says video games. Over on the Twitch, Vol for Life 1794.
Yeah, buddy,
I guess
go
this
Vols.
is Choppy's burner where he gave his real answer, which was strip clubs, is what he spent too much money on. And Mike_X Cowboy says anything related to the Cowboys. Chris Strong, you got an answer for this?
Dude, I bought Bruno Mars tickets for me and my girlfriend in college at the time. And on the baseball team, it was mid-season in the spring, D3 baseball up in St. Louis. And I thought that I'd be able to get a practice off. We lost 10 games in a row. I go up to the coach's office. I'm like, hey, I need this day off. I over in Kansas City want to go to a Bruno Mars concert. He said, hell no. You're not setting that example.
No! You don't get the
$300 down the drain.
You don't get the Aaron Rodgers permission to just go do what you want at times?
Yeah.
No, I couldn't go to my cave, man.
Oh man.
So see,
that sucks.
He needs Ryan Poles or
The Bears
Kalen,
guy?
yeah, or Kalen DeBoer.
Yes.
Somebody who's just going to hold your hand through
Did
it.
this guy make you run polls? Was this guy?
It was like a Saban moment.
Yeah, it's a pole running
Well, I mean,
guy.
we lost 10 games in a row, so maybe it was deserved.
Man, you guys sucked, huh?
Man, we played a team a couple of weeks ago, and we get done with the game, and we see all the players on the left field line, and they run to the right. They run the pole, right? They run from the left field foul pole to the right, and then back.
Mm-hmm.
They wait, and they do it again, and they wait, and they do it again. What is going on? And one of the parents says the coach makes them run a pole for every run they lose by. And we beat them by like 7. And I'm like,
wow.
This coach, my kid would not, I would have taken him off that team immediately. Like, that's just ridiculous. This coach is an idiot.
I think it's good for a season. You know, just get a feel for that for a season.
Get a feel for that?
Yeah. Like, this is what the other side can look like, dude.
I'm sitting
like,
here, I go
don't lose by 7 runs.
4, and then you boot 3 ground balls, and I got to run poles for you. Now, see, I don't operate like that. I'm an individualist.
Yeah. In a team sport, you're an individualist? Of course you
an
are.
individual sport.
Let's talk about how you operate,
It
Chop,
kind of is.
okay? Because we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Get your answers in here. We'll give you a shout out. That includes on the YouTube if you want to chime in. Gregory, Roy Smith. Or on the Twitch if you want to chime in, EJL Viking or Hook'em 7222222, whatever you want. We're doing Ask Reddit here. We want to hear from y'all. Choppy. Okay, let's be careful here. What is the most common activity for a couple that leads to intimacy?
Oh.
Maybe think of something that's not typically, you wouldn't just naturally, on its own, it's a innocent event, but it just has a tendency to.
I mean, a massage easily is that one. Or here, let's have another drink together. That's
wine and dine.
Drinking together generally will
Sure.
do that. But I think a massage. I mean, every massage starts at the shoulders and ends with no clothes on.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, and girls, cover your ears if you're in the car with mom right now. It's if you're lazy Saturday, laying down, like watching this even, and you just are laying down, like kind of cuddling for an extended period of time. The longer that goes on, the closer you're getting to just, oh, something's happening here.
Yeah.
Eric,
you go from spoon to fork real quick.
What's your answer on this one, Derek?
I mean, a good argument.
For you with that flow and that bone structure, I'm sure it's just a wink or something.
it becomes more and more difficult over the years.
But cut your hair,
as the great Alex Hitchens once said, women relate dancing to sex.
Yeah, I could see that.
So I should dance more than
you start cutting a rug,
that's why
baby.
Kristen's telling me all the time, we need to dance. You need to dance with me. That makes some sense.
That's it.
Chris, would you like to answer this?
Yeah, for me, it's finding a random movie on Netflix, like a rom-com. If we're going to watch a rom-com, we're not making it through the whole movie.
More like a raunch-com. Am I right,
like
guys?
That. Yeah, I'm a rom-com guy, dude, so respect on that, Chris.
I enjoy him.
Notebook, come on.
Juan San Martin on the YouTube says, playing Uno. They're
Specific.
McKeever Design, Jay McKeever over there, who does some great design stuff. He says full sporking. So he likes your reference there. Over on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, we're getting a lot of really good answers here. Workout from the 214, hot tub from the 214, 972 getting the kids to sleep in their own beds. We have a 4 and a 2-year-old. That'll do it.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
469. This is the one that I think you hear women most consistently say, do this one, especially like when you're in a marriage, doing chores.
Yes,
for her.
yes.
If you pick up some of the slack for her, boy, like I
think they're onto something.
You should have seen, like, when I installed a car seat one time, the way it was just like she probably wanted to push me right into the back seat
with the help of your local firefighters.
Oh yeah.
You got that car seat in there.
I had to ask them at the firehouse how to do it, and then I just came home and I was like, "Look what I did!" And she was very impressed by that.
I think my wife would tell you the sexiest thing she's ever seen me do is that one time I did the dishes.
That one time.
That one time.
You're such a classic, such a throwback, Eric. We're doing Ask Reddit here.
Just wanted to get a feel for what that was like, you know?
We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. You can weigh in on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys. Fan text 877-881-1053. Chris Strong, you have a nose ring, so I think this is up your alley. Which conspiracy theory, if true, would most seriously upend society as we know it?
Dude, I think of just the moon landing and the ramifications of Neil Armstrong being a fraud. I think it's a slippery slope from there. Like, what can we believe? What can we not believe?
We would believe nothing.
Nothing.
We would never believe another thing. That's my answer. That would completely upend society. Maybe if it came out that the CIA killed JFK, that he was killed by his own country.
We need a new museum. Yeah.
And to be clear, we're not saying any of these. We're talking about which conspiracy theory
the CIA
out there.
thing is true. That one is true. I do believe that one. But
Michael Lombardi here on 105.3 Michael Lombardi here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, if we found out that the moon landing was faked, or that the CIA, that Lee Harvey was just a CIA plant, a CIA scapegoat, a patsy as he called himself, and the CIA actually killed the president.
Dude,
the president killed by their own country, that would completely destroy everything.
3 in a row on the fan text were one of the first ones that came to mind for me, which is everybody talking about if you take something like September 11th or one of these big things that people claim that you would not be able to survive that as a country. I don't think if that had come out. 785 says flat Earth. Yeah, I mean, that literally might upend the Earth at that point.
Yeah.
Like, if it was flat, it might screw some things up.
That one would probably bug me the most.
I'm trying to think if...
Yeah, because now would be like
I have to question
all these
everything
airplanes
now.
doing these weird great circle routes that are just a straight line would screw everything up.
If we genuinely were able to discover, we kind of have to defend our planet against aliens all the time, and we have a couple locked up in Area 51. It's not a big deal. Like, I think that might throw everybody into a chaos and a frenzy, and you'd see a lot of people start going full Gavin Dawson, getting their Faraday cages and their their prep food and just going off into the woods, concerned that it's about to go there. Do you have an answer on this one, Cheech?
Yeah, I mean the 9/11 and the moon landing definitely came to mind, but I think the most recent one is the COVID stuff. Like finding out that was a planned whatever.
If that were to be one where it's like all that gets put out in front of you, would have a lot of unrest really quickly.
Yeah, because we've all actually just had to live through that. It's like one of the worst time periods for all of our lives.
What would the conspiracy be? Like, we already know it's real. Like, it was there. It happened.
In what sense? Like it was on purpose
or man-made?
No, he's talking about the whole the idea that everything that was said from the furthest corners of just like it wasn't that bad, and they were using it as a control mechanism, and that they wanted to basically
well, those are all true.
Okay, Chop. Let's move on. After I do this last one, 214 birds aren't real. If the birds aren't real theories, I think that. Freak a lot of people. Oh yeah, it's a bit for the most part, but there are a lot of people who believe birds are not real.
They're robots, or
just Google birds are not real.
I'm hallucinating every time I see and hear a bird.
No, that they're basically drones spying on people. And stuff. Look it up. Birds aren't real is the theory people throw out there. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. We have time for one, maybe two more. Eric.
Yeah.
What are some good first date questions to get to know someone?
Ooh. Good first date question.
Because there's an approach here. Are you going for, let's go, I want to have a good time, or do you want to just cut through the mess and so let me ask uncomfortable questions?
Oh, look, there's one for me. This is the one I have to ask on every first date.
Credit score?
No, don't care about that. It's everything in the relationship falls from this one question. How do you put the toilet paper on the roll?
Oh, gosh, stop that.
If she's an under and you're an over, it's over. Relationship's doomed. No chance it could survive.
I did hear about a marriage that, that was the tipping point. They had so many issues, but the one that bursted the entire marriage that ended everything was a huge fight about the toilet paper.
Because every time you guys get into a fight, And then if you have to go into the bathroom and you're sitting down and you go to reach over the toilet paper and you pull it down, and because it's on the wrong way, it just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling. And then you get all more frustrated and you yell and you scream, rip the toilet paper off the wall. The whole relationship is based.
Does the 5-second rule count there on the toilet paper that hit the floor like 5 seconds? I could still use that.
Use it away.
I'm the weirdo here where I don't go over or under.
You just put it sideways.
Just whatever.
I pop the thing off of the little handle and I just put it next to you so that you can freehand it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've been known to do that.
I don't mind that.
For the
that's
old school ones that you used to have to like pop the thing out, put it on, and then put the whole thing back in on both sides. Because now you have the things, at least for at my place, where it's like just kind of like a sideways U, and you're just able to just set it right
Slide
on.
it in. It's
and
easy.
so it's much easier that way.
817. Some good first date questions asked. What is your mother's maiden name? What was your first car? What street did you grow up on? So clearly they're trying to steal their identity. There is what they're doing. I think that anything that in a conversational way, and not a direct question, but anything in a conversational way that can clearly flesh out the idea of like, what are you looking for? Like in terms of not in a personal whatever, but like, do you want this to be serious or not? Like I think that needs to be fleshed out on date number one and then figure out from there. I'm an awful person to ask about this. The woman that I married was ready to never speak to me again after our first date. She thought I was like just such an idiot, and so many of the things I talked about, she was like, what the hell's this guy's problem?
She had a pretty good read on you.
She told me, she was like, you didn't stop complaining the entire time. You like whined the entire date. And I was like, okay, well, who's feeling silly now? You married me. So, Chris, what are some good first date questions for the Tolos out there?
It's just 2 words, really. Just Hawk Tua.
All right, that's a good way to end it. That's a good way to end it.
That's great.
Let's go home.
That's great.
Nice work, Chris Strong. Fantastic.
There we go. That's Ask Reddit here on the
That
fan.
is Ask Reddit, my maiden voyage into Ask Reddit.
Good stuff, man.
With you fellas here in the
Enjoyed
morning.
it.
I play along in my car all the time, but that was a real honor for me, man. Wow. Thank you very much. All right, let's get into the 8 o'clock hour here. It's time for me, probably, to go ahead and get dominated in an all-star baseball who he play for, plus the S in Rangers stands for Sellers next year in the nation. Or on the fan.
But first, Tolos, Bobby Belt's here to sing the praises of Guardian caps. Look, you're going to see players out at training camp later this month, and they'll be wearing Guardian caps over their helmets. And I'm excited the NFL is now allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. When my son was playing football, I would have loved for him to have worn a Guardian cap. Practice like the pros and keep your kids safely playing the game of football that we all love with Guardian caps. Enter your team on the 105 Through the Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps for your team this season. You can also get bulk team pricing now at guardiansports.com.
The stars descend upon North Texas, and we at the Fan are all over it. Plenty of balls being launched Monday night, July 15th on the Fan with the Home Run Derby. Then, Tuesday night, we bring you the 94th All.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You knew those were ficus trees.
Oh, that's why. Okay, that makes sense.
I always got that. I would play golf and it'd be like, yeah, hit the ball down there towards that Douglas fir, and I'm like, I don't know what you're telling me to aim at.
The Douglas fir is the isn't that that's the Christmas tree that doesn't the needles aren't like they don't poke you or whatever.
Yeah,
like softer.
Yeah,
yeah. And I was like, man, I just give me the color of the tree. Of the tree.
Yeah, are you kidding me, dude?
I don't know what that
different
type of tree
species
is.
of tree.
I don't see color. So.
But it's Sean and RJ here on the Fan. Rangers get the 9-4 victory. Sean's out. That's a paternity leave week number 3. We're going to watchdog this one.
Yep.
All year. Eric Chiafalo for the G-Bag Nation is in with us. We're going to play a little Who He Play For MLB All-Star Edition. Really, it's just an exercise in embarrassing Chiafalo.
That's right.
I don't know. It might embarrass me. We'll see.
Maybe it does.
The one who would dominate this is Peyton. Since Peyton, remember, he's like, I play fantasy baseball. I know every single person's name.
Yeah, it did help. When I played fantasy baseball, I mean, it really helps you keep up with the sport. Robert Montgomery Belt, you've got a couple of reports on Rangers and what they might be doing at the deadline as they have won 4 in a row. The offense has come alive here in the last 2 games.
Yeah, we actually these were a couple ones that Eric had sent over last night. I know there's one from Evan Grant that he'll get to here in a sec, but Ken Rosenthal reported over at The Athletic yesterday. Same sort of thing that we've been hearing about the Rangers, which is that they are yet to determine their course. He says that after sweeping Tampa Bay and winning 5 of their past 7, perhaps they're about to go on a long-awaited run, but they remain 7.5 back in the race for the 3rd American League wild card, and their playoff odds are hovering around 10%. Their front office is doing what every responsible front office does at this time of year, planning for buy and sell contingencies. He goes down a little bit. He says the difference between the Rangers and the 2014 Red Sox is that the Rangers would not necessarily limit their conversations to mostly players on expiring contracts, according to sources briefed on their thinking. They also could move players under control beyond this season in an attempt to compete again quickly in 2025. So you could potentially see them moving on from somebody who's under contract much longer than just an expiring deal like a Scherzer. So does that put into play potentially Eovaldi? Or does it put into play other guys that maybe you're looking at saying, hey, we've got maybe a logjam in, the infield or out in the outfield. Let's look and clear things up a little bit so some of these prospects can clear. Or in order to get ready win now pieces. The players on expiring contracts he mentions, Michael Lorenzen, Heaney, Jose Urena, David Robertson, Kirby Yates, and then he mentions Nathan Eovaldi, Max Scherzer. He said in a market short on position players, the Rangers could listen on first baseman Nathaniel Lowe, center fielder Leody Taveras, and perhaps even Adolis Garcia. I would say perhaps even Adolis Garcia, putting it that way. That one doesn't surprise me that much. So
No.
I wouldn't feel like that's they might even be willing to. The one that in there makes me go, really, is if you were to say perhaps even Nathaniel Lowe. Just because, that's the one
He's
that
been
would
on
be,
a tear. He's been on a real hot he's been on a heater.
I would much rather trade Adolis Garcia than Nathaniel Lowe.
I don't have a problem with Lowe. I mean, I think they need an upgrade at first because first base is a much more power position than what he offers.
Could stand to use it, but I mean, you're also making up for it by having the best, like in terms of your infield,
Best
in terms of
shortstop
you have
and
the
second base.
best power hitting shortstop in the game.
And the idea of
arguably.
moving on from Garcia, obviously you have the age factor.
31, 32. He's not aging. I don't think they think he's aging well.
Yeah, which is to be expected. I mean, at that size, playing
doesn't
in the
have a
outfield.
neck.
Yeah, exactly. Which I admire.
I
know
admire
you do too.
I don't have a neck either. That's because my neck has been shrunk. It's an inch. He's got a 4-inch neck that's 50 inches wide. It's insane.
Yeah, he's
that's most people's thigh.
The other name he throws in here is John Gray as a potential. And I think Gray is interesting because of, like you've talked about, Chop, the log jam that's in the rotation. And the fact that John Gray had a really dominant stretch earlier this season where he was pitching really well for about 2 straight months, just was dominant basically after his first start. And he's been somebody who's been pretty consistent. Like, he is a pretty reliable, like, roughly 3.9, 4 flat ERA guy, which that's not the top of the rotation, but that's definitely a guy that could end up in somebody's playoff rotation.
The one that throws me is Jonah Heim. You have a catcher who...
He's like the 20th highest paid catcher in baseball.
Yeah, you've got a switch hitting catcher who can hit.
Can frame the hell out of a pitch.
And his runs saved, framing runs saved or whatever is always near the top of the league. And unless the Rangers know that next year or in 2 years they're going to go to an automated strike zone and that won't matter anymore, I don't understand moving on because he's not old.
No.
How old is he? 28, 29?
And he's not expensive.
He's 29.
Okay.
Now, he's not hit as well this year, obviously.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
But that's why it sucks is like you're selling, like any of these bats that you're trading, you're just selling low on.
Yeah, so now, unless they're saying he had a career year last year, this is who he is. Unless that's what they know.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, then they would know better than we would. I mean, they're around these guys every day. But yeah, I am very, very slow to give up on a catcher who can hit.
Yeah, and just giving up on guys that you have control. Like if you're gonna punt on John Gray, he's under contract for $13 million next season. But then there's another. You're going to need somebody else in the offseason to come in from a rotation standpoint.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you would hope by that point, right? Like you're looking at it and saying, you hope DeGrom's back by then. If you don't move, Scherzer, you bring him back. You would have potentially DeGrom, Scherzer, Malley, Evaldi clicking into place, and then someone else.
Yeah, and that's assuming Scherzer is coming back.
Right, yeah, I mean, you've got options because right now, when everybody's healthy, you have more starting pitchers than you have rotation spots. By a couple.
Yeah, and if you're going to move on from one of your outfield guys, you're just saying, like, if you're trading Leote or Garcia, then you're just saying, all right, we're not going to have the same type of outfield depth, and we're going to trust that Evan Carter's going to be the guy that he showed that he could be for the postseason run last year, but hasn't showed really an ounce of that to this point in the season. Obviously banged up, so we'll see when he returns. But you're kind of losing some depth there. And again, like you trade Leote Taveras, he's not expensive. Like, how much money are you actually saving here? To me, this is just you don't want to be spending money. You still have questions about the TV stuff. And to me, this isn't, we're selling off small money now so that we can have money in the offseason. Like, if the TV stuff doesn't get handled, Ray Davis is not going to spend any money. So you're just getting
I don't
worse.
think the TV deal is going to get fixed this year.
That's what I'm saying. So going into like next off season, why would I expect Ray Davis to decide he's going to spend now because he traded $4 million away in Leote Taveras? Like, no.
Yeah, but I mean that's not a money saving move. That may just be more about. Look, when we get Carter and Langford and the way we're trying to set our outfield, like we need spots.
Well, you're not going to. I wouldn't think you're going to trade both Leote and
no. You would move one
Adolis the same offseason. And I mean, Leote had a pretty awful June.
I mean, we're talking. Leote goes through these stretches.
Yeah, like there was a time 1, 3, 4, 6. He had 9 hits in the last, 3 weeks of June. He had 11 hits in the entire month. And 4 of them came in the last week. Or last 5 days. He had 11 hits in the entire month of June. Like, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, his last 18 games, though, have been pretty
Yes.
awesome.
He's got, but him and Lowe have started to kind of come around at the same time, and here we are, 4-game win streak.
2-1-4. Please don't trade Langford. He's fun to watch. I don't think there's any chance they would trade Wyatt Langford 2-4. So
that's not happening.
They would trade Wyatt Langford if they were if they were trying to do like what the Padres did and get Juan Soto a couple years ago from Washington.
Oh, yeah, it would
You know
be.
what I mean?
It would have to be. Yeah,
you're getting a superstar who's young.
Yeah, that exactly what it is. You mentioned Evan Carter there. What did Evan Grant have to say? Derek Holland's favorite reporter, Evan Grant.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I also just wanted to acknowledge the text here that you guys just want to trade everybody except for Seager and Simeon. No, this is not what we want to do. 318. We're just telling you what the reports are that the Rangers are allegedly willing to do right now.
I'll put my hand up and say I don't want to trade Corey Seager. You are correct.
Yes.
I don't want to trade.
I don't want to trade him
You're
either.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I mean, you just had yesterday because we had the Bob Nightingale stuff. We had him on the show, and then as the day went on yesterday, you had the Ken Rosenthal piece where it's like adding more. Okay, it's not just expiring arms that you're willing to move on from. That makes a ton of sense. But now it's players under control, and it's some of your bats. And Evan Grant just threw in the Evaldi stuff, as you had mentioned, alongside David Robertson and Kirby Yates, that Bob Nightingale had said. But then Evan also listed, just like Rosenthal did. Now, this is 2 guys, one super local, understanding Evan Grant, knowing this team very well. Ken Rosenthal, one of the better national insiders. He's putting Nathaniel Lowe as Evan Grant, Nathaniel Lowe, Heim, and Tavares as well.
So
3
Heim
players
is the one he has
currently in arbitration, and Evan put in there like that those 3 guys would be owed about $20 million next year combined. So he says the Rangers might consider dealing one or more of them to avoid having to make decisions about tendering contracts, which would also free up money for free agency. So he's kind of playing that, hey, they'll have some more money in free agency. I just don't know if I totally buy Ray Davis with any of the money that gets saved on players that you're trading really going after anything to bolster the roster.
Yeah, and there is still a log jam in the middle of your infield, especially in the pipeline. So you've got Seager, you've got Simeon, Josh Smith can play some of the middle infield. Ezekiel Duran has played there.
You got guys.
Your top 2 prospects right now in your minor league system are middle infielders. It's Justin Foscue and it's Sebastian Walcott. So, I mean, there's going to have to come a point where that thins a little. So, however that is done, we'll see.
All right, Choppy?
Yes, let's do it.
Are you hosting the game show
Let's
right now?
do it real quick.
Let's see if you got what it takes.
Yeah,
Let's see if I got what it takes.
We tried to drag that out as long as we could, Chop, because we were trying to avoid embarrassment.
Embarrassment. Okay, a little who he played for: American League All-Star and National League All-Star.
I'm putting my laptop down.
I feel better about the AL than NL for the record.
There are 32 first-time All-Stars this year.
Ooh.
Okay.
Feels like a kind of a high number.
All right. Most of the starters you know. How about this one? Stephen Kwan.
Well, wait, can you give us AL or NL?
AL. We'll start with the American League.
Said Stephen Kwan Cosby.
Do not believe it is Kwan Cosby, no.
This is an AL player.
Yes. Again, stop stalling.
Guardians.
Yes.
Nailed it. Good job.
Very nice. Garrett Crochet. American League.
Wait, is this to Bobby now, or is this?
No, it's whoever.
Oh, okay. Well,
okay. I thought it was like a versus
White Sox.
thing.
White Sox. Very nice. All right, now we're going to go back to Chiafalo because you obviously cheat.
I did not cheat. Look, my laptop's
I
down.
know.
Yeah.
Tanner.
Those sausage fingers aren't working over there on that keyboard.
Tanner Houck.
Orioles?
Right
No.
division.
Right division.
Boston.
Gosh,
If we're gonna hang in the AL, I'm gonna be okay.
AL is like I have a somewhat of a chance.
All right, here we go. National League.
Uh-oh.
Ryan Helsley.
You're gonna need your help on this one, Bob.
Cardinals. Right?
That's correct.
Woo!
Very
Wow,
nice,
dude. Good pull.
Very nice. Helio Ramos, National League.
Jeez, bro.
Is he Giants?
He is Giants.
Boom!
Yes.
Wow, dude.
Jackson Merrill.
This is also NL?
This is also NL.
Oh, we just saw him. It's the Padres.
That's right. That's right. Just saw him. Jeff Hoffman.
Ooh, this is Brock's brother.
Trevor's brother, actually.
Correct.
Oh.
Philly.
That's correct.
That's right.
Wow.
Let's see.
I like this 972. I know all these players because I'm a Prize Picks degenerate.
There you go.
Yeah.
Jaron Duran.
I don't know.
That's NL.
I didn't say that. This is I'm giving no clues.
No,
here.
I know. I'm asking. Okay,
No, it's
fine,
not
no
NL.
clues.
It's not NL.
Baltimore. I don't remember.
No, it's not Baltimore, but it is an AL. I know it's a. I don't know the team.
Is
he a
that
Yankee?
Cleveland?
Is he a Yankee?
He's not a Yankee. No, it was Boston.
Oh,
Boston.
He's a sock.
Whatever.
David Fry.
Ooh, the Frenchman.
No relation to Jeff.
No, because Jeff is with an E. Isn't this a
Jeff
war?
Fry?
No,
Jeff is on a crusade to destroy Teacher Man.
He's a Guardian.
He's a Guardian. Very nice. Okay.
Good job.
Y'all did better than I thought you were going to do. Y'all
Cheers, dude.
did
Good teammates.
better.
That's from Rocket Power. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I was gonna go for the claw, like 2012 or 2011 Ranger style. That's what I was gonna do.
Oh, okay. I love it. All right. Sean and RJ on a Tolo Tuesday here. It's RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. And myself, Eric Chiafalo with the G-Bag Nation, in for Sean Sharif. He's back next week. Coming up next, we have more football conversation to bring you. Joe Burrow's trying to fix the NFL schedule, and I think Choppy is in agreement here. And we got a big-time McDonald's discussion that needs to be had next year on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Chris. We got a football conversation here for you. Joe Burrow's fixing the NFL schedule, bringing back a great celebration. And we have photo evidence of Bill Belichick hanging out with his 24-year-old girlfriend. You got to see these pics. We're going to throw it up on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube. Thanks for waking up with Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on a Tolo Tuesday. Friendly reminder, we will have the Klay Thompson introductory press conference with the Mavericks coming up 90 minutes from now, 10 o'clock. We will go live to that, so looking forward to it. I got to do my first Ask Reddit with you boys.
Yeah, you did.
And on Friday, I get to join, for the first time, the Firehouse Tour.
And it is such a good time. It's so great to get out there on the road, see all the listeners. It's like a big old family reunion. Every time we get to go out there and we get to see the Tolo. So come on out to Glen Heights, 1938 Southampton Road in Glen Heights. It's the only fire station there in town. So come on through. We're going to have a good time. We'll have the little can coolers, the stainless steel can coolers. I'm finding people are calling them can coolers chop. Some people are calling them chillers. So just various names for them. But basically they're the you slide your beer in there or whatever else. We've got like 30 of them, I think. roughly.
Better hurry
so
up.
they're
going to
go fast because we usually have like
29.
We have there's that. We might have 27.
Hey, y'all better get in line for that Palmer's hot chicken and catfish before me. Because I'm gonna tear that thing up. And the shrimp.
There are usually 30 people there like at 5:30.
Yeah.
And so if you want one, you're gonna need to come
Hustle.
quick. Yeah.
You need to
Hustle on out there.
Yeah,
Don't go too fast. Apparently they're gonna catch you speeding. In Glen Heights, apparently is what the fan text was telling us. They're like, hey, take it, go, make sure you're on the speed limit. But definitely come out and see us. We'll have those giveaways. Thank you again to Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp, as well as Chill Boys, and of course, Firehouse Heating and Air. So come see us in Glen Heights.
Make sure you wear your Chill Boy boxers, Bobby, on Friday.
I'm only going to wear those.
I
I promise to show up and just wear the Chill Boys boxers.
I can do that. Yeah, I'm in.
Do you have some Chill Boys?
I don't have any, but I can borrow.
You know what you can do? You can go to chillboys.com and enter promo code STAR for Love the Star. It's you get 15% off.
I can't talk to Broadus off the air for more than 5 minutes without him talking about how comfortable his Chill Boys
They're great.
are. Yeah.
They're great.
Because he's always interrupting people.
Yeah. All right. Did you guys see who's rumored to be the Super Bowl halftime show?
I did not. Let me guess. Taylor Swift.
Did you? No, she's got too many. She's going to be helping with presidential things and stuff. She's not going to have time for
What would be...
Who just did the halftime show? Do you remember? Do you even remember?
Yeah, it was...
I don't.
Hang on. It was Rihanna.
They are always either trying to...
It wasn't?
Nope.
They're trying to force something on us, like Fetch in Mean Girls. So generally... The halftime show is something you're trying to force on us, like, yeah, okay, I'm tired of it. Or they're pulling out a classic throwback. Can you tell me if it's a classic throwback or something they're trying to force on me?
Ooh, I think it's more throwback.
Throwback, okay.
It's more throwback, but I'm not going to sit here and say that this person is like classic. We're dipping back into the 80s and 90s. Throwback.
Okay, we're going to say chain smokers.
No. Is it Posty?
It is not Posty.
Who did it last year?
It was Usher.
Usher. Rihanna was the year before.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because remember you said Sarah was like having to fan herself watching the halftime show.
I mean, that's pretty much every halftime show. But yeah, yeah, she was. She was having to fan herself.
Will she fan herself when this lady takes the stage?
Oh no way! Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it's both.
Oh,
it's a throwback and something you're trying to force on me.
Dude, this thing hit so hard at my J4 party.
Do you want Miley Cyrus on Bourbon Street leading up to the Super Bowl halftime show?
I had a dog in the right hand, a cheeseburger in the other, just belting this song out on America's birthday.
It's such a great
Fantastic.
song.
Yeah, this is just a
karaoke song to do too.
It is, yeah.
Fantastic.
It's wonderful. I'm a big fan, and
I'm down.
she's got an incredible voice. You know, she absolutely does. So she's just being rumored at this point to headline the Super Bowl halftime show. Nothing confirmed, but perhaps Miley Cyrus will be gracing us in New Orleans with her halftime presence.
I'd be down.
I don't know.
Right.
I've never heard anybody describe Miley as having a great voice. Usually they...
What?
Because usually I feel like when you're talking about her actual voice,
got a
not her
good-
singing voice, you're talking
her
about...
actual voice is not, but her singing voice.
Come here, baby. Just very, very, very Kathleen Turner.
Will we get...
I wonder how many people get that. I wonder how many people actually get that. That's pretty good.
I don't get it, but I'm guessing, is that like the same as like Doris Burke, like voice wise?
It's a little that.
Better. That's even
It's
better.
a little that. Yep. It's a little. What was B. Arthur's character in Golden Girls? Maud. Was it Maud?
I don't remember. Kathleen Turner was just a husky voice.
Yeah.
She was always...
Dude, Miley Cyrus has an incredible voice.
Yeah, she does. I think she does at least.
Will we get Billy Ray and that other dude to come out and do their song?
The other Lil Nas X.
Yeah, Lil Nas X.
That'd be
There
great.
you go.
That'd be fantastic.
All right, now let's get to Joe Burrow real quick, and
Joe
then
Burrow.
we'll get to some other stuff.
Cool Joe, the only one who could beat Patrick Mahomes. The only one.
The only one?
Well, the only one.
The GOAT, Tom Brady's able to do it. But he needs D4 to jump off sides in a critical moment.
Yes, absolutely. Here's an idea from Joe. He was on the Pardon My Take podcast with the Barstool guys, and he talked about and was asked the perfect NFL schedule.
What do you think the perfect football schedule is in terms of weeks and bye weeks?
How many games are we playing?
You tell me.
18.
18, got to have 2 bye weeks.
I like
And I
that.
think it'd be cool to do a normal bye week schedule that it is now. Like, have it spread out. But then, like, week 13, do, like, the Pro Bowl break, where you're doing, like, the 7-on-7 and all the skills challenges like the NBA does, because I think that would get more ratings for the Pro Bowl.
Yes.
And then it would also give everybody that bye week going into, like, the last 6 games of the year.
Okay.
All right, man, I like this. If you're going to go 18 weeks, which the NFL obviously is, they've talked about it. It's happening. It'll happen very, very soon.
The moment they went to 17, 18 was just a matter of time. That's it.
2 bye weeks, it's a no-brainer.
Now, they tried 2 bye weeks, and it did not go over well.
When?
93, something like that.
Was that 16 games at that point?
It was 16. They tried 2 bye weeks, and it just was like, apparently everybody hated it. I was 14, so I was too young to really understand what the double bye week was really about. But apparently it didn't go over well.
Why wouldn't you just... A lot of times when you add... Like, the discussion of adding an 18th game has centered around the idea of you would go to 2 preseason games.
Yeah, you would keep the same amount of bye weeks. You would shrink the preseason games. But his suggestion is to make the Pro Bowl week 13.
Yeah, like everybody
Which is
has
like every other league.
Like everybody has the same second bye week.
Right. So there's that, but does anybody it's not like, the Pro Bowl, nobody cares about the Pro Bowl. Nobody cares about the NBA All-Star game. Like they watch because that's on TV.
Right.
It's the whole, that's why they're watching.
It would help, I think, just the ratings and the conversation around it, I think, if it was in the season the same way that the NBA and the MLB do it. But I don't know that you're trying to create the schedule because of that. That's just, to me, an added bonus, I guess, if you're doing it this way.
Yeah, I think sure, fine. If they're going to go to an 18th game, if you want to schedule it that way, fine. I don't mind the Pro Bowl being in the middle of the season. I don't think there's anything you're going to be able to do that will get NFL guys to care about it, though, anymore.
I agree.
That's true.
I do agree.
Well, I don't want, like, if they have an 18th game and another bye week, we are getting close to March, and my OCD does not allow for that. Football is not a spring sport. March is spring.
You wouldn't be March though if you cut back 2 preseason games.
No, but if you get the same amount and you started it the week after Labor Day,
you would just start earlier, probably.
Yeah, you would. But they seem to want to start after Labor Day.
Yeah,
so
you'd have to fix that. You'd have to switch
fix
that.
I don't want this thing going into March. Like I don't want the NFL to become soccer, where they basically have 2 months off, but have they take basically Christmas off and that's it. Because to me, part of being a fan is the anticipation of the next year. Like, you have a crushing loss. The loss means so much more because you got to wait 8 months for the next year. The sadist in me loves that. I love losing and then being like having to wait.
Bad taste in your mouth for a long time. Chip on your shoulder all off season.
If they keep extending the schedule out to where it's going to be, this thing goes basically 10 months a year, and you lose, and you only have to wait a couple of weeks for the next season to start. I don't know. I just think that loses the fire. I want that. I want to be miserable.
If this all leads up to,
the sadist in me.
I get what you're saying.
Like this is what I love about college basketball. The season ends, and I am just dejected for so long. Like, in the fire, just the desire to win. I think finally the win will mean so much more.
And then you get to bask in the glory for a little bit longer before the next season.
Like,
starts.
I like long stretches. Huh? Yeah, I do. I like
long sports edgy.
Yeah, sports edgy. I like long stretches of futility for my teams because I think, like, if you win like 4 out of 5, yeah, it's great. But by the end of it, it's like
the shine wears off.
Man.
Yeah. This Rangers championship felt so much different, based on everything that we had gone through throughout the course of our entire fandom.
Yep.
So I get what you're saying for sure. I do love the idea though of the day after the Super Bowl being President's Day or whatever, and then it's just like a national holiday for everybody. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. No, I mean that I like the idea of it. Now, what has been our hang up again on the moving the Super Bowl to Saturday? What's been the hang up for the league on that? Haven't they?
I think they just like they think that the TV ratings will be less on Saturday, which I think is crazy because, like, people are going to go to Super Bowl parties anyway.
Yeah,
they're not going to make dinner plans on Super Bowl Saturday.
Well, here's the deal,
everybody
though.
watches the game anyway. That's what you do.
I don't know how much it would actually hurt the ratings, but I think it's fair to say it definitely wouldn't help them.
Well, it wouldn't help them.
No, but it would then, if they're not going to name Monday a holiday, it would give everybody the next day to just party on watching the Super Bowl.
I don't think they care about that. It's just cool for us.
The ratings are going to be what the ratings are going to be for the Super Bowl. Like, you're going to watch regardless of the day of the week.
But don't you care for the idea, like you would think they would care for the idea of just economic stimulation, more people buying alcohol and partying it up because they know they don't got to go to work in the morning.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I guess.
I would guess bars and stuff would be
bars, but the NFL, only is going to care about the
and
stadium.
Because more people would be at bars and parties as opposed to just watching at home, the ratings would dip, I assume, because of that. Even though the same amount of people are watching, you're going to have ratings dip because less people are going to be in their own house. They'll be together. More people will be together. Everybody goes to Super Bowl party anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I'm with this, though. I like what Joe Burrow's doing here. I think that's
Joe Burry too.
Joe Burry, yeah. I think that's cool. If you're gonna go 18 weeks, you got to have 2 bye weeks.
Yep,
that's a no-brainer. All right, we'll go around the rim at the top of the hour. Jared Sandler as well in the 9 o'clock hour to address all these Rangers rumors. But coming up next, below the belt,
Jerry Jones gets his day in court.
Oh, man.
That's next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt. We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
You can't handle the truth, is what Jerry Jones is probably going to say on the witness stand, or something to that effect. Some other famous court movie quote. More on that in just a second. First, it only took, we were into day 2, into what? We're about 3 hours into the show this morning. That's all it took before the meathead bonding came out during the last commercial break.
It was only a matter of time.
These two sitting here talking about their trap muscles and the way that they're doing the incline bench and everything. Would you like to share the workout that you were just raving about to RJ Choppy, Eric?
Jeff Nippard is a guy that you need to be following if you're a weight room guy.
Okay, Jeff.
This dude is like putting the science in it in a way that even Jeff Cavalier couldn't do. Okay, this is a T-bar row, as everybody would know.
Sure.
Once you're done with your set where you can't do anymore, then you go to full extension. Your arms stay locked, and then you just sort of shrug that thing. Shrug that thing as much as you can as the finisher after every single set.
I follow him. I've already followed him.
Dude, this guy's he's awesome.
He had a good thing.
So this is you said his name. Nips hard?
Nippard.
I said Nippard, but maybe it's Nippard.
Might be Nippard, but he did a thing. If you do steroids for a year, how your body changes and everything like that.
You become jacked and awesome.
I assume you become jacked and awesome.
Yeah, like I mean,
that's my assumption.
They just had the Willie Mays funeral up there. Like Barry Bonds, he doesn't look nearly as good anymore. Like now that he stopped those things. So
this guy Nippard though is going to help me try and get somewhere into the neighborhood of the RJ Choppy calves as well, because I have the ungrowable calves. And so this guy's hopefully going to help me do that.
You know, I've always the one area where I've always been okay has been the calves. And somebody
you got great calves, man.
Somebody had said to me once that they were like, the underrated physique of any dad bod is the calves, because they're chasing kids around or they're walking to the park, and so they get a lot of. That's the area that gets the most work. Is that they've usually got pretty good calves. The dads.
It's 10 out of 10 dads. If you wear cargo shorts, you have giant calves. This is the rule. The way it is.
Yeah, or shorts in general. That's all I wear is shorts anyway. So shorts and a hoodie, no matter the temperature. It could be minus 10 or 100 degrees. I'm going to be looking the same way. Okay, so Pro Football Talk had this up yesterday. Jerry Jones heads to court again soon as the plaintiff. Last month, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones appeared in court as a key witness for the defendant. Soon, he'll be appearing as a plaintiff. Via Lana Ferguson of the Dallas Morning News, jury selection begins on July 19th in Jones's breach of contract claim against Alexandra Davis and Cynthia Davis. He claims that they violated an agreement when they publicly claimed that Jones is Alexandra's father. The lawsuit was filed as a counterclaim to a defamation lawsuit that Alexandra Davis had filed against Jones and others. The defamation claims have been dismissed, making the breach of contract allegations the only remaining claim in the case. Jones's attorney, Chip Babcock, told Ferguson on Monday, it's a case where the judge has given it very, very thorough and careful attention, and we're looking forward to trying the case, not as much for the money, although there's significant money involved, but rather to uphold the fact that when you make a deal and one side lives up to the deal as Mr. Jones did, the other side should too. Our view is that they didn't live up to it, and we did. So, Jerry Jones going to court, it sounds like, basically just to settle the issue of, hey, like we had an agreement here, and now you're trying to get more out of this. This is essentially extortion. Cowboys are already 1 for 1 or I guess 2 for 2 since the first one was dismissed. 2 for 2 in the courtroom this year between Dak's accusations getting dismissed and now the Jerry one. Could they go 3 for 3?
Time to go for the hat trick.
Boy, it's a good winning streak to start the season. You know? So start the year off on the right foot.
That's what you want to do, man. You want to get these like sort of those tune-up games early on so that you can really discover who you are, get that confidence up before you barrel into some real playoff atmospheres.
You don't want to be the champs of the preseason, though. You know, like you want to make sure that you're winning. You don't want this to just end here. You want this to carry over into training camp, into the preseason, and then into the regular season. Okay, so over at NFL.com, this is one of the things we're going to touch on here. The NFL, or Grant Gordon over there, their digital editor, had an article up of, will one of these 7 NFL franchises finally celebrate its first MVP in 2024? So out of the 32 teams in the NFL, I'm curious, before we dive into some of these names, who do you think has never had an NFL MVP?
Which teams?
Mm-hmm. I was a little surprised by one of them. I didn't realize that they hadn't ever had one.
How many teams are there?
7.
There's 7?
Mm-hmm.
The first name that came to mind was the Cardinals.
The Cardinals are up there. Yes, correct.
The Texans.
Texans. Boom. Nailed it.
If I were to say...
The Panthers.
No, Cam Newton.
Cam Newton.
Close, though.
Jacksonville.
Yes, Jacksonville. So that's 3 of them.
If I were to say the Browns, would that count like the old Browns?
The Browns are not on this list. So.
Okay, so they obviously
Yeah.
they count
Mhm.
the old Browns because
Yep.
Jim won it. Let's see, Cincinnati's got one. No, they have one too.
3 NFC teams and 1 AFC team left.
Well, I assume the Cowboys are on here.
The Cowboys have had an MVP before. Yeah,
The Falcons.
No, not the Falcons. 2 teams in the NFC South though.
The Bucks?
The Bucks, good.
And the Panthers?
No.
There's another one?
Drew Brees never won one. So the Saints have never had an MVP winner. That one is interesting. The Philadelphia Eagles have never had an MVP winner, which I was thinking back there. I was like, it feels like one year they did. Like Carson Wentz was on track to win it and then didn't. A lot of people thought Jalen Hurts was on track to win it and then he did. So I think it's just they've been so deep in the conversation a couple different times. And then the last one is the New York Jets. So they list the potential MVP candidates, like your best bet. If you were to end that streak in 2024, who would the best MVP candidates be? For the Arizona Cardinals, they say Kyler Murray. Says Murray's fully healthy. He's settled into the new offense, and a groundswell of MVP talk has already begun. There aren't many in the league with the overall talent and skill set of the 2019 number 1 overall pick. If he reclaims his Pro Bowl form and takes it a step further, realizing his all-world potential and leading the Cardinals to success, Murray could make some MVP noise. He was another one who, 2-3 years ago, he was big time in the conversation as an MVP candidate when Arizona started 8-0 or whatever that was.
Yeah, he was leading it, probably.
Yeah, the Houston contender obviously is C.J. Stroud. That's a big one that he's getting a lot of chatter already. Jacksonville.
Shots fired at Dalton Schultz.
Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence. Hey, the Schultz family, they've been loyal Tolos for years, and so I appreciate them. Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence. Over in New Orleans, boy.
Kamara still there?
It's a quarterback league, and it's still Kamara's who they're throwing at it. They're just like, we're not going to throw it to Derek Carr. We're
He did
not
finish second or third one year. Like but that was.
He was. Yeah, I think that was the year he broke his ankle right before the playoffs.
Yeah, they probably had that was probably the chance they had to make a run.
The Jets, Aaron Rodgers. The Eagles, they list as Jalen Hurts. And Tampa Bay, Baker Mayfield. So what I wanted to ask you guys here is, out of this list, where are the legitimate MVP? Because they're just trying to find an MVP candidate, the best one for these 7 that don't have them. So out of these candidates, Kyler Murray, Stroud is obviously one.
Yeah, there's 3.
Hit me.
It's Hurts, Stroud, and Lawrence. Those are the 3. That
you wouldn't put Rodgers in there?
No.
Because you don't think that Rodgers can do it, or you don't think that even if Rodgers has a good year that it's going to be enough to move the needle?
No, I think even if he has a good year, he'd have to move the needle.
Because I think they're looking for any reason to throw that award to Aaron Rodgers if he plays well.
Oh, I disagree. The media who is voting on this probably wouldn't vote for him out of spite.
Why?
They just don't like him.
Because they write for the Pfizer Daily News.
They just don't like him. I just don't
Big
think
Johnson & Johnson guys.
I think Aaron
They
Rodgers,
are Johnson & Johnson. That's the owner, Woody.
I think Aaron is so polarizing as a figure that there's enough people that just don't like him, period, that would never vote for him.
All Jimmy Kimmel's friends.
They'd be looking for any excuse to give it to Trevor Lawrence.
I don't know. If it's New
Jalen
York, you beat the Bills and the Dolphins within that division. I know Eric's been really high on what the Dolphins can do this season. I saw that on the BetQL this weekend.
That's right.
But if you've got him beating those 2 teams within the division, Jets achieving something that they haven't achieved in a long time, when everybody's been waiting for it, and Rodgers plays at a high level, I think they would be itching to hand him that award. They've given it to him twice recently.
But that was before. That was before all the.
Dude, to be his age off of that injury and be with that organization and win the MVP, it would be one of the most unheard of things ever. Like to put all of that together.
By the way, he did win the MVP in 21. That was in the midst of all the craziness.
Yeah, but
it's gotten worse.
He hadn't gone on Rogan yet. He hadn't done his all.
That's true.
Yeah, he was stuff. He was still he was still but he hadn't done all that. The Jets haven't hosted a playoff game since this century.
Jeez, dude. That's bad.
That's tough to swallow.
It's been awful. I mean, the only thing that you think about when you think about the Jets, it's like the first thing is butt fumble.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the type of thing that your head goes to, is just laughing stock. So if he has success, I think it's going to be really hard for the writers not to give it to him. But that's below the belt.
Thank you, Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider and radio aficionado. Let's get you into the Power Hour before we crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece and get some Jared Sandler insights on these Texas Rangers. Let's go around the rim, featuring perhaps the biggest upset in sports history. That's next here on The Fan.
Jealous?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Fist bump time for 9 o'clock. It is Sean and RJ on The Fan. I'd like to do a special shout out to Carter, who finally showed up here around 8 o'clock this morning. And we have a monitor in here that shows the setup. And I said, dude, it's been on. The camera's been off all morning. You can't see anything. So he just decides to put it right on me. So
that's all.
You said you wanted to see your pretty face.
Wanted to see my pretty face. So Carter obliges, and I get to see my gorgeous, beautiful face. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through The Fan.
And that's your shout out. And then I have to do my shout out because it is July 9th, which means it is my middle daughter's birthday. So happy birthday, Addison. She turns 11 today.
Hey,
she's going to get her fill of Chili's is where she wanted to do her birthday dinner tonight. She wanted us to take her to Chili's.
Yes, of course.
I love Chili's.
Everybody on their birthday wants a molten lava cake.
She wanted to go to Texas Roadhouse, but then Laura, the youngest, was like, we're going to make you sit on the saddle, which I guess is something they make you do on your birthday. And so then Addison was like, I'm not doing that. So she's very much like me in that instance where it's like, I'm not doing that. We're not even going to eat there now. And so she chose Chili's as her backup.
Oh, man, I could go for some chicken crispers right now.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a great time, dude. Was there a big birthday gift at 11 years old that she just had to have? Is that a surprise? Or
No, she, I know Kristen handles all that stuff, but they got her, they decorated the house for her, and then she'll get her presents tonight, which they may be listening, but she'll be getting her presents tonight. She wants to can we get tickets and fly overseas and go see Taylor Swift? That's what she wants.
Oh, that's good. Just something
reasonable.
Small.
Yeah, reasonable.
Low expectations. I love that.
She's really looking forward to the debate that Taylor Swift's going to moderate that Choppy was
I
telling
would
us
imagine
about.
she would be. I mean, everybody should be looking forward to that.
Of course.
If Taylor Swift's involved, you should absolutely.
If you miss it, she'll write a whiny album about it a couple months later.
All right, we will welcome in Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider, coming up here in just a few minutes to discuss all things Rangers Rumorooskies. But right now we cut the lights out. We keep the kids in bed. Not the G-Bag Nation, but the morning show is going all 56 inches
show is
around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we are going to be airing the Klay Thompson intro presser right here live on 105.3 The Fan coming up in just under an hour right now. So very much so looking forward to that. Also got confirmation from Michael Thompson, Clay's dad, who is still probably extremely bitter and upset.
Boy, he seemed like he hates his child. It's like his child's happiness isn't good enough.
No, got to be a Laker.
He has to be happy.
He wanted him to lose in Lakerland. But he did confirm that Klay wearing the number 31 in Dallas is to honor one of his basketball idols, which is Reggie Miller, which, again, I think just tells you the mindset of Klay Thompson right now is exactly where it needs to be. Not thinking too much, not having too much ego. Oh, I'm still one of these guys who needs to score at all costs and create my own shot and do these different things. He's going to be a three-point sniper specialist. That's his wheelhouse. It will extend his career, and it will give him an opportunity to get some jewelry on that thumb.
I like the idea of Klay Thompson saying, now that I've had two massive injuries, I'm in my mid-30s, not really the same player I was anymore. I feel like now I most mirror Reggie Miller.
Yeah. Now as my career's declined and I can't shoot as well anymore.
I'm in my Reggie Miller era.
Mirror the most overrated player that ever lived.
You think he'll give us a choke sign at some point, maybe at Madison Square?
Like Golden State's talking to him in negotiations. They're like, gosh, you're really just kind of like Reggie Miller in his prime. We don't want that. You can go now.
The 817 says you were going to be taking a bath in that skillet queso at Chili's tonight.
Dude, the skillet queso is so good.
Oh, my gosh.
Kristen's very
Just
particular
lather me
about
in that.
which one we're going to as well, because she's like, that one that we go to, it's always cold. It's never warm. Like, we got it. She's very... That's going to make
queso
or break.
Is always
I
cold.
want to see that skillet queso with some bubbles in it.
There's a specific place that she feels like they don't make it hot enough. That she feels like it just gets cool too fast.
Okay.
Well, looking forward to hearing Klay Thompson be introduced today. That's going to be very, very cool. Now, across the sport in a couple of different things here, the first of which is there was an NBA fight overseas.
Yeah.
Between some big basketball dudes. Did you guys see this?
What did Jokic's brothers do now?
No, this is not Jokic's brothers, even though that's a fair assumption. TMZ Sports has the video here. You had Zubats, the big man from the Clippers that we know very well.
Oh, yeah, Luka cooks him.
Yes, and Dario Saric, who is a relatively anonymous NBA player.
Who he played for.
Yeah, he just signed. I think he actually might have just signed with Golden State.
Fighting each other or fighting together?
Fighting together at a bar in Greece around 5:30 in the morning local time after their team Croatia played a game against Greece. So this is like the enemy coming in and partying in your country. This is like the Euro fans and all that. Like those rivalries are real,
and
dude.
Greeks are upset right now because they just got a 6-day work week implemented. So they're all angry.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
Yeah, so they said because
that should be illegal.
Their population is so old, and a lot of the young people have moved out because the economy's been so bad. And they're like, well, we need to find a way to get production, so we're just going to implement a 6-day work week.
Yeah,
jeez, dude.
So they're already
ornery,
very upset. This is probably their one night off. Blowing off all the steam.
No, probably not. It's because it was a Monday. That's supposed to be the start of their week. They're probably annoyed because that's like already day 2 of work because they start their shift on Sunday.
Probably. Probably.
Well, you have basically 2 7-footers in this bar, and the video's pretty great because it's just 2 guys that are clearly bigger than everybody else that's around them. But at one point, you see Dario Saric get into a headlock. Somebody has him in a big time like rear naked choke here. Not a good look for Dario Saric. At that point, you had Zubats all 7 feet of him with his 2 hands up saying, okay, you know what? Maybe we made the mistake here. And then security escorts them out. So that's what took place there between a couple of NBA 7-footers. And again, Saric is the one that's being choked out in the video. Not a good look there. Not a good look. I don't know how you bounce back from that.
You can't. If you're getting choked out, and you're an NBA player, and you're in a bar, and you got a 10-inch reach on the next guy.
This is Draymond and Gobert all over again with the headlock.
I need horticulturist Matt Hicks, as you referred to him earlier, Choppy.
Those are tree scientists?
To look at this video plants, right? And tell me, like, are these trees native to Greece that are in the background of this fight, Eric? Because this looks like they're at like a Hawaiian-themed like bar.
Like a luau?
Yeah, because it's like these...
It's palm trees.
It's like there's palm trees, and then there are like these huts, like these tiki huts, like around it.
I mean, Greece has like 11,000 islands.
That's why I just said. Is this like something that is the native tree to the area? Like, is this what? Does it look similar? Because this looks like this could be.
They could be on the island of Crete.
If you told me this was Hawaii, I would believe you.
Nothing like a good tiki hut though, just to set a nice summer vibe. Are you kidding me? Like, you tell me there's tiki huts?
Yeah,
I'm there. Dude.
I'm there.
You also had some news out of Team USA here, which is, I don't think any of us expected this. This is about as shocking as it gets when it comes to basketball.
This was pretty stunning.
I mean, I would argue this is one of the bigger upsets in sports history. Steph Curry is being singled out because as amazing and impressive as he is with the basketball in his hands, shooting and the dribbling, we see the pregame rituals where he's got 2 or 3, at times 4 basketballs that he's dribbling between his legs and whatnot. He cannot spin a basketball on his finger. The classic age-old, and it's always the middle finger,
I don't know.
Well, if you were great, you could just go all of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
See, and that's not a skill that I was born with. Clearly, it's not one with Steph Curry, and I would argue it's not one that you can develop. This is one of those skills that you either you get out of bed with in the morning or you don't. I have gotten all of 0% better over the course of my entire life trying to spin the ball on my fingers. Just not something I can do. My fingers are incapable, and it's the first time I've ever been able to relate to Steph. So he's humanized now.
Index finger was the one that I did.
Oh, really?
Typically, I don't know why.
I think it's always the middle.
It's always the middle.
But this is wild to be. Halliburton can't do it either.
Drew Holiday struggled with it at first.
No, Drew got. I mean,
he struggled with it at first, though. He couldn't get it like going for a second.
But Halliburton, and they're like, Durant seemed really put off. Really, really put off that Halliburton and Steph could not do it. He was like, how do you have a basketball in your hand all this and you can't do that? This is akin to a golfer who can't,
Yeah.
Hit the ball. Like
pop the ball
up
without having to reach down and grab it,
and keep doing it like that.
Oh, like bounce it,
tapping it like Tiger.
Oh
did
wow!
It's like there's not a golfer in the PGA Tour who can't do that. There's not one in high school who can't do that. A hockey player there's not a hockey player in the league who should not be able to pick the puck up, tap it twice to the referee, and get the puck to him without bending down. Every wide receiver in football should be able to spin the football and make it just spin for days.
Well, that's the easiest one of all. Of these.
I mean,
spinning the football. Every person with hands and an arm.
There's a difference between
that.
spinning it and the way they spin it, where that thing stays spinning for about 4.5 minutes,
and then they start rubbing their hands over it to heating up.
That's different. Every golfer. I mean, like you should not have to bend down to pick up your ball ever. If you're a golfer of any metal whatsoever. For Steph and Halliburton, guards. I don't blame Joel Embiid if he can't do this. I don't blame Greg Oden back in the day if he can't do this.
See, that's crazy because you would think the bigger man, the bigger finger, more real estate for the ball to spin. You would think
so.
the bigger finger here is advantageous in a ball spinning
That's why I'm
situation.
able to do it.
But to me,
yeah,
I just assume,
100%. Those freaking Jimmy Deans over there could spin just about anything.
I just assumed Jason Kidd had a basketball in his hand 24/7. Like as growing up, college, pro, because he's the point guard. Like you always have the ball in your hand.
Just like quarterbacks. If you see a quarterback on campus, you got
running
the ball.
Back, carry the ball.
Running back.
And I just assume like that every guard should be able to spin the ball. So for Steph and Halliburton not to be able to.
It's positionless now, though. The NBA is positionless.
That's a good point.
And so everybody should be able to do. What's the equivalent of this for for us? Like when you say everybody should, if you're this or that, you should be able to do this. If you're this or that, what should everybody be able to do in our job?
A cold read?
Yeah, like a live read or a promo. Because I can't do a promo.
Yeah, you should be able to do your commercial without looking at any kind of copy.
Okay, there we go.
Because you should know the product.
Yeah, you clearly not just know it, but love it. Like that's why you endorse it.
Now, I do think we're going to have some disagreement here. And this, I don't know who's going to be more upset after this. Is this going to be Bobby or is this going to be Choppy? But we need to address the WNBA Rookie of the Year situation that's brewing right now.
Okay.
Clark versus Reese.
Bro.
Just another layer
Ollie
to
Foreman.
the individual rivalry here. And Bobby, this is your favorite player. And I know just keep your Caitlin Clark bias out of this, okay, as we try and discuss who should be the WNBA Rookie of the Year, as you have the odds and everything. Everything's pretty favored towards Caitlin Clark
so
here at the moment.
At FanDuel, Caitlin Clark leads the Rookie of the Year. She's minus 390. Angel Reese is plus 250. She is second. Nobody else is even remotely close.
Yeah, it's a two-man race on this, but you have
two women.
Caitlin, okay, fair enough. You have Caitlin as a pretty heavy favorite.
Caitlin has, so minus 390's implied odds is like 80%.
And this offends you.
Yeah, it offends me as a gambler because like you're just giving free money away. If you want to make Caitlin Clark the favorite for WNBA Rookie of the Year, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But you cannot make the case that she's the runaway favorite over Angel Reese.
As the odds indicate.
But you're splitting a lot of votes here between Angel Reese and Camila Cardoso as teammates. They're in Chicago. Like it's so because of that, because of the way that they
nobody has any idea who she is.
Wow, some ally you are, male chauvinist. But here's the thing: is
the voters.
Would you let me finish my point about Camila Cardoso, who I'm very passionate about?
Where'd she play college basketball?
She didn't. She was a Brazilian basketball player. Just kidding. She went to Syracuse and then University of South Carolina.
Okay,
so I was kidding. I was testing you.
Very nice.
I was testing you.
Yeah.
Yeah. She of course she played for the great Dawn Staley.
Yes, she did.
It's like Bill Walton and John Wooden.
Look, Clark is averaging 16, 7, and 6. She's having a good year. Angel Reese is averaging 14 and 12. This is not. And those are not differential numbers to where you have one that's an 80% chance to win. Angel Reese she just set the rookie record for consecutive double-doubles.
Yeah, but do you know how she's getting all those rebounds?
Because she's missing her own shots like Dennis Rodman would?
Yes.
Or her other teammates are missing their own shots? Yeah, that's fine, but she's still putting the numbers up. Like, if you want to make Caitlin Clark the favorite, I have no problem with that.
But not this heavy.
You can't make her that heavy of a favorite. Because if you're using any off-the-court stuff, like, eyeballs and stuff like that, that should not count for Rookie of the Year. Rookie of the year should only be the play on the field, on the floor. And Angel Reese has had as good or better of a year.
Yeah, but
are we talking enough though about J.C. Sheldon?
Who's he?
Dallas Wings.
He was in NSYNC, right? Is it in NSYNC?
Hey,
Dallas Wings, I mean, only just put up 17 points the other night against Atlanta.
Listen, I'm not going to be super passionate about this. I've only really watched the highlights of both of these individuals playing. So I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm watching every game and totally just am offended at Choppy right now, crapping on Clark. But I do think that, when you look at the combined, Caitlin Clark leads the entire league in combined points scored and assisted upon. So she is the entire offense for her team. And from some of the clips that I have seen, you will see her where it's a double team, it's all eyes, and everybody is focused on Caitlin, and she's got to come up with something. Angel Reese is just like, oh, my teammate missed the shot, and I'm taller than the other girl, and I can grab the ball and put it back in.
Is that not a skill?
I'll miss it 4 times and get 4 more rebounds and then put it back in.
That's a skill.
But not as much of a skill as being your entire team's offense and like leading the entire league, not leading rookies, leading the entire sport in combined points scored or assisted on.
Now,
she is the team.
She's wildly inefficient, though.
Okay, and that's fine, and that's fair, but
WNBA metrics are not nearly as good as they are yet. They haven't caught up. Like, they don't have the same amount of analytics to say the NBA stats would.
There's even inequality in the
we've talked about there's been an analytics gap that we've talked about a lot.
We have.
Mm-hmm.
Got to close that gap.
Yeah.
So that's my argument there. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Jared Sandler, Rangers insider. All these trade rumors. What is going on? Rangers being sellers. What
Who does
it
he
all
think
mean?
should be the WNBA Rookie of the Year?
Let's ask him next year on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course we have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Chris. Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider, set to join us here momentarily on your home of the world champion Texas Rangers 105.3 The Fan. But Friday, Bob, cannot wait.
Glen Heights.
Have my first Firehouse tour experience with you boys.
You will be there. Choppy will be there.
I obviously will be there.
Ruben will be there. I'll be there at 6. It's going to be a great time. Come on out to Glen Heights. It is 1938 Southampton Road in Glen Heights for stop number 3 on the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour 2024.
Absolutely cannot wait. We got Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up here in a few minutes, but right now we go to the D&M Leasing Hotline and welcome in our good buddy Jared Sandler. The streaking Rangers, 4 games in a row right now, man. Things are feeling pretty good. This is exactly what they needed. What is going right for these boys right now?
Yeah, well, I think the first thing, guys, is that they're hitting fastballs. Now, you know, we talked about this yesterday pregame. On the road, they have not pitched nearly as well as they've pitched at home. So, you know, they did a nice job yesterday in that regard. But in general, not just this 4-game winning streak, but really going back to the maybe the second or third game of that Orioles series, even, you know, games they lost, they started hitting fastballs again. And not just hitting them at an okay level, but hitting them at an elite level. So for the last, 2.5 weeks, you know, they're hitting over 350 against fastballs. And over the first 2.5 months, they were one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball in hitting fastballs. So I know that sounds simple, but this was a team that really struggled against velocity, and that made life easy on opposing pitchers. And, you know, they've turned that around, and I think that's been a big key to their success. And yesterday, for instance, they had 7 hits against the fastball and hit over 300 against that pitch. So, you know, now it's forcing pitchers to kind of change or rethink their approach.
Wyatt Langford's been on a heater. So is Nate Lowe for that matter. And then both guys had moments where they were, just not hitting, especially Langford before the injury. What kind of adjustments have they made? Has it just been simply they're getting to the fastball as well?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Nate Lowe's numbers, I think that's probably fair, RJ. I think with Nate, he missed most of spring training and then the first 2-3 weeks of the regular season with that oblique injury. And in talking to him along the way, he just kind of shared a sentiment like, hey, I'm just trying to build back up, right? I'm trying to get ready to go. And I think, perhaps it's fair based on the results here over the last, 3-4 weeks that maybe he was just trying to rebuild that strength and get ready for the season. He just was kind of doing it on the fly at the major league level. And hopefully the results carry out and that this isn't, the exception, right? Hopefully this is him turning a page, because there was a stretch about a month ago where it's like, gosh, the Rangers might need to think about getting some help there at first base. But, the way he's performed lately, I think that might change the outlook going into the trade deadline. And with Wyatt Langford, I just think it's comfort. I think, he was so good in spring training, and every year we get teased. We forget to remember that a spring training performance, good, bad, or indifferent, doesn't guarantee anything. And what we should have, fallen back on is that the guy spent 40 days in the minor leagues last year, and that this is still a really tough game. It's harder to hit at the major league level than ever before. The numbers for rookies are as bad as they've been pretty much since the mound was lowered, with maybe the exception of like the 1972 season, which that was the last year in which there wasn't a DH in the American League. So that kind of explains why those numbers are a little bit lower for rookies. But, he kind of is following a little bit of a Gunnar Henderson path last year. Gunnar Henderson was not very good at the beginning of the season. Josh Young was the American League Rookie of the Month the first 2 months, and he kind of won that easily. And then obviously Josh, unfortunately got hurt. But, Gunnar Henderson emerged, and he emerged around the same time that Wyatt Langford's doing it. So I don't know that, I'm not saying he's going to, follow the same exact path, but Wyatt Langford's gone from, my goodness, does he need to be sent to AAA to, holy smokes, this guy might still mess around and end up winning the American League Rookie of the Year.
Talking with Texas Rangers insider Jared Sandler here on 105 through the Fan. Jared, all the reports that we've seen, the chatter that we've heard in the media is that the Rangers are kind of in an evaluation period about trying to figure out what they want to do at the deadline in terms of buy or sell. Is there a date, you think, for them where they're just marking on the calendar and saying, hey, by this point, we need to have it figured out what we're going to do? Or are they just going to play this kind of fluidly all the way up to the deadline?
Yeah, I think it's probably more the latter. And let's break down kind of some of these reports. Bob Nightingale saying that barring an extreme turnaround, the Rangers are going to be sellers is one of the more silly things I think I've ever heard. An extreme turnaround. This team's not 15 games back. They're maybe a few days away from being 4.5 games back of a playoff spot. Is that an extreme turnaround? No. Are they going to sell if they're 4.5 games back of a playoff spot? Absolutely not. He's not wrong in that the Rangers have a number of assets who would be of value if they decided to sell. But the idea of barring an extreme turnaround suggests that they are 90% going to be sellers, and that's just not the case. Now, if they don't get the job done over the next couple weeks, then all right, let's have that conversation. But, I don't think the Rangers are going to be sellers barring an extreme turnaround. Now, Bobby, there are two elements to your question. One is, what is Chris Young's approach on this? And two, what is the ownership group's approach on this? Because maybe the Rangers are sitting there, let's just say they're kind of in between. They're 7-8 games back, and Chris Young might say, hey, but, we've been playing better baseball. We've got Josh Young, Evan Carter, Tyler Mahle all coming back, Jacob deGrom coming back soon. Let's go for it. We don't need to be hyper-aggressive at the deadline, but maybe let's add a couple of relievers and see what happens. But what if ownership then says, hey, you know what? We're gonna move on. We're gonna punt on this year and go to next year, right? So you never know what the dynamic is, and you never know when ownership decides, hey, this is what we think is best. But I can't imagine that the Rangers front office, ownership group, anyone would have any interest in selling given the circumstances if the Rangers continue to play well and stay within a handful of games of a playoff spot, either in the wild card or in the division.
Jared, to that point, let's say that they start playing really well or they continue to play really well like they have recently, and they do get in a point of contention. Because their pitching staff, they do seem to have so much depth there, and they've got deGrom and Mahle coming back. is there a potential scenario where they're buyers or they're competitive and they're saying it, and then they're still potentially looking to offload some of the veteran arms just to kind of thin that out, or would they want to keep the depth, do you think?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I don't think that, while this was unheard of when we were all growing up, Bobby and RJ and Eric, I think that there are scenarios in which a buyer could sell, maybe in a one-off type move.
Yep.
But just knowing the way Chris Young is wired and what's important to him, I don't think that is something they would really look to do. In part because with DeGrom and Malley, you're excited to get him back, but you just don't know, right? They're coming off the Tommy John, and I think in 2025 those two guys are going to be studs. I said this. I do not be surprised if Jacob DeGrom comes back next year and wins the Cy Young, but I don't know what you're going to get from him this year. That's not to say you're not going to get a lot, but I just don't know that they want to put the burden of, hey, we're going to trade a guy because we're really counting on you, right? I think they don't want to put that pressure. I think they want to ease him into stuff. And the other thing is they really have a big need in the bullpen. Even if the bullpen has a week between now and, well, I guess the breaks come up. Let's just say over the next 2 weeks, the bullpen's really good. I still think that this team is going to look and say, we need to make some moves in the bullpen. And that can come from moving starters to the bullpen or obviously going and trading for relievers. The one thing I'd say is I don't know that they need to be super aggressive in trading for a starter. That's just, it's so crazy to think that because very rarely is that the case. But I think because of their starting depth, if they do not want to be super, super aggressive, I don't think they need to prioritize starting pitching necessarily. Now, that could change if, a guy gets hurt and John Gray maybe has another couple, shaky starts. But I think as of now, bullpen is priority 1, 2, and 3. I don't think that starting pitching is necessarily as big of a need, for the reasons that you sort of insinuated with that question.
Jared, where is Josh Smith on the All-Star alternate list? Like, what are we going to get guys dropping out because of injury, or they just decide they don't want to participate in the All-Star game? And is there a chance to get a Ranger in the Derby? Yeah,
so with Josh Smith, I'm feeling good about it. Give me 52% is my confidence meter. I get a sense that Jose Altuve is not going to participate. Maybe Carlos Correa. And so hopefully Josh Smith gets in because he definitely deserves it. And, I think there are a lot of people who felt badly yesterday because they wanted to give Marcus and Kirby their love. And I think a lot of people were obviously happy for them. But there was also a balance of, but to heck with this, how is Josh Smith not an all-star, right? That's what a lot of people wanted to talk about yesterday. And as far as the Derby, RJ, I don't know how this all works, right? It's not a very public ordeal in terms of the invitations until you know that someone's accepting it, right? I think there's some guys who have turned it down. We just don't know who. Maybe you can guess that Aaron Judge was asked and Shohei Ohtani was asked, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if Major League Baseball asked Adolis Garcia. It's just a matter of whether Adolis Garcia would want to do it. I don't know that to be sure, but it would make sense. Now, some guys don't want to do it if they're not an all-star, not because they're like, oh, well, make me an all-star and I'll do it. It's more like an imposter syndrome. Like, well, if I'm not an all-star, I don't know if I belong, right? It's just that's how some guys are wired. So I don't know, with Adolis, if he has been asked, what he would say. I would think he would be a guy who would make sense. My guess is guys with Corey Seager, well, he actually probably would make the most sense, given that he, didn't have a spring training, and I know he's been hitting like crazy of late, but I think Corey's still playing through stuff, and I think he's probably going to be playing through stuff the rest of the year. And my guess is in a high-intensity event like the Derby, which I know seems super relaxing, but for the guys participating, it's pretty physically taxing. My guess is that Corey would probably turn down an invitation just to use those days to get healthy or to try and improve his health. So hopefully Adolis maybe gets the ask, and hopefully he's willing to do it, because I don't think a host team has been without a participant since 2012. And I certainly would love to see someone in a Rangers uniform at the Derby, whether it's Adolis or Nate Lowe or Wyatt Langford, it would just be awesome to give the home fans someone to cheer on. In addition to, Bobby Witt being a local kid, I'm sure that will be of appeal. But it would be nice to see someone in a Rangers uniform.
Amen to that. Jared Sandler, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate the time as always, bro. Oh, we got a sausage finger from
last
Bobby
one.
up
Just
in the air.
real quick answer from you, Jared. Your WNBA Rookie of the Year is?
Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, co-rookie of the year. How about that for Riley?
That's right. Reggie is fist pumping in the other room.
Switzerland. All right. Enjoy your time out west, Jared. Go get Rangers.
All right. Yeah, thanks, guys.
There he goes. Coming up next, we crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford and Terrell. It is, of course,
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit. Let's do this.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
All right, in 15 minutes, we will go live to the Klay Thompson introductory presser with
there
the
might
Dallas
be other people
Mavericks.
there, too.
And there will be Najee Marshall. And will Quentin Grimes get a single question asked to him?
Yeah.
In a situation
Local
like this?
kid. Yeah, local
yeah.
kid.
Oh, yeah, local kid. That's right.
Definitely going to have some ties to that. So
Fan of the Buc-ee's. I
Yep.
saw him tweet out, like, the other day, I will stop at every Buc-ee's anytime I drive by one.
And he's a fan of The Bear, one of our favorite shows. So.
Oh, I thought he was a Brian Urlacher fan.
No.
What's the story with some Buc-ee's not having the sausage kolaches anymore?
Okay, this is not something that
I
I was
didn't know
aware
that.
of. What are you
Which
talking
ones are
about
these?
here? Are you kidding me?
This is a you
no,
thing,
please
Kevin?
tell me this is fake
Is
news.
this something you noticed?
Yes.
Okay.
I live
Yes.
a mile from one, so I will go find out today.
Okay, please report back with your findings because the one in Melissa
Been there.
and the one in, I think it's Royce City, we've been to, and they've like expanded their bakery and their pastries and stuff like that, but no more sausage rolls. It feels like.
You know, I'll tell you what I don't
That's
care
a bad
about.
business
I'll tell you
move.
what I don't care about the one in Melissa. They have the word Melissa underneath the Buc-ee's logo. We don't have that in Roanoke. It
So you're
bothers
just
me.
jealous?
Do you feel like you have a second tier Buc-ee's?
Because it's not in Roanoke.
Where is it?
It's in Justin.
That's not. They should say Justin.
The
though.
Texas Motor Speedway is in Justin,
I think
and
it's
the
in Fort
Buc-ee's
Worth.
right.
I think it's in Fort Worth.
Is it
though.
really?
Yeah, I
it's
think
technically a Fort
Worth
Worth
is
address.
annexed like the entire area.
Yeah.
Man, and those people care a lot because I remember when we went to that Buffalo Wild Wings that my address said it was in Fort Worth. People were like, bull ass. Or they said it was in Roanoke. They were like, it was this and that. They were really fired up.
North Lake, maybe.
I've been told if you
Yeah.
get down into the pit, it's 3 different cities all in one at Texas. Motor.
Yeah, it really might be. No, I'm serious. You actually might be right.
Can you stand
actually
in like
might
a
be
little
right.
triangle
Yeah, you
and
can
you're like,
stand
I'm
in
in
the triangle
three
and
cities at
trust,
once.
It might be. It might be Fort Worth. It might be Justin. It might be Roanoke. It might be Northlake. I don't know. Wherever the Tanger outlets are, that's what it is.
Yeah, the south side of the Speedway is technically Fort Worth, but if you venture over to the north side of the Speedway, it's Denton. It's Denton County, Tarrant County, and Denton County.
Then you get into turn 4, and that's something else. So
I highly recommend the Texas Philly anytime you guys go to Buc-ee's.
I heard you talking about this yesterday, and my friend just recently went to Philadelphia and ate Philly cheesesteaks every day.
Oh,
while he was there, he ate every day.
That.
I think he brought the COVID back to me. So, because Philly's nasty city.
That was nice of him.
Did he run the steps?
No. Why would you do that? That's impossible.
To burn off all the
real
Philly
Did you
cheese?
test?
Huh?
You have real COVID? You tested?
Yes, I have real COVID.
You tested?
What is fake COVID?
That's when you say you just don't want to come to work and you just say I have COVID.
Oh, okay.
All right. Yeah. No, yes.
Well, there's the COVID and then there's the Movid. Like
I had the Movid.
Choppy
I had the Movid. That's the difference.
But no, those steps look tough. Those steps
I'm
look
sure they
really
are.
Tough. I don't know if I want to try that.
Well, he's training to be the heavyweight champion of the world.
Good point. I don't know what's tougher though, and I don't know, Chop, if you've done it. Eric, I don't know if you've done it either.
Probably have.
The hill in Oxnard.
I've done it a couple
hill
times.
in California.
Yeah.
Ooh, which
there is
which
on
hill?
On the
one.
PCH.
Oh yeah, on the PCH.
Right.
Oh no, I've not.
There
done
is
that.
a sand hill, and it is 0.2 miles up. That's it, 0.2 miles. But every step you take, you go knee deep into sand.
Yeah.
And
You sink back down.
and it's on an
It's true.
incline. It's on an incline.
Every
it's
move
almost,
he made, I was watching him.
Shut up.
Yeah.
I watched Mac Engel jog up it and then sprint down it barefoot. And there's like rocks and everything too. And he's like, I've done this thing. And he did it like 4 times. And I'm sitting there struggling for one. Best view I've ever had.
Then he
It was
wrote
crazy.
an
So it's worth
inflammatory.
it.
It was worth it once I got up there.
But then he wrote an inflammatory column about how the view wasn't that great.
Yeah, because he went on a cloudy day, and you could really see. I went up there and I was still smoking. I went up there and enjoyed a smoke up there. I was. People were looking at me like, "What is the matter with you?" I thought I was going to die. I thought I was going to die when I got up there.
I mean,
That's your payoff,
you proved
dude.
your lung capacity. You made it
I
up
did.
there.
I know, right? But yeah, the worst part though is because you go up barefoot, because otherwise your feet with shoes on, and you're dodging glass.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow, so it's like an obstacle course.
Yeah. Next time I do it, if I do it again, I'm wearing sneakers.
Wow. No, I have not attempted that, but that does sound like a fun time to go and watch you guys try.
Yeah.
So you're not even going to pretend like you want to try.
I mean,
You're
just
like,
being like knee deep in sand,
yeah.
it just doesn't sound fun.
It's tough. It was a tough.
Running in regular sand is tough.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, I love a good walk on the beach. No one says, and I love a good run on the beach. Unless you are Rocky
runner,
himself.
yeah, a runner
you know,
or
but he's got the eye of the tiger.
Yeah.
He's built different.
Have you ever walked on the beach and you thought you were with 2 people, but then there was only 1 set of footprints?
Wait.
It's Jesus.
He's Catholic. He's not going to know that reference.
It's Jesus.
That's a Protestant poem. I'm just saying.
I grew up Catholic.
I'm just saying it's
I don't know
typically
that I
a
know
Protestant
that one.
poem. You don't know footprints. See, I told you. Don't question
man.
me.
I don't know that I know that
I
one.
really thought people were like, then we were going to move on with our life. So
I liked it. I liked the reference.
I guess not.
Look that one up.
Okay.
I'll just ask my 14-year-old. He probably knows it.
Oh yeah.
Dude, your 14-year-old is just dominating right now.
Apparently.
Yeah, he gets it. What's coming up on the program today, Corey?
Guys, right out of the gate, Mavs introductory press conference with Klay Thompson and other people. And also Wyatt Langford at 10:20.
We're going to talk about
Really?
him.
Oh yeah,
I was
we're
about
gonna
to
talk
say,
about Wyatt
wow.
Langford.
He's gonna end up saying as much at 10:20 as he normally does in an interview. So
Also, our news segment at 11:20 today, audio amigos. So we'll talk about.
So let me
you guys
ask
have
you
the
this.
funniest. You guys have the funnest segment.
I'm a fan
I like
already.
it. I like it.
workshopped several titles. This is the one I like the best. However,
Is it offensive?
is it offensive?
No.
No, not at all. I think it's
Audio friends is basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
Audio amigos.
I think that's good.
That's fantastic.
877
I have segment envy.
Thank you.
To be honest with you.
Okay, segment. I like that. I think that's a good one. I think it's offensive.
Okay, good.
Maybe it is. What the hell do I know?
Yeah, I don't know, RJ. You might not be the first person I would go to determine if something is offensive.
I don't think it's offensive. This might be the worst collection of three people. I don't know, four, maybe pull Mike in here. I think we're the worst collection of people to ask if something's offensive.
If this was dry roast, we'd be screwed.
Hardwood.
This is our think tank.
You can't use us.
I want Mike to help me write the next dark roast. I think Mike would come up with some good ideas, some good content for it.
Yeah, Mike would be. He would be upset.
Who are you, dark roast?
I don't know. Just next time I need it.
This company?
I think.
From the 817.
I think what we should.
From the 817, Bobby.
One of those days.
From the 817. I'm Mexican. If you change it, I'll be offended. So there we go.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
You
got to pass. Painted into a corner.
You got to pass
from the
806. From the 806, as the KNC resident Mexican, I don't think it's offensive. I love it. Thanks for the shout out.
I feel like we have a lot of diverse listeners.
All right,
there you go.
I like it.
Okay, good.
What do you want to hear from Klay Thompson today?
I want to get a temperature check on what his Spanish looks like.
I want him to talk about his boat.
I want to ask why. I want you to ask why his dad's such a crybaby.
I was gonna say I genuinely do want somebody to ask him how like the dynamics been with his dad, because his dad was very clearly upset he didn't go to the Lakers.
True.
Yeah, I've never seen something like that.
What's it like having a dad who's selfish about his own personal gain versus their child?
Yeah, man. I mean, Klay Thompson's in the mindset now
Well,
where
they probably leave at the age of 5, and then you don't really see them anymore. Maybe once right before you're about to graduate high school. And is that? I thought that was a question.
Is that a real life alert you just had?
I thought it was a question we were asking.
It felt pretty therapeutic.
Never mind.
All
I
right.
have nothing to say about that.
All right.
More of that. And I cannot wait. Did you say 11:20 audio, amigo?
Audio, amigo.
Audio, amigo.
Looking forward to that, ladies and gentlemen. The KNC Masterpiece and the Klay Thompson presser all coming up next here on The Fan.
Like snakes in the Odyssey app is a guarantee. O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and Reginald Atatula, and I want you guys to help us out with something right now. So we've got the Mavericks presser coming up, where we will hear from any number of the Dallas Mavericks luminaries. But also, if you stream this show, 877
Nobody does.
881
Everybody stop streaming the show.
105.3. It seems as though nobody streams the show. I disagree. Text in, hit us up on the Twitch, hit us up on the YouTube, whatever you want. If you stream this show, I do want to know. Now, and another quick NBA hit for you guys. I don't know if you care about this at all, because I realize it is Summer League, but I did like seeing Zach Edey have a nice game because, first of all, he got drafted higher than I would have thought. And he was so good in college, and everyone's like, well, he'll never translate at the next level. And it's a Summer League game. They could very well still be right. But I did enjoy seeing him succeed, at least at the start, and have a good, I realize, Summer League game.
Is he going to dominate the NBA, you think? Or
I'm not prepared to make such a bold assertion following a Summer League game, but I hope he does well.
Not every team can do what Boston did, right? Like, not every team's built that way.
Win a championship?
Well, spread you out that way, the way that they do. But when you do have a big man, you saw kind of what the Mavericks were able to do. That was get to the finals until they ran up against a team that could do what Boston did. So I do think that there's still a place for the big guy in the NBA as a, bench guy, rebounds and all that stuff, and a lob threat and maybe even a post threat. But when it comes to now, you have to figure out how to match up against a team that does that too. So you have to be, if you want to be one of those championship teams, you have to be flexible to do everything with the capability of doing it and saying, you know what, we can walk away from the big whenever needed, but we can also use it to dominate other teams. That was Phil Jackson told Shaq that back in the day, was to build to big. During the season, build to big so that, like, as you're going along, you get bigger throughout the season. This a story I heard about Shaq. Get bigger as the season goes along so you can punish guys in the playoffs. And obviously that was their MO, was they were going to utilize that as much.
Seemed like he didn't work very hard to get big in the offseason.
Yeah, that was he was like, I'm just going to keep getting bigger in the regular season.
Now, I guess I did drop the ball because I did not text him anything. People said we needed to text Blake questions because he'll be at the presser.
All right.
We still have time if we want to do that. But by the way, for the 817 YouTube streamer here, I streams, yes, streaming and delivering beer. Ooh, fun. From the 956, I watch the show for hours on YouTube. From the 972, I've been twitching for years. Corey, I don't know if there's anything on the Twitch or the YouTube if you want to add in there.
Right here from Tony Jones. I'm Mexican. We don't get offended, is what Tony said.
Oh, my gosh. Are we?
Jason says Tolo fools. MKW says Tolo streamer. Eric says stream. And then Tony Jones said, do they think we're bots? Let's cross streams.
Ooh, Ghostbusters reference right there.
There you go.
I appreciate that.
Is that Ghostbusters reference?
Yeah. Remember when they were, well, sure. I choose to take Ghostbusters when they're like, don't cross the stream. If we're ready to go. Oh, okay. 3 minutes till the Mavericks presser.
All right.
I just heard something dramatic in my ear, and I didn't hear what it was, and I assumed that meant
was it
was ready to go.
I'll try not to play the Imperial March in your ears often.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. In the meantime, the Texas Rangers are on a by gosh winning streak. Now, of course, you could argue that already, but another big win yesterday, and the Bats are once again looking top notch. Well, in a short sample size.
Yes, and was it the last 2 games now scoring 500 runs?
I think that's too many, but
it's nice to see that they're starting to swing like that. Hearing Bruce Bochy talk about their timing on the fastball and how they're starting to really get out in front of that, and they're starting to drive that the way that they want to. I don't know why it took so long to get to this point, and it's not just like small pieces of it. Aside from Josh Smith, nobody could hit. Nobody could consistently get up there and hit. So I don't know what took it so long, but they have found a groove right now. And maybe teams will say, oh, we see what they're doing, and they'll adjust to it on the other half. Maybe teams are starting to wind down as we get closer to the All-Star game. They're starting to think about other things. This is a great time for the Rangers to take advantage of that.
From the 2-1-4, if they win out and are 500 at the break, the Rangers become buyers. I think even that, you don't quite need it there. I think what we said yesterday was maybe 4-2, definitely 5-1. I think doesn't necessarily automatically make you buyers, but I think it's encouraging. I think it delays the potential of this team becoming a seller. And if nothing else, it just builds up your momentum.
Yeah, the momentum and the confidence of being able to hit, just like hitting right now consistently the way they're doing. And then, as Mike's always said, when it comes to hitters, power comes last. And then, Kevin, if you're doing that in August, September.
Sure.
October.
Or for future years, yes, I agree.
November-ish. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Home runs in November. Very nice.
1st,
yeah,
baby.
November, let it rain, baby, is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That is exactly where I'm at. What is the Imperial March? Because I guess I did it wrong. How's the Imperial March? Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum.
I think you threw an extra note in there, but more or less.
All right, gotcha.
I think that is an accurate representation.
From the 903, stuck in the office today, so unfortunately can't listen. So how did they?
But they knew to
just
text
texted
in.
I appreciate that.
So listen.
Get out of the office for a little bit, just to go.
From the 214, watching YouTube on my Nintendo Switch, and from the 682, streaming while driving to Odessa. I like it. I like it. I like it. I appreciate all the people.
Those are the three.
That's apparently that's what we've learned. Mm-hmm. So I appreciate all of those people streaming. Is there anything in particular from the Mavs presser you care about hearing or you want to hear?
I guess I want to hear that Clay's really excited to be here. I assume that he's signed here. He didn't have to sign here if he wasn't excited about it. But we'll get to see in October, November. I think we're going to see a rejuvenated Klay Thompson, not 2016 Klay Thompson.
Sure.
I get it, but I think we're going to see a better version than 2023-24 Klay Thompson. But press conference, I'm excited to hear about it, but I can't. It's really tough until you see him play with the team.
From Anthony on the YouTube, Mike, do you think the Mavs are done making moves?
Yes.
Like just complete, like you're going to add one little,
and it's not going to be something
side
that
piece.
I would imagine moves the needle. I know people are back in on the Dennis Smith Jr. thing, and we talked about
0
it.
minutes.
Yeah,
unless there's injuries or you're sitting guys out.
So they might add somebody, but maybe it won't.
Not Michael Jordan.
I know.
Or Larry Bird or something like that. A nice little.
Definitely not that. All right, let's go to the Mavs. Maybe somebody will ask that question right here in the fan.
We're excited to have him in Dallas. In a second, I'm going to turn it over to our VP of Basketball Operations and Assistant GM, Michael Finley, for some opening remarks, and then we'll go into questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll find you with the microphone. And, please state your name and affiliation so these guys can try to get to know you. So with that, Finn.
Yes. First of all, welcome everyone here. Thank you for coming. It's an exciting day for us to add these young men to our organization. Last year, we had a pretty successful year. We did come up a little bit short, but like every other team in this league except for one, we went into this summer trying to get better. And I think with the addition of these three young men here, we're taking a step in the right direction and trying to get better. We have three great young men who I think will do a great job for us on and off the court, and we're very excited to have them a part of the Mavericks organization. So without further ado, open up for questions.
Mike Curtis, Dallas Morning News. Just wanted to say welcome to Clay, Najee, and Quentin. This question is for Clay. Just after 13 years with the Warriors, why was now the time to depart for a new team, and what made Dallas the destination for you?
I mean, whether you play basketball or work in
the corporate world or whatever industry, sometimes change just can spur greatness, and a new change of scenery can do wonders. And I'm very grateful for my time at Golden State, but I just felt like, moving on could just re-energize me and do something special for the rest of my career. And Dallas was so attractive because of the young players they have, the style of play, the world-class treatment these players get from this organization, and just a beautiful city who loves their hoops. So when I was watching the playoffs and I'm watching the Mavs, make a run for the championship, I just saw myself fitting in really well with this team and the personnel, and they look like they have fun playing with each other and they play for each other, and that was very attractive for me, and that's really all I needed to see, and there's mutual interest there, and that's why I'm here.
Tim Cato with The Athletic. Clay, you obviously were in the league when Luka entered and debuted. I'm curious your thoughts on, first impressions of him and what you've seen from him as he's gone from a rookie to a superstar, and then the other two, Najee, Quentin. I'm just curious what your expectations are, to play with Luka, what you think it's going to look like, feel like, be like.
Y'all got it.
I mean, everybody knows Luka is one of the top players in the NBA, so I feel like our job is to go out there, play as hard as we can, and just try to get back to the position they was in last year, and hopefully win the championship. And then playing with Luka, he makes everybody else on the court job a lot easier. For me as a shooter, just coming in, just learning from Clay, one of the best shooters to ever touch a basketball. So playing with Luka to be fun because he draws so much attention defensively. So I'm ready to knock down open shots, make plays, and just do whatever I can to help this team win.
Yeah, kind of like Q said, Luka's an amazing player. So just to learn from him and, just to play with him, make the game easier for him. Even to learn from like Clay and Quinn, who are great shooters. So I'm just excited to play with everybody, looking forward to it. But yeah, Luka's an amazing player, and just to make the game easier for him.
I mean, Najee and Quentin said it. Luka, even before he got in the NBA, you watch his EuroLeague highlights and you're like, this 18-year-old is doing this to grown men? It's crazy. So the impact he had on a rookie too, you could see that he had greatness ahead of him. I mean, pretty sure he gave us a triple-double in Oracle like in 2019 as a rookie, and I don't think that's happened to us since maybe like a LeBron or Tim Duncan. So you saw the potential early, and I think just playing off him, Kai, and the rest of the guys, I can help them space the floor and knock down shots or play defense, whatever's needed.
Tim McMahon, ESPN. Clay, I'm sure you've heard, and I know you had conversations with Steph, with Steve Kerr. What has this been like for you, just emotionally, kind of going through? Divorce is probably not the right word, but closing that chapter after 13 years and just everything that goes along with that.
I mean, probably a little disappointed at first, but then as time goes on, you have a lot of time to reflect and you realize what you did. They can't take that away from you as far as the championships records are meant to be broken, but the impact you have on a community and all that, that will forever live. And sometimes, breakups are necessary to do what's right. And I'm not the first athlete in the NBA to go through this. I did grow up in Portland, and I remember when Scottie Pippen came to the Blazers, that was like the biggest day of my life. And I'm not saying I'm Scottie, but they were right there against the Lakers, almost won a chip. So I take a lot of inspiration from past athletes and how their careers might have gone, astray when they either left the team or joined a new team. And some guys thrive, and I look forward to just kind of being rejuvenated here and playing a lot of good basketball left in the tank.
Kevin Gray, Mavericks Radio Network here on the left, Clay, for a question for Clay. For you, just two-part question. What was your relationship with Kyrie Irving and how that influenced you making the decision to come to Dallas? And how would you define yourself as a player at this stage in your career and what that means to help this Mavericks team try to win a championship going forward?
Some good questions. Kyrie and I are good friends. I mean, we came in the league together in 2011. We played on Team USA together twice. Obviously, we played against each other in the highest stages for many years, and I've always been a fan of Kai's game, and guarding him was hell, so it's nice to be on the other end of that for once and see other defenders get loose and get shook by him. That's going to be a good sight to see. And then part two, at this point in my career, I mean, still can't leave me open, and I can guard, and I'm just excited. I still think I can do what I've been able to do, and it's just about being in the best shape I can possibly be. But I know I can help this team, whether it's the knowledge I've gained or big scoring nights. I just still know I can be a very, very good player in this league.
Well, you're good. Welcome, guys. Blake Elliott, 105.3 The Fan. This is for all of y'all. One of the marks that this Mavs team made was kind of defense and toughness. I just wonder how much of all three of y'all identify with that and help to implement that with this Mavs team this year.
Well, I say playing against these two, I mean, that's why they're here. Not because it's pretty, because they lock up, they're willing to do the dirty work, and I've got against both them, so we're going to have some battles in practice. I'm excited about that.
Definitely. That's kind of my MO, toughness, defense. So one of the things I bring to the game, and something I love to do. So like you said, you know, that's kind of what they used to get where they got this year. And I'm just here to pick up whatever slack they lost or just add to.
Yeah, same thing, just reiterate what they said, just coming in. That was kind of my calling card coming in from Houston. Playing for Coach Sampson, kind of, you can't play defense, you're not going to be on the floor. So playing for Tibbs as well, too. If you don't play defense and scrap and fight for every 50-50 ball, you're not going to court. So that's what I try to do from day one, and I'm going to still do it till I can't play the game anymore, really.
Eddie Sefko, Mavs.com. Najee, well, all of you really, I'm sure, had times to guard Luka, but you in particular, what was it like trying to lock him down, and how much of a relief is it to be on this side now as opposed to that side?
Definitely a relief. Man, Luka's a high-level player, man, so locking down, I won't use that word, but maintain, you know, all three levels, just unbelievable. So just to be on his team, and like Clay said, let him do that to other people, I'm going to get enjoyment out of that. For real.
And I don't recall, it's been a long time, but I don't remember if Steve Francis went to Tacoma Park, but did you break all his records around that area?
No, I didn't. He was from that area. I don't think he went to Tacoma Park, but I would have had to go there for a long time to do all that.
Newey Scruggs, NBC5. Michael, first question for you. You know what it's like to be an all-star player with a franchise and then making the move like you did to the Spurs. What conversations do you have with Clay about that? And then for Clay, obviously your dad, Michael, longtime Laker and radio voice, came out and said he was disappointed. Have you guys made up on that? Is it okay at the house?
Well, to answer your question, we talked about this at dinner, and it wasn't about the basketball. I talked to him more about the experience and the veteran leadership that he can bring to the team. The difference is he was a champion going to a different team, and I was a guy trying to get a championship. But the experience and veteran leadership, we do have a commonality there. And I think with Clay, he can bring that experience, that knowledge for the young for the young players, as well as Luka and Kai. So experience is key, and I think he brings that to the table.
Yeah, my dad was disappointed. I haven't talked to him much about it, but at the end of the day, he was happy for me. I mean, he was a little selfish in his business interests because he wanted me to be at home with the family. I was like, Dad, I've been in California my whole life. I got to experience something new. So he understood, and he's actually really excited for me, and he thinks we have a great shot to do something special here, not just this year, but for many years. So he was all on board once the dust settled, and he realized that it was really a match made in heaven.
Price, Math.com. Quentin, you have a brother that plays in the National Hockey League with Vancouver. What's that like when you guys get together and talking basketball and hockey? And for Clay, you once scored 60 points on just 11 dribbles. I don't know how you did that. Could you explain that to us?
I'll go. ago. But just being with my brother being in NHL, it was really my first year actually going to see him in the playoffs, because just in high school I had AAU for a couple of leagues seasons in the league. He was knocked out the first round and stuff like that. So being able to go watch him in the playoffs, you kind of showed like what it's like for him, because he's going on his – I think he just signed another contract, so it'll be going on at year 18 when he's done. So just seeing a guy like that, just being able when I was in high school, be able to pick his brain, like what it's like to be a pro, how to take care of my body, being able to see like what he does on a day-to-day basis on how to just level up his game on the ice, I guess you could say. So it was definitely a big help for me just having somebody like that, another pro athlete in my household. I can just pick up the phone and call and just talk about how to take care of my body, how to just try to take that next step in high school. But he's been a huge help for me during this process, just in the league all the time, highs, lows, somebody I can call and just talk to all the time about, and just the little things just about being a professional athlete, really.
Yeah, it was a good night for me. I mean, I was lucky to have Steph and KD on the floor, so, they weren't going to leave them. And I also played with some great passing big men. I mean, Zaza was on the team, and he gave me permission to wear number 27 here, actually, so that was nice of him. But other than that, I mean, just one of those nights where you're in the zone and you don't really think about much other than just getting that ball and let it flick off your wrist. And hopefully you have many nights like that in the Mavs uniform, though. That'd be nice.
Good morning. Over here to your left, Valencia King with Real Talk Sports. Welcome to Dallas, all of you. And my question is kind of deals with family, and you touched on it a little bit, Q, but we know no one gets to this level of success without a support in the village around them. What is it like sharing these moments with your family, and how do you kind of have those conversations and thanking them for being your support along the way?
Yeah, my family has been super, super supportive my whole career. My mom should do, I think, as any mom would, to do whatever she could to make sure to see her son reach her dreams. And just, I give all the glory to her. Her and my dad were the biggest inspirations for me growing up. They did anything possible for me to make sure I was in the best position possible to reach my dreams. So I give really all the credit to them, because without them, I definitely wouldn't be here today at all.
Yeah, definitely. Basically stole the words out of my mouth. My mother, my dad, my AAU coach. They just really been supportive of me. I got a bunch of siblings, so they're just all happy for me, and it's just a great time for us all. Put in a lot of work to get here, and they all helped me out and played a factor. So just to be able to be at this moment and just to have them here even is unbelievable.
Yeah, like Najee and Quentin said, just starts with your parents. And I was lucky enough to have two brothers who beat up on me until I was 18, both professional athletes, and my father played obviously in the pros, so it kind of was my calling. I just wanted to do what he did and fell in love with the game early, and they never forced me really to do anything. I always had a love for it, and they just always supported me, and I'm excited to get them out here to Dallas, though. We're going to have a great time, and Southern hospitality is real, so I'm really excited to experience that.
Rashad Miller, Dallas Weekly. I have two questions for Najee and one for Clay. First, your nickname, The Knife. You were undrafted, so what was the motivation behind you making sure that you had different things that you could display on the court? And also, last season, the Pelicans faced a lot of injuries. So how did you utilize that time to get better at the game?
Being undrafted, what motivated me, I just knew I was a good player. And I just wanted the opportunity to showcase my skills, and I knew when I got that opportunity, it was over with. But as far as the Pelicans, yeah, we had a lot of injuries, and just being able to be the next man up. Other teams don't have sympathy for you, and when it's your opportunity, you take full advantage of it, because you may not get many. So that's just kind of how I looked at it, really.
And for Clay, I know the Bahamian team didn't make it to the Olympics, but what do you see for that program, and what do you want to contribute to that program?
Oh, man, shout out Chris DeMarco and him being able to bring the islands together, and a nation of 400,000 people. That's very dear to my heart, because that's where my family's from. My father grew up, and I still visit my aunties and uncles and cousins out there. And for there to be 3 NBA players, and Buddy, DeAndre, and Kai from that small island, and a chance to go to the Olympics is so special. I just look forward to contributing, my knowledge of the game. I mean, Anta Apparel has sponsored the jerseys, helped out with the travel. So just lending a helping hand as much as I can, because when my father came up and he was playing in the league, the Bahamas didn't have the infrastructure or it wasn't as organized as it is now. And Chris has done a great job, along with Buddy and Eric and DeAndre, of really building a great basketball culture in the islands. And the fact they were one game away from the Olympics is incredible, and it's super inspiring for anybody who's from the Caribbean that, you know, you can make it and make noise on the world stage. So I'm just proud of the Team Bahamas.
Clay, Chuck Cooperstein, Mavericks radio play-by-play. How surreal is this moment, the fact that you are sitting here as a member of the Mavericks doing something, as you mentioned, you telling people you wanted to do something different, but the reality that you are actually doing something different right now?
Yeah, it's surreal, but I'm embracing it. The organization showed me so much love, and the fans, whether it's on the internet or in the street, are very grateful. And everyone I met, there's just a great buzz around the city, especially coming off a championship appearance. Everyone wants to get over that hump, and that's what was so attractive to me, is to be someone who can help them win and help these young guys grow. And being on the back end of my career, or in my 30s, it's so special to have this opportunity. Not many guys who play 13 years get a chance to win a championship or championships to end their career. And I think we're set up for a great run, and expectations are high, but you got to welcome that. I mean, that's what you want as an athlete. You want to have that pressure, and you want to have expectations from the fan base, the city, that, you know, we want a winner. And that's what attracted me too. I'm not really into breaking more shooting records. I just want to win at this point. That's what I learned in Golden State. Like, everyone's got to make sacrifices to win at the highest level, and I'll make sacrifices for the team, but as long as we play winning basketball, that's all that matters.
Skyler Dixon with the AP. Clay, Steph said this week that the thing he wanted for you more than anything was to see the joy back in your game. Had you lost some of the joy in the game?
There was times last year it was really tough. I mean, you know, everyone expects you to be that all-NBA player, and, you know, sometimes it's hard to consistently do that. That's why there's only 15 slots on that team, and coming here is just such a fresh start, and feeling just wanted again, and like I bring great value. It just gets me excited to go out there and even work out after this press conference and get shots up. And so, yeah, there was times last year it was tough where it wasn't as joyful as it had been in the past. And it's nice to kind of shed that and have a whole new fresh start, whole new group of guys to get to know, and co-workers. So a whole new city. It's really cool, and I'm going to embrace the heck out of this opportunity.
Dorothy Gentry with iMessenger Media. I'm back here, guys. Right over here. Dorothy Gentry with iMessenger Media. Quentin and Najee and Clay. 2 questions for all 3 of you. 1, when and where are each of you the happiest? And then number 2, if you had a different talent other than basketball, what would that be? Can you sing, dance, tap dance, swim, what?
I'm going to let the Young Bucks get that one first. I got to think about that.
I think we could all agree that we're definitely the happiest on the basketball court. I feel like anytime you're going through a good day, a bad day, like, you want to be on that court putting in work, just trying to get better, and just for the love of the game, just being out there hearing the ball bounce and then go through the net. That's just, to me, no better feeling for sure, definitely being on that basketball court. And then to your second question, I guess hidden talent. I mean, I guess I can juggle a little bit, play the piano a little bit. So if that's a hidden talent, I would go with those 2 for sure.
Definitely probably the gym. Nice summer day when you got all your work in and it's cool outside, you don't got nothing else to do. That's probably one of my favorite places to be. But I'm talented at everything, to be honest. I can do it all. So you name it, I'm good at it. So
that's funny. I mean, I'm with them. We're hoopers, so we're happiest on the hardwood, playing pickup, getting shots up, music blaring in the background. And then Man, I'm also my happiest when I'm next to a body of water. Everyone knows I love the ocean, but it could be a lake, it could be a creek. I got a fishing rod or I got a kayak, some water sport really gets me excited. And if I didn't hoop, what my hidden talent? Man, I'm pretty good at, like, I'll be a good Jeopardy contestant. I really feel that way. I got a lot of knowledge that's pretty useless, but a lot of hours spent on Wikipedia and stuff. So I got some random facts stored in here.
Tim Cato with The Athletic again. I've got one for Clay, one for Michael. Clay, you talked about your relationship with Kyrie earlier, but when you say you feel like this is a chance to be rejuvenated, how much did Kyrie and watching Kyrie and watching how he has been rejuvenated here in Dallas, whether it's conversations with him or just watching him, how much did that affect and impact this decision?
He actually was one of the first people to text me just how grateful he is to be here and how the city's embraced him, the organization's embraced him, especially after what he had to go through. And I've known Kai for a long time, and he's been super down to earth ever since I met him, and just a very gracious person. And for him to come here and embrace the city and embrace the role he has just inspired me, because they were so close to winning the whole thing, and I think we can help get them over that hump. And sorry, what was part two?
Yeah, just whether that was pretty much it.
Okay.
Just whether you had conversations directly about that or just watching him.
Yeah, we did. We had some good. Yeah. We text a lot nowadays. Us millennials, so we had some good text threads. Yeah.
And then Michael, what was the process like for you guys in the front office? Like, you've got some shooters up here. When did you guys, as a front office, kind of come to the realization that this roster, needed more shooting? Was it something that you learned in the playoffs? Was it something you learned in the finals? Was it something that even before the playoffs started that you hope to address in the offseason?
Well, I think every team in the league would love to have more shooting. That's the way the game is going. And it was very obvious during our playoff runs, especially in the games that we lost, not only in the finals but in some of the other playoff games, that if we had more shooting, it would gives us a better opportunity to win those games. And I think in the finals, we saw that a couple of games. We make a shot here and there. That's a different series. So now, by adding these type of players, it's not going to answer it's not going to be the ultimate answer per se, but it gives us a better chance to win those games when we need big shots to be made. And especially, I know these three guys are capable of taking and making those big shots.
Well, guys like Luka and Kyrie on the floor, I think just me being out there is going to give them a lot of space to operate. And same with our big men. And Derek and Daniel, just their ability to roll and finish is also great. I play really well with big men who, like me and Trace Jackson, had a great rapport last year because he's so good at the rim. And I saw the same thing with those two guys. And I just I don't think you can stick to me as much as you could in the past with guys like Luka and Kai out there, and that's what also was very attractive for me.
I think just my overall game, get better on defensive end, offensive end. Yeah, just from every way, just in every type of way, just get better. Make the game easier, continue to soak up knowledge and learn.
Then for me, to kind of get back to being more of a playmaker, like how I was in college and high school and stuff like that. Because like you said, like Luke and Kyrie and Clay definitely gonna have a lot of attention on them on the court. So just the playoff closeouts, knocking down, taking open shots when it's there. So just being able to learn from J. Kidd, and you can see from watching all the games in the playoffs, he gives freedom to all the guys out there. So I'm super excited about that. And just learning every day from this. It's a great organization. It felt like family. And the whole time I was in the building yesterday, meeting everybody, a bunch of new faces. So I'm really excited to just be around the whole organization, everybody, every single day.
Yeah, Finn, you've lived through a lot of the history of this organization and seen the comments through the years of not being able to reel in the big free agent fish. How did this come about over a term of months or years, or how would you describe the process?
Winning. Everyone wants to be a part of a winner. In the past, Dallas has had, some winning teams, but we just couldn't get over the hump of being a consistent winner. And over the past couple years, I think the word around the league is that not only we are a winning organization on the court, but off the court as well. And I think with that, it makes it attractive for guys like this to want to join us and make our organization and our team even better. So I think winning is a very easy to sell to athletes nowadays, to put them in a winning environment. And these guys was grateful enough to join us in that.
There you go. Dallas Mavericks press conference, introductory press conference right here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot to decompress from. Coming up next, let's talk about a couple of things that they said in there because, Corey, you made the observation. It sounds like everyone understands their very well-defined roles. Let's talk about that next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd.
Hey, really?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Franklin & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Got the opportunity to hear from Najee Marshall, Quentin Grimes, Klay Thompson, Michael Finley this morning. And one of the things that Klay said immediately that I was like, I mean, I get that's what he would say, but I love that he said it. I'm not here to just break more shooting records. I'm here to win.
Yeah.
And then the other part that maybe goes along with that is the question was, did you kind of lose some love for the game last year? And why he didn't immediately come out and be like, yes, I did. The large hesitation kind of told you a whole lot. And then the rest of his answer, I think, filled in the blanks.
Yeah, he had. You even said when it was asked, that's a really good question.
That was a fantastic question.
And I think instead of saying that's a really good question, he had to pause for a minute and think because he was like, oh, man, this is a thoughtful one. And he did sound like, man, there was a lot of stuff missing from me last year, from the me who I am, like emotionally and personally. And I think you saw it on the court at times, and you saw it come out. And hopefully, like he said, this is a fresh start. Those frustrations don't seep back in any way for him, because if his real goal, Kevin, is I want to add another ring to it because I want to show Golden State, that I still am a championship guy and they should have paid me that way and all those things. Like, again, this goes back to the 3 keys for athletes. One of them is revenge. He wants that revenge on Golden State to say, because he even mentioned how many times he felt let down by them. So he wants that.
I also think someday he wants this move to go down in the pantheon of the Scottie Pippen move.
Yes, he does.
The way he was like, I'm not saying I'm Scottie Pippen. He was like, but that move was huge.
Yes.
Like, I loved his enthusiasm for that, as well as the fact that if he didn't play basketball, Klay Thompson said Jeopardy would be his go-to because he knows a lot of useless information.
Don't we all think we know a lot of useless information until the question's asked?
Jeopardy will humble you.
It just happened. I didn't know that.
Absolutely. I knew somebody once, they wanted their girlfriend on Jeopardy so bad that they had to do like an almost all the way across the court hook shot at a basketball court.
And they made it?
Yeah.
White man can't jump.
Uh-huh.
He did.
Yeah, with Jack Harlow, I believe.
I have not seen that version. I don't know if they roll through like the exact same plot
What
or
are you
anything.
doing right now?
But then also, Corey, you said it seemed like everyone had a really good idea and defined breakdown of what they were going to do for this team.
When you're doing a bunch of things that maybe you're being asked to do some things that you're not good at or that you can't do as well, and then you are told, hey, look, man, here's the vision of what we want. And it's exactly what you're good at. They're taking your best qualities and saying, now come do that. We'll work and develop on some other stuff, but we need this. We need that out of you. It sounded like each one of these guys understood exactly what they're good at, and they saw, I can do that in Dallas, and I'm not going to be asked to do the other things that I can't do as well. Quentin Grimes, hey, man, go get 50-50 balls. Hustle. Be that guy on defense. I love hearing that.
That felt big, because I know you can say whatever you want, but like, how often do you watch the Mavericks? Maybe in the past. Obviously, it evolved a lot over the last 3 months where you're like, it's a 50-50 ball. Like, why do we get them 30% of the time?
Who typically got those whenever he was possibly on the court? It felt like it was Josh Green, and now that he's not here, you have another guy that has that mindset of, that's what I'm going after. And to hear Najee Marshall say, make it easier on some of these guys. He's talking about being a body that can push people around too, so Luka and Kyrie don't have to do that.
From the 561, happy Tuesday, y'all. Pretty sweet that we'll have a Splash Brother donning a Mavs jersey when the season starts. However, what the F were the Stars thinking when they signed Dumba? That was the thing I meant to tell you yesterday, Corey. He says he feels really bad
about the Pavelski thing.
About the Pavelski thing now. He didn't say now, but he wants to make it right and make it up to all the Metroplex fans. So maybe Corey will let you decide what he needs to do.
Win a championship, and then say this one's for Joe.
Oh, that's
after you win it.
That's nice.
There you go.
That is nice. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Future Rangers in the Futures game on Saturday. How are they doing in the minor leagues? Next.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The 0-2 is crunched high into the air, deep center field. Moniak going back. He's at the wall looking up, and it's gone. Way up onto the batter's eye, above the ficus trees. He hit that about halfway up that long burn.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, really good win for the Rangers yesterday as they score a lot of runs and are able to hold on. There was a little bit of a scare, but David Robertson came in with the bases loaded and got out of that situation. Josh Sborz pitched the 9th inning, and I watched him pitch because you mentioned him yesterday, Corey, and his shoulder is right enough to pitch, but he was 94-ish on his fastball. His last one was 95, so that is not the speed that he threw at in the playoffs last year.
Not at all.
We'll kind of see if that progresses and gets better in the second half of the season. On Saturday at 3 p.m., the Futures game is taking place, and the Rangers have 3 guys in the Futures game. I think I've talked enough about Sebastian Walcott, so I'll get to him last if I get to him here, if I have enough time. He's the shortstop who's 18 years old in A-ball, but I really didn't know anything about Emiliano Teodo. Teodo.
Okay. Or Teodo.
Teodo?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. So he is having a great season. So I wanted to look up, kind of besides the stats, more about this guy who we could see pitch 1 inning on Saturday. And I know that the tickets are cheap for that. Compared to like the All-Star game in the upper deck, it's $300 a ticket.
Okay.
For this Futures game in the upper deck, it's $40 a ticket.
Oh, wow. All right.
So, I mean, just the big difference in Saturday at 3 o'clock. I don't know how many seats are available for the Futures game. I think there's some still available. But you will get to see the best prospects in baseball play in the game.
And I just kind of think it would just be fun to be like part of the deal. You know what I'm saying? Like part of the events out there and everything.
Yeah, and so I know Saturday and Sunday I'll be out there in the morning on Saturday. I'm getting my times changed because I'm running into I have Rangers pre and post this weekend for the Houston Astros series, and so I kind of got double booked there. So I'm trying to work on being able to get out and be one of the legends at the.
Should I take it by your pronunciation that you do not feel as though you belong in?
They have like. Hey, Torrey Hunter, Raleigh Fingers, Mike Bassick Jr.
I don't see the issue.
Yeah.
Me either.
Sounds
He's
equivalent.
Awesome. Yeah.
So
he doesn't have a mustache.
So Emiliano Teodo, if I'm saying that right, has had a great year. Now he is little. He is a right-handed pitcher. I won't say starter. He is starting this year, but when I've read up more on him, the Rangers aren't sure if he's a future starter or reliever.
Okay.
He's 6'1" and only 165 pounds.
Ideally, are you hoping for? Is it 6'3"? Or are you more
6'1"
concerned about the
I'm
weight?
fine with him, but they say he's skinny, like he's little on the mound.
Okay.
Now he does touch 103 miles an hour, throws at 95 to 98. Oof. He does have control issues, but here's his numbers this year in Double-A. He's 5-2 with a 1.71 ERA in 14 starts. That's 68 1/3 innings. Now, here's where he's the scouting report says below average in, and the numbers do show that he is below average in this. He has 34 walks in 68 1/3 innings. In the month of June, he had 5 starts. He also hit 5 guys in that month.
Okay.
So he is wild.
Yeah.
And it's scary for hitters when you're throwing 100 miles an hour and you're just a thrower. So in a way, it's very effective wild as the hitters are getting into the box going, I really just want to survive this at bat.
Where if it was Jamie Moyer or whoever, you're like,
right.
I'll be okay.
Or let's just say Jacob deGrom, when he's healthy, throws 100.
Yeah.
We saw that last year in April. You're not so concerned that he might kill you.
Right.
Because he doesn't know where the ball is going. So that's one thing. But they do say that they think he's going to be part of the Texas Rangers next year.
Oh,
now,
really?
I'm not saying he won't be this year, but
Sure.
I'm just saying that when you look at the scouting report that they have on him, they think that he'll be ready for the major leagues at some point next year. He's 23 years old in Double-A. Then the other pitcher is Winston Santos. Now, the good news is these guys have kind of come out of nowhere. They're the 14th and the 15th best prospects for the Texas Rangers on the top 30 list. They will probably move way up at the All-Star break.
Yeah.
I think they make an adjustment on your top 30 prospects. They will both be in the top 10. But this young man in high A ball, he just got promoted to Double A, has 2 starts in Double A. They've been okay at best. But in high A, he was 6-3 with a 2.8 ERA in 64 and a third innings. He has 20 walks and 81 strikeouts.
Wow.
Now, he throws the ball more in the low to mid 90s, and so he has a little bit more control than Teodo, but those are your 2 pitchers in the futures game. And then Sebastian Walcott will be your one position player in the game. And I'm just going to remind everybody right now, his stats don't look awesome. But if you look at overall what he's done in April, Sebastian Walcott, who just turned 18 years old in spring training in A-ball, he hit 191 with 2 RBIs.
Gross.
In May, he hit 198 with 8 RBIs.
Almost as gross.
Right. Now, in June, he hit 286 with an 853 OPS.
Positive. I like that.
July, there's very little July so far, but we're in July. He is hitting 350 with a 1058 OPS.
Wow, that's what I predict.
So
for
his
future.
improvement is tremendous throughout this season. So he's the number 1 prospect for the Rangers, 18 years old, 6'4", about 200 pounds. We talked to Michael Young about him early in the season and what, he liked in spring training. So Walcott will be your position player. I don't know how many innings he'll play. I'm going to assume 3, maybe 4 and get an at bat.
Yeah.
Usually that's about what you get, but the guys to watch, Walcott will be your position player. And then you have 2 pitchers to watch in the futures game on Saturday at 3:00.
I'm kind of excited about that game. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, what's been your favorite addition or perhaps subtraction of the Mavs offseason? Plus, a couple more notes from the presser and a great thought from Jared Dudley. All next right here on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed it earlier, we had the Dallas Mavericks introductory press conference. Fun note from that maybe wouldn't have carried over on audio. Quentin Grimes needed to turn his jersey around because when they do, they do the picture where it's like, hey, I'm here and we're all here together. Najee and Clay were like, got it. Here's my last name. Quentin Grimes, he was ready. He was posing with his jersey and he looked over and he was like, oh, my bad.
Well, you know what? It's because it's not about the name on the back.
See?
It's about the name
on
the
front. All right, so you're saying of the new additions, Quentin Grimes is the most team first guy.
Clearly, that's what this means, right?
Okay, that's good to know. Klay Thompson says he's looking forward to trying some of that Texas barbecue and going to a Cowboys game. Missed opportunity for him right there.
What do you mean?
What
do you mean?
I really think he could have said, because, obviously we got more of a chance of winning in the playoffs than the Cowboys. Because I really feel like media people would be like, ha, ha, ha. I see what you did there. Zing.
You think he's savvy enough to know that the Cowboy, like the joke about the Cowboys right now?
Yeah.
Locally. I know the Cowboys nationally are they're talked about all the time. If he's turning on ESPN, it's just constantly like, oh man, the Cowboys must be really good if they're talking about them.
But also, that they're not going to win. So I just thought that was a missed opportunity to maybe
take a jab.
Yeah.
And challenge Dak and the boys.
Exactly. He says he likes it. He's like, I get effing pumped when I see those challenges. By the way, side note about Dak Prescott, I don't know if this will make people feel better or not. He said that his surgically repaired foot was just hurting after some vigorous workouts, 2 vigorous workouts. So the boot was just a precautionary method.
Hey.
So it's not about the boat?
Well, he was saying and going on a fishing trip.
Okay.
So in addition to I worked out really hard and I was going on the fishing trip, just trying to protect myself.
I'm confused. There's a lot of different things.
He's saying, look,
said.
I'm getting old now. That's what he's saying. 'Cause I'm getting old now, and I gotta start protecting myself even more.
His surgically repaired foot hurt after a couple workouts. Why would that worry anybody? It's gonna be fine. This whole season's gonna be fine.
He was like, look, it was a pretty nasty snap when it happened. So these things are gonna happen.
I think he understands the key to getting the most from the Cowboys is make sure you're hurt.
I mean, look, their track record certainly leans into that. Now, on the Mavericks front, I had a question for you guys. I know a lot of people will say Clay. Maybe that's everyone here's answer.
Clay.
But what's been your favorite addition or maybe even subtraction of the Mavs offseason? If you could just pick one specific player, you're glad they're here or you're glad they're gone, where do you think you would fall on that?
Well, I mean, obviously it's the addition of Klay Thompson. That's the biggest deal because it adds an element of star power.
Mavericks and nepotism.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
because
good
the biggest loss,
That's a good point.
not the biggest loss, but the one I'm happiest about leaving. His dad is on ESPN, and it's Tim Hardaway Jr. I mean,
he's
look
on the crap one.
Look,
he's on with New York. I sell tickets and go to prison.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Is that Carton?
Carton.
Yeah.
But yeah, he that's the biggest move on from is the contract itself, but also the player who clearly wasn't happy with what his role was here, and so him moving on again, Mavs and nepotism there. It's a big deal. That's a big factor. So those two right there, I think, are a great combination of you basically change one for the other. Did you get a better version, one that's more excited to be here than the other one? Yes, for sure.
As the press conference went on, because when the press conference started and Clay goes, yes, I'm very excited to be. It sounded like he was being held hostage.
The more he opened up, the better he.
Yes,
They're feeding me well.
Yes, I know. It is.
I am safe.
Tuesday, July 9th. But as it went on, obviously he loosened
fresh
up quite a
clothes
bit.
each 3 days.
I'm starting to wonder, and I know you talked about this, Mike, the last couple of weeks. I'm starting to wonder more and more about this edition of Najee. Now, Bleacher Report put that as one of their top 10 under the radar moves because, Lord knows that's not gotten as much coverage as Klay Thompson, and you understand and everything like that. But I just think about the size, the age, the price, and the defensive potential. And I feel like there's a lot to be excited about there.
I'm with you. I'm going to ask a question back to you.
Okay.
If you had the choice, Derrick Jones Jr. or Najee Marshall, who would you rather have?
In this instance, I would pick Derrick Jones Jr., but that is just because I know that can work. But I also understand, or don't understand the amount of scouting that went into it. So maybe there's multiple Mavs brass that are like, look, we think this is equivalent. Or maybe you think he's even got a higher upside at a slightly lower price. I would have stuck with Derrick Jones Jr. just because I was like, hey, you work super well. You seem like you desperately want to stay here in Dallas.
I'm very intrigued, and I think Najee's going to get half a game of minutes. I think he's going to get 24 minutes a game. So I think I had no clue who he was. I'll be honest. I feel like I know the NBA pretty darn well. And when they say Mavericks signed Najee Marshall, I was like, I don't even know who this person is. And then the more you looked at him, saw what he has done in his small career in New Orleans, and then what you hear from other scouts and coaches and other teams were very interested in him. This could be a very good pickup for a guy that's going to come off the bench and I think play half the game.
Yeah, I know Kevin is the known is where you're at on that. I'm more excited about the unknown because it might be a body type that we don't have that can actually do something. Like Morris was a body type that just couldn't do anything. He couldn't get out on the court. And I think this is a body type that's something that can push around, put shoulders into chest, not going to back down from a physical altercation at all. And again, like you said, could be a higher ceiling 3-point shooter. Also could very well be a lower ceiling lower floor 3-point shooter, but I think a different style of defense that comes along with it too.
I hadn't thought about this as a departure because I already marked him as essentially departed a few months ago, but Mark Cuban not running the team is their favorite addition or subtraction of the offseason. And in case you wanted the farewell message from Tim Hardaway Jr., which I'm assuming that you do, quote, "The city and organization embraced my family and I with open arms. And even though things didn't end the way I wanted them to, I am forever grateful. Will always be loved. Thank you and God bless," from Tim Hardaway Jr.
There you go, man. Thanks.
That is
Classy.
a delightful statement.
Yeah.
That is classy.
Yeah, that one hit with nothing but net. You know what I mean?
What are you doing right now?
Yes, because you're afraid.
I'm using sports terms to describe the feelings
that you
Are
have.
you, though?
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I'm a little surprised early on. I thought that Klay Thompson would be the dominant vote on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. I actually think Najee has gotten more votes thus far, which is great because, hopefully that means you brought in an even higher level of talent. I'm excited about it. And then from the 972, my least favorite departure was getting rid of Josh Green. It's not, to me, the level of giving up Brunson, but I didn't like that he took off, especially for a 34-year-old. Look, I understand, but I'm perfectly fine with the concessions.
He's 34?
No, not Josh Green. Klay Thompson.
Gotcha. I'm sorry. I'm
You're like, he looks good for that age.
I was like, hold on.
Yeah, good for him.
I'm exchanging him for Quentin Grimes, though. I think they're kind of very similar style players, and that's the expectation. So I don't think that it's Klay for him. I think it's Quentin for something else.
It's amazing what the last game will do for somebody, because if he wouldn't have had that game and had where he jumps up in the air and passes it to the other team and kind of looks erratic, and he's just an inconsistent player. And
That's
maybe
true.
in Charlotte, he can be more consistent. The other thing, too, is I'm not against Josh Green. I'm going to miss him, too. He was a solid player, but he always missed 20 to 40 games a year. His body has so far told us 81, 82 games of a regular season. My body can't come close to competing in that amount of games.
Were you going to say something there, Randy?
I was going to ask Kevin because Kevin was like, he seemed to be in a place where you are not sad to see Josh Green go necessarily.
No.
So I wanted to probe into that a little bit.
It's not that I'm not sad to see Josh Green go. I just go back to the beginning of the offseason and think about the net gain versus the net loss. You know what I'm saying? And at the beginning of this process, you had $5 million. And so to me, and that was your taxpayer exemption. And to me, so you use that money in a roundabout way, and you lost Josh Green, but you picked up Grimes, Najee, and Clay, and that feels like I'm willing, and obviously you lost Eric Jones Jr. as well. I still feel like that's a net positive for the team and hopefully keeping your 3-and-D style strong, as well as adding perimeter shooting that clearly haunted you to no end in the finals. Now, I mean, if you could have told me that you're also going to keep Josh Green, I'd be like, wow, how the hell did you figure that out? But good job. But that
you were never really a big Josh Green guy, though. Like it's not like you pushed for him when a draft time or anything.
I told them that they were supposed to take Tyrese Maxey. We asked Donnie Nelson the day before. And then when we took Josh Green, I was like, look, I love Josh Green's defensive ability. He's not to where I was hoping he was going to be, but to Mike's point, perhaps a change of scenery will spark him and allow him to get to where he wants to be.
We be following his career for the rest of his career? We'd be like, you know what?
Charlotte, nobody follows them.
That's a good point. Assuming the team doesn't get contracted, then I will.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll keep an eye out on him. By the way,
to find out if they're the Bobcats this year.
Yeah.
No, I think they're the Hornets still.
They could change.
But are you sure?
That's the only way they make publicity. Like that's the only way. Anyway, like, you change your name again.
That would be a good bit.
Yeah, we're the Charlotte Knights now, the AAA team.
Now, Jared Dudley is going to stay with the Mavericks, and I thought something that he said was particularly encouraging because obviously he got a lot of head coaching looks. He is coaching the Summer League team for the Mavericks in Vegas, and one of the things that he said that I just absolutely love, he said, it's not the time for him to depart. For one, there's unfinished business. For two, you got to wait for the right opportunity. I'm not leaving Dallas. My family loves it here. That right opportunity hasn't come yet for me. I always tell people I'm in no rush. It's not like I'm going anywhere for the money. I made a lot of money as a player. So my whole thing is I'd rather be a year or two behind and take the right job and stay here.
He has a lot of love around the league, too. A lot of people, a lot of players love him. A lot of current players and older players because he was one of those guys that would get up in you as a defensive player and wouldn't make it easy on you. So he has love and respect from around the league. Like I said, from older players, I think from other franchises that have seen how he operates too. So what he's doing here, like he just said there, he's taking his time making sure if some opportunity does come along, it's got to be the right one where I can have my say in all these things. I'm not just begging for some job. I have a good job. I want to go do what I'm doing right here, see if we can grow something here, and then maybe I can catapult that and learn even more along the way.
Having the opportunity to keep both Dudley and Sweeney, from what looked like a damn fine team last year, is definitely a positive to me.
And when it comes to developing the defense of the younger players, that's something that Dudley does very well and is doing very well, continuing to grow those players along the way. That's something that I think that they see it, they respect it, they love it, and they want to keep him around for as long as they can, for sure.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our brand new segment. I've got a couple of different ideas. It could be audio input, could be sound waves, or audio amigos, where we break down one serious and three nonsensical clips. Next on The Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversations on the Fan's KNC Masterpiece. Always on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Have you been thinking about participating in clinical studies? Now's your chance. Fortrea is currently seeking healthy adults ages 18 to 65 with a body mass index between 18 to 34 to participate in a clinical trial. You must be available for 1 overnight stay, 10 follow-up visits, and 3 phone calls. Compensation of up to $6,805 may be provided for time and participation. Be sure to ask about our Refer a Friend program, where you can receive up to $400 per qualified study referral. Fortrea Clinical Trials is currently conducting many types of clinical research trials in Dallas, Texas. See if you qualify. Call Fortrea today at 469-914-8330. That's 469-914-8330. or find out more at fortriaclinicaltrials.com. That's FORTREA clinicaltrials.com. Help be a part of building a better future for all of us.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry, who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
You're not going to want to miss this. Diamonds Direct Summer Sale starts next weekend. For 3 days only, next Friday through Sunday, get 20% off. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and more. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off. And designers are flying in from New York and LA to showcase their latest trends. That's 20% off, plus $100 off with an appointment and designer trunk shows. Tons of engagement rings on sale, too. 20% off starts next Friday. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
This summer, click into easier yard cleanup with same-day delivery from the Home Depot. Click into clearing overgrown grass or weeds with effortless gas-like power. And click into the convenience of a battery platform compatible with over 250 tools with the Milwaukee M18 Fuel Trimmer, now for just $199. Click into power with 4th of July savings now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Order select and stock items by 4 p.m. subject to availability.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. You've heard me talk about the utility program that allows us to offer instant rebates of up to $2,400 for replacing your AC system, right? Well, over 95% of those utility funds have been claimed, so that means only 50 more people will be able to take advantage before the funds run out. And remember, when you combine that with the current factory rebates, you're saving over $5,000 on a brand new Reliant air conditioning system that can cut your electric bill in half for as little as $98 a month. You may have heard about nationwide AC unit shortages, but we have plenty of equipment. And if you call by noon, we can install the system the very next day. That's right, call by noon and have your new system installed the next day. Call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your free estimate online at ReliantAirConditioning.com and you'll see how we've been gimmick-free since '83.
What does it mean to be a champion here in Texas? It's not just trophies or blue ribbons. In fact, you don't need to win anything at all. Because as long as you play fair, never quit, and lift up the community, well, that's how Texas defines a champion. Champion Energy is proud to bring our fair rates and unbeatable service to all the champions across the state.
You have to forget something else.
So from one champion to another,
Okay, now that
it's
is a
time
very
for some new
cute
energy.
haircut. That's like a little shag.
PUCT
I've never seen that
10098.
before.
I discover it's Jennifer Coolidge. The cashback match has inspired me.
We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating, I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Look at your cup. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, debunking 3 myths about fiduciaries. And you're going to be surprised about myth number 3. Myth number 1. Fiduciaries are too expensive. Not at Trajan Wealth. Our interests are aligned with yours, so we don't need to push costly investments. The more you make, the more we make. It's that simple. Myth number 2, they will only want to sell me something. Absolutely not. At Trajan Wealth, we have hearts of teachers, and it's our goal to educate and empower, not sell. And the biggest myth, myth number 3, fiduciaries are only for the wealthy. Not at Trajan Wealth. Whether you have 50 grand or 50 million, we know it was hard-earned and we'll treat it as such. Let's grow together. So, here's your opportunity for a 100% complimentary professional Q&A. Call Trajan today at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Sunny day all day today, expecting a high of 93.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
The upcoming segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Bacon Plumbing.
Is there a ticking time bomb in your yard? Don't wait for sewer surprises. Bacon will stop sewer leaks before they erupt. Contact us to schedule a hydrostatic test and get a free camera inspection for peace of mind. Just another reason why.
Everyone loves bacon.
And the Twolos.
And the Twolos as well. All right, so if you...
I'm sure
if
there's
you think,
somebody offended. Everybody's offended at everything.
That is true.
What about Ear Me Out?
Man,
or you can just go Hear Me
that
Out.
feels
there.
like a lot of layers right there on that one. That's
Yeah.
a good joke. I like Hear Me Out.
That's not bad.
That was a good one.
All right. Well, we will look. We got some stuff to consider here, and I like it. I really, really do. All right. Do you want to start with baseball, women's basketball, Houston radio, or the Dallas Mavericks?
Let's start with the Dallas Mavericks. It seems easy.
All right. We have one serious bit of audio and then three nonsensical ones. This is the serious bit of audio.
In your face.
You're going to like it, though.
Okay. All right.
Nick Engstad was asking Omax Prosper about defensive assignments, and I will let Omax take it away.
One of the things Coach said he wants to challenge you to do is to guard the best perimeter player on the other team. How do you take that challenge and how do you approach that?
That's what I want. That's what I want. I mean, that's what I want the toughest challenge. I want to be put in the toughest situations. And, you know, moving forward with the Mavs, that's the challenge I want too. I want to guard the best player on the other end. I want to guard the best players in the world, and that's where I feel like I will make a living. You know, all of us, obviously you want to do also stuff on the offensive end, but that's where I start. That's my base. I love guarding. I love sitting down and being in the stance and guarding, keeping somebody in front of me. So like that's what I want to do, and I'm excited to do that in summer.
Yeah, that's the Jared Dudley challenge right there. Hey, go out there and be that guy. Find the best defense or offensive player on the other team. Shut him down. Be the dude that's going to take on that challenge. I love hearing that. Again, this goes to what's your role when there's no defined understanding of what to do. You're like, well, I'm just kind of here trying to do something. I'm trying to figure out how to do it. And your coaches are like, no, we want you to do this specifically.
I'm going to make my living on defense. He goes, offense is great, and like obviously that's the goal, but
the threes will come.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can make a three and you're playing defense, the threes will come to you on a Luka offense.
But I appreciate the fact that he's like, look, I understand how I'm going to stay in this league, and the most likely immediate short-term path for me to stay in the league is defensively. So bravo to him for that.
Just got my Paycor Stadium TV, so I'm going to be okay for a while.
Were people listening to that yesterday? If you missed it, Paycor Stadium is the home of the Bengals, where they were having like a sale on TVs because they're renovating the stadium.
Yeah.
And you could get like a 60-inch TV for $50. They had some pretty crazy deals. All right. From the 817, this is tough. I will quit listening if you call it anything else.
Oh, nice.
But from the 575, K-Dog, you're canceled as hell if you keep that name. So,
and from the 214, I'm more offended by when you kicked my window. So, I mean, we got a lot of things happening
hey,
here, Kevin.
If it helps you out at all, that got me fired. All right. Now are you ready for the nonsensical audio? Your options go like this. Baseball, women's basketball, or making fun of one of our sister stations.
Let's go with making fun of one of our sister stations.
I knew it. I'm
okay.
2 for 2 on
How do you know me so well?
And I just want to clarify, Reggie. I forgot to double check this with you.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
we took care of this.
Okay.
Oh, I don't want to get fired, my boy. I don't want to get fired.
Okay. We take you to the man who is the king of radio, Parker Hillis.
Okay, all right.
And 6'10", the Houston hole. This is.
Is that
not?
I don't think that's how it's.
Is that not correct?
Feels right though.
We'll double check that in the break. This is Payne and Pendergast, their morning show from 6 to 10. This is Sean Pendergast. He is upset at Twins fans. And he's going to let you know about it.
And this is a PSA to all you non-Astro fans out there. When Jose Altuve gets beamed by a pitch, I don't care if you boo Jose Altuve when he comes to the plate. I actually encourage you to do that because he hits better when you do. When he gets hit on the wrist or the face or wherever the he got hit by and you cheer, you're a asshole. And so here's the thing. There were Twins fans out here in the bleachers, in these very bleachers, who cheered when Jose Altuve got hit. And I looked at them and I glared at them and they glared back.
Oh, the glare.
You got a dirty stare.
I didn't really.
Like
I don't
when
know
mom's
if we
mad at you.
really got resolution to the end of that story. Like, I glared at them and they glared back, and what? That was the end of it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so is the moral of the story that you're an a-hole and he's going to stare you down?
All right. I will say this. There's a lot of things to say here, by the way. Altuve deserves to be booed for the rest of his career. All right?
Fair.
Forever. That's fine. As a fan sitting in the seats, unless you're sitting in the first 10 rows, it's kind of hard to see exactly where somebody got hit. So knowing that he got hit in the wrist, all you know is the dude got hit most of the time. And you know what? You're probably excited about that. When a dude gets plunked, that's on him. Hey, you probably deserved it for something. But a wrist, something like that, we've seen it happen. It sucks. It does stink. And it hurts to see your favorite player get hit like that. But whenever you're in the stands, man, you can barely notice. You can barely tell where exactly somebody got hit. So I'm not holding that against the Minnesota Twins fans.
I hope it hurts them if Altuve is their favorite player. I hear
Who
what
else
you're
have they
saying.
got? Jordan, I guess.
Yeah.
Jordan, some people Bregman, I guess.
Yeah, Bregman's just as much of a cheater too, isn't he?
There you go.
I think Jordan's their best player.
Okay.
He doesn't play very good defense, but
and
do you think it's because of his legs?
His thin legs.
Yeah, his peg legs. Yeah, Sean Kemp legs before Sean Kemp decided to eat Cleveland.
The whole city?
Oh my gosh.
I honestly think he did.
Congrats to Sean Kemp.
I mean,
to the
Adrian's
best of
heading
us.
up there like a week.
From the 817, peg that
Warner.
cheater every time he comes up to
All
bat.
right.
Yes.
This is from the
Peg
817,
the
not
cheater.
from me.
Peg him.
Not from me.
Every time.
And then from the 325, LOL, what a loser. And then we get this most important feedback from the 940. Did you keep going the same back workout for the next 2 weeks? ? Follow up. Aw, damn it, guys. My bad.
Well, you don't think we could be your trainer?
The message thread between my fiance and I are right next to one another. I clicked the wrong one. Admit it, though. Ours is more fun.
We've had a long running promotion on this station that does say, we'll gladly be your side piece. So I understand what's going on with your fiance. We're happy to be your side piece, though.
Yes. I guess. That's probably better than...
Or do you want sorry, fiance, you're the side piece. We're the main dish.
That doesn't feel okay
You want to be
either,
their main thing.
But it is a tough time for sinners. So, all right. You want...
That was a tennis joke.
That's right. Thank you. Let's go to Keith Hernandez.
I just saw, Kevin, that John Wick 5 is currently in development.
Oh, my. Why won't you just let it go?
Because he's not dead, right? Like, I know they put him in the ground or what they pretended to. But I was
Do you hear the words coming out of your mouth? I know they put him in the ground, but he's not dead yet?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean, what am I talking about? Have you seen those movies? Now, I've seen them all in the last month and a half, but he's not dead.
Look
all
at
right.
you. I've seen them all in a month and a half, and now I am the definitive expert.
Look, that is how every human works. You're like, well, I just saw that movie. Here's what actually happened.
That's right.
Let's go to Keith Hernandez, who there is a chant, let's go Mets, let's go Mets.
I've heard it.
LGM for short. Keith Hernandez is going to let you know he's not here for any of your other nonsense.
As long as they don't on the other one, let's go Mets. Just don't add on the F. Well, I don't like the F. That's Pete's little baby. I've had people ask me, send me a sign and put, would you mind putting LF? No. I say, no, I don't do that. I do not do that. Leave that to Pete. Very, very grotesque. Very what? Grotesque, coarse.
Grotesque!
Keith Hernandez doesn't like the F word, is what we're being told
He
here.
said it is grotesque, which maybe you agree.
Think he's ever used the F word before?
Not once.
Oh, man.
Never.
That's a tough call. I mean, I guess not, based on that clip.
Yeah.
But
it
maybe
sounds
he's
like
just like, I just don't want to sign
things that say LF.
Yeah.
It's LF GM?
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
I mean, just think about it. If you were
LGFM.
saying it, no. I think it would be LFGM.
Yeah.
Well, if it goes poorly, then it'll
Ah,
go
yeah.
LGF. and
Which, I
let's
mean,
go
with the Mets.
effing Mets.
Oftentimes.
If it goes bad, that's definitely, you're using it in that way.
Now,
you shouldn't quit on center so soon.
Okay, I know. I'm not saying he's done. He just lost.
Are y'all watching tennis?
Yep. No, I'm doing a radio show. Now, my last bit of audio, I take you to a conference call with the Chicago Sky. Important to remember.
This is the WNBA, not the MNBA.
That is correct.
Yes, that is correct. I really hope it starts getting called that.
Oh, it's been called that in WNBA circles.
Has it really? Fascinating.
How do you irritate an NBA fan? Or a
Called the
man?
MNBA?
Called the MNBA.
I like it. Here's an important key.
Just not efficient.
Your mic might be on, so be careful what you say in the background. But do know that Angel Reese is intrigued by what you're talking about.
That's an uncomfortable topic.
Excuse me?
Can
someone...
I
didn't hear. I'm
Directly
sorry.
before I
Can you
met
repeat
you,
your question, Jordan? We have some
I never had
background
any
noise.
interest in being intimate with anyone.
What is going on?
Someone
I
now-
told you they were being weird on that.
Yes, someone now what? Microphone is on.
Oh, no.
Now,
he doesn't want to be intimate.
With anyone.
Anyone.
That's too far. There's a billions of people. There's got to be someone.
Sometimes you've been in that moment, though, where you're just like, not today.
Although I guess to be fair, some folks are asexual, so I want to give them their space.
That's a good point. But
today's about me.
What I appreciated about this cut is Angel Reese is dialed in and listened to everything because
loves tea.
He said that's an uncomfortable topic. At which point she goes, "Excuse me," and because she's not understanding what that you're doing there, and then he just keeps going on, and eventually said, "I never had any interest in being intimate with anyone."
Thank you for that one, Kevin.
Oh, dang it! At which point, clearly, people are trying to stop this, but. Props to Angel Reese for being dialed in. And when that person said that, she put her hand over her mouth and she was like, oh boy, what is happening right here? And so people for Chicago were definitely dialed in on that press conference.
Well,
right there.
I'm definitely dialed in on Audio Friends. It's my new favorite segment. I'm a huge fan of Audio Friends.
Feel as catchy, yeah. Audio Friends.
Oh, that's how you say it in English. It would be Audio Amigos. So, but I think Audio Amigo. I'm just letting everybody know out there. It's going to be Audio Amigos from now on.
Okay. Do I have to say it though like this? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Audio Amigos.
I like it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Joe Burrow has taken our expanded NFL season idea and added to it. Will this collaboration work? Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
2:28 left in the first quarter. Shotgun snap to Burrow. He wants to pass.
Nice.
His throw. Caught.
Nice.
Tyler Boyd lurches into the end zone. Touchdown. Bengals.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Ooh. And we start.
That's impressive.
There are no longer two Josh Allens in the NFL.
Oh, no. The Bills lost their quarterback.
No. Defensive Josh Allen with the Jags is changing his name to Josh Hines Allen, hyphenated, to pay tribute to Josh's maternal side of the family and the other relatives who have worn Hines and Hines Allen on their jerseys. Has nothing to do with the fact
Is he
that
going to
they're
be number 57?
with their I don't know.
Could be a possibility he's trying to work 2 jobs at the same time.
This 41 was
What?
the picture that he posted. So
Well, think smarter, not harder.
He's like, I'm Josh Allen over here, but I'm
Right.
Josh Hines over here. Maybe
Yes.
that's the way he's trying to get 2 paychecks at the same time.
and I definitely appreciate
Ooh, I do like that idea. Like, hey, if I change my name, can I maybe trick HR into sending out 2 paychecks?
Yes.
Or work at 2 different companies, just under different names.
Yeah, but that's just doing double the work.
No, that's a good point.
you just want double the paycheck.
Absolutely. What about me makes you think that that's not the case?
That is a very fair point.
Have you seen the Heinz commercial where the ladies at the table at some fancy restaurant and they bring out restaurant ketchup and she goes, "Oh, I'm so and so Heinz. I cannot be seen eating anything but Heinz ketchup," and they bring it out to her.
I have not seen that commercial.
Smart. I'm gonna start doing that in restaurants
What? Why?
because I like Heinz.
But you're not from that family.
They don't know. Do you know a single Heinz?
Yeah, wasn't John Kerry married to that lady?
That lady, exactly.
You know John Kerry, huh?
Yeah, you know John Kerry, not John Hines.
I guess I know of him. I don't know.
I don't believe this backpedal that you're going on right now.
Mike, you're a Heinz guy. You've always said that. You are a Heinz guy.
I think you mean Jim.
I don't know Jim Carrey either, for the record.
You know someone who looked like Jim Carrey?
That is true. He used to be the coach of the Mavericks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go from, I hadn't thought about that in a long time. Let's go from that to Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is a listener of the show, not streaming, but he is a listener of the show because he has picked up one of our ideas to improve the Pro Bowl.
Okay.
Now, we came up with this idea for an 18-game schedule long ago because it's inevitably going to happen. You would have to have 2 byes, and then that would push the Super Bowl back into President's Day weekend. So Joe Burrow, he's listening to it, and he's like, I like it. Good note. Good idea. However, he wants to add to it, and I kind of like his idea. If we go to cut number 5, this is Joe Burrow about that other bye.
What do you think the perfect football schedule is in terms of weeks and bye weeks?
How many games are we playing?
You tell me.
18.
18. Gotta have 2 bye weeks.
I like
And I
that.
think it'd be cool to do a normal bye week schedule that it is now. Like, have it spread out. But then, like, week 13, do, like, the Pro Bowl break, where you're doing, like, the 7-on-7 and all the skills challenges like the NBA does, because I think that would get more ratings for the Pro Bowl.
Yes.
And then it would also give everybody that bye week going into, like, the last 6 games of the year.
I got a lot of thoughts about this.
It's an all-star celebration.
Because if you do a Pro Bowl week that late into the season, it could help your team from getting burnt out. Like, that's definitely a possibility, is that they would feel like, you know what? This is where I hit my stretch.
Unless you have Pro Bowlers that would still have to go and do things.
Very valid.
Okay,
Very valid.
but they got to throw the football and the whole, like, well, how strenuous
A week
is
of their
that?
time, though, you know? But you're not playing the game. That kind of stinks. Like, I do love when the All-Star games come in here.
That's
You're
true.
playing an actual baseball game
in a week,
and instead of like things. But
yes,
but man, how that would also stink even more if in Pro Bowl games your guy got hurt in the flag football game or whatever, or your quarterback threw out his arm, and then you're like, oh my gosh, what do we even do this for? But I do like the second bye week being everybody gets it off that week so that you can kind of reset for the end of the season.
You might be in trouble with Joe Burrow one way or another, because he has said he would like to play in the 2028 Olympics.
What?
For the flag football team, along with Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase.
That'd be so awesome.
He said it's going to be really embarrassing if the United States does not win gold in flag football.
Yes. It's our sport. Well, contact football is our sport.
And see, that was my question. And this might be a really, really stupid question. I know those guys are obviously amazing, but would like the trained flag football team who they like go play tournaments every single weekend and they have all the like little nuances of the game
they would
down?
absolutely run.
Do you really?
Professional football.
We've
players.
seen that happen
Yes.
before, right? Like
Yes.
that
Not a dumb
matchup.
question.
I think they would run them off the field.
The question I have, kind of off of that, do you think that we would treat the flag football team the same way that we treat the basketball team, where it's like if you don't win, we are talking crazy about you?
Maybe.
Yes, I do, because remember, what was it, the U20 game between the United States and Japan that we lost in football?
Destroyed.
I know, and people were like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened. And I'm like, can you tell me anybody on that team?
The country wanted to quit football after that. They were like, why are we even playing this sport now if we're not the best at it?
Luckily, in the last couple of weeks, we regrouped, and now we're back in on football.
But I see the allure of a guy like Joe Burrow, who's like, I got to deal with freaking Patrick Mahomes here all the time.
Yeah,
I might never win a championship there. At least I can go get a gold medal trying to win a Super Bowl in the Olympics.
Mm-hmm. Actually, that kind of makes sense.
You mean the Olympics big game?
Oh yeah.
Oh my
God. The big game in the Olympics.
Stop what you're doing.
Thank you, Reggie, for protecting me.
I got you, buddy.
Did you dump that?
Dance?
Did you dump it?
Let's talk about all the money that the NFL makes.
Okay.
The NFL made approximately $13 billion last year in media, sponsorship, and royalty revenue.
Is that good?
I mean, considering that I didn't say ticket, parking, concessions, any of that, yes, that's very good, which means the NFL distributed approximately $406 million to each team, or about twice as much as the salary cap.
Ooh.
Now, I realize there are other operating costs to having a football team besides just the salary cap.
Okay.
But that's a big chunk of it, and you just get twice that much, and that doesn't factor into a whole bunch of other revenue streams. That's a pretty sweet deal.
For who?
Not the players.
Why? What happened to the players?
I
Is
mean,
that wage theft?
No, it's incompetent leadership from your labor group.
Okay.
I don't know if that's going to change this go around, but they're like, hey, we can't get more part of the pie. We can't
Feels like
get
wage
guaranteed contracts. And the one guy who sort of did it, we're like, the hell with that. Never again. And the players are like, that's okay, I guess.
Yeah. No, the players don't fight back that much, but that's good for the owners. And I'm sure they'll put that money back into things for the fans.
It's official. Italy's out of the Wimbledon.
No! There's also no
Thanks a
tea
lot,
in Wimbledon.
Yannick.
Wait, Paolini's still in it on the women's side, right?
Oh, yeah, she beat Madison Keys, right, when Keys got hurt?
I think so.
Nobody knows everybody from Italy.
Yeah, and nobody knows all the W tennis.
That's the weirdest way I've ever heard that said.
No, look, I don't know why it does that. Why it's just tennis.
M tennis is different, man.
Okay,
and that's what Mike was talking about was
stop what
Italy
you're
in M tennis.
Stop it! I know what you're doing. All right, let's talk about Jerry Jones.
Can we go back to the M tennis and women's
No.
tennis and stuff?
Because Jerry Jones is going to be part of the prosecution now in a lawsuit.
Wait, can you just switch sides on a case? Like, actually now I would like to prosecute.
I know you're kind of kidding, but oddly in a way, that is sort of what is happening in this case, because a jury is scheduled in less than 2 weeks to hear the Jerry Jones lawsuit that a woman alleging he is her biological father and her mother breached a contract that entered more than 20 years ago. Look, I've talked about this before. I understand how the mom could enter into that confidentiality agreement. I just really find it hard to believe that like that daughter has to live up to it, and she'd have been like a little kid when that got signed. Like, she doesn't know what that means, but she had filed obviously suit against him, and now they are going to be on the prosecuting side. And this is what Jones' attorney said. It's a case where the judge has given it a very thorough and careful attention. It's a wasteful sentence. Don't need that. We look forward to the case, not as much for the money, although there's significant money involved, but rather to uphold the fact that when you make a deal and one side lives up to the deal, as Mr. Jones did, the other side should too. Our view is that they didn't live up to the deal and we did. So,
am I hearing this right? Jerry Jones is now not denying that that's his daughter.
That's what
he's the father of this person.
That is what it sounds like there. And even if they still dispute it, I still think that's a hard case to make. Maybe I'm going too emotional off of this. It's like, hey, we lived up to our end of the deal. That little girl who just now is grown up and wants to know who her dad is, she needs to be quiet.
Yeah,
Like, that's a tough sell.
I'm with you on that.
That's a tough sell.
Yeah, I
but
can't do that.
Might have a jury trial going in less than 2 weeks on that exact issue.
As we've learned, Kevin, sometimes controlling the public rather than the court is important.
That is very true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the controversial opinion was thrown out. So let's discuss. Is baseball becoming a niche sport? I say no. What say you? Next on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with Kevin.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The people are already speaking about this. 877-881-1053. Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys Hotline, text line. Also want to hear from you on the Twitch, on the YouTube, because I saw this column and I was like, yeah, okay, I definitely don't agree with that. Chris Broussard said he feels that baseball is becoming a niche sport. And I'll give you a couple of his lines of reasoning and then we can discuss. Well, I have no idea what y'all's opinions are. I very much disagree. He said, I think what really propelled football to its current status is fantasy football. I think the gambling, I think the interest in having your team and following it, that was in the 90s, and football really skyrocketed and left every other sport behind. I'm not here to argue that football is not by far the most popular sport here in America. Then he goes on, baseball as a sport, it's a slower sport. It doesn't lend itself as much to showing off the athleticism like basketball. You can't be as creative in baseball as you can in basketball, dunking, dribbling between your legs, all of that behind the back passes. It's just the nature of the sport.
Sounds like he hates the WNBA.
Yeah, he's not watching good middle infielders turn two.
Or outfield catches. And then he says, I think it's because it's so slow and you can watch a baseball game and not see action for such a long amount of time. That's hurt the sport as society has become faster.
There are some nights where you're like, man, did anything really happen in this game? That could be a great pitch. And that's what I think is fun about the game of baseball is, let's say tonight it's a 1-0 game, and you're like, damn, what happened? Then you look, and both pitchers have 11, 12 strikeouts apiece.
Right.
You're like, whoa, was the pitching dominant, or these hitters just stink this much? There can be some other nights. I mean, I've watched when Mike's been on Bally. And he's been like, look, I know this wasn't a high-scoring game, but there was some tremendous defense played in this game. And maybe you missed out on those plays. But, yeah, like you can see some special defense be played. You can see some special plays. That Josh Smith, didn't he have 2 throws the other day where we were like, whoa, that was awesome? He had one where he just kind of flicked his wrist and threw one across the field, and I was like, wow. So I understand what he's saying because football is a march, right? Like football is a march. It's a progression throughout the game. You're getting this, reset, re-go, reset, re-go. You're doing that constantly throughout the game. In basketball, it's just chaos. Chaos up and down until the last 5 minutes, and now you're going to get some strategy thrown into the mix. And there's probably strategy thrown in throughout the entire basketball game as well, leading up to the final 5 minutes. But it's chaos all the time. Hockey, very similar kind of chaos, low scoring. And baseball has a different, it's a very conversational sport. Mike brought that up when he took his family. And he sat down and he said, I can have a conversation and watch the game, not feel like I'm missing out on a lot of the game at the same time. That's what I think it is niche in that way. But I think that's what it lends itself to, is that's what you're looking for, not sitting there. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat the entire game. You know something's going to happen in a baseball game.
Kevin, you know what's kind of funny? Like that action point is one that comes up, but I'm always fascinated about that because like football's action time isn't actually all that high. I know that there was
like 11 minutes or something along those
someone
lines.
did a study about this, and compared to like the duration of time on like a full game, the percentage of the time, the amount of action is 11 minutes in football. Percentage of time is apparently just under 6% of the time watching of actual action happening compared to baseball. And especially like they have the duration at 256. I imagine that we've trimmed that down somewhat since then. 17 minutes of action time is what was clocked.
Okay.
Actually, almost 18 minutes, which is 10.2% of action time. So like, I don't know how much that tracks actually, but I think that we've just gotten ourselves in the rhythm of what football is and how that flow goes. And we kind of made that in our minds as like more action that's actually there. And I find that to be fascinating because I wonder why that is. I think that he's right on like the inflection point in the mid 90s. I do wonder, and I guess I'll throw this up to Mike, being so much of a guy that loves baseball and almost like an amateur baseball historian. Like I always kind of look back to the 94 strike, and I wonder like how much that turned off folks in America just generally to baseball because they felt like the players were being greedy or whatever. And I think that might have been kind of the inflection point there. Would you agree or disagree with that idea?
It has its point, but I would say no, because it's grown tremendously. I'd have to go back and look, but I think it's grown by over $10 billion since 1994. So it was like $1 billion industry, and now it's an $11 billion industry.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be tough because you wouldn't have financial growth. It'd almost be like the NHL when they had their kind of strike lockout. I was like, wow, they really don't have a lot of money in that sport. Now they do in a sense that they have a lot of money, but if you compare it to football, baseball, and basketball, and in that order, then you'd be like, man, hockey's well below those three sports. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Chris Broussard ever liked baseball, if he ever played baseball. It doesn't mean you have to play a sport to like it. I never played football. But it's tough. I get where he's coming from. Nobody's being hired in those positions, the morning or daytime TV stuff. Nobody's being hired that are former players.
That was another thing that got brought up, is they talked about it from the perspective of, and you could think whatever you want about the national talking head shows, but that was one of the things, is you don't really hear them go like, man, did you see Bobby Witt Jr. do X, Y, and Z? And basketball will come up all the time. Then the counter argument was brought up to Broussard, but the World Series and the NBA Finals draw, give or take, about the same ratings every single year. So if you're saying it's niche or niche, if you're fancy, then what does that say about basketball? And one of the arguments that he put forth is, look at like the youth that are playing it and the TV representation on shows like the morning shows. And I think you run into the danger of having an argument that people have probably made for, I don't know, like 40 years, that the game is not building.
I have a question about basketball. Does it have a culture identity of its own? Does anybody understand kind of what I'm saying with that? Basketball just seems to have, it's connected to hip hop, it's connected to Flash and all these things, and everybody that seems to play it is involved in that culture in some way. And I'm not trying to compare this to like other different kinds of racial cultures, but it seems like there is a vibe that comes from basketball. Where in baseball,
it's the black culture. Let's be honest here. It's 90% black.
Baseball,
and if you look at baseball, it's
right?
under 10% black Americans.
Right. But we talk about how even with baseball, like very little representation of their individual players. Like they don't get much face time. We've talked about Mike Trout being the best player for so long, and still you're like, on based on who he is. And I wonder how that it feels stale in that way, that it's not like, is there something else aside from the game that I want to attach myself to? It seems like there's multiple layers to attach yourself to. I guess cards comes in as something there, but I don't know.
Like just being integrated into the culture in general. And I don't mean like, when I say the culture, I'm not using that in like kind of the glib way, like the culture, but like just in culture in general. Like how many times we can go back and like look at the ways in which ball players were referenced in various media, and it feels like baseball players aren't as much now. And I do wonder if that's kind of what you're speaking to.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that's another part of it too. Yeah, I can for sure. And I mean, just think about how many times Dak Prescott or an NFL team or Mahomes or Kelsey are integrated into music as well, like songs and stuff like that too. Whereas I just don't know if it's as much with baseball.
Yeah, and I go back to, these shows aren't my favorite. Like the morning talking head shows and everything like that. You'd be much better off listening to Sean and RJ. But those aren't my favorite. However, they're there for a reason. Stephen A. Smith might get all this money for a reason. Even if you want to count like Pat McAfee, I know he's on a little bit later in the day. They're on for a reason, and you see it all the time, is Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards, don't get me wrong, he's a damn fine player, but he gets broken down to a level of minutia that you're like, wow. And I know people feel that way about football, but you can use any number. The only person who's come even close, kind of, is Shohei. I did feel like Shohei at times got that level of attention, but he's one guy. There are a lot of other really great players. Like maybe you don't want to count Wyatt Langford, even though he's been on a tear, but we talked about Bobby Witt Jr. Obviously, he's a local guy, and he's been on an absolute tear, whether it's Juan Soto, Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge might be having a better season than when he hit 62 home runs. But it feels like you're not going to hear a lot about that until he gets like 54 instead of like, holy crap, Aaron Judge has done it again. Like lead story of your talking head show.
Yeah, I feel like Bobby Witt Jr. should be a bigger deal.
Sure.
I mean, Mike.
He's young. He's fun. Ellie De La Cruz is another one. He's young and fun.
It's part of the in-game interviews and stuff like that. An attempt to try and highlight that too, even though sometimes it can't because you don't get to see that. Was it Josh Young had 3 flashy plays in the same inning that he was being mic'd up? Like that was an awesome moment. I just wonder how much that affects that.
I think baseball's doing fine. We want it to be something that it's not, and if you don't like it, I mean, one thing that it can't be, I hate saying this, but it can't be black culture. Black people in America right now are not playing this sport in general. I get there are some, but it's only, I think, to start the year, 6 or 7%.
The percentage.
So
is
if
very
you want
low.
it to be hip hop, black culture type of deal, that's basketball. Baseball never had it, but it's definitely gone down in time. In fact,
Do you think it was close with Griffey at all? Sorry to jump in there.
I think that's when it started dying, actually, not by him or anything. Is what happened is Michael Jordan, I think, changed a lot of things in our world of athletes playing certain sports. And then it even got worse, as in the late 90s, we made baseball a very expensive sport. It was always a little expensive, but now we've made it very expensive. That's why soccer sucks in the United States, is because it's a very expensive sport.
Yeah.
And in other countries, it's not an expensive sport, but the United States made soccer a very expensive sport, and that's why we'll always suck at it.
They did.
I think that's, sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there. My bad. I think that's a great point, like the idea that we really subsidize football and basketball in big ways in this country when it comes to like public schools, and like those are big sports that are frequently pushed. And baseball, even though it does exist in schools, it's not as big, it's not as subsidized. And I do imagine that that's a big way of people getting into various sports, right?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely, man.
Yeah, and I know the HBSU, is that what it is?
HBCUs?
HBCU is playing Friday, I believe, and that's a fun game that Griffey Jr. is
That's part of the
putting on
All-Star weekend, yeah.
I know Mark McLemore is one of the coaches. There's a whole bunch of good athletes. So there are black people playing baseball, but it's at such a low number that it's very tough to get those numbers up. So if you wanted more, like if I go into I'll say a basketball, because I'm 99% sure you'll never hear a country song in a basketball gymnasium in the NBA. Like 0% chance. But if I go to
unless you're Jimmy Butler's
if I go to baseball right now, if I went to the weight room, I know the Rangers are on the road, but there's probably about a 33% chance I'm going to hear country music in there. Not the whole time, but it'll just be rotated in songs. And country music is more white culture. Rap music is more black culture. And so I do think that, look, younger people usually go more towards, I would say, I know this is sounding, I don't want to sound racist. I'm sending facts here, is younger people like rap music more than country music. It doesn't mean that your taste can't change over time or whatever, but you're like, okay, well, younger people like this type of music, like this type of genre, like this type of this and that. So they might lean more towards NBA. And that's fine. I mean, they both have about the same numbers. Like there's really no difference between basketball and baseball. And there doesn't seem to be, over the last few years, there doesn't seem to be much of a change in the numbers, as in all of a sudden basketball's done this and baseball's done that.
We talked about overall revenue for the two sports. They're the two leagues are very, very similar. We even broke it down. Now I realize there's more product to disperse for baseball, but the 100 to 110 million that Bally was giving the Rangers as opposed to the 50 versus the Mavericks. And then the fact that, like I said, it can be off a bit, but the NBA Finals and World Series ratings are not that different on a year-to-year basis.
Kevin, that was actually a question I wanted to ask because, and this would take it to a whole different level, and I don't know that we have the time for that, but do we have any sports that are like monoculture, like that are not niche? If baseball's niche, I feel like football would be the only one in America. Like, I think that we are seeing I think we're seeing the death of monoculture in general, where everybody's kind of siloed into their different interests, and the only thing that, when it comes in sports, that it feels like bridges all those gaps is football.
At least here. Yeah, I definitely think you're right. Obviously, the argument would be in most every other country in the world, it's soccer. But
football,
yeah, as you so some variation of football is the great uniter for people. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, I see a couple people, sorry I haven't had a chance to respond yet, on the text 877-881-1053 saying they appreciate the conversation, or like maybe they don't agree with everything, but they appreciate the conversation. We like to have these kinds of conversations. And when Broussard is somebody that for the longest time, I can't say I've like kept as much track of him the last 4 or 5 years, but for the longest time, I was really in tune with the stuff he was putting out there. So I was like, I definitely disagree with this opinion, but I thought it was interesting. Coming up next, let's put emotion to the side. Look at the cold, hard stats. Will Dak reach these numbers in 2024? Plus, Mike likes it. Plus, Joey Chestnut eating for America. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
When divorce is inevitable, you need an experienced and assertive family law attorney from the law firm of Bailey & Gallion to protect your rights. The emotions that come with a marital breakup can make it difficult to objectively determine what's in your best interest. You want proven family law attorneys to help you make the right decisions about custody, visitation, support, and property distribution. The law firm of Bailey & Gallion will help you protect your vital interests. Call now for a free initial consultation with a family law attorney near you. Call 800-LAW-OFFICE. Bailey & Gallion has offices in the DFW Metroplex and throughout the state of Texas, and a newly opened office at the Legal Cafe across from the historic Fort Worth Courthouse on Main Street. Call 800-LAW-OFFICE or visit our website at thetexasattorney.com. Thetexasattorney.com. Let Bailey & Gallion, the official law firm of the world champion Texas Rangers, solve your legal puzzle. Call 800-LAW-OFFICE, 800-LAW-OFFICE, or thetexasattorney.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
How about this $29 service call gimmick? I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Here in North Texas, an experienced service tech costs around $35 an hour to employ. So how can a company charge $29 for a service call when it doesn't even cover their cost? It's simple. They just charge you for a bunch of unnecessary repairs. That $29 is just a ticket into your home and into your wallet. At Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who don't want to be taken advantage of.
Our service call is $99, and our techs don't work on commission.
Right now, you can combine factory and utility rebates to save over $5,000 on a brand new system that can cut your electric bill in half for as little as $98 a month. So call 2 other companies first, and then call Reliant Air Conditioning, and you'll see how we've been gimmick-free since '83. Our number's 877-YOUR-HERO or ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Expert.
Back on his right, they'll give it to Pollard. He's going to be hit from here. Oh, he kept it. He's still good running up the middle. Touchdown. Oh, he faked me out. What a great fake and an 18-yard run up the middle by Dak Prescott.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. I realize anytime Dak Prescott comes up, it seems to be an emotional subject.
Why?
Man,
that is a fascinating question that I just asked. You're welcome.
That could be the entire show tomorrow.
Text in.
There's a whole lot of reasons.
Take calls.
Okay, well, we might have to get back to that. I have some other questions first.
Gotcha.
I'm just going to look at the cold, hard numbers to it all and see if you think that he will achieve these numbers this season.
With or without a ankle situation?
He said his ankle is fine. Why would an athlete lie? Why would Dak lie?
He's not in a contract season or anything.
He is in a contract season.
He's just protecting his ankle. He's making sure he's healthy so that he can be as good as possible to start in the season.
Okay. And be safe in a
Make a good first impression and leave a lasting one.
The boot is off. He said there is absolutely nothing wrong with his ankle and he's fine.
Yes.
All right. Over under, how many yards passing do you think Dakota Rain Prescott will have this year?
I'm going to put him in the 4,800 range this year. Yeah, I think that Dak is going to go out there this year without much of a running game, and he's going to be they're going to be very reliant on Dak Prescott's arm this season. He had 4,500 last year?
Yes, 4,516.
All right.
Over under is 4,050 and a half.
I'll take the over every day.
Okay.
Especially with 17 games and 4,500 last year. Yeah, I'll take the over.
Okay. Over. Mike, what say you?
Over.
Okay. Reginald, do you want to make it a clean sweep? 4,050 and a half yards.
Over.
Ooh, positivity. I like it. Next up.
I didn't say it was a positive thing.
Oh, because you also think the running game is going to be
Are you
so
suggesting
bad?
that having to throw that much means that you're behind and you're having to go score? Oh, man.
Why, just because we have the worst running back room in the NFL? All right, next. Over under. Corey, how many touchdown passes do you think Dak Prescott will have this year?
34.
Ooh. The over under is 29 and a half.
I'll take that. I'll take the over. I'll take 30.
Okay. Is this a positive? This is not a negative like the last one was where you're like, we have to throw the ball.
I think this is well, I do think that this is going to be Mike McCarthy saying, hey, man, we're putting it on you. I think Jerry Jones is trying to put it on Dak Prescott. Look, you want to be a $50 million quarterback? Then go be a $50 million quarterback and show that you deserve it whenever I'm not giving you much to work with. And then we'll see how things go. But yeah, I think he's going to have over 30.
Under.
Okay.
Except that he does have Zeke at the goal line. So Zeke at the goal line, if within 3 yards.
No, within 3
Within
yards.
a yard and a half.
Oof, maybe.
Okay.
I mean, just like people have this romanticized idea of Zeke circa 2018. If you look at some of his short yardage attempts, his last go around, his last season with the Cowboys, they were not always pretty. All right, Reggie, 29 and a half passing touchdowns for Dak. Over or under?
I still go over.
Okay, I like it. A lot of positive vibes happening right there. I like it. All
if
right.
he plays 17 games, Kevin,
does that
these numbers are he'll hit these numbers
Oh,
easy.
I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah, injuries are a problem.
That feel like a big if for you? He's had the last two of the last 4 seasons he's played the whole way. And the other 2 he played a total of 17 games.
I would prepare Kevin to see him check down, throw out of bounds rather than take off running a lot of times this year.
Okay.
I think that he's going to do everything he can to try and protect himself in a contract season as well.
All right. Gotcha.
Do what he can to stat it up, but also protect his body because he can't get it anywhere else if he's injured.
Over under interceptions. How many interceptions for Dak this season?
11.
Okay.
He had 9 last year.
It's 11.5.
Wow. I'll say he's going under.
All right.
He's only gone over twice in his career.
Okay.
So I'll take the under.
Yeah, okay. And I mean, I don't know how the rest of 2020 would have played out, but if he would have stayed healthy, the math says he would have gone over, but I know a lot of people have a lot of fiery
There's a reality there,
opinions
Kevin.
about that.
He
too.
did not end up throwing any more passes.
That's true.
That year.
That's true. Hopefully it's just a sprain. Reggie, 11.5 interceptions for Dak, over or under?
Push.
Oh!
What? No.
He's throwing exactly 11.5 interceptions.
It's specifically at 11.5, so you
But
can't
he said push. He said push, though.
Yep.
All right, so how many interceptions do you think he's going to have?
11.5.
You're a
That's how that
moron.
works.
No, that's no.
What is a push?
It's a tie.
Which would be 11.5.
He can't have 11.5 interceptions.
You don't know that?
I do know.
You could have 11.5 sacks in the NFL, but not 11.5 interceptions?
Yes. The different ways of keeping those numbers. Just like, look.
Why would you do that?
I'm a proponent of quarterbacks only getting counted a half interception or less if somebody drops a pass and it goes right to the defender. Like, I definitely get how you'd be like, how the hell was that my fault? I put the ball on his hands and he dropped it.
I want the NFL to go back and track the numbers that way. Interceptions that were fault of receiver.
Here, I'll tell you what. The reason why they won't,
and interceptions that were fault of offensive line.
Wow. The reason why they won't, there's probably a lot of them. Here's one of them. They don't want to do all that other work because then Vinny Testaverde's popping out there and he's like, hey, what about this?
I played with trash receivers my whole career.
Ernie Kosar has thoughts.
Gotcha.
And man, I don't know, all these other quarterbacks coming out of the woodwork and they're like, hey, now go ahead and figure out our stats and everything like that.
I understand what you're saying.
And again, we couldn't figure out sacks for the longest time in the NFL, so I don't really know what kind of...
If 3 people sack the quarterback at the same time, do they all get a half sack?
Third sacks.
That is weird.
0.33 sacks.
So if that happened twice, then you could have 3 registered sacks, but the quarterback only got sacked twice?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh my gosh. I hadn't even
See how
really...
math works?
I hadn't really considered that. All right, well, you stumped me there. Okay. We went through some of them. Where do you think Dak stacks up? Is he top 5 in the betting odds for passing yards?
Ooh.
Says nothing about team success or anything like that, just passing yards.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, who else would you put in there?
Mahomes.
Yep.
Tua?
Yep.
That's a good guess.
With Josh Allen? Josh Allen's got to be in there, especially this year.
I would think that. He's not in the top 5. Maybe it's because they gutted his team.
That's a possibility. Is Jared Goff in there?
Yes.
Because Jared Goff was throwing the heck out of the football last year.
So they have Dak tied for 3rd. Mahomes is 1st. Shocker. Then C.J. Stroud is next. And then Dak, Goff, and Tua are all in that next
Stroud
group.
had 4,100 yards his first season, dude.
C.J. Stroud's awesome.
Tank Dell's even more excited about him this year.
I know there are a lot of people who are waiting for the regression, and they might be right, but I mean, he was awesome last year. All right. Is Dak Prescott in the top 5 in predicted touchdown passes this season?
Ooh, yes.
Okay.
I think he could be there, but I don't think he will be.
Okay. All right. Where I'll go to you on this one. Who would be in the top 5?
Dak.
He is 2nd.
Okay.
On the betting line.
I guess I'm going to throw Goff out there again.
Goff did not make the top 6.
Mahomes, I feel like
Mahomes is number 1.
Makes sense.
Mahomes is, by the way,
even though he only had 27 last year.
Big shocker. Mahomes is number 1 in both of these categories by a pretty sizable margin. He's favored by 150 yards and 4 touchdowns. Everybody else. Okay, that's an overreaction.
No,
that is a very logical thing that you would think. That's an overreaction.
What about Jordan Love?
Jordan Love is in the top 6.
He was 2nd last year in throwing.
Was he really?
32. To guess who was number 1?
Dak.
36.
Oh, he should have been the MVP.
Should have been 36-9. Is Brock Purdy in there?
Brock Purdy is in the top 6. And the reason I said 6 is there's a tie.
Oh. So they both got half touchdowns?
Well, no. Patrick Mahomes won. Dak, I hate you.
Baker Mayfield.
Dak 2. Okay, by the way, just quick side note. I saw a draft report for Quinn Ewers, and they're like, he has the upside of Baker Mayfield. And look, I know Baker's like in the NFL, and that's cool and everything, but for some people who want to push him to the top of the draft, is that the upside you want?
No.
That feels low.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you get drafted by Cleveland, though, too, like that's always going to stunt your growth.
They'll be pumped. But yeah, Brock Purdy, Joe Burrow, Jordan Love, and Josh Allen rounded out the top
Makes
6.
sense.
So the predicted numbers on this for Dak, 4,050 yards, 29.5 touchdowns, 11.5 interceptions. Not all. Y'all didn't go over on all the positive stuff and under on all the negative, but a lot of positivity there. And it seems like for the most part, betting sites think that Dak will be in the top 5 in passing yards and passing touchdowns. Now, whether that is just a matter of skill or a rebuke against the running back room for the Cowboys, I don't have a good breakdown.
I don't think, Kevin, I don't think anybody that's rebuking, if you will, if they're just upset or whatever about any of this, has anything to do with his regular season stats.
I could see that.
Unless they lose, and then it's all about his rate. Like they're like, oh, how did you even lose that game? I mean, then you're like, hold on, regular season doesn't matter, right? Everything is about what he can accomplish in the postseason. He has to do that first.
It does feel kind of impossible to separate those things.
Stinks, because there was a time when I liked all the seasons. Yeah, I get it.
You had enough of a lead up time, so
if you haven't succeeded in the postseason, it's time to move on. Is the way that we look at it. If you haven't done that, it's time to move on.
All right. Now, this next thing I want to talk to you guys about, I promise I'm not going to try to ask you or force you to perform this challenge.
Okay.
So answer as honestly as you can. You are given 38 minutes at the Buffalo Wild Wings to eat as many boneless wings as you conceivably
can. Wild Wings!
Boneless.
And I don't have to be on air during this time?
Correct.
All right.
What do you think you could put up as a number?
38 minutes.
20?
25.
Okay. Reggie, keeping in mind, I promise I'm not going to ask you to do this. How many boneless wings could you eat in 38 minutes?
Yeah, probably like 25.
Okay. Joey Chestnut is a man of the people.
And a competitive eater. That's his job.
No.
You're about to try and
Actually,
embarrass
I'm going to go back
us.
to 20. I'm not
not saying you have to beat Joey Chestnut. Don't use that as a drop. All right.
Now I have to. Every time you acknowledge it, I have to do it.
Buffalo Wild Wings has extended their all-you-can-eat wing promotion on Monday and Wednesdays until August 14th because of Joey Chestnut, who ate 200 boneless wings in 38 minutes.
Wow. 200?
200. And
There's
then
so much crust on them.
He held up, because
They're
this
fantastic.
is a similar accomplishment. He held up the 200 sign a la a variation of the Wilt Chamberlain 100 sign. He did!
And
if you ever listen to those guys who run the Nathan's Famous...
And then Wilt held up at 10,000.
I mean, that is very fair. I have no idea what kind of women or whatever you get on the competitive eating circuit. I'm honestly not sure. There was a King of the Hill episode about that, but in real life, I have no idea. So
boneless wings are the best wings, by the way.
No, they're not. They're not even wings.
They're really, really good. Did he have flavor on them? Like, were they flavored at all?
Yeah, I don't know the flavor breakdown, but yeah, it feels like you don't want to go. You don't want to go with too extreme of a flavor if you're going to eat that many.
Why?
Korean barbecue. I see what you're talking about.
That's just, I don't know. Like, you don't want to get the ultra hot. Or you're like, oh, I'm not full, but my mouth is all messed up. Like, that's not what you want. So mild would make a lot of sense to me.
Did he dip everything in water? Is that how? Because I know like a lot of them do that.
I don't.
I think that's just for the hot dog bun.
Yeah, does it work with chicken? I feel like with chicken, you really have to.
Chicken.
You really have to masticate that.
That's
chicken.
right.
Oh my God! And look, I was not trying to start a war on the fan text about what is or is not a wing. I know Colby
There's no
says
war. There's just facts.
they're flavored chicken nuggets. I'm not arguing that one way or another. I was just telling you the story from Joey Chestnut. And then somebody asked us once at a remote, why did I order boneless wings? And I was like, bone-in wings are complex to eat in the midst of a show.
True.
So boneless wings are just significantly easier for broadcasting purposes.
Buffaloes don't have wings anyway, though. So what are we doing here?
It's from the city of Buffalo. They're Buffalo chicken wings.
That's not even true either.
What are you talking about?
Look it up.
You don't
Buffalo's the state, New York's the city.
That's not how that works. You're trying to trick. You cannot trick me.
But are you sure?
Yeah, are you sure?
That's Blake.
And then, that's fair. And then I'm just going to throw this out there because I know people have thoughts. Feel free to respond to this texter on the text or the Twitch or the YouTube from the 469. That's because Dak Prescott is a top 3 to 5 quarterback, period. Anyone saying otherwise is an idiot.
All right, Tad.
Oh, well,
I can think of at least 2 other people that might have been.
That becomes too much of a, it has to be this way or that's it. Like, there could be a lot of factors in there. There are a lot of factors.
And then from the 817, boneless wings are only nuggets, and yes, we are arguing this now.
No, we're not.
I guess I could just walk away.
Boneless wings are the best. They're easy. You don't have to deal with the bone.
I mean, they're still delicious, and all of those things are true.
Yeah.
It's just, you're paying a wing premium for chicken nuggets. Do you want to pay a wing premium?
So that I don't have to eat off of a bone? Sure.
Is there a fancy chicken nugget place? Because I know they got like fancy grilled cheese, fancy ramen. Is
fancy
there a fancy
pizzas.
Yeah, is there a fancy chicken nugget place?
If they don't have dino nuggets, is it really fancy at all?
That is a great point. Those are the best kind of nuggets. All right, now, I'm not kidding about that either. Now it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, I'm going to stick with food here. So, have a daughter who is in college, and we were talking to her the other day, and she was headed to Whole Foods at like 8 o'clock at night to get her dinner. And she said this whole dinner, which would feed a family of 4, is only $10.
Oh, wow.
So there is this app called Too Good to Go. So I asked her what it was the other day because I forgot it, and I downloaded it. So I'm just giving you guys a heads up. Kevin, I do not think you'd be into this app too much.
My family might.
Now, there are ones where like Tiff Treats are on there.
Okay.
So you'll be okay with that. But what happens is at Whole Foods is they'll have stuff that is expiring that day. Not that it'll like go super bad, but it has an expiration date on like they can't sell it after this day. So this app recommends that these grocery stores or restaurants or whatever it is, a Tiff Treats.
Tell me the name one more time. I'm sorry, Mike.
Too Good to Go.
Too Good to Go. Do you have this, Corey, or have you heard of this?
On the internet.
So what you can do is let's just say Tiff Treats has a whole bunch of cookies.
Yeah.
And near the end of the day, they're like, well, we bake these fresh. We want to get rid of these fresh cookies. So instead of, let's say, $20 for, I have no clue, for a dozen cookies, I'm throwing out a number. I have no clue what it is. They'll be like, you put in your information, you kind of buy it now, and they will give you a time to come pick it up, and it'll be $6.
Wow.
So you go to Whole Foods, and what happens is it'll just be a surprise package. So they will package like 4 meals in there for $10.
Interesting.
And you don't know what you're going to get. They don't tell you what you're going to get, like at Whole Foods or some other places. It's like a surprise package. But you could go to like a bagel shop or something like that. That usually a bagel would be, I don't know, $3 or something.
Or if you have a pretty open palate, it feels like, why the heck not?
So this is actually really cool. I didn't know this. So it seems like bakeries are really into this and grocery stores are really into this because they have things that aren't going to be really that sellable the next day.
Yeah.
And so you can get 70% or more discounts on these things. It's just specific times. And then obviously sometimes they don't have any extra. Sometimes they do. And it'll tell you they have 5 left. between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. tonight or something to come pick up your Tiff's treats or whatever.
This is really fascinating. I'm like Corey. I jumped onto this website, never heard of it until just now.
I never heard of it till last week until my daughter told me that in Austin,
pretty smart.
Like it's a way a college kid can get some premium food for very cheap.
And they talk a lot on this website about, hey, we're saving good food from going to waste. Like I realize there's a business aspect of it as well. But then they have a lot of stuff on there about food waste and stuff. And my older son, works in the restaurant industry, and he talks about how much wasted food there is like all the freaking time. So I do think it's cool that there's like an avenue to not eliminate, but hopefully drop that down, and then an avenue for people to get food that maybe they normally couldn't.
So you're saying they'll take like whatever's left over on people's plates at the restaurant and slide that off into a box?
Say a fourth of a cheese
No,
enchilada.
that is not what I even figured that
sour
out.
cream chicken enchilada.
The name of the app should be, you gonna finish that?
No. Okay.
I used to think when I worked it On the Border, I was like, hey, it would be a good option because you would have like 2 hour waits right after church on Sunday. And I was like, Sundays in the mornings, a good option would be come in and you can get the Graze feature where you just get to walk around and take something off somebody's plate and you pay an extra like $25.
What?
You get to walk around and eat off everybody's plate at the tables. And they understand that their meal is going to be discounted because of it, the other people, but they have the luxury of having a table. The other grazers are walking around.
I think you could probably charge $1 for that. I'm not sure how many customers you'd get.
People would pay.
Mike, I need to tell you this. Multiple people, by the way, are asking. The website is called Too Good to Go.
There is an app. I have the app downloaded.
Okay.
I just got it too.
Now, somebody brought this up, and I don't want to set a dangerous precedent for what you're doing on your Saturday nights, Mike, but somebody goes, hey, if you go to Crumble at the end of the night, they'll give you free cookies.
That's true.
I will tell you this. On a Saturday night, and Crumble is closed on Sunday. I went there on a Saturday night once at, I don't know, they closed at like midnight, so it was 11-ish. And we ordered a 4-pack of cookies, and they're like, those will probably be good. Do you want just another 4-pack for free? And I was like, oh, sure.
Yes.
And I was like, are you sure? And they go, yeah, we're throwing all this away otherwise. And I was like, oh, okay, then yes.
It was a Saturday night. We were just hanging out at the house, and Avery was like, man, I could use some crumble cookie. And Adrian was like, what? So she ordered DoorDash and ordered 4 cookies. They sent us 3 packs of 4 cookies. And they were like, yeah, these other 2 are on us. Thanks a lot. And we were like, what? And that was also bad. Like, I mean, that's a lot of cookie right there, dude. And those things, lots of sugar and butter. You don't have to eat it, but
look, I'm not arguing that that's a healthy place. I was just
it calls to you.
Yeah.
So like right now on the app, it knows where you're at, or at least I said, hey, allow location when I go on the app, and I guess about 1.7 miles from us is a place called Bird Bakery. I've never been there, but right now it says they have 2 left. It's a surprise bag. It looks like they obviously have baked goods. They have pictures of cookies and different kind of stuff like that. And so for $6.99, it says pick up tomorrow between 8:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. for $6.99.
Oh.
Wow.
So you get whatever surprise bag that they put together.
And
Krispy
the
Kreme
bird
right
hands
now,
it right to you.
2.7 miles away. It says they have over 5 left of these, and it says pick up today between 7:30 and 8:30 p.m. a dozen Krispy Kreme donuts. I think it's whatever they have left. It's not like you're going to
Fascinating.
pick for $5.83.
Because that's why it's so cheap. If
Right,
people are
'cause
like, well, I would have picked that. Well, then you can pay the regular price.
Yeah, so that's just a couple of obviously that's baked goods, but if you have a Whole Foods near you, which I don't, I live in Oak Cliff, that's my hood. They're not going to put a Whole Foods down there.
Mike, I know this is probably what you're searching out every single day now from the 817. Do they ever do these deals for cronuts?
Well, no, but like Krispy Kreme's probably behind on the times.
I don't think they do cronuts.
Yeah,
they're
Maybe
afraid.
I'm
They're
wrong
afraid
about
of
that.
They're
donut
afraid if they
industry.
make a cronut, their business is done with their 72 other donuts.
That is a fair point. Krispy
right.
Kreme is big donut, and so they're afraid of that. That's interesting.
So my kid, we've talked about this before, my 14-year-old has really gotten into shoes, which has kind of gotten me a little bit into shoes. I'm not like crazy, whatever you call them, sneakerhead.
Yeah.
It's interesting. So one of my favorite shoes of all time just re-released for the first time in a decade. And it might even be longer than that, but I have it pulled up. I ordered 2 pair, and they're not Air Force Ones.
I see what you did there.
But these are the Converse low-top weapons that Larry Bird wore in, I think they debuted.
I definitely remember that.
I think Magic obviously had the gold and purples, and these are black and whites. They debuted in the 86 All-Star game here in Dallas, Texas, when Choose Your Weapon came out. I had these shoes a long time ago, and they were very comfortable. And I think they're so iconic, yet when I go to these YouTube places to watch they will do now stuff on Yeezys. I guess there's a zillion Yeezys out there now because obviously Adidas dropped Yeezy. But they obviously do a whole bunch of Nike/Air Jordan stuff. They will now include some New Balance drops, and maybe every once in a while, like let's say an ASICS drop. I will say New Balance, I can't believe how popular they're getting with kids.
Mm-hmm.
That was the stupidest shoe that my dad ever recommended to me when I was like 12 to 15 years old. And I'm like, I'm not wearing grandpa's shoe.
Mm-hmm.
But they have done such a good job of rebranding over, I mean, multiple decades.
Yeah.
But somehow they were able to brand from, we're just an old man's comfortable shoe or a marathon shoe. Like if you're running a marathon, New Balance. If you're an old man, New Balance.
Right.
Everybody else, you're a moron if you get New Balance. But they've done a great job of kind of, I think, becoming the number 2 shoe, well behind Nike. Nike's far beyond everybody. But what I don't get from all these people that are buying all these old school Jordans or old school basketball shoes, and mostly Jordans, is how this weapon hasn't gotten a little bit more run. They're not sold out. They're only $110. They're cheaper than Dunks, which are the Nike kind of I call them knockoff. They were at the same time as Jordan Air 1s. So they're pretty much the same shoe. One has the Jordan Air, the first ever logo on it. And then Nike Dunks were like, yeah, we're going to just make these common ones. But I mean, I just think this weapon is just so clean, especially because they have the Nike Pandas, which are Dunks, which a zillion people have these. But I just think if you're wearing these Converse, they tell way more of a story that you're wearing Larry Bird's 3-time MVP lows rather than Nike Dunks. But that's just me getting back into kind of shoes a little bit. And I was like, this Converse shoe is just so iconic to a 46-year-old man.
Do you think you'll get to the point where, or maybe you've already gotten to the point where you said like your son kind of got you back into shoes, that now you've surpassed him in terms of interest level in shoes?
I would say I surpassed, but I've never really been into Jordans, but I do have some Jordans. We have the same shoe size, so it helps out that we can share shoes. But if I showed him this Converse, which I haven't yet, I don't think he'd be interested at all. Yet if I told him it was Larry Bird's major shoe, I'm surprised they haven't come out yet with the low, like Lakers/Magic Johnson. Now, those are tougher to wear just because they are gold and purple. I mean, there's crazy shoe colors. People like crazy shoe colors, but gold and purple can be a little bit tougher to just kind of wear. And that's why the Dunk Pandas are so popular. You just get white and black shoes and you can wear them with so many different things.
And so now what I'm learning from this segment, with all the money you're going to save on Too Good To Go, you can push that into more shoes.
Yes.
I'm very surprised at how like the market is, like it's almost half the U.S. market is Nike. And then it's Adidas, New Balance, Skechers above Converse. That's wild to me because how many people I still see wearing Chucks
Under
all the time.
Armour,
Under Armour's next. Under Armour's the next one. They would be sick.
Remember when they pushed all in on that?
2015, man. They look like they own the world. How they got Bryce Harper, Cam Newton, Steph Curry, and Jesuit kid, golfer.
Spieth.
Jordan Spieth. It's like, dude, you got the 4 best players or 5 best players in all the major sports. Like Under Armour just hit the lottery, and then 2 years later, it just dumped on them.
Their people got more interested in creating Sagamore Spirit Rye than they did in Under Armour.
Yeah, and then they get like political at some point too, which if you're a up and coming company, you probably can't do that. Like Nike could do it. It doesn't matter. Like they'll be just fine if they somehow take some sort of political hit. But that's it for Mike Likes It.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors, where I predict there will be lots of tennis updates.
Will you draft anywhere but Georgia for offensive line and running with the Bulls? We do it next on The Fan.
The Rangers look to stretch their winning streak to 5 games tonight in Anaheim. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of this evening's game gets underway at 8 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Kevin, I also just saw this, and Mike, you might be excited about this. BR walk-off. You ever heard of that before? Bleacher Report walk-off?
Oh, yes.
Ranked their top 10 third baseman in Major League Baseball.
Buddy Bell.
Not Buddy, but not right now. Not all history.
Not right now.
Right
Okay.
now. The right now versions. Austin Riley, number 10. Joey Ortiz, number 9. Matt Chapman, number 8. Ryan McMahon, number 7.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Smith, the number 6 third
Really?
baseman in all of baseball.
Wow.
According to Bleacher Report right now.
love
Behind Jose Ramirez, Devers, Alec Baum, Jordan Westberg, and Isaac Paredes.
My son said that it's unfair that Marcus Semien made the All-Star team and Josh Smith didn't. And I said, well, Josh Smith doesn't qualify really as a second baseman, because I agreed with him. Josh Smith is having a better year than Marcus Semien, but it goes to the position, because they can't just take the 30 whatever best players / pitchers. They have to give them a positional spot. And for Josh Smith, he's having a better year than Marcus Semien, but that doesn't qualify him to take Marcus Semien's spot.
If Altuve's leg falls off for a week and he can't play in the All-Star break,
he's not going, but they probably won't replace him with a third baseman.
Boch can't just do whatever he wants.
No, because remember, you weren't here for that. So when we talked with him last week, he did make allusions to that, and he goes, oh yeah, well, if I had the say, he'd definitely be on the team. And he goes, it's got more complicated over the years. It's not as easy of a process as it used to be for the managers. And so he definitely was like, oh, I would absolutely put him on the team.
But because
politics.
I will say there's literally no other good second baseman who are not on the All-Star team. So maybe there's Marcus, you're playing all 9 innings.
There you go. All right, guys, let's go to some football real quick.
I like football.
And then we'll talk something like the Cowboys. The Great Wall of Georgia.
Yes.
The average size. He did go to Georgia. The average size of Georgia's incoming offensive lineman is 6'7", 340 pounds.
What are we feeding these children?
I have no clue. Just putting steroids in the water, I guess.
Oh my gosh.
Cronuts. You know what? Since we found out about Cronuts, offensive linemen are bigger.
Okay.
Averagely.
That's true.
Yeah.
I guess.
You can't deny that, Kevin.
I guess I can't.
When was the first time you heard about Cronuts? Week and a half ago?
Several years ago.
2 weeks ago?
No, several years ago.
I mean, when you brought it up.
And then what?
Even several years ago, are the offensive line now not bigger?
Yeah, you've got me there.
And since then, 6'7", 340 pound average.
Unbelievable. How is that the average?
Nair Daniels.
Wait, that means there's people bigger than that?
I would assume.
Well, actually, yes.
What?
That's what average means.
I would say that Malachi Tolliver is the smallest one at 6'5.5", 321 pounds.
Okay.
320 pounds.
So hold on.
But Kevin,
defensive tackle, right?
Hold on. But Nair Daniels, 6'7.5", 391 pounds. And Jazeer Jackson, 6'10", 300 pounds.
So the guy who's 6'5" and 321, they walk by and they're like, what's up, half pint? And they kind of shove him or something like that.
Maybe that NC State basketball player wasn't big enough.
That DJ Byrne?
maybe he's still. They're like, you're undersized, buddy. Sorry. He's like, what? Did you not see me?
He's like, I'm 305 and jumped 6 inches off the ground.
God, that game is so annoying.
What I really need to look into now is Like, that's a giant recruiting class for Georgia. And that we've kind of discussed this. Georgia is now the powerhouse, right?
Sure.
They have solidified their stance.
It's hard to argue.
Kirby Smart's been very good in what he's built. Now that Nick Saban's out, Georgia becomes the lead dog in all of that. And so and they're like, give me some beef on the offensive line. Much like the Giants GM was telling their owner, look, we need to invest in offensive line to protect Daniel Jones because he stinks.
We talked about this with the shortstop conundrum about being too tall. Do you want to be an offensive lineman at 6'10"?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you do if you're 6'10" and you don't play offensive lineman?
Man, I feel like you'd be a dope-ass receiver. Even
at 300 pounds?
Yes. You can man cover me all you like. I'll knock your ass to the ground.
Be like, run this route.
I just throw it up. Just point up every time.
Put it up here.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm like not even going to walk into the huddle. I'm just going to point my finger up.
Just like Randy Moss
Yes.
at the line of scrimmage.
Run
I'm open.
Without the speed.
5-yard curls all day long. Then you get hit in the back at 6'10".
Great.
Your
Would
back's
you even
done.
notice that?
Your back's done.
Some DB flies up and just, did it fly?
They don't have
touch
lower
me?
back pads.
Yeah, that guy doesn't need it.
What? Well, I guess they do
They're
have
that
the
extender
the
thing.
brace. They do have those brace things now. Whatever. Those,
Wait, are you talking about like the flak jacket?
The flak jacket.
Or what do they call it? It's not a flak
For a 300-pound offensive lineman receiver. There you go. My friend, actually our friend, Joe Trahan, who works with the Cowboys. I don't know if this is supposed to be public knowledge, but here we go.
Oh, man. It feels like we should have figured
I was
that out
scrolling
before.
through. I was scrolling through Instagram.
Oh, it's on Instagram. It's public knowledge.
Nobody's streaming us. They won't hear.
And he was overseas for the running of the Bulls.
Nope.
And he actually was down in the middle of the arena with his white clothes and his red sash on.
What?
That's what you wear. You wear like a white shirt and
Does
white pants.
everybody wear that? Is this an old Mike Bassett commercial?
Look, yeah. Everybody's wearing a crisp white shirt and a red sash of some sort around their waist.
They also paint.
Never go out of style.
Do they paint with tomatoes? Isn't that they all like throw tomatoes at each other or something?
Maybe back in the day, you had to use real things to paint. You didn't have paint stores. So you had to take like blueberries and mash them up or something and be like, throw it on the wall.
Is that how people painted?
Yeah, that is true. To get dyes.
Yeah, they just took flowers and said, mush it. And then it'll make a color and throw it on the wall.
He's right about that. And there was a time where blue was very cheap. I don't know why, but that was all that Picasso could afford. So that was his blue period because he could only afford blue paint.
That's why the sky's blue.
I don't.
Because it's cheap.
Isn't the sky actually? Never mind. Never mind. I'm not getting into this.
What the hell are you talking about? Look up at the sky. What color is it? Blue.
But isn't that just because of the atmosphere and stuff? Because outer space is not all blue.
It's black.
Because if it was green, they would die.
But outer space is not our sky.
Yeah, we can't even see it.
The blue part's the sky with the clouds in it.
Those aren't clouds.
The
They just
very
forgot
heavy
to paint.
clouds, as we've noticed.
They just didn't paint that part.
Super heavy clouds.
I think we broke Kevin. I think we got it.
And then the sun is beyond the sky, but we kind of acknowledge that it's there.
What does that mean?
Anyway, with the running of the Bulls, 6 people were hurt in Spain's traditional annual San Fermin Bull Running Festival, with 1 participant gored and 5 suffering bruises.
I got a couple of questions.
Why do people run with the Bulls?
That is a good question. My questions were going to be these other two. Are we supposed to feel bad for those people?
Nope.
Knowing that they voluntarily went into this. And secondly, how is it not more?
What? People getting hurt by the Bulls?
I'm surprised not more people get hurt by the Bulls.
I've watched a few of these running with the Bulls things.
Because Jerry Reinsdorf won't cut the check.
The event has been going on since the late 1300s, where there's 48 bulls who run per year, about 2,000 people running.
Okay, I get that because you had a campfire to tell a story or whatever. You didn't have TV or the internet.
What do you think the score is for like humans and bulls in this instance?
Like how many bulls have been killed by a human while running? 0.
What about humans? More?
1,000.
Okay.
They probably have gotten better.
There have
over
only
the
been
years.
15 reported deaths since they started keeping track in the 1900s.
Good
so
number.
That's it?
Go to the 1300s and how many years is that, Kevin, since the 1900s?
600.
Huh. Interesting.
You know who would never get caught is those people from Dune.
They
See
just
the way
slide their feet
way they
around and
run
everything?
around that desert. No bull would ever have a chance against them.
Oh, the Fremen folks?
Yes. They can outsmart the sandworms. They can beat the bulls. Is this something you'd want to do?
No. There was a time. And when I saw Joe's been doing a lot of stuff this off season.
He ran with the Bulls?
Yeah, he ran with the Bulls.
Wait, Corey, when you talked about the people hurt by the Bulls, did we account for D Rose?
Oh man, he did get hurt by the Bulls.
That's the basketball Bulls.
Yeah,
The cocaine addicts in 1984.
And don't forget about Scotty's headaches.
Yeah, that's true.
So we got to account for that too. And Luke Longley.
Okay, fine.
Hurt emotionally
If you want
because a
me to
lot of
go
people
into
act like it
that,
doesn't matter.
18?
What's tougher to beat, the 95-96 Bulls or this Bull that's running?
I don't think Eddie Curry could catch me.
It's true.
He is fat.
And Mike has said he's slow, but he thinks that Eddie Curry's
At this
slower.
point, maybe Eddie Curry could catch me, but I'd like to see what Eddie Curry looks like. If he was as heavy as he was at 18, 19, I think he's going to be really heavy at like 40.
It's a valid question.
I don't know how heavy Eddie Curry is.
But you know how heavy clouds are? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Who
Look
else
at
was
him.
the high school kid they drafted in that draft with Eddie Curry?
Tyson Chandler?
Yep, that's it. He got
Could
it
you
right.
outrun him?
No.
What about
He's like
Joakim Noah?
He's like a giraffe.
Are giraffes fast?
I bet they are.
I think they are,
They have long
actually.
legs.
And plus, you'd lose the race because they'd just stick their neck out, and you'd be like, well, crap,
That's
I
right.
was winning.
You don't have a neck that long.
True.
Merton Hanks does. He's listening right now.
He probably
he
is.
really?
Yeah, in Arlington.
Oh, that's awesome.
He grew up in Lake Highlands.
Yep.
What up, Merton?
You know what? I still remember when we had Merton Hanks on, leading into Cowboys Niners, and I hated Merton Hanks my whole life.
We showed him.
And then we talked, and I was like, "Dadgummit,
We didn't.
he was so nice,
It went very
such a
poorly
good dude."
for us.
And I was like, "Dang it!"
What about 1992
That went great.
and 93?
Same thing. 94 didn't go so well.
Oh, well.
Hey, we won a Super Bowl more recently than they have.
That's amazing.
Kevin, that being said, I did see that you have planned for this week, because a lot of people put that on their bucket list, the running with the Bulls. And I think look, if I was 22 years old, I'd probably be all about running with the Bulls and go try something like that, especially if I could get a free flight over there.
You want like a sponsorship?
a little
for your
hostel to
bull
stay in. Not now.
running?
Yeah. Oh, I would like to sponsor a bull. That would be kind of dope to enter our bull into the running competitions
Wait,
every year.
what is
Like
the bull
The
competing
KNC bull for
Cows.
the numbers.
First place.
Yeah, he's trying to get
Actually,
the
just
most.
the medal stand. You know, widen your.
But how do you determine that? By running fast or goring the most humans?
Yeah, getting the most.
I think that it's more of like when you gore human, it's a time thing where they take a certain amount of time off of your time.
Hold on, you
for
lose
each person
time for
gored.
that? That would make no sense. In
No, why
my
would you
bull
gain
running
time?
competition, you get points for that because the humans
Exactly, you lower your time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying add to
No,
it. Okay.
Yeah, you're not getting like, you stepped out of your lane, and so they're
Right, it's not a penalty.
They're taxing you for
Okay.
this.
Because the humans are trying to bait you. And so the bulls, they need to get credit if they take
Exactly.
you down on their home turf.
Exactly. But Kevin, I know you have coming up this week sometime an anti-bucket list.
Maybe tomorrow. The things you never want to do again in the rest of your life.
If you did this once, do you think you would never want to do it again, or you would be like, you know what? I made it the first time.
No,
Bulls
because
on parade.
and that's a great song. I hear what you're saying. I think the issue would be someone somewhere near me would have gotten gored or hurt, even if I survived.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, that could have been me.
Gotcha.
Next time. It's like, oh, what happened? I have a giant bullhorn through my leg.
Thank you for that.
It's not been a great day.
Giraffes apparently run 37 miles per hour.
Oh, but how
It's
many
almost
knots?
as fast as Wyatt to first base.
How many knots is that?
It's out in the ocean. Nobody knows.
No.
There you go. And that's the C block, ladies and
I bet I
gentlemen.
could swim faster than a giraffe.
Highly doubt it.
I think they said Wyatt Langford runs 31 miles per second to first base.
He is fast, dude.
Feels too fast,
He is
but I like it.
fast.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're a week away from the Midsummer Classic in Arlington. Are you excited? And are you going to any of the festivities? That and more Rangers talk next on The Fan.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That is Franklin & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
0-1. Langford hits one high and deep to left field. That one is not coming back. Pilar looks, it's out of here. That one clears both bullpens in straightaway left field. A 2-run home run for Wyatt Langford, and the Rangers' lead grows to 9-3.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk a little bit about the Rangers, but also the All-Star Game in general. Mike, I know you were talking about some of the festivities that you're going to be involved in this weekend. I kind of want to gauge the temperature of the Metroplex a week out from the event.
It's about 94.
Okay, are people excited for
Man.
the All-Star game.
Choppy was, and then I bought him tickets. Now he's backed out. So
What?
yeah,
He did?
yeah. So I was like, thanks a lot, Chop.
Did he give you a good reason at least?
Too much money.
Oh, okay.
Like, this is like, all right, fine. So I think I'm just going to have my son invite a couple friends because I have tickets for the home run derby.
Yeah.
And it's going to be me and my son. And then I ended up getting 4 because Choppy desperately wanted some and then he backed out. So I was like, thanks a lot, Chop.
Yeah, that makes a little bit of sense considering it's Chop,
Yeah. So
That is fair. I feel like if anyone at the station, you can just use that line as, well, it's Choppy.
Yeah, it's
and
Choppy.
like it just covers so much ground.
But I'm going to the home run derby and going to the All-Star game with my son. I can remember going in 95 to both events. And
do you remember who won?
The All-Star game?
I
mean, Jeff Conine, so it's a National League.
Yes.
Because he was MVP.
That
and
is.
then I
also, do you remember his quote after, or this might have been later. I don't remember if it was like right after the game. He said, "That's the hottest I've ever been on a baseball field."
So I agree, even though I wasn't on the field. I remember for the home run derby, which was an afternoon event. It was not a nighttime event.
I got to go to that too.
It was so hot where we were sitting that we bought bottles of water to put on our seats so our butts would stop burning.
Like you poured the water?
Yeah, we got Aquafina or whatever, like bottled water, and just had to pour it on the seat to cool it down so we could sit down on it. Because you had shorts on, and as your shorts kind of right up, your thighs are touching the seat, and you couldn't, like your thighs couldn't touch the seat or you would burn your skin off.
Yeah, I don't want to do that, man.
Huh.
So you're telling everybody to buy water, huh?
I mean, yes.
We're okay for this one.
Okay.
Well,
because it's indoors?
It's funny that you say that because you're right about the home run derby and several of the events, but so much of this is also happening at Choctaw, which is obviously
in Oklahoma.
Well, no. The old Rangers ballpark, if you prefer.
He's right. Choctaw is in Oklahoma.
That is true.
Technically correct.
Thank you.
I meant Choctaw Stadium. And so
yeah, that's in Arlington.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's outside.
Reggie's right.
Oh my God.
Playing football there, I heard.
And doing all-star festivities there.
I think that's where I'm going to be. I need to check my email.
So a lot of the activations and activities are going to happen here. To combat that, MLB plans to have 35 hydration stations and sunscreen available around the village. 20.
I don't think that's enough.
Well, there's more.
Okay.
20 misting stations.
All right.
12 shade structures. I don't know why it just can't be like
a shade structure.
Yes, shade structure.
Umbrellas.
And the rookie league field, which is aimed for kids 8 and under, is going to be tented and climate controlled with portable air conditioning. So you said that might not be enough, and I get that, but 35 hydration stations, 20 for misting, 10 shade structures. They're going to have sunscreen. The kids area is enclosed and has air conditioner. It feels like they're like really putting in the effort to make this work.
We're always looking for stuff to do here in DFW. Like we like opportunities like this. You saw how many people were out there for the parade. It's not going to be like over that weekend. Do you think it'll be that close?
I don't think it'll be that many at one time.
Right.
But I think over Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, they'll probably get 1 million people.
Yeah. There's going to be travelers too.
Yeah. I know that there's just tons of, yes, I'll be out there, but the All-Star Village, I'll be out there on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. I'll be out there at one point with Mark McLemore signing autographs. But we're going to be in the All-Star Village, it says, is the location.
Okay.
That might be, I'm not 100% sure. Is that inside?
I think it's set up outside the stadium. I think that's how it's going to be. I'm not sure.
But, yeah, so I think I'm doing a lot of things inside, but I'm not 100% sure. And then I'll be there Sunday from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock at the Rangers Clubhouse Experience in the All-Star Village, and then the world's largest baseball in the All-Star Village.
Like a real baseball?
I don't know. That's what it says. It says from 5:30 to 6 on Sunday, July 14th. I will be at the world's largest baseball, our All-Star Village.
Does it say how big the baseball is?
No, just this. That's all I got.
Okay.
I got to find the world's largest baseball.
Yes, I'm definitely fascinated by that. So What I was curious about, and by the way, Mike, there's a whole lot of offers coming in if you don't want to send your son and his friends to the All-Star game or anybody else that they would
I'm going with my son, but then I
Okay.
have 2 extra spots that I got to fill out.
Multiple people who would like to purchase those All-Star
I don't
tickets.
think I'm allowed to. I did buy them, but I'm not allowed to sell them.
Probably accurate.
Kevin, Muskota, Kansas currently houses the 20-foot wide baseball, the world's largest baseball. So
is it coming here?
I don't know if it's like traveling, if it's like, hey, we're on a roll, guys. I don't have no clue what's going on.
Paul Bunyan
He
hit
just
it all
picks
the
it
way
up and-
here. Yeah.
That'd be awesome. I have no clue how, like, what they're doing here, but this is now like changed. I don't want to see the home run derby. I want to see the world's largest baseball. That's it.
Given those 2 options,
1,000%.
you're going to see the largest baseball and listen to the Derby here on the Fan.
Mike's going to be at the world's largest baseball.
That's
from 10 to 10:30 a.m. on Saturday and from 5:30 to 6 p.m. on Sunday.
Oh, you want to go see Michael Young or Ian Kinsler?
Yeah,
or do you want to go
Raleigh
see Mike
Fingers,
Bassick
or
on the
Andre
world's largest
Dawson.
baseball?
Are they going to be at the
I
world's
am
largest
famous.
baseball?
He's famous, Mike Bassick.
You want to get an autograph from me? You have a chance from 11 to 12. It's the only time I do it for free.
All right. Do you get the sense, and I know we're focused a
By the
lot.
way, I'm just teased about that. I signed way too much for free.
Wow. Okay. I know the Rangers have won 4 in a row. We're hoping that they get closer and closer and eliminate any of this discussion about them being sellers
This
at the
starts
trade
the
deadline.
run, baby. This
That's
starts
right.
the run.
But do you get the sense a week out that there is palpable buzz for the All-Star game here in Arlington and in the Metroplex?
I honestly thought there would be more.
Me too. Maybe it's because maybe as we get closer, it'll turn up a little more.
Okay.
But I think there are people that are still kind of coming off the high of the Mavs and Stars season, hoping the Rangers like really ramp it up. And over this next few weeks or this next 5 games, maybe they can make more intrigue happen.
I'm wondering if it's just our age. I just remember in 95 how just it felt like this. We couldn't believe we were hosting a Major
Yes.
League All-Star game. And I don't know. It felt more buzzy in 95 than
Okay.
24, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just our age and we're just, I don't know.
I couldn't wait to get the newspaper to see what new piece they were writing about that week and everything.
I remember going with my dad to like whatever it was called back then. I'm going to call it the All-Star Village, but it was at the convention center, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
And they were giving away like Pinnacle cards. Like
yes,
you could
and
get,
little and I have an All-Star pin still.
yeah,
from
and
that
so I don't
weekend.
know if they do that. Like if you go out there now, obviously it won't be Pinnacle, but it would be Tops. Like does Tops have like a commemorative like All-Star set that you can only get if you go to the All-Star Village that they're passing out to kids or old people like me? I don't know, but that was something I always remember was just how cool everything was, and then getting to go Monday afternoon. I believe it was Monday afternoon to the home run derby, and then Tuesday night. One of my favorite pitchers, and this was so big for me as a kid because the National League teams. I can't remember the first year of interleague play. Was it 94, 95?
I thought it was 94.
Is Carlos Perez. Was a nobody pitcher for Montreal, but I loved him. I loved his antics on the mound. He was a left-handed pitcher, and he was on the All-Star team. It's probably the only time he made an All-Star team, but I was so excited as a 17-year-old to get to see Carlos Perez of the Montreal Expos.
You do get amazed at like that level of starstruck that you have, especially when you're younger. From the 817, I'm going out Saturday to the Village. Excited. Let's go. From the 817, I'll be at the Swingman HBCU game. And I think that is going to be very cool as well. We talked about that a little bit earlier.
From Tejano Boy on YouTube, Kevin, which probably goes along with Audio Amigos. He says, will he autograph a DWI? Will you autograph that for somebody? It was just...
Will I autograph a driving while intoxicated?
Yeah, for somebody.
Well, I don't think I should.
I do not think you should either.
Okay, all right. What about a Dwight Powell jersey? Is that...
Ooh, okay.
Sure.
Okay, yes! Dude, can you imagine me the only person in DFW with a Dwight Powell jersey that's autographed by Mike Bassick?
Why'd you add that pause?
I was collecting my thoughts.
He knew exactly what he was doing. From the 214, 28 years old, I'm super excited for the All-Star game, but unfortunately prices are so high I feel priced out, or else I'd be taking my son. I think that's...
You could go to the Futures game. It's only
Exactly.
$40 to go to that game.
It depends. If you're only focused on going to the actual All-Star game Tuesday night, I get that then. But we talked about how you can get into the Village for $10. You talked about the Futures game, $40. I haven't really looked at the ticket market for the Home Run Derby. I imagine
I know where I'm sitting.
Pretty high.
I'm sitting in section 233.
Okay.
And I believe those tickets are $275 a piece. So it is very expensive. I'm excited to go. It's a once in a lifetime thing. I think for me to I'd take both of my boys, but one of them is going to a camp for the week. But to get to do this, to remember doing this as a kid, I think that it's just one of those things where I have the opportunity to go. I got tickets at face value, and I don't mind that I'm sitting in the upper deck because I just think it'll be a special thing that we were planning on going, I think, years ago. I was looking into going to Cleveland possibly for the All-Star game with the boys when they were younger. And then you just look at the cost of travel, hotel, getting the tickets for Home Run Derby and the All-Star game, and then flying back Wednesday morning. And it just started to get to the point where I'm like, boy, this is going to be like a $5,000 3-day trip.
Yeah.
And so here I'm like, yes, it is expensive, but being here, it can cost me a lot less because I can sleep in my own room, buy my own food, not have to take a plane ride. So this is, when it is in your town and you've always wanted to do it, I get how expensive the tickets are. But when you start looking at, if you're ever going to do this, it's way easier to do it when it's in your community than having to do all the things to get room and board pretty much, and the tickets, and then get back home.
Now from the 817, we just sold at least one person $10. Hell yeah, I'll see you guys on Saturday, Mike. I don't know if that's just to see the world's largest baseball, if it's also to see Mike, if it's a combination of the two.
I think you get to see I think it's a ticket to get you into like everything. The other thing too is, which I don't think it's charged. I don't think they charge you. Now, I don't know everybody who's signing and not signing, but like there are a bunch of legends that are going to be there, especially tons of Rangers legends like Toby Harrah, Buddy Bell, Jim Sundberg, Mark McLemore, Ian Kinsler, Michael Young, Adrian Beltre, Nelly Cruz, Josh Hamilton. Just keep going down the list. I know Odeby McDowell's going to be there. Like, I mean,
for the cycle.
There's a zillion former Rangers that are going to be part of this. Most of us are signing autographs for free for about approximately an hour. I don't know the times and the dates that you have on everybody, but yeah, like I know Kevin Minch and David Murphy, I think are going to doing it on Monday. I know Derek Holland's going to be out there doing that. So I just don't know everybody's times.
And by the way, I was going to tell you there's a couple of new food items out there.
Name one.
TikTok star Stale Crackers, Jambalaya, and Cajun Pasta, or Jambalaya if you prefer.
I'm hungry.
Well, I don't have it here. I'm saying at the ballpark.
I will eat some jambalaya. That is a fact.
South Street tacos from a San Antonio chef.
Yes.
Loaded cornbread muffin.
I'll eat some cornbread muffin.
So if you want to try some
Sounds
of
like a
those.
day right there. Sounds like an adventure in and of itself.
Hopefully you'll do some baseball stuff
Dude,
out there.
center looks like he's 14 years old.
He does. Maybe that's why he lost.
How old is he?
I don't like early 20s.
So older than Alcaraz?
Yeah, I think he is older than Alcaraz.
Oh, did we not get enough tennis talk in today?
I'll tell you what, Alcaraz has a lot of showmanship. He has a lot of flair when he plays.
I could see that.
I don't watch a lot of tennis.
I believe he is about to turn 23.
Yeah, he's a youngster.
With a KNC masterpiece right
Handsome
here
fella.
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, do you think we could get an entire crosstalk filled with tennis talk?
No.
Oh. I mean, we probably could. We probably shouldn't.
Nope, we can't.
Okay.
It's impossible.
Well,
I dare you to even try.
we'll find out next on The Fan.
According to the National Highway Traffic Administration, a car or truck accident...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, got him with an elevated fastball, and the Rangers' winning streak moves to 4 as they take care of the Angels here tonight by the final of 9-4.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. You just heard Hicksy. The Rangers have won 4 straight. Go for 5 tonight, right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Doing great, Hagee. How about you?
I am doing acceptably. Thank you for asking. Now, have you gotten excitement for the Rangers along this little run, or are you like, kind of, but I really need to see how they finish out these last 5 games before the break?
I mean, it's really saved us from the depths of despair that we were in. Is that 2 weeks ago now with that losing streak? So it's definitely stabilized, and I'm trending up. You know, I'm at the bottom.
Yeah.
But it appears we've bottomed, and now we're trending back up.
Okay, good time for it.
Yeah. not quite totally crotch first, but heading that direction.
I know it's hard. It's hard not to go like, oh my gosh, they're back. The world champs are back, but I'm trying to stay. We got to see this through. We got to see how the rest of the series plays out. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it's a Sure's day. You're able to secure a series win tonight, and then we'll see what ends up happening going into Houston. But, I mean, it's just we've seen this team be able to do it. Chris Young, every week we talk with him, he's optimistic. He's like, we just haven't been playing up to our standard. The issue's been the consistency. Are they finally getting the consistency? We can pray to the baseball gods that it's turning around because Wyatt's doing his part. Corey was brilliant last night.
Yep.
Can everybody else, can Jonah finally click back in to the all-star form he was at? Because he has not been anywhere close offensively to the player he was a year ago. Nathaniel Lowe has been playing much better. So it's really just 1 through 9. Can they find a way offensively to maintain consistency?
I realize this isn't the case, and you can't go back, but it felt like maybe if Wyatt had started out in the minors and then came back the way he has since June 1st, hitting 325, his OPS is ridiculous, that people would be like, oh, yeah, this is why he was the talk of spring training. Not just from us.
Yeah.
Like, he was legit the
MLB.
talk of spring training across Major League Baseball. I think you're seeing why.
Yeah. Go Get Rangers is in full effect right now.
Go Get Rangers.
You know what? I really wish I would have said that a week later.
Yeah, me too.
Because then I feel like maybe I could have tried to take claim on helping this team turn around with that stupid thing I said.
You're telling me you don't think you can still take claim?
I don't think so.
I think you can. I think we can just pretend you said it a week later.
Who's going to know?
I was just really...
Kevin, since you said go get Rangers, and we can start looking at numbers.
Okay.
Just come up with them,
Yeah.
Like look at since
They lost 4 in a row after I said it.
Since Wyatt Langford said that's a ball MFer. I mean, he's just
He's
been on fire ever since then.
Fire since the MFer moment. That is absolutely... I wonder what percentage of players just need that moment of like anger or maybe it's clarity. I don't know, whatever it is.
Very therapeutic.
Yeah, to just set them on the right path.
Yeah. I'm done, trying to hide my emotions here.
Yes.
Let's just let it all go.
Exactly.
It's cathartic.
Exactly. See,
Yeah.
I like the use of that word. I really, really do. Now, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Keep in mind, of course, we're not going to press you to do this, but if you had 38 uninterrupted minutes at the Buffalo Wild Wings, how many boneless wings could you eat?
38 minutes, I'll put the total at around 25.
That seems to be 20 to 25 range seems to be the consensus.
I would try and push for 30.
Okay.
But I think that I definitely could do 20. I'd try and push myself to 30, but that could be tough. And again, I think that you had an excellent topic with the sauce.
Yeah.
Like I think you'd have to go like garlic parm. You'd have to go something that wouldn't be
something like soft.
Even though I think the Asian zing is their best flavor for me.
That is a very
that is
good,
absolutely delicious there at Buffalo Wild Wings. But I think you'd have to go with something that you could
sauce is good.
Yeah, I love a good saucy.
Yeah,
you'd have to go tame on the sauce.
I feel like you could do 1 a minute.
Okay.
You go 38.
Yep. You just let me enjoy it and then sit there for 55 seconds. And then eat another one. I think I could do.
That's an interesting philosophy.
I think I could do 1 a minute.
See, I think my pace. I'm more of a sprinter here. I think I could do 3 a minute.
But then you'd hit a wall.
About 10 minutes. I'm
8
full.
to 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
Okay, I got
it. Depending on how breaded they are, I feel like that would be a factor.
Yeah.
But my idea would be to try and do 1 a minute. That would be what I would go for.
Okay, because I was caught up in awe of, and I realized this is what they do for a living, but Joey Chestnut ate 200.
They did.
That is
38 minutes?
In 38 minutes. That's just freaking unbelievable. And then, of course, this broke down into a discussion about the boneless wing. Do you believe it is a boneless wing or you are eating a flavored chicken nugget?
It's a chicken nugget.
Yeah. Or a tender, depending on how
chopped up chicken
molded.
tender.
Sure.
And that, I've never got it myself. I think there is probably a way that you could capture a lot of the wing meat and fry that, and it would be a boneless wing. But it's basically just chicken nugget juice or chicken breast, right?
Right.
Yes, chicken breast, especially at Buffalo Wild Wings.
I was going to make a comment about the bone part. And then I realized what show I was on right now, so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, see, that's my big concern.
I appreciate it for you. You're smart not to do that.
Yeah, but I would say that bone has flavor. So to me, that's where I think that boneless wings have no flavor. The actual bone, the bone marrow, the bone juice, all that you want to talk about is what gives it flavor. So that's why I would always take bone-in stuff over non-bone-in stuff.
And that's why you always hock to it before you eat it, right?
Yeah.
Bingo.
My goodness.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, dude, because you have to really chew that chicken down, all right? You have to masticate that down to where it's not
There's that
big
word,
chunks.
masticate. I heard that on the show earlier. Can you describe what masticate is?
Chewing. It's chewing. Yeah, you got to chew it down, masticate it.
all day long.
And because otherwise you'll have pieces that get caught, and then you're choking on the chicken. And you don't want that to happen.
Gosh,
So you want to make sure
that.
that you masticate it so you don't choke on chicken.
Are you back into the word of the day calendar, or what's happening?
Well, word of the day, toilet paper.
Just giving choking on the chicken advice.
Exactly. Where'd you expect this show to go?
I mean,
I was trying to stay out of it.
I thought when Broadus was like, "I'm not going down Filth Alley."
He set it up.
I thought we were going to survive.
I saw a tunnel for it, and I was like, well, if he isn't going to hit that hole, I guess I have to.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. A lot of sports coming up. Rangers player show at some point.
Okay. Any particular sport you're most looking forward to?
Probably the baseball.
Okay.
Got some soccer action going off tonight too, don't we?
Oh, we do.
Some Mavericks press conference action. All of the sports.
I like the football.
Well, fair enough.
Glad I'm here.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service. There's Broadus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over here. Master Control, 75 and Fitzhugh. Woolchuck's in the house. Chiafalo is on morning show duty, so he'll be back before too long. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Everybody doing good? You excited about Rangers win? Mavs press conference? There's football talking going on. We're going to hear from Dak here in just a second. How you guys doing?
Wonderful. I thought the Mavs pressure was fun. Klay Thompson, it was great to hear him. Najee, Quentin Grimes. I mean, it's an exciting time as a Mavs fan. But, yeah, I'm getting pretty Rangers excited. Let's just keep the winning streak going. Now or never. You can sense a little sense of urgency. Offense is doing really well. The pitching continues to hang in there. So hopefully we can get a sweep of these Halos, man.
Yeah, it's all good. And we're starting to see, too, you're getting out of that June content of football where there's nothing going on, and now you're getting lists of best rosters and stuff like that, things to debate, things to think about and stuff like that. So we're getting – once you get past the 4th of July, to me, I'm starting to think about football really full time. And I know we got the Rangers and the Mavs and all that stuff that, you know, that kind of can keep us going. But I'm starting to lock in on this football team.
Yeah, it's getting exciting. We're getting close enough.
Yeah, it's getting close. Yeah.
Yeah. Just a couple of weeks from Oxnard, of course. Broadus going to be out there the whole time.
Whole time.
We're going to come home after a couple of weeks. He's going to stay there and grind out the entire camp and get us that inside word from the tennis courts throughout the duration.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that and appreciate the station allowing me to do that and broadcast from out there. And then, you know, and then the guys and gals at DallasCowboys.com, you know, I'll be in the complex there with the players and the staff and all that. And so it'll be like old times for me. But just to be out there full time and doing shows and, you know, having my eyes on the practice field and just trying to make our station a little bit better for what I see and pop on all the shows and give everybody a little bit more insight.
Did you guys happen to hear Antonio Daniels with the KMC Masterpiece today? He was on and talking about Najee Marshall from the Pelicans. And, you know, this is, you know, something we're going to play for you at 4 o'clock. But just if Mavs fans stick around for this, if, you know, you're already excited about Klay Thompson, you're wondering more. Antonio Daniels, the former NBA guard, he does the analyst work for the Pelicans on their local cable, and he's got a great perspective on the player. We'll do that in a rim session coming up at 4 o'clock. To start the show, though, let's hear from Dak Prescott talking about him being in that walking boot there on the vacay. Here's Dak.
Yeah, I'm great. Honestly, I'm getting older. It's the same ankle, right, that I snapped and had a nasty surgery on 4 years ago. So, a couple of hard days of training, and, you know, you get a little sore, and then you're going on a fishing trip, and you want to protect it and make sure that things don't get worse. So, literally, it's absolutely nothing. That's why I said people are reaching, trying to make things that they aren't. I'm getting older, have to take care of my body, have to be smart. And if I can take precautions and lessening something by putting on a boot, I'm going to do it. And so sorry that it caused such a whirlwind.
Yeah, it's pretty much exactly what we thought, right? I mean, that confirms your report, Brian, soreness.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. I mean, I think this is probably something that we talked about yesterday he's going to be dealing with. When you have an injury like that and a surgery like that, at some point there's going to be a little bit of soreness, and you just try and mitigate that as best as possible.
Yeah, the fact we know he's going to work hard, he's going to overdo it in a lot of ways. He's going to go throw at tight end schools and whatever schools he can go be a part of, and he's going to invite guys to come to the backyard and throw with him there. He's going to do a lot of dropbacks. He's going to do bag drills, and he's right. He's getting older. And, you know, it's funny that he brought up the fishing part. If you've ever done deep sea fishing, you're on your feet all day, and your feet get tired. And you stand up, and, you know, maybe you sit down in the, you know, they have the captain's area where you can maybe sit down. But when you're hunting big fish, you're standing up all day. And so he was probably thinking like, all right, this thing's already sore a little bit. I'm about to be on a boat for about 8 to 10 hours fishing. So maybe I need to kind of get a little preventive medicine here. But yeah, he's right. He's getting older. He works really hard. And that thing is, as you say a lot of times, Dawson, it's not the same. It's not the same.
And I mean, so it's amazing that he's come back to the extent he has.
Yeah.
because that injury effectively ended Joe Theismann. Alex Smith was never close to the same.
Never.
I would say my foot and ankle, I didn't snap it like that, but required full reconstruction. It's never been better than about 65%.
Yeah.
Dak looks like he's about 90% of the athlete that he was. And, every now and then, as Brian pointed out, maybe a little overtraining going on, a little bit of overdoing it because Dak loves to work hard and play hard.
From himself, right? I mean, he's kind of one of those guys that constantly is going to be working. When we get to camp, you'll see like Britt Brown and Jim Maurer and the trainers working with these guys. Like they never have to worry about Dak. It's like Dak's putting in all the work. He's going with the extra mile to make sure he's getting back and ready to rock.
Well, it got to the point, too, where we had the report. I think Mike Bassick was one of the first on it about the second surgery. Mm-hmm. When that all went down, there was a second surgery. And I'm probably going to get a text message here in the next couple of minutes talking about this. But Britt and Dak work extremely hard when they're together. And they push each other. And, you probably had a little bit of a setback there. And they had to go correct something, clean something up, but hopefully got it back as good as new. But he's right. He's getting older, and it probably doesn't have the flexibility that it once had. And there's things the soreness that he deals with, and and hopefully he doesn't. Being on a fishing boat ain't gonna hurt him, and doing other things as long as we get to camp, and we're not missing days because of all of a sudden we have ankle sores. Hey, remember we were all standing out there when all of a sudden we had the thing going on in the shoulder.
Sure.
And everybody's like, "Oh, it's just a common kind of an injury. It's baseball pitchers have this and that and other." And then now you're figuring out that like, whoa, they're really kind of concerned about this thing. This wasn't something just that was just kind of comes and goes. This was something that they were honestly concerned about. So as long as Dak feels good about it, the staff feels good about it, we'll see what happens here in a couple of weeks.
He also talked, contract and said there's been talks, but the money's going to take care of itself. We'll talk about that a little bit more later on. But he does not sound at all like a guy who is concerned at all about his contract future with this team.
He shouldn't be.
He shouldn't be?
Well, I'm saying he shouldn't be concerned about his contract future. Maybe not with the Dallas. I mean, maybe if I think that there's going to be somebody out there that if it gets to free agency and they look at their quarterback situation and feel like this guy can do this for us and he is worth the money, yes, I think that he is at peace with his situation. I do. He's seen what the Cowboys have done. He saw the number that his agent did on him the first time, got him back to the table quicker than we all even believed. I wouldn't be concerned either. There's a history here. They are going to find ways to all of a sudden it's like, okay, we got to get this done. Boom, they get it done. But maybe for Dak, maybe it's not here. But I don't think he's concerned overall. I think he's like, hey, if it's here, great. If it's not here, I'll get paid somewhere else.
Yeah, the way that he says it, just that the money is always taken care of itself. I just feel like maybe he put off the feeling, to me anyway, that it's kind of a foregone conclusion that a deal's going to get done one way or another. It's interesting though, because as you mentioned, if he does get to free agency, the offer is going to be so substantial from another prospective team.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Cowboys, the thing that we have to look at is Dak does a really good job with his side hustles. The sleep numbers and the yogurt and all the other things that he does business. Will he have those same opportunities doing it when he?
And that's why I wouldn't want to leave. I don't want to uproot my family. I don't want to go to a different city.
But
my marketability is different.
His wife is Florida. Her whole family's in Florida. There. If the Buccaneers call, all of a sudden the Buccaneers say, "Hey, we want you to come down."
Not Tampa, maybe Miami.
Well,
New Orleans. Derek Carr doesn't work out this year. Do I want to go back to Louisiana?
There could be there could be a time here where Dak Prescott is like, "Oh, this is all BS." Every day I wake up, I turn on the TV. They're talking about me throwing interceptions. They're talking about national shows. He goes, he's probably thinking, if I'm not the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, do I get
maybe you get a lot less pressure, a lot less criticism, but a lot less opportunity as well. France has come out gangbusters with a lot of chances, and they just finished 1-0. They lead Spain here in the Euro semifinals, assuming that he was onside. Yes, and yes, he was.
Yep.
Rangers exploded for another 9 runs. Beat the Angels. Seager and Langford with 2-run bombskis. Seager with 17, and Wyatt now has 5 home runs. He's coming on strong. Just took him a while to get this big league situation figured out.
Heating up.
With Young getting healthy, Evan Carter maybe a month or so away, maybe everything is coming back into focus at the perfect time. It'll be Scherzer against Contreras tonight as they will look for their 5th win in a row, Brian.
Yeah, and last night you talk about the runs that they have gotten a lot of 2-out hits. They've been clutch with these 2-out hits, and so it's good. Last year this time we were all talking about the Rangers were never out of a game. Maybe they get down, they come back. They find a way to score runs, put multiple runs on the board. But they as a lineup, they are starting to hit. And unfortunately, though, they're playing against the Angels, and that's good. Sometimes they don't play well against poor teams, but they need to sweep these guys because they
need to take care of that.
Because now then you got the weekend series with the Astros, and that's going to tell you a lot going forward into the All-Star break.
5 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
They cashed in when they needed to, and Nathaniel Lowe continues to swing the bat really, really well. Wyatt and Seager, of course. It's nice to see Marcus Semien. He got that day off. Now Semien at the leadoff spot, couple RBIs, 2 for 4, drew a walk. I mean, it's really just that bottom third of your lineup. Last year we talked about that, how they were so good 7 through 9, and a lot of that has just not been there this year. Leody Taveras was a little bit better yesterday.
Garcia.
But they need to find a way to get Jonah Heim. Travis Jankowski was in.
Yeah.
Whoever they have DHing, right, and they drop into that spot. Maybe Josh Young comes back. They drop him towards the bottom of the lineup, try and generate some of that. But that's really kind of been the weak link, I think, big time for them this year.
They've done a good job in finding ways to get runners on base and then stealing, taking the extra base.
Been way more aggressive.
And then all of a sudden that extra base, that extra 90 feet generates runs. It happened a couple of times for them last night.
And they've got the speed to do it. I mean, when you got Wyatt, Marcus Semien can run a little bit. I mean, certainly that's something to take advantage of. Leody, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, great press conference today from Klay Thompson and the Dallas Mavericks. A lot of highlights here. Tim Cato of The Athletic, our friend that joined us yesterday, had a lot of great highlights. He says he's taking inspiration from a lot of past athletes, including Scottie Pippen, who, of course, left the Bulls at age 34 and still had several good seasons of high-level basketball remaining, made the conference finals with Portland and actually transitioned to point guard. But he says, I've taken inspiration from past athletes, how their careers might have gone astray when they either left the team or joined a new team. Some guys thrive, and I look forward to just being rejuvenated here and playing. There's a lot of basketball left in the tank. I like the idea of getting rejuvenated, but one thing I remember about those years for Scottie Pippen is, he was in and out of the lineup and almost always battling something. And, I think this is going to be a key where you don't look to Klay Thompson to come out and try to dominate the regular season. You want him fresh and healthy to be a really good two-way player, maybe no longer an elite defender. But once you get to the playoffs, he gives you a chance of having that versatility and positional size, and that I think ultimately is what the Celtics had that they were missing, guys that could play on a high level on both ends of the court. And, it's crazy how difficult it is to find, those combinations of guys and collect enough of them to push you over the top and win the championship. But it's great to know that now, the Mavs have clarity on the kind of guys they need. We saw them fail, to finish the job when it was Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock. You talk about, one-dimensional type players. And then, ultimately it got you with Derek Jones Jr. while you're looking across and seeing more versatile type players who can be both lockdown guys, not only make threes from the corner, but also put the ball in the court, pass at a high level. All those things I believe have to be present there for a championship team in this era. It might not necessarily be a championship era. It's all of my guys have a very diverse skill set era, which makes us very tough to exploit and very difficult to defend. He says once he determined he would not return to the Warriors, his new home was obvious. He says it was attractive because of young players. When I'm watching the Mavs make their run, I saw myself fitting in really well in this team and their personnel. They look like they have fun playing with each other. They played for each other, and that was very attractive. That's really all I needed to see. There was a mutual interest here. And that is why I'm here. You've ultimately, I think, become, a really desired destination because of your style of play. And I think that's definitely a testament to the system, the culture that Jason Kidd has built. You've seen, Luka obviously be appreciated like never before, Nico, but, also with Jason Kidd, Brian, I feel like we have one of the top coaches out there now.
Yeah, I mean, the run that they had through the West, 2 out of the last 3 years, he did it with a team that really just was basically Luka. And then now to get back, and I believe he's got a general manager working for him that's not sitting back and just kind of feet up on desk. He's sleeves rolled up and he's thinking like, how do I make my team better? And I think new ownership really helps too. I think this new ownership group is going to be super aggressive in the way they approach, and I think they're going to allow their general manager to play the game that way.
One thing really cool about new ownership is they're usually willing to spend. They want in on the big game. They want to go get the championship and live that dream.
I love that.
These Mark Cuban is a billionaire, not a billionaire like the group that bought this team.
No. I think they're the third wealthiest owners in all of the NBA right now.
Yeah.
So
that's
it's amazing when you have a GM that has a plan.
Yeah.
And Nico seems like he has a plan. I mean, when we talked with Tim Cato and he's already looking at, okay, what are my options if I lose Derrick Jones Jr. in free agency? How about this Najee Marshall guy?
Pivot, yeah.
Seems pretty good.
Yeah.
He's got that ready to rock. I think Clay was big on the relationships that he has, ties to Jason Kidd, Kyrie Irving. He talked about that. They came into the league together. They've played together on Team USA. And also, to your point, watching and seeing this team, they enjoy playing the game. They have fun together, looking like I can really help that winning foundation that Jason Kidd has built. So the Nico, the relationships, all of this, it's a great time to be a Mavericks fan. It's awesome to finally be able to win some of these free agent battles out there and not be like, oh, here's a swing and a miss. You didn't end up landing any of these guys again.
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot of good stuff going on with this team, okay? The Rangers might as well. 4 looking for 5 pregame tonight again at 8 o'clock as they'll take on the Angels. Let's talk some Cowboys, though, with interesting camp matchups coming to you next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Commercial free G.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Spain has equalized. What an incredible effort. 1-1, 22nd minute of the Euro semis. Let's do some Cowboys. What's the most interesting matchup to you as we head into Oxnard? Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. Call 866-90-NATION. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. I didn't think of this one until I saw the article. This is your guy Dana Bartholomew over there blogging the boys. Number one, Dak versus Diggs. What was it that Diggs said last year that got everybody...
Oh, he called him the B word.
That's right.
Yeah.
He did. And Dak said, we all know I love to compete and talk trash. You have fun doing this. And that was a big deal. As far as the matchup, I guess it's just I'm more concerned with how Diggs is doing against the wide receivers.
I just want to make sure we're seeing Diggs at practice.
Bingo.
Right?
What's going on?
Yeah. This one is a working well, still ways to go. It might be standing over by us doing 3 live mics.
Oh no,
with Britt Brown, people like that. You know, I think things.
September he was hurt.
Yeah, I think later than that. Was it? It was like 4 weeks in, 5 weeks in.
It was like at the end of September. I want to say. I think he played the first 3 games.
Yeah, and they got hurt on a practice.
Yeah,
I would Diggs versus Prescott. I would keep that one open right now.
And he is one of those guys, like we used to talk about Dez, that kind of like ups the tempo of practice. He will talk. He gets the juices flowing a little bit, the competitive fire. Yeah. So it's fun seeing Diggs out there, but I do wonder how much we're going to see him do. I think their focus is make sure he's ready to go for week 1.
That's exactly where I think we're at.
Okay. All right. That would be 10 months out. It was September 21st. Yeah. Okay. 10 months and 4 or 5 days to the first practice.
But, 3 weeks.
Yeah. Some of those ACLs, they take 9, 12 months. Yeah. It's just, depends on.
Players are different. How they work.
Not everybody is that
Diligent.
Adrian Peterson. Oh, diligence?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's that too. Yeah. That can help you come back. All righty. Interesting. Matchup number 2 here. From Blogging the Boys, most interesting training camp matchups. The rookie offensive lineman versus Micah Parsons.
Ooh.
You'd be more looking at Tyler Guyton versus Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
But, Cooper Beebe against his matchups, that's going to be fascinating as well to see how these guys can hold it down.
Okay, I'm going to throw something at you guys right now.
Okay.
Could we not get a really good read of the center position battle because the competition at tackle is not very good?
That is a fantastic question.
At defensive tackle?
And I think the answer would be yes. I think we're going to have a better evaluation of the game reps. I think they're going to have to give, if they really want a fair competition, they're going to have to split equally Hoffman and Beebe's reps against the starters of the opposing teams.
Yeah, that Osa is the only tackle right now worth his salt inside.
Yep.
So all of a sudden, center play looks much better than it really is,
right?
Because of competition not being as good at the tackle spot.
Not something I even considered, but you're 100% right on that. But Guyton, you're going to iron sharpens iron there. You're going to see Guyton go up against Lawrence and Micah. That's going to be a good test to build up that rookie left tackle.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how close he can be, to good in pass protection, and if his youth and power is going to make him just a natural force in the running game. That would get me excited, I think Dak can do a pretty good job at this stage in his career mitigating a little bit of pressure from the blind side as long as he's not horrible.
Yeah.
But you get that big, strong guy out there in the running game, and maybe you could open up stuff and have a running back by committee that could be productive. Yeah, Spain has done it again. 2-1. What an incrable start here. 26th minute.
An own goal?
No, it was an own goal. It was a deflection off. Yeah. It was trying to stop the cross, and it just went off the boot
that's
of the
so
French
unlucky.
defender. Yeah, I think to me that when you start, there might be ways that they try and protect Guyton a little bit in some of these drills. It's like, okay, do we want to, McCarthy is not interested in embarrassing his players.
Yeah, you probably want to try and build up his confidence a little bit.
Yeah, so the one-on-one stuff where you will see Guyton will be in the teamwork stuff. When they do team drills against each other. One-on-one, I'm sure there'll be some of that, but I don't know how much. Like Jason Garrett was cool with the one-on-one stuff.
I remember the Tank versus Tyron when Tank was a rookie in 2014.
Well, remember Garrett always called out. He would take two guys and call them out in front of the team. I don't see that with McCarthy very much here. Maybe I shouldn't have complained so much about Garrett. Maybe the practice.
He was into the compete. I mean, and we've had some more. You're right though about Mike. Like he's
focuses
not interested. I want to make sure everybody's getting out of practice healthy.
Yeah.
All things considered, though, McCarthy's better than my guy Garrett.
No question. But
winning games.
But when you start to talk about evaluating practices,
the competitive practices,
practice, Garrett was interested in what you're talking about, that one-on-one stuff. McCarthy's more interested in let's just kind of find ways to not have all that happen.
But when they do the compete period 11 on 11,
yeah,
I mean they're not going to be able.
They can't hide him
to
in.
Save Guyton there. Yeah.
214 wants to know more about your Trayvon Diggs thing. He says if Broadus is going to infer that he's not working hard enough to get backed, why not completely come out and say it?
I just told you that there's some questions about him. There's some questions about him coming back early enough. I mean, he's working right now, but I was told there's a ways to go. Yeah. So that's not inferring at all. I told you what was going on.
Right, every player, like Dak's going to go the extra mile. Not every player is going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the third matchup to keep an eye on. I don't know, Brian, maybe you have some matchups you're excited about you'd like to share with the audience, but Deuce Vaughn versus Jordan Lewis is the third one that Blogging the Boys went with there.
Okay, this is where I think my matchup, when you start to talk about the littles being Vaughn and the littles being Turpin.
Mm-hmm.
They're
the littles.
The littles are going to have to figure out something here, because one of the littles is going to be a weapon, and they're going to use him as a weapon. So I'm not looking at defense versus offense. I'm looking at positions within. Like, how are they going to find ways to get Turpin involved in the receiving game, which they have? How are they going to get Vaughn involved in the receiving game, which they have? They've moved him out of the backfield. They put him in slot. He even told us after a practice that he's been watching film of Cole Beasley playing slot.
He did.
They're thinking about him as a potential slot player. So I think the matchup is more about the littles going against each other than offense-defense.
Yeah, Cole Beasley, a guy, if you could emulate his game on the field, you're going to get yourself open. Maybe just not off the field.
Yeah.
Twitter might end up offending some people. Okay, it's time now for the G Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Hey. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gather round. What do we have here? This will be day number 3 for our G Bag of the Day winner, Texas Rangers first baseman and Gilly the Kid's doppelganger, Nathaniel Lowe. Eric has a little troll question that he asked to the Rangers alums, players, anybody associated with the Rangers. Eric is going to troll you with this question. And my man, Nathaniel Lowe, he got it.
I have a 3-second clip of your podcast partner, Jared Sandler, giving some analysis about one of your teammates, okay? I want you to guess which teammate Jared is talking about here. Is that cool with you?
All right, let me have the clip.
What he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
Is he talking about Wyatt?
Yes!
Wow. Nathaniel
No hesitation, man. He nailed
No
that.
hezzy. No hezzy. That's a guy who
Come
knows his
on.
teammates.
Yes,
Nice work.
come on.
Come on.
He says
No
that.
way, guys. You pulling my leg.
Come on.
Seems like a character that should be on the movie Super Troopers.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's got the
Fit right
stash
in there.
for it.
Yeah. Car
Yeah.
ramrod.
Let's see. Okay. How about this? A man moves into a new neighborhood, and we have a nosy neighbor that drops some rules on him via the doorbell cam.
Uh-oh.
Got some rules for you, buddy.
The new neighbor, isn't it?
Yeah, hi.
Now, let me tell you the way you should behave in this neighborhood. I'm 35 years here in this neighborhood, and I can't have any changes, right? Rule 1.
Sorry.
You can't have guests more than 3 people at one time. Only 3, and quiet.
Quiet.
Okay?
You
Number 3.
This is my house.
Yeah, this is your house, but your house is in my neighborhood.
How about that?
And I live here for 35 years. And I'm not going to have all kinds of people coming to this place to change the rules. You can't. Another thing, you cannot have sex with anybody here because I can hear everything. If you're having sex with any woman, I can hear it, and I will come and knock on your door. Okay?
How about another man?
And no barbecue in the garden. No barbecue in the garden. No party.
Well, excuse me, what house do you live in again?
Just next door to you.
Okay.
And from my window, I can see everything you do.
Oh,
I even have I can look and I can see everything you do.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Really wish you'd come by when I was checking out the place.
Yeah, man. I signed the paperwork and everything. I'm holding this big dumb key in front of me on my Instagram, like, hey, that's my new place.
A real estate agent smiling. Oh, you don't know what you got yourself into.
You got the sold sign. You're holding it up.
Thank God you bought this place off the market.
I got this on a bargain, bro. You have no idea, man. The guy just basically gave it to me.
It only lived there 3 months.
Hey. All right, let's see. This is not one. I like this whole lot right here. I like that filter on the voice.
Yeah.
Never could believe the things you do to me.
Let's go, bro. Bro, that jams.
I see everything.
Yeah, that jams.
Everything you're doing.
All right, let's see here. Let's go to Korean baseball.
Oh.
There was a bunt home run.
What?
That is some Little League stuff right there.
I have to say, is this Little League Korean baseball?
Little League stuff.
It's incredible.
A whole bunt home run, or as they say, it was a single and 3 errors. But they got excited.
3루 1루. 자, 그리고 스퀴즈 원투브 바로 깍두기 빠졌어. 잡지 못하면서 3루까지 주자 3루 1루 아면서 다시 홈으로 뛰어드는데 장성우가 홈런을 했어요. 다시 홈으로 들어옵니다. 이게 웬일인가요? 3루 1루. 자, 그리고 스퀴즈 원투브 바로 깍두기 빠졌어요. 잡지 못하면서 3루까지 3루로 아면서 다시 홈으로 뛰어드는데
All right, I didn't chill.
Okay, you can tell every bad throw.
Yes.
With the guy in the back.
You're blowing it. Let's go to comedian Lavelle Crawford. He's been in this building before. In fact, when he was here, he just drugged the building manager through the mud. She was being curious. She wanted to know who he was because everybody's walking up to him and like wanting photos and an autograph or something like that. So she walked up to him like, "Who are you?" And he got to ripping her. Don't worry about who I am. It was great. Leave comedians alone, people. Leave them alone. But Lavelle Crawford right here, he's on Club Shay Shay. Hey, girl, how you doing? And he gives us a little quick story about what motivated him to lose weight. And shout out to that because remember when I came in here and said I was 240?
Yeah.
Your boy's 233 right now.
There you go.
That was like 2 weeks ago, bro.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
I was getting scared for a second. I'm doing all this cardio and I'm gaining weight, lifting all these weights and I'm gaining weight. Come on, bro. But now it's starting to level out.
Is Zampic for animals? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that doggo Zampic is what I'm taking.
Medicine.
Yeah.
Move over, Duke.
Give me this. Give me that. I said, I'm feeding the dogs tonight. Here goes Lavelle Crawford telling that story, what motivated him.
Back in the day, Southwest used to kick you out when when you took up more than one seat.
Really?
Oh, man.
Really?
I was on that one time, man, and I had bought my ticket, and the lady said, "Sir, we're going to have to remove you from this flight and put you on a later flight because we ain't got no room." And I was just like, "But I got to get home." And I was trying to be nice.
Right.
And the lady said, "Sir, you have to go." Oh, she got real belligerent. "You have to go. You're taking up space." And I said, and I looked at the people, and the people looked down like they made like I was a criminal or something. And I walked off the plane, and I heard them applaud, like, "Thank God you got his fat ass off this plane." And I said that was one of those defining moments, man.
Yeah.
Right. Not them clapping, bro. Excuse me.
Bumping into everybody down the aisle.
Excuse me. Oh, sorry about that. Excuse me.
Those are anxious moments when a large gentleman starts moseying down that.
Oh.
When you're not with family.
Yeah.
Oh, and you got the window seat, and then there's the one that's next to it is just wide open. Oh,
Southwest Airlines.
Yeah,
you get wide open seating.
Yeah, you're like, no. Try to intimidate him with some eye contact.
Start just violently coughing.
Doctor said I'm being weak.
Act like you're dropping bombs in your seat.
Yeah. One cheek up.
Is it our champ, Nathaniel Lowe, Rangers first baseman, looking for 3 right here? Do you have the 35-year neighborhood veteran laying down the law? The bunt home run? Or the comedian Lavelle Crawford with quite a catalyst story there. I'm going to go with the bunt home run myself, Lucius. How about you?
Texas Rangers first baseman, Nathaniel Lowe.
Wolchuk?
I think I'm going to go with that neighbor.
We're tied at 1, Brian.
Nosy neighbor.
By a score of 2-1.
No more nosy ass neighbor.
Your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the nosy neighbor. 35 years there. She feels like she lays down the law. Brian, where are we going next?
Yeah, I tell you what, somebody's ranked your roster. Do you make the cut? We'll do that next.
I want to tell you about...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It's time now for Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Hey, by the way, I had a great time yesterday with you guys over there at Moxie's. That was fun.
It really was.
Folks were nice. Stella was really nice.
We survived, man.
That was good, man. How about that?
Quite a hangout.
That was good hangout. And those
the hot ones?
The hot ones thing. I thought I was going to feel that going home.
I did too.
I didn't.
Stomach was okay.
Yeah, it was okay.
It was about 30 minutes of, there was a little rough patch there after we went with the 9. The number 9 kind of set me over the top. A little sweating going on.
I kind of feel like you could take those hot ones sauces and cut them with other things and make it like the wings that they do. I was thinking about taking that number 8, which was kind of, it wasn't the ghost pepper one or anything like that. It was kind of.
That was the bomb, I believe.
The bomb was what it called, but cutting that with some cocktail sauce for oysters and things.
Good idea.
Man, that'd
be nice.
That'd be nice for sure. But thanks again to everybody that came out and got him a glass and all. Beautiful glass, too.
Thanks to Stella.
Stella was great. Real quick, too, do you guys pay attention when you get on your phone a notice for air quality problems in the city?
I think it's interesting, but I don't think change my behaviors in any way.
Like when they say there's like an ozone alert, you have an ozone alert until 5 o'clock tomorrow. Do you
I need to put sunscreen on?
No, like you can't breathe.
Oh, I'm not worried about it.
Not worried about that at all.
No.
High pollution, ozone problems, all that stuff.
Got my heart and body scan yesterday from Advanced Body Scan. I'm feeling like I'm at the top of the world.
Yeah, you're like, nothing's going to bring me down.
I'm good.
Maybe when Eliza starts to get a little bit older, and she's outside more, I will pay attention to that a little bit more. But right now, I mean, she's not doing much. I mean, she's staying inside. So
what I go by is, once you're above 95 and it starts to get muggy, then I feel like I have to drink a lot of water, and it has to be good water.
See, I think the whole thing about I pay attention because it's the air quality. And I'm always worried, like, okay, what am I breathing today?
I just figure it's so rare. Like, that's a Los Angeles thing. It just doesn't happen very often here where the air settles enough for the pollution and the humidity and everything to stack up.
Yeah, well, I got a notice on my phone.
We got it today?
Yeah, I just got a notice on my phone.
It feels nice. I was out earlier today in the pool. It was a nice day.
Nice
Lucius, you worry about that stuff? You worry about air quality? You're kind of a health-conscious guy.
Nah, not really.
Really?
Nah, not here.
Yeah.
Yeah, not here. There's just not enough going on for me.
All right. I thought.
All right.
Maybe I'm the guy. Maybe I'm the guy that's always.
I mean, you are out there walking every day.
Yeah, I know, but
outside in the elements.
In the elements. All right.
And you've passed out before.
I did pass out.
So
I'm lucky somebody didn't run over me in their car.
Have you been going down the rabbit hole on YouTube with like chemtrails and stuff?
It's in the air.
Dude, you don't know what they're seeding in there.
It's that that Chernobyl circle back and watch. Like, well, what's the government doing to me now?
I have my own air pollution too.
It's facts there.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's great. All right, ESPN. They I don't know if you guys seen it. They ranked the 2024 NFL rosters.
Oh.
And the best projected lineups. Do you guys feel like how do you feel going into camp about your roster?
About 16th in the NFL.
You don't feel. Do you feel like it went from maybe being a 9th best roster to being the 16th best roster?
Yeah. Comfortably top 10 to very average.
Yes, I think you're in the middle of the pack right now because you just have glaring questions at very important positions. Who's your starting left tackle? Who's your starting center? Linebacker's been a complete overhaul. Do you have a one technique, right? You lost a lot of depth when it comes to, the depth is definitely not as good as it was a year ago at corner, at defensive end. So, yeah, I think you've got some positions that are really strong. But I think you're a little top heavy this year compared to last year.
I always wonder this, too, about because we live with this team every day on this stuff. Do national guys and gals Are they always going to overrate the Cowboys where we try and take more of an approach of, wait a minute, you guys are giving this guy a little too much credit here?
I think they're going to try to hot take it, if at all possible. And they're not going to dig deep. They don't understand why the depth is a serious problem here.
Absolutely. I think that they live off the assumption that the Cowboys have a good offensive line. And that absolutely that they're going to
and Dak and Micah, and they're good, right? Yeah, Tank's still there.
Absolutely. Jake Ferguson
Diggs is healthy.
Yeah. They just think, okay, they're good. You got Diggs and Bland. Like, they're not even factoring in Diggs coming back from injury. They're just looking at the depth chart like, oh, Diggs and Bland?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's amazing.
And every one of us is terrified that every player that's come back from a knee injury has taken 5 to 6 weeks to get back to being themselves. Yeah, I like what you guys
never did.
Yeah, I like what you're saying there. ESPN, they asked their analyst, Mike Clay, Aaron, is it Schatz? Is it Aaron Schatz?
Shots.
Shots?
But, I mean, hey, teach his own.
Shots? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, shots.
And Seth Walder. They ranked every NFL lineup. And the combination of their rankings, they came up with the final list for the league. I'll run through these, and you tell me what you think. Tell me if you'd rather, if they've got this right. They got the San Francisco 49ers rosters being the best one.
It's tough to argue.
I feel like that every bit of information I've seen the June, when we start to do rankings of positional stuff, I kind of feel like San Francisco is the top of this list on every single group.
Yeah, it's a dominant team. I was surprised they went through that little skid last year without Debo. I mean, that kind of changed them. I think without McCaffrey, they're vulnerable to like losing one player and it totally changing how they are. But when healthy, I didn't see anything, as dominant in all of last year. I think only Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, is what it took to undo them.
Man, they list the 49ers with their offensive skill with McCaffrey, Ayuk, Samuel, Kittle, and then they add Ricky Pearsall, who I absolutely love from Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And
probably
Jawan
going to take
Jennings.
Ayuk off that, right? He's going to be gone before camp starts.
I think he's going to end up being on the team this year. I really do.
He seems to think he's going to be back. Remember they asked him that question in a podcast?
I mean, unless some team just wants to overpay right now, it just doesn't seem like they're going to move him.
They think the biggest weakness for the 49ers is their offensive line.
Yeah, outside of Trent Williams, it is kind of just a group of guys, they play okay. They do well in the system.
Kansas City's number 2. Their biggest strength is their quarterback. Their biggest weakness is offensive tackle, according to this group that's rating these guys.
I think they're banking on Wyatt Morris, the Oklahoma tackle, to slide over and be their new starter. That's a gamble.
Yeah, they are. You're absolutely right about that. Number 3 would be the Baltimore Ravens. Biggest strength they think is their safeties. Kyle Hamilton, Marcus Williams, those guys.
Yeah.
The biggest weakness is their guard. Why is all these teams' biggest weakness offensive line? Maybe the Cowboys don't have a weak offensive line.
I think that's probably been when you talk about the air raid taking over.
Yeah.
I think that the offensive line play certainly has dipped.
The New York Jets have the 4th best roster according to this crew.
Wow.
The strength is their cornerbacks. Biggest weakness is at safety, is what they're saying. Watching their tape, I think that's kind of a truth. Last year, getting ready for that game. At number 5 is the Detroit Lions. I kind of feel like the Lions have a top 3 roster myself.
I think the Lions are competing with the Niners for maybe best roster in the league. And I think the Texans are starting to get up there too.
They say their biggest strength is their offensive line. The biggest weakness is their safety. I think their safeties are damn good, to be honest with you.
You can move Brian Branch now to safety with the addition of Arnold.
Nickel.
Yeah.
I mean, my gosh. I don't think that's a weakness at all. At number 6 is your Dallas Cowboys.
Ooh.
The biggest strength, they say, are the edge rushers. One of the league's top defenders in Micah Parsons has led the position in pass rush win rate each of the past 3 seasons. In fact, since Parsons arrived in 2021, Dallas sits first in pass rush wins, 809, and 5th in sacks, 3.0 behind first. They talk about Lawrence. He's older, but he hadn't lost a step. They say their biggest weakness is running back.
Yeah.
He says there wasn't a tough choice for a pretty good Dallas rusher, but clearly decided the running back is not important to them right now. Out is Tony Pollard, soon to be 29-year-old Ezekiel Elliott as the lead back. He's a franchise legend, but he no more has the football equivalent of an innings eater at this point in his career. They're talking about the X factor for this team. And they say the X factors would be Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe. We've talked about that a bunch.
Agreed. Yeah.
Non-starter to no, DeMarvion Overshown. So they're talking about him, and he says, don't be surprised if he's getting snaps ahead of Damone Clark by midseason. I think it's sooner than that. I don't think Clark has the instincts. I think Overshown's a better athlete. I think Overshown, and I think Clark's a good athlete, but I think that Zimmer is going to play guys that know what the hell they're doing.
And the speed is rare with
the
Overshown.
Speed. I think that, to me, when you watch Clark play, he's going to watch that tape, and there's going to be some questions about his instincts.
You
there.
find answers, though, at linebacker and then with those rookie offensive linemen, and I think we could be reevaluating how cynical we are, but that's just a lot of young guys to depend on.
Yeah. Well, they had Dallas as the 6th, so you think fair or not fair there?
I think they're a little high.
Yeah, it's overrating them.
Yeah, I think you both said they were mid-pack right now, right?
Yes, sir.
There you go. All right, thanks, guys.
A 16-year-old scored for Spain. They lead France 2-1 at half. And by the way, Brian, I'm with you. I'd rather swim in the water than be in that no AC room.
You'd swim in the pool water?
You swim in the pool water?
I would.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
I believe in the immunity. In your immune system.
Well, with that scan, I believe it now. You're like, I can deal with the poo water.
Yeah, sure.
Bring it on.
NFL News of the Day coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking it?
Do you like this idea for an 18-game schedule? We got name changes in the Super Bowl halftime rumor. Do you like it? That's next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I believe the Rangers player show is going to get moved to 5:20. Still looking to confirm on the who. Okay, I believe we have the win. So stick around for that here on your home of the Rangers. Winners of 4 in a row. Looking for 5 tonight against the Angels. Pregame's coming up at 8 o'clock. Okay, it's time now for the NFL news of the day, and here's your guy, Wolchuk.
Well, congratulations to former Cowboy Tyron Smith, who tied the knot with his wife, Holly. On Sunday, Lyle Collins and Cam Irving, his former teammates along the offensive line, were listed as groomsmen. Dak Prescott was in attendance as well, along with, I believe, some other former Cowboys.
Do you have a wingtip boot on? Wingtip boot on?
I actually, Dak or Tyron?
Dak.
I don't see a picture of the shoes that he was wearing.
I was
just
making a joke there.
The wingtip?
Wingtip boot. Boot
That'd
being
be nice.
a walking boot.
Yeah. Well, we know he wasn't
stylish
in today,
boot. Yeah,
but maybe he was still with dealing with that ankle.
Get all bedazzled.
Yeah.
Have somebody sign the side of it. Man, summer cast.
He's got all kinds of drawings on there and everything.
I'm telling you what, man, I could
Keep this forever.
I could have used the boot on those fishing boats. Now I think about it. When him talking about fishing, I'm like, standing up all day is not fun.
With all the bunion issues that you were dealing with too.
His thing's a lot where he snapped his pretty good.
I don't know, man. That bunion pain sounds
awful.
awful.
It's terrible.
And the gout?
Both.
You
yes.
had both together?
Yeah.
You might as well just rip my foot off.
Yeah, it hurts.
I'm good on that.
It hurts.
It is a Toxic Tuesday. I always look forward to LA Live on this day at 5:40. But we did get some drama that apparently is going down with Zach Wilson. So,
is his fiance on something again?
Well, it's his ex-girlfriend, Abby Guile. Now, Abby Guile is the one that accused Zach Wilson of sleeping with his best friend's mom. That's how, the MILF Hunter stuff all started with Zach Wilson. Well, now his ex-girlfriend, Abby, is engaged to his former roommate and Commanders wide receiver, Dax Milne.
Okay.
Wow.
So, yeah,
Quite
they
a community
posted.
he has.
Yeah, he does. I mean, this is one where it's like, all right, bye-bye,
family.
Zach. I'm going to unleash your dirty laundry here that you've been sleeping with your best friend's mom, which I don't think a lot of people are really like, oh, got him there.
Yeah.
Kudos to you, bro.
Something going on at BYU.
Something in the water.
I've heard
That's
about
the soaking school, right?
It is the soaking.
Yeah, something going on
Something's
at
in the
BYU.
water.
That's the soaking.
Yeah.
Well,
Bring them old, bring them young.
I guess the roomie decided, bring him young. The roomie decided I'm going to cash in here.
What, Lucius? What?
Never heard that before, man.
Bring them old, bring them young? You never heard
You
that
got to
one?
prepare somebody for that.
You really don't like BYU, too. You had a bad experience in Provo.
I got my ass kicked in Provo.
Yeah. And you said those people are mean.
No, they're nice.
I thought they were making fun of you and trolling you.
No, they're nice to you. They're like, hey, thanks for coming. Hey, have a safe trip
But it's
home.
almost like
Yeah, they beat you by 30-something points, and then they tell you,
they're
hey,
trolling you.
Have a safe trip home.
Yeah.
You
Thanks
know,
for coming.
I swear it was.
Thanks for soaking.
It's a beautiful place, by the way. Provo, Utah is a
I'm sure it
beautiful
is.
place.
driving through there.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Oh, my gosh, is it beautiful.
Now, we played some audio of Joe Burrow yesterday on the Pardon My Take podcast, but I liked this. They asked him about an 18-game schedule. How would he like to go about it? I think our guy has nailed it.
I'm all for it. I won't play 16 of the games.
Well, here is – and for Joe Burrow, he's kind of treading in that direction. Here's how he would like the 18-game schedule to go.
What do you think the perfect football schedule is in terms of weeks and bye weeks?
How many games are we playing?
You tell me.
18.
18. Got to have 2 bye weeks.
I like
And I think
that.
it'd be cool to do a normal bye week schedule that it is now. Like, have it spread out. But then, week 13, do, the Pro Bowl break, where you're doing, the 7-on-7 and all the skills challenges like the NBA does, because I think that would get more ratings for the Pro Bowl.
Yes.
And then it would also give everybody that bye week going into the last 6 games of the year.
My big idea is, especially now with the expanded college football playoff, you do the week before Christmas, no NFL, college football playoffs, give everyone a break to go do their shopping.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Yeah, and then you get everyone reset. The whole league is on a level playing field for the
and then you
home
have
stretch.
guys that are injured that would be able to potentially come back, and you want your best players
yes
out there as a league. You want them in the last 6 weeks of the season, you want your best players on the field. So I think that would be a smart idea.
I think we fix football, and then you get the President's Day Monday after the Super Bowl off.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
When would that Super Bowl then fall? Because that would be a challenge, but that would be perfect.
Perfect.
I never noticed it, but just listen to that audio right there. Joe Burrow has like a comic book convention lisp to him, doesn't he? Like there's something super nerdy about the way he talks.
He does have a little bit, yes.
Yeah.
I think that actually has been documented that he did
has
with the lisp. I think so.
Yeah.
All the skills challenges like the
Yeah.
NBA does, because I think that would get
He's
more
talking to you about his
ratings
favorite
for
comic
Pro Bowl.
book characters or his video game guys. Yeah, you got to roll the dice, man.
That was more of a Superman Volume 6, But I do like what he's saying with this. When it comes to, like, obviously.
He's got takes, too.
Yeah.
I appreciate the effort there.
You go 18 games, it is perfect because now it pushes the Super Bowl back a week, and now you've got the built-in Monday off for everybody that gets off for President's Day. I know some people have to work, and you're like, damn it, that doesn't help me, and I apologize.
We got to talk about the Super Bowl.
But for other people, yeah, we'll have President's Day off, and Week 13, you're falling right after the week after Thanksgiving. So I think he's onto something here, especially being able to get everybody a neutral week off and then the home stretch of the postseason race here, the last 6 weeks of the season. You've got that built-in bye. You have the Pro Bowl game that nobody really gives a damn about anyway now. There's no point in having it, but we're still going to be able to have that weekend.
There's going to be half the league that their record is horrible, and they don't want that week off. They just want to get it over with. They're like, please don't make me have to go any further. And I'm just saying, they're going to be teams that absolutely need that week, and it makes a lot of sense. Trust me, I've been a part of these teams that are 5-11 or whatever.
Sure.
And you just want the season to be over with. And if you're having to wait around, it sucks.
And there probably will be a handful of teams like that. But
sure there will be.
I do think with the extended playoffs now, like with the 7 wild, like teams are in it longer.
It's very beneficial. I'm just telling you, there's going to be a certain.
But yeah, for New England this year, they're like, damn it, why do we need this week?
All those teams picking in the top 10 are going to want this thing to be over now. Let's play this string out and go home.
Just keep playing.
Yeah.
Just keep going.
They do. You don't care. You just don't care anymore.
But I do think for the sport, that's a good idea. If they want to go to the 18-game schedule, I do think you need the 2 bye weeks. I think that's going to help the players, and that'll probably help the buy-in there. We'll go ahead and you want us to play 2 more games, that's fine. But we need an extra week off during the season.
So you're adding 2 weeks. You're getting into like February 20th for your Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Maybe you can get that Monday off finally for, President's Day or whatever.
How about one less week between the Super Bowl? Now we got the 2-week schedule, from the conference championship game to the Super Bowl is 2 weeks, but they'll fight that. They want the build-up and all that stuff like that. But I'd be just fine going from the conference championship game on Sunday and then playing the Super Bowl the following Sunday. That does it for me. I'd be happy with that.
And eventually we're going to get that. We're going to get together the 18-game schedule, and it'll be interesting to see exactly what they do. But I like the idea there from Joe Burrow. Now we got a name change. Josh Allen, not the quarterback.
Allen.
Is
this Jacksonville?
Yes. The Jags' 2-time Pro Bowl defensive end is changing his last name to Hines Allen. Hines-Allen, to pay tribute to Joshua's maternal side of the family and the other relatives who have worn Hines and Hines Allen on their jerseys. So Hines Allen's sister is Maisha Hines Allen, who plays for the WNBA's Washington Mystics. He's also got sisters that are playing in college right now. And his uncle was drafted by the Golden State Warriors in 1983, had a Hall of Fame career at Hampton University, had another uncle, Keith Hines, who played basketball at Mount Clair State. So he does have quite an athletic history here.
My God.
So he's going to go Hines Allen on the back. So it'll be Josh Hines Allen, which will help the confusion of Josh Allen, the quarterback, and now it's Josh Hines Allen, the defensive end.
Yes.
It's good.
For sure.
I like what he's doing here.
Yeah.
He's helping everybody while paying homage to the family. I think that's beautiful what he's doing there.
And speaking of names, it has been confirmed Jonathan Ornelas, 520, Rangers player.
Let's go.
We'll check out
third baseman.
Yeah, be excited about
Let's
that.
go. Let's party with Jonathan. Did you see Brett's in the news again?
Of course he is.
Your old quarterback there.
Yeah, he is. He's always in the news.
Saberhagen?
Yeah. Well, Favre is looking to revive the defamation suit versus Shannon Sharp. So lawyers for the retired NFL quarterback asked a federal appeals court Tuesday to revive a defamation lawsuit that Favre filed against fellow Pro Football Hall of Fame member Shannon Sharpe amid the backdrop of a Mississippi welfare scandal. That is one of the state's largest public corruption cases. Federal judge in Mississippi threw out the lawsuit in October, saying Sharpe used constitutionally, I don't even know how to say this word, constitutionally. This is a tough word to say, but they threw it out. I think they're going to throw it out again. I mean, I don't know what Brett's doing here. Like, why do you keep fighting this, man? You were found guilty.
Yeah, that's tough. Maybe he should run for office with his ability to take him being the subject of a scandal and somehow twist that into him being the victim.
It's really bizarre.
Hey, can I circle back real quick? I couldn't remember these guys' names.
Yeah.
The Oklahoma City had the Jalen Williams.
Yep.
There's one from Santa Clara and one from Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
Chuck Cooperstein was doing the games.
Yeah.
And he had to say the college each time.
Oh, yeah.
Arkansas Jalen Williams passes the ball to Santa Clara Jalen, and he did it every sinle time.
And he never got him confused.
It's professional.
I mean that,
Yeah, he's the man.
but I was like listening, and I kept. Can you imagine having to describe that? You got two players in the court with the same last name, and you have to distinguish between the two by their schools. There's no way I could have done that.
Constitutionally.
What makes Chuck one of the greats?
Yeah.
I think I said it.
Constitutionally?
Constitutionally.
You had trouble with that word?
I was having trouble with it.
I thought the word that you were conjugating was constituent.
That's what I was
Maybe
like.
it's constitutionally. And I still can't say that.
Constituently? That's a tough
It's
one. I don't think I've ever
technically-
heard that.
Right? I don't know. But maybe it was constitutionally. That's easier
Constitutionally
to say.
means that your
I
rights.
might have been like adding letters. Sometimes it's tough. And you're right, 682. It could be a hangover from that hot sauce. That stuff is no joke. Now, the NFL, this is going to help them pay for this, the fine that they've got here with the Sunday Ticket.
Oh.
They earned $13 billion in national revenue in 2023. Each team got $400 million plus from the NFL.
Give it back.
So some teams' payouts totaled as much as $425 million.
Yeah.
So, yes, that's going to go immediately back to the Sunday Ticket lawsuit.
We're rich. Oh, we're poor again.
Look at us making all of this money. This is amazing.
So
and then, not so much.
They're just going to withhold this year's earnings then, right?
They might as well.
Yeah.
Just write the check back, and now you're covered.
How about that, Dawson? You have to give back $425 million?
$425 million.
I'm out.
You're just going to say I'm not paying it?
Yeah.
I'm keeping that money. Bleep you. Screw
That's
those
a lot
bars
of
and restaurants. Who the hell are these people?
It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. It's a crazy amount. And then finally,
if you wouldn't have talked me into that thing you did, I would probably get $5,000, you bum.
What was the thing he did?
He talked me into something.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
That's what he's going to tell the judge.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Your Honor, constitutionally, I want to. I waive my
all kinds of weird stuff going on.
I waive my rights.
I did not have anything to do with this.
Yeah.
Miley Cyrus rumored to be the favorite for the Super Bowl halftime that will be taking place in New Orleans.
Why can't we
I like this edition of Miley buying herself flowers and stuff.
You in on this?
Yeah.
Wrecking Ball? Molly?
No, that was the bottom. Okay.
You didn't like the Wrecking Ball?
That was bad. No.
You're more of a Party in the USA guy?
Not really. No.
We can't stop.
I like this kind of poppy, kind of country.
Why can't we get
Miley.
Kelsey's gal to do this?
Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
I'm sure they'd love Taylor Swift to do it.
Why not? What are we doing here?
I think we got over-tailored last year. I think
We got over-tailored?
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to stop.
Tailor
We're gonna
made?
keep the Taylor going. Yeah. It's going to be a Taylor party this year, too.
You don't think that if they asked her, she wouldn't do it?
I don't think that she has the ability to do it right now. I think her schedule's jam-packed.
Oh, really?
She's just going around the world collecting massive bags in every
she's
big
world
city.
touring.
She flew in from Tokyo for the Super Bowl.
Strike
right?
while the iron's hot.
Yes, but I guess to do like a full-on concert, there's more prep that goes into that.
Isn't it weird how she's just so much more? It's like there should be a lot of pop singers spread out because neither of them are that talented. You know what I'm saying?
I honestly can't vouch for that. I couldn't tell you a Taylor
They all
Swift
sound about
song.
the same.
I couldn't tell you a song.
A lot of music does sound about the same.
But
these
that's my
days.
choice.
But
That's just my choice.
I do like a lot of Taylor Swift's music.
But if
I
she was
can't say
making
I'm
truly
like
great, iconic, songs, we would know about them.
Yeah.
They would be
Why is she so
transcendent pieces
popular
of art.
then? Why is she so popular?
I don't know.
the Swifties, man. She just built an army.
We're about to get crushed by
Went
the
viral.
Swifties,
Yeah, it's like a cult.
You guys are really stay in your lane over there, okay?
I honestly couldn't tell you a song.
None?
No. No, and I know, and I can see over your shoulder, Carter is losing his damn mind.
Carter went to Taylor Swift's concert.
He wears like gear. He's got like Taylor Swift gear.
No,
he
he
wears.
shed tears for Taylor Swift. Did Carter Freeman?
Carter, someday
He's a
tell me
super fan.
what the deal is with all this, because I don't understand.
Yeah, I was always more of a Britney Spears guy myself, but that got ugly. Okay, Sports Hodgepodge coming up at 3:40. Little C-note next. Cowboys news of the evening is coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to talk to you about my friends at Advanced Box.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Little C note here, Cowboys news of the evening. Have a couple of Dak cuts. He was talking as he's hosting a youth football camp. Segment of the G-Back Nation is brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. Going into 2024 here, just a couple of weeks from camp. Where's your optimism level with Dak as a top quarterback? And where's your confidence level that a deal gets done? 877-881-1053. Go ahead and text in. Of course, you probably won't do the 6 o'clock sound off because Wolchuk's here. He always gets mad at the callers, rants.
You know what? I will say,
the door. Yeah.
The last time was better. So if we need to do a 6 o'clock sound off this week, as long as they're bringing the passion and the energy, I'm okay with it. But I'll let them know when they are just doing a crap job.
For now, just the thoughts here via the text line. And please leave your name and city you're texting from. First cut here on where negotiations stand. Here's your quarterback, Dak Prescott.
Yeah, I mean, there's been conversations back and forth, but for the most part for me, as y'all know, I've been letting my agent do that, especially as we get right here into training camp. Day one of training camp, my mind flips to just obviously helping my team and just doing everything I can within the organization and on the football field to make sure that I'm my best and everyone around me is their best. And the money and all that will take care of itself as it always has.
You know, I have so many thoughts and angles you could take this. I think that's great leadership, though. I think that's what a veteran understands by the time he's 30, and he's gone through this a couple of times, is that, these things play out over a long period of time. And you can, put yourself in a bad mental spot going into a season if you're, focused on the money, because it can get frustrating dealing with, billionaires who are not only good at negotiating, but they enjoy it. Like this is the game to them. So if you're squirming or anything, you're kind of playing into their hands. Plus the maturity and the experience at this point, I think maybe some of his teammates could take note of that, and kind of chill.
I think
CD.
The contract negotiations will affect CD more than will affect Dak.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's clear.
I think Dak has gotten really good at taking things that are difficult in his life and just putting them aside.
Yeah.
And he will never, now maybe inside he's, it bothers him, but you will never, ever know it.
He's got that CEO grace about him, like business management.
The longer this goes for CeeDee Lamb, the harder it is going to be for him.
And you know what? It's fair because Dak's been there, done that, right? CeeDee's trying to look for his first payday.
Yeah.
And Dak's also bet on himself, and he's won. And
his whole life.
Yes, absolutely. But he's won financially in the NFL. And he knows, hey, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to perform. I was just runner-up for MVP and Cowboy fans and for the Cowboys.
Yep.
If we don't get it done, which, hey, I will believe it when we see it. That's kind of where we're at right now as a fan base. But some other team's going to pay me.
Yeah, you grew up a lot from like 24 to 31. There's a lot to be said for that. And then, CeeDee's next check changes his whole outlook on life.
No doubt.
Dak's already there.
Right.
Like, your next checks don't make you able to now go get a house. You've been able to do that now for 4 years. You could get a house in every country in the world, where CeeDee's waiting to enter that world. And I could definitely see getting a little impatient.
Yeah, to me, that's Dak is built for this. I don't know if CeeDee is built for the holdout. Because just how emotionally he can get.
Well, I think he is built for the holdout because of that emotional factor.
Well, I think to me, if the Cowboy, the harder the negotiations to me is going to be Dak, because the Cowboys have gone through this one already. CeeDee is going to find a way to why can't we get this done?
Let's get it over with.
He is going to be a pain in the ass for his agent because it's going to be the longer it goes, the more he's going to be.
Yeah.
Whereas Dak, we just said it earlier in the show, Dak wakes up every day, turns on TV, and they're talking about him.
Mm-hmm.
He's built for this.
Yeah, you got a quarterback that there is zero risk of him missing any training camp. He's going to be there.
Sure.
Which is a beautiful thing to have. CeeDee, he's probably going to try and not be there, and he's going to wait until that thing gets done. I do think CeeDee's gets done at camp.
Dak will always do things to get the fan base to back him. He will find a way to make it look like, well, hey, it's not me.
Yeah.
It's not me. It's that group, Stephen Jones, Adam Pacifica, Todd Williams, Jerry Jones, all those guys over there. That's who you need to be mad at. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at them.
I got CeeDee's back. I would just like it if he had his teams back, like in the playoffs, like during the first and second series when he's already jammed up and it's taking him out of this game.
Upset
I need better focus, from my best player. But I mean, he's so dang good. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm not messing around with that at all. No. And I'm kind of thinking, guys, we don't want that CeeDee. Okay, if we spend a year with CeeDee jammed up because we haven't paid him and he's not able to play at the highest level, we have to look at that as well as a part of our return on investment. Here's more a Dak Prescott. He kind of cleared the air on why he was photographed in that walking boot as he was getting around on vacation.
Yeah, I'm great. Honestly, I'm getting older. It's the same ankle, right, that I snapped and had a nasty surgery on 4 years ago. So, a couple of hard days of training, and you get a little sore, and then you're going on a fishing trip, and you want to protect it and make sure that things don't get worse. So, literally, it's absolutely nothing. That's why I said people are reaching, trying to make things that they aren't. I'm getting older. Have to take care of my body. Have to be smart, and if I can take precautions and lessening something by putting on a boot, I'm gonna do it. And so, sorry that it caused such a whirlwind.
I've never heard him sound so Cajun. Maybe you guys have heard that all along, but when he was like, go so,
you're picking up on the dialects today.
I'm listening a little differently, I think.
Yeah.
Does he sound Louisiana to you?
It's funny because the people down in South Louisiana sound a lot more Cajun than the people from North Louisiana.
Is that right?
Yeah. So, but yeah, some of the words, the dialect, yeah, you got it.
You can get that a little bit.
Assuming a deal would get done here, where do you get optimism that this next contract can be different than his first two? What would need to happen?
It's not.
Are you going in with full cynicism right now?
Oh no, he's going to get, if they sign the contract, it's going to be damn close to what he wants. Yeah. He's not going to lose on this one. He's got every bit of leverage that he can, that you can have. He's got a no trade. He's got no franchise tags hanging over his head. He's actually sitting pretty right now. And he also, in the back of his mind, he goes, these guys in the fact have buckled on contracts before. They buckled on players. I mean, This is not a very advantageous situation for the front office here of the Dallas Cowboys. They're negotiating with a little bit of a hand tied behind their back. So I don't think there's going to be any kind of deal or anything like that. So he's either going to get what he wants here or he's going to get what he wants from another organization.
If you're the front office, I mean, it's pretty much like, hey, Dak's winning regardless. Dak's going to get paid with the Cowboys or he's going to get paid from another team. 100%, I agree with that. Yeah. From the Cowboys, maybe they are kind of looking at it like the fan base is. And it's, man, we love you. You're a really good regular season quarterback. And I know it's a team sport, and it's hard to lump all of the postseason failures on the quarterback, but that's what we do in the National Football League. Wins and losses in the playoffs have become a quarterback stat. That's the bottom line. And Dak's record isn't good. And the performances in the last 3 losses have been really, really bad.
Sure.
So until that changes, why should we pay you like the highest paid player in the NFL?
The only advantage Dallas could have is if it's somehow that Trey Lance looks like this summer that he could be the starting quarterback in 2025.
Get you a little leverage like that.
That's to me, that's Dallas's leverage right there, because what's going to happen is they're going to try to get ahead of the quarterback game by going out and getting Trey Lance.
Yeah.
But if Trey Lance goes out there and pees down his leg and he doesn't look any good, then all bets are off. I mean, Dak is betting that their desperation, that they'll be desperate.
I've never seen this team go away from any sort of proven above average, So I expect him to do a new deal with Dak and Mike McCarthy. I think it's, part of a winning formula, and Jerry wouldn't want to risk not having a quarterback as he, is moving well into his 80s.
Well, there's some other thing, an advantage that the Cowboys have, and that is the willingness of other teams to give up on their quarterbacks. There used to be a time and place 20 years ago where quarterbacks didn't move. But now they move. Like Hall of Fame quarterbacks move from organization to organization. So the one advantage that the Cowboys have is, like, if we strike out on Dak and Lance, that we could go and get a Kirk Cousins somewhere. We could go get a Baker Mayfield, or we could find another guy
at a pretty significant discount compared to what the top of the market is.
Yeah.
682 CD is good, not great, so why pay great money? I think he is great.
I think he's great, too.
The games that he put together last year were just unbelievable.
I think he's great. I think you're wrong about that.
469, what planet are you living on, Brian? The fan base doesn't want Dak here. I think there are a lot of fans. I don't know what the percentage is. I think it's higher than ever, but there are still so many millions of people that believe in Dak Prescott, and that millions of people is going to do tons of business for the Cowboys.
This is so funny when people say that, but because I every day you could say something about Dak and somebody is going to say you're full of S.
Did you really say that?
Yeah, one way or another, whatever you say about Dak Prescott, you're going to have the other side. So, sir or ma'am, really, you're not looking at my mentions every day, because you say something about that quarterback, you are going to piss off a certain segment of the fan base, one way or another.
Yeah, I remember the time I said I thought he was pretty dang good. Somebody came after me.
Yeah. Oh, what are you doing, man? You homer, dude. Oh, Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Cowboys front office is in a gunfight with a butter knife as far as contract negotiation standpoint. They are not good at it. I just want them to understand that the reason Kansas City can win, even though its offense was statistically worse, is they built a fantastic defense. And I think if you want to win, you got to get a defense and a running game going, and then lean on your quarterback to make the plays. I think Dak is good enough to do that. But I just don't think the Cowboys front office is good enough. Mike's won a Super Bowl. I think Dak took his team to number 1 in college without any other NFL players on it.
Without any other players, yep.
I mean, he's made the playoffs for you 3 years in a row. He's good enough to win a Super Bowl. I think it's the front office that's just not good enough. They don't even know what the roadmap looks like to get to a Super Bowl. They've been in this conservative cap management era like it's 15 years ago in the NFL, and the way to build a winner massively changed, and they're still sitting there looking at an old playbook from the front office perspective. So until a guy from that chair shows me something different, and they've pivoted before. They don't pivot often, but they pivoted to this from recklessness. I mean, Jerry was reckless. So Steve was like, Dad, we can't keep doing this. We're running the organization into the ground. So they've gotten better, but the ceiling on this approach is like an 8 out of 10. That's why they keep getting their ass kicked in the playoffs. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, it's time now for Wolchuk Sports Hodgepodge. What do you have in mind, buddy?
Yeah, Joey Jaws is a man of his word. LeBron and an AI Bucky song that you've got to hear. That's next in the nation.
I want to...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we'll talk about what made news on the Mavs with Klay Thompson's press conference earlier today down there at the AAC. Here's Zach Wolchuk.
Well, we've got news on the All-Star game. Rafael Devers is going to skip the All-Star game due to lingering shoulder soreness, according to Alex Cora, the Red Sox manager. Now, what position does Rafael Devers play? Third base.
Third base.
Can we get a Josh Smith replacement in the All-Star game? I know Oriole fans are like, get Jordan Westburg in there, but no. Josh Smith, come on, MLB, do the right thing. Put him in the All-Star game at his home stadium at Globe Life Field.
Save on the travel expenses.
Let's make it happen. Absolutely. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm ready for it. I talked about this yesterday, and I know KMC asked us during the crosstalk how many boneless wings could you eat in 38 minutes.
By the way, there's nothing better than seeing French soccer fans in distress right now.
Well, I mean, we're in the 87th minute.
They keep showing them they are in distress right now.
I mean, they finally scored a goal in regulation.
Yeah, how about that?
But they might lose the game.
Yep. There we go.
They need an England-like miracle. England's been very fortunate with some late goals here in this Euro. See if France can make it happen. Joey Jaws did it. The man of the people made it happen. He went to Buffalo Wild Wings yesterday, and he accomplished the 200 boneless wings challenge that they put out there. So they will be extending their all-you-can-eat Monday and Wednesday deals to the 14th of August. He put down 200 wings in 38 minutes. Congratulations to Joey Jaws, one of the greatest eaters in the history of the world, and, of course, our American champion. A shame we didn't get to see him fight for the mustard belt, but he did do us a good deed. 200 wings in 38 minutes. Lucius, I know you're going to be partying with some Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Buffalo Wild Wings, but I can't eat that much. I like to savor my food, enjoy it, watch it, you know.
So in 38 minutes, like how many do you think you'd do? 10?
I can probably get like 15 down.
15?
Yeah.
Get
With
outta
no
here.
beer.
No beer.
With no beer.
No
Are
beer.
you just not even trying?
Nah.
It's like
He wants to savor and enjoy.
I'm dipping every one of them and everything, man. Yeah.
By the way, are you caught up with House of the Dragon?
Yeah.
I heard that was tremendous last
Oh
night.
my
God.
goodness. Yes. This
What a
most recent
fantastic
episode.
show. The Dragons.
We finally got, we need some dragons.
Yeah,
we
House
got
of the
some
Dragons. We got some dragons.
We sure did. We sure did. Now, Team USA.
And plus, those little wings to get you full, man. That's chicken. That's breast meat. That's
they're
white
little
meat.
breasts. They're essentially like adult chicken nuggets.
I'm just saying one every minute.
I would like to see you do this.
I'll tell you what.
You're going to spend 30 seconds chewing one?
Yeah. But I think the thing about it is, though, like your Chick-fil-A, that platter thing.
Of nugs.
I can't tell you how many times I hovered over that thing and just nonstop. And so I kind of feel like it's the same thing, right?
Well, the Chick-fil-A nuggets, I think, are a little bit smaller than these boneless wings.
And I'm dipping those things in that Polynesian sauce.
Oh,
that's nice.
That's a great dip. That's a great dip for the nugs.
So if you gave me the Polynesian, I'm going to pull a loose. I'm going to take the Polynesian sauce and put it on these Buffalo Wild Wings little things.
You ever mix it with mayo, Polynesian sauce and mayo together, and you make the little pink?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
One a minute is possible. Absolutely.
So, okay, when we are out in Oxnard, Eric wants to do the bone-in wing deal.
Yeah.
We're going to do boneless wings for you.
Huh.
Let's just do simultaneous wing challenges.
Okay.
Let's make it happen.
I'll tell you, if I had to competitive eat, I'd do crab legs.
I know you would. And I think, honestly, crawfish, you could punish several pounds of those.
I could do a lot of crawfish.
I would love to see that. Now, LeBron, we got Team USA rocking and rolling. LeBron was talking about, this is actually interesting. He was interviewed, I think, by Dave McMiniman, your doppelganger.
Oh, yeah.
Don't tell Dave that. He'd probably be insulted.
He probably would be. He's going to be
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro.
in his 23rd NFL or NBA season when this new deal's done with the Lakers.
Yeah.
You know what the number 23 means to him. I mean, Jordan's number, he's now wearing the number 23. So he was like, could this be your last contract that you ever signed? You're playing with Bronny. He's going to be, 42 years old by the time this thing gets done? I said, I can't, I'm not going to say yes, but it very likely could be the last contract that he ever signs. But Team USA voted on who is the best player, LeBron, at age 40. Best player, according to his teammates
They're
at
scared of
the
him.
Olympics. The quote, dude's 40 and he's the best player on the court. You think that's what it is?
They're scared of him.
They're too intimidated?
They're scared of him, yeah.
They don't want to say he's not the best player?
No, they don't want to be the one guy that gets, all of a sudden it leaks out that you voted against him. And then now it's kind of like dealing with the Swifties or the Beehives or any of those people.
The Swifties are coming after you right now.
Yeah. Are they? The Swifties?
No, they're not.
I'm sorry, man. And she's got it together, right?
You'd probably, she's got it together. Yeah.
I mean,
she's
got
making a lot of money.
Yeah, she's doing well. Yeah.
Doing very well for herself.
Yeah.
Good marketing.
Good producer, good marketing.
Yeah.
Well, a little the writing, though.
Got a good team.
A little shaky there. Speaking of writing, I mean, I think all you got to do is just put it into AI right now. Lucius has played a lot of good songs that we've heard that are AI generated. Here's the latest one. Somebody put in, can I get a country music Buc-ee's theme song? And this is what AI came up with.
I'm running low on fuel, and you know what that means. I gotta grab my keys and drive down to Buc-ee's, and you already know I'm gonna need a buggy, 'cause baby, I'm about to give them all my money. Ooh, these toilets so dang clean, they make me wanna get some brisket and a sweet iced tea. I'm feeling perky off this jerky, oh, I'm feeling green, yeah, I might just have to work here, do you know what I mean? It's a southern thing, ain't no place for yuppies, so bring your buddies and all your money. That Beaver's king of the road trip country, yeah, we get lucky when we see Buc-ee's. Whatever you need here, it's not very far, 'cause they got stuff for your home, it's stuff for your car, and if you're a little hungry, baby, you're the star. They got brisket, jerky, fudge, and it goes on and on.
We're
You didn't
doomed.
like it?
We're doomed.
It's crazy.
We're doomed.
AI generated Buc-ee's theme song. That's pretty damn good.
I just can't believe a computer did that.
It's unbelievable.
That's very clever.
It is. Like 214, we're not going to have jobs soon.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
It's true.
Thank you.
They're coming for us,
You
man.
guys, good luck with you guys. I'm moving on.
Yeah, we're screwed.
Yeah.
Stephen A.
We're
Smith.
going to be like that planet Mandalorian that the
Yes.
AI and the robots just did everything for. They
well,
lived a
and
life
now-
of leisure.
I saw, and we'll talk about the new All-Star Game foods that we're going to have at Globe Life Field when we go around the bases at 6 o'clock. But I saw Kennedy Landry, fellow LSU Tiger.
Go Tigers.
There's apparently like a robot that's making mixed drinks there at the stadium right now.
It's pretty cool.
I mean, cool.
Can they make the transfusion?
About these, I don't know. That's
You
a
got
good
to figure
question.
that one out.
I don't think they can make this transfusion quite like you.
Not like I can.
Very
972.
heavy-handed.
That's a better
Very-
country music song.
I
than
get
your
I get
program,
muscle spasms and it locks.
Oh,
Put it on broadest mode.
Yeah.
man. Yeah, get it. Stephen A. could earn $125 million in a new ESPN contract, according to a report. Can you believe this?
No, I mean, yeah, he's
What the hell are we doing?
he's popular.
I mean,
Very
good for
popular.
him, but
Yeah, very popular.
that's unbelievable.
Yeah.
$125 million for Stephen A. Smith. And then finally, we wrap up the hodgepodge here. Paul George was dishing on his podcast about what went down in the contract negotiations with the Clippers, but also how close was he to becoming a Warrior? How would this have changed the landscape in the Western Conference and maybe the Mavs' ability to bring in Klay Thompson? Here's PG telling us all the details.
That deal was close to being done from what I was being, told on the situation. They was expressing like just how much they wanted me there, how I could have fit in perfectly with Draymond, Steph,
Klay probably would have stayed.
Kuminga, like Wiggins. They didn't know how or what package was going to be there to trade for me. But
Was my favorite player still going to be there?
Looney?
Yeah.
Looney was going to be there. And so it was very intriguing. And, it was still an opportunity to stay close to home, stay on the West Coast. And it was a win-win. Like, I think Steph is a unicorn, one-of-one player, and Joel's a unicorn, one-of-one player. So it was kind of like a good situation to be in the middle of. But ultimately, like, the deal didn't go through. I think Clippers didn't want a certain trade deal that Warriors were willing to give. And, yeah, it just didn't happen.
And I think the Clippers are also like, we don't want to trade you to the Warriors, understandably so.
Yeah.
But that would have made the Warriors a little more interesting. You add Paul George. Now, I don't think financially they still would have been able to keep Klay. And it seems like Klay was on his way out anyway. I still think the Mavs land him. But Paul George in the West with the Warriors would have been interesting. I'm very happy to see him in the East.
Absolutely.
With the Sixers.
Yeah, I think so much of Paul George. He's the kind of player that could revitalize. I still think they would need some adjustments to their supporting cast, get more skill in there. But that would be, this is a big get for Philadelphia, but a big dodge bullet to get that player out of the Western Conference and back into the East where he can't threaten the Mavs, like he has. I think maybe post-injury he never reached the MVP heights that maybe he played at for a period of time in Indiana and then for one season in OKC, but still damn good.
Au revoir, France.
They're done 2-1. Spain got them. Okay, and it really an unbelievable game. France came out in the first 10 minutes looking like they were going to score 10 goals, just bound and determined. And then they got one, and they sort of let off the gas. Spain scored 2 quick ones, and that's where we've been since the 25th minute, and that's your final. So they are on to the Euro 2024 final.
Yep.
Okay, do you want to get excited about the Mavs' new role player? What Kevin and Corey's guest a couple of weeks ago said about the guy from New Orleans. We've uncovered a gem here for you, and it's coming up next, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. Mavericks highlights from today's press conference as we open up hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. You'll hear from Klay Thompson. You'll hear from Najee Marshall, and you'll hear from Quentin Grimes as well as Antonio Daniels. Just a Mavs audio fest here for you in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. General at your service. There's Broadus. Wolchuk is in attendance. Lucius Alexander is here. Eric Chiafalo has morning show duty. Send him some love there, working with RJ and Bobby this week. He's sounding good.
They're doing a great job. They really is. Great show.
And salute to Carter Freeman as well for coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's go cut 6 here. Clay, what has closing that chapter in Golden State been like for you? Here he is.
I mean, probably a little disappointed at first, but then as time goes on, you have a lot of time to reflect and you realize what you did. They can't take that away from you as far as the championships records are meant to be broken, but the impact you have on a community and all that, that will forever live. And sometimes, breakups are necessary to do what's right. And I'm not the first athlete in the NBA to go through this. I did grow up in Portland, and I remember when Scottie Pippen came to the Blazers, that was like the biggest day of my life. And I'm not saying I'm Scottie, but they were right there against the Lakers, almost won a chip. So I take a lot of inspiration from past athletes and how their careers might have gone, astray when they either left the team or joined a new team. And some guys thrive, and I look forward to just kind of being rejuvenated here and playing a lot of good basketball left in the tank.
You believe that? A lot of good basketball left in Clay's tank?
I think
or last
offensively,
legs?
Absolutely. I think defensively we'll see, what he still has left. But I don't think, he's not going to have to be asked to do as much, carry as much as he had to do with Golden State, with what Luka's able to bring to the table and Kyrie, of course. So I think he's going to fit into his role beautifully. But I did think when he was talking about that Scottie Pippen, you lived that. So, how much do you think that is something that is comparable? The Scottie Pippen addition there to Portland almost does help them get to a championship. Mavs were 3 wins away.
I wish Klay Thompson was still at the level that Scottie Pippen was, but Scottie Pippen was such a great defender, not only on the ball, but team. And his basketball IQ was so immense that he was the kind of guy that even as his scoring went down, he still had a massive impact. There was a Jason Kidd-like component to Scottie Pippen's game. And I don't know if Klay Thompson was ever that level of player, maybe. But I don't know how far Klay has slipped and what he can do and if it's going to be worth the risk, because I think you have to have elite defense, and you're already, kind of fighting an uphill battle with Luka and Kyrie on the court together at the same time. Now you put Klay out there. But right now I'm in a mode kind of like with Nico that I'm with Chris Young, right? I just have full belief in their vision. The leadership team that the Mavs have put together, I think it's as good or better than ever.
I feel that with Nico and the staff over there and with, again, the coaches and stuff, that they probably looked at Klay Thompson and feel they understand what his limitations are. And for them to be willing to make the commitment to him for the number of years and the finances that they did, they obviously feel like that there's still something left. Clearly the shooting is there. I do feel like, though, Klay Thompson to me seems like he gets into a good place, he gets into a good rhythm, all of a sudden the buy-in. We saw a lot of guys buy in that are not great defensive players for the Mavs. Mm-hmm. We saw a lot of guys that when it came down to, and they were one of the best teams in the league when it came to clutch games in the last 4 minutes of a game. You get a guy that knocks down shots that way, the way that he does, the defensive buy-in. Give me the guy that's going to knock down the shots and might, when they make a stop or two, that he helps.
Yeah.
I just need that ability to, when there's those key possessions at the end of the game and you're not missing shots. That's how teams get back into these games. All of a sudden, it's the last 3 minutes. It's a missed shot. It's another empty possession. It's another empty possession. Oh, you missed a free throw now, and now you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson, I think, is going to, when all of a sudden things get a little hairy, him knocking down shots is going to be more important to this team than his ability to play defense in the last 4 minutes.
What I think we saw with Boston is how devastating it is when you can't cheat off anybody.
Right.
Like, you could leave Derrick Jones Jr. and be like, well, I don't think he's going to beat us.
Yeah.
Now, if you do that to Klay, I will absolutely torch you.
Yes, and at some point in this presser, he said that you can't leave me open. And absolutely, that's 100% accurate. And I think that they realized, okay, a big reason we lost to the Celtics was we did not have enough spot-up three-point shooters. And Klay's going to do that for you. I think Grimes and Najee Marshall are the two guys that are going to be the enforcers on the defensive side.
Okay, what was your? We'll get to Najee Marshall in just a second, Brian.
And a year more of growth of Lively too.
Ooh, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I think that now you're starting piece together this thing. You have Klay for a reason for the shots. These other guys, I think, are the ones that are going to do the dirty work, the stunt men, and the when they need those stops.
Lively's going to be incredible. I mean, big men really don't come into their own until their late 20s, and he has such a huge head start with his basketball IQ and his athleticism and the way that he applied it his rookie year. Yeah. Okay. What was your relationship with Kyrie Irving? How did it influence your decision to come to the Mavs? Here's Clay.
Kyrie and I are good friends. I mean, we came to the league together in 2011. We played on Team USA together twice. Obviously, played against each other in the highest stages for many years, and I've always been a fan of Kai's game, and guarding him was hell, so it's nice to be on the other end of that for once and see other defenders get loose and get shook by him. That's going to be a good sight to see. And then part two, at this point in my career, I mean, still can't leave me open, and I can guard, and I'm just excited. I still think I can do what I've been able to do, and it's just about being in the best shape I can possibly be. But I know I can help this team, whether it's the knowledge I've gained or big scoring nights. I just still know I can be a very, very good player in this league.
Yeah, and that's what you want. Maybe not capable anymore of defending the absolute best perimeter stars in the game, but you brought in one of those. You're developing more of those. Yeah. And that's been a topic as we, pardon me, hear from Najee Marshall. What was it like trying to lock Luka down, and how much of a relief is it to be on his team now? Here's cut number 9 for the Mavs presser.
Definitely a relief. Man, Luka's a high-level player, man, so locking down, I won't use that word, but maintain, all 3 levels, just unbelievable. So just to be on his team, and like Clay said, let him do that to other people, I'm going to get enjoyment out of that. For real.
So that's a good segue into Antonio Daniels, who was on with KMC Masterpiece. I guess this is while I was out of town.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
that's why I hadn't heard it.
Yeah.
But, Daniels is a great basketball talker, great dunker, great player in his time. You hear him on NBA radio, but he's also the analyst on the play-by-play for the Pelicans, and he went viral for this clip across multiple social media platforms, and he's always a popular interviewer. Here's Antonio on Najee and what he was able to observe there in New Orleans.
All right, so tell us about him, because it was basically like they got him and they lose Derrick Jones Jr. And what kind of a player is? I know he's a good corner 3 guy, versatile defensive player on the perimeter. Who's his NBA comp?
I mean, his NBA comp is him. I don't really. It's not like he's a rookie.
Yeah.
Najee's been in this league for a while, so he's sat, he's watched, he's learned through vision, and when the opportunity has presented itself, he has made the most of it. This past year in New Orleans, he only started 1 game. 2 years prior to, he started a numerous amount of games, 20-plus games, and almost averaged 15 points per game in those starts.
Let's go.
So, again, this a lot of times things are based on, do I know this guy? Is this guy a household name? And just because a guy is not a household name doesn't mean that he cannot impact your organization. Najee Marshall is a heck of a dude, one. He was the toughest guy on the New Orleans Pelicans team last year since he's been here. He has been the enforcer in New Orleans, which is wild to say because we're used to enforcers being Charles Oakley or Dale Davis or Antonio Davis. Najee Marshall, 6'5", 6'6", and is one of the toughest guys. I can guarantee you this. Nobody will be pushing Luka around.
You got to love that.
Yeah, that'll get you fired up.
And obviously with Sean and RJ, not KMC, I'm not sure how I got that on my mind, but that's great audio. The kind of guy who I think did was it him or was it Quentin Grimes who led the league in minutes on the best perimeter stars in the NBA? I saw that stat, but they went out specifically and found guys they believe can be locked down against, your guys like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Paul George, and also, hit threes at higher than 35%. I think that's specifically what they were looking for.
Well, it was Najee who they were calling the SGA stopper. So he certainly has done a great job when they've had those matchups with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. But Derrick Jones Jr. was number one when it came to defense on the best ball handler on a post. So you did lose that. But I think they're looking at Najee and what he can potentially do. He's going to have to prove it, though, against other guards that aren't Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's the one thing that Derrick Jones Jr. was so good at, the Najee and Quentin Grimes combination. And Quentin Grimes is one of those guys that's so good at fighting through screens as well. He's got that pit bull kind of mentality when he plays.
Yeah, they definitely got tougher. And I think they got tougher with even Klay Thompson.
Well, mentally. I mean, think about what he's able to provide
I think
leadership-wise.
You talk about a guy that's clearly battle-tested. He's seen it all. He's been through locker room wars and problems that they've had to deal with. He doesn't get rattled the way he plays. Yeah. He had to go from a starting role to a reserve role off the bench and stuff. He just seems like now he sounds like a very comfortable guy.
Yeah, and I don't think Luka needs anybody to protect him. I don't think he needs a bodyguard. But if you have a guy who's super tough that can try to impose that back on other team stars, I don't feel like we really have had a lot of that.
I just don't feel like that people really want to test Luka that way. Because when you watch,
it doesn't bother him.
It doesn't bother him. Like, the more you try and get in his grill, the better he responds to that.
Yeah.
Whether it's the fan base, he's got a very much of me against the world mentality.
Yeah, he'll drain a shot in your face and let you know about it afterwards.
I think he relishes that. But if he drives the lane and gets a hard foul or two, you've got some guys that'll handle that.
Some more from Clay here. Have you and your dad made up after the decision to not go to the Lakers?
Yeah, my dad was disappointed. I really haven't talked to him much about it, but at the end of the day, he was happy for me. He was a little selfish in his business interest because he wanted me to be at home with the family. I was like, Dad, I've been in California my whole life. I got to experience something new. So he understood, and he's actually really excited for me, and he thinks we have a great shot to do something special here, not just this year, but for many years. So he was all on board once the dust settled, and he realized that it was really a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I think that's an incredibly unique situation, but maybe we need to get used to that now. We were told that Nico has special relationships with players and is, looked at as a kind of a mentor in a lot of ways, and then obviously your head coach has a tremendous amount of respect from the players from this generation.
I'll say, how about me? Where I misevaluated Nico is that, yes, I thought relationships were good to have. He actually has a basketball brain.
Yeah.
Like his desire to evaluate, and I don't know who maybe he's got people over he's talking to, or maybe he's sitting down and saying, you know what, we're not good enough here. We have to get better here. Relationships, great. Selling ideas, great. But to be able to execute and to have the ability to evaluate where you're at, that's where I need to give him a lot more credit than I did.
Yeah, I think it was easy to doubt him because
you just thought he was a shoe guy.
Yeah.
You're thinking he's going to get run over in this league, and his learning curve you thought was going to be really steep. Not at all. The learning curve with him, maybe they've had some guys in the organization that have helped him with some advice, but he has picked this up really, really quickly.
Okay, then we'll get a little bit from Quentin Grimes, the player they got from Detroit. Here's the article that I was referring to, Woolchuck. The Smoking Cuban had a tweet from at the B-Ball Index. Mm-hmm. They have a matchup difficulty stat. A lot of these metrics are different. One of them might have ranked Derrick Jones Jr. as the number one guy for guarding the highest caliber offensive players is what this has Quentin Grimes at number one.
Well, let's go.
Here's cut 36. I'm sorry. Yeah, cut 36 from Quentin Grimes. Why do you take so much pride in guarding the other team's toughest player?
Yeah, I definitely take a lot of pride on the defensive end. I think once I made that transition to Houston from Kansas, like Coach Sampson, it's you got to give 110% or he gonna run you to death. And I wasn't trying to run, so I just made sure every time I stepped on the court, it just kind of just stuck with me. And then once I went to the Knicks, everybody know Tibbs, like, you got to give it 110% again, or you're not gonna play you. As a rookie, you got to earn that trust some other way besides pounding the air out the ball. I knew that wasn't gonna be the way. So then in my second year, me getting every assignment from Trae Young and Jason Tatum, I wanted to make sure I'm trying to make the guys, whoever I'm guarding, kind of like hell for real. So I'm going out there trying to make it hard every single time. I got a lot of pride in that end. Not going to let you score on me. If you're going to score on me, I'm going to tip your hat. It's probably going to be a tough bucket. So but I'm going to keep coming at you on defensive end and offensively as well. So take a lot of pride in that end.
I mean, there's a lot of guys that score 20 points a game in college, and you get here and it's like, well, we're not going to ask you to score. But if you can go shut down the game's best players or make life hell on them, then you got yourself a career. And in today's NBA, that looks like 5 years and about $80 million. It's real easy to get motivated and take pride in that defense if that's, generational wealth, essentially. So congrats and welcome to town. Welcome back to Texas there for Quentin Grimes. It's got to be exciting for him as well. Okay, time now for a top 10. Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
Well, over the weekend, we celebrated National Fried Chicken Day. I've got the top 10 best fried chicken dishes. What's your favorite dish when it comes to fried chicken? That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Segment here brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com. Let's rock. Here's Wolchuk. Your Wooly Bully. Zach with an H.
Let's go, baby. Shout out to the 254 oil field hand here. My day off listening to y'all cooking bacon, extra bacon cheeseburgers. Listening to y'all go bacon, Tolo bacon. It's a lot of bacon.
Shout out to the CTX.
We love me some bacon. We love you.
Oil field hand, did you say?
Just oil field hand, yeah.
Man, that is some tough work.
It's tough work.
I worked on a platform out in the Gulf, Mexico.
Oh, yeah, you painted them, didn't you?
I painted heliports. Man. We painted, yeah. I tell you what, if you're an oil field hand when that chain's spinning around and like oil flying all over the place and moving stuff around, we were a big service station is what we were.
Yeah.
We were like a tanker would come up, we just drop the hose down and away we go. But
see, that's what I'm built for right there.
Yeah, but I could paint me some heliports now.
Could you?
Oh yeah.
Was there any shade on those?
No, there wasn't. And what we would do is. It's pretty crazy. It was a job I had when I was a graduate assistant coach at LSU.
Oh.
For a summer job.
They actually made you work it, huh?
Yeah, so we were on the platform for a week and then off a week.
My goodness.
So
how big's the platform?
Oh, geez, it's good. So I can't tell you how like I say, it had a living quarters on it for 8 guys.
Wow.
And then so you could fish off. It was 100 feet up in the air.
Oh.
So yeah, and I'll never forget, man. We used to have ability. These guys were so cool because they would let us. The food bill you could have whatever you want. So we would order like all kinds and we had guys on that platform that could cook like stuffed tenderloin with shrimp. We had every night it was a feast.
That oil money.
Every night it was a feast.
That's true.
But those guys, man, one time I was on the cruise ship, the crew down there, and they pick you up and they take you off like with a crane.
Wow, it sounds terrifying.
Picked me up off the crane, brought me over the side, and they brought me over. And instead of pulling me up, they just dunked me in the ocean.
Oh, in the ocean?
Yeah, they just dunked. Wow. They picked me up, and my buddy was already up there, up on the by the crane operator, and he picked me up, and I could see what was going on, and they moved me on the other side of the boat.
Just plopped you in.
And they just plopped me in the ocean and pulled me back out and brought me up on the deck.
That's amazing.
But I'll never forget the first time I ever was in a helicopter. You're 100 feet. I used to have to fill the helicopters up. Like I'd hear them coming and they'd land and then I would put gas in them for them.
Wow.
So you had to for the static electricity, you had to clip this little thing to the side, or you might have a fire. They're making me do this. Hey,
what
idiots. Clip this. But anyway, so I remember the guy's name was Cy Brzezinski, was his last name. Cy Brzezinski. And he was a Vietnam pilot flying out in the Gulf. And I'll never forget, my first helicopter ride, I put the headset on and Cy's like, new guy, huh? Yeah. He took the helicopter off the top of the platform and just dropped it. I mean, straight down and straight down.
Yeah, welcome.
And I'm screaming.
Yeah.
And he pulled it out.
Lucius is back there filming it all.
It was, I literally, that helicopter went, and then the nose of that thing pointed straight for the water.
I've been in a helicopter once. I don't need to be in one again.
Yeah.
Man. I don't think I've ever
Very
been
unsettling.
in a helicopter.
I tell you, it's wild out
It's
in the
constantly
Gulf.
being in turbulence.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is
What it
not a
felt like.
smooth ride.
No. But I tell you what, that's quite, you make great money out there.
Yeah.
And all we did was paint heliports. That's all we did.
Man.
Hell yeah.
Story time with Brian. I do
Sorry
love
about
it.
that. I didn't mean to interrupt your.
No, you're good. Let's get right into the top 10 list.
What am I, Lucius?
Interruptosaurus.
Oh, yeah, he's the Interruptosaurus Rex.
That's the scientific name.
Last week he was wearing a purple shirt, looked just like Barney. So we started calling him. Lucius gave him that name. It's really brilliant. It does work. It does work. It does work pretty well.
It does work.
All right, top 10 best fried chicken dishes. We had National Fried Chicken Day over the weekend. I mean, it's always, everybody loves fried chicken. And if you don't, I don't know that we can be friends.
Yeah, you know me and the cold chicken.
But that's okay. You'll still eat fried chicken.
I do.
cold,
but you'll just eat it cold.
I do like fried chicken.
But
and
you like fried chicken.
That KFC
and that's all that
$5
matters.
bucket thing where they throw all that together is glorious.
It's fantastic. So last year, I think I did the top 10 fried chicken places in Texas. And we had some good texts that came in. If you do have a spot where you like to go and get some fried chicken, I mean, Babe's is always a household name. Bubba's, Whistle Britches, of course, Palmer's.
Palmer's
that we have.
good, yeah.
Palmer's is good. And Palmer's is partnering with the Firehouse Tour as well. You can get some free Palmer's. You can go out there. I think the next one's coming up in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
For Sean and RJ. But your favorite fried chicken dish, for example, the honorable mention, we've got chicken fingers is an honorable mention, General Tso's chicken.
Yeah.
Just try and get creative ways of how you would eat fried chicken. Lucius, I mean, I think obviously the standard is always preferred, I think, just to bone in.
Yeah, that's all I kind of know about fried chicken, bro. Just regular ass fried chicken. Unless we're
damn-
talking about crispy chicken salads.
That right there.
I'm down for that.
That Chick-fil-A?
Wraps. Chicken wraps.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Wraps.
down with
Chicken
that.
wrap. Really good.
That's some good eating right there.
Yeah.
So number 10.
Wraps.
Wrap it up.
That's a good PSA right there, Brian. Shout out to the
Lucius
to
played him the other day, the
Sophie.
Thunderbirds. He played it for
He
me.
did.
He played
Sure
it for
did.
me.
I love it.
Yeah.
The chicken nuggets would be your other honorable mention for the kiddos. Number 10 is sesame chicken.
Yes.
It's good chicken.
Delicious. Delicious fried chicken.
Yes.
Ooh, 682 is going with the KFC's mashed potato bowls.
Yeah, that's right.
Outstanding.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay, is it this Friday in Glen Heights? From the 682, that might be the next Firehouse, or it might be this Friday. For whatever reason, I was thinking it was next week.
No, I think it is this week. I didn't want to throw that out there.
I didn't think they were doing
I
it
was-
without Sean. No, Sean's going to be part of
Oh,
that?
they can play without
You
him.
kidding me?
Yeah.
They can do this without Sean?
Easily.
Number 9 is popcorn chicken. Gavin Dawson. created
Yeah,
popcorn chicken.
I like popcorn chicken.
One of the innovators myself, I pulled the first tube of popcorn chicken out of the walk-in cooler.
Dude.
There at KFC in Vancouver,
That is-
Washington.
He said
Back
one of
in
the
19
innovators myself.
Legendary, bro.
Yeah.
What do you put on your popcorn chicken? Your gravy? Is you guys put anything on? Or you just eat it as?
I think I just ate it regular.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll dip it in some honey barbecue.
Yeah. Okay. I like it with mashed potatoes and gravy.
Give me the gravy and the
Yeah.
mashed potatoes, a little pepper on
Yeah.
top, please. Yeah.
Number 8 is your chicken fried steak or chicken fried chicken.
That's number 1 on my list.
Number 1 on your list?
Yeah.
I think it's number 1 for quite a lot of people.
Yeah.
Number 7, chicken and waffles, which we did get
Depends on
texted
the waffle.
Gotta be
You
done
know?
the right way.
Got to be honest with you. I think a lot of people mess up the waffle.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make it too bland.
There you go. You got it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Not that I ever make my own waffles. That waffle iron, you know that, Brian.
I'm going to teach you how to make waffles when we go to camp here in 2
All right,
weeks.
We'll see.
Mhm.
We'll see. Number 6 is buffalo chicken wings.
Okay, not the biggest fan of the buffalo.
Okay.
That's a vinegary, weird, spicy type of flavor, and I'm like, I think we could do a lot better.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now,
buffalo wing.
It's damn good. What are we talking about?
He
good buffalo wing.
He eats all barbecue
It sh-
sauce in South North Carolina.
It should be a highlight flavor. It's part of a great flavor profile. It shouldn't be the only flavor.
Wow.
Yep. I knew it was controversial.
The views expressed by Gavin Dawson from Gavin Dawson only do not reflect Brian Broadus, Zach Wolchuk, or Lucius Alexander, or 105.3 The Fan.
And let me add this about Dak while I'm at it.
I think a lot of people have my back here on this one. They're kind of amazed.
Is it
that
just the vinegar part you don't
buffalo-
like?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just too much.
All right, we're going to add that to all the
Too
foods
strong.
that Gavin doesn't like. I mean, you missed out on the delicious crab rangoons that Ryan made on Friday with the duck sauce. Homemade
Good timing
duck
on
sauce.
that meal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think specifically.
We knew. That's why I made him. I knew you were out of town.
Man, I love it. I love it, man.
Number 4, we got the chicken parmesan.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, yes.
Chicken parm is pretty damn good way to eat some fried chicken right there.
The only thing that can mess that up is if you get too many chunks of onion or tomato, and that's either with the spaghetti or with the sandwich.
The sauce?
I
Right.
didn't even know there was like onion with a chicken parmesan.
The sauce. He's
Yeah,
talking
some
about the
people
sauce.
will- yeah,
Oh,
some
they'll
people
do like a
will-
chunky
yeah.
sauce?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
I think you can mess that up if you get the wrong side of pasta to it, too, by the way.
For sure.
Oh, what pasta do you recommend?
I think I always go to bat on this one. The angel here, I don't think holds the sauce the right way. I think it's too
I know.
thin.
The Italian lady does not like your take
she
on
hates
that.
me. I get it, but I think you have to do it the right way.
Number 3 is orange chicken.
Oh, God, I love that.
I know you do.
With some white rice.
Oof.
Just white rice in general.
Number 2 is Nashville hot chicken.
Oh.
Which has really been taken over. I mean, I'm seeing a new Nashville hot chicken place
Hey,
like every day.
Palmer's has got
open.
good, man, but Palmer's will blow you away though. He'll make some maroon chicken on.
Yes.
He'll make. You got to be careful if you really, really like hot. Palmer's got it, but watch the maroon color.
The
you want
spiciest
mild.
one.
Yeah, you do not. If it's maroon, don't eat it because it's about to just end your day.
Yeah, because the mild is also
challenge.
hot.
It
Palmer's
is
hot chicken
No,
challenge.
it's real. If you really like hot chicken, he's got it.
Hot,
He
hot,
does.
hot.
Yeah.
But
Get the
if
hot
it's
chicken.
maroon color, just back up.
Don't think you can go medium.
No.
I learned that the hard
Hell
way.
no.
Me too. And I was like, oh, God,
yeah, I like
no.
medium.
I'm not a
Okay.
sissy. No, we're
Here's a
going
medium.
mild forever now. Number 1, though, best fried chicken dishes is your traditional just fried chicken on the bone. baby.
Yeah, why not?
On
That's
the bun?
way to do it. On the bone.
Oh, on the bone. Yeah.
On the bone. Bone-in fried chicken.
The best piece is the giant breast piece, you think?
Oh,
Thigh.
I like the thighs.
Thigh.
Yeah.
Thigh
More
does have-
With a
fat.
nice piece of white bread wrapped around it. Ooh.
Pickle.
Yeah.
Throw a pickle on there too.
Yeah, squeeze some jalapeno juice on that thing.
Ooh. Yes.
That's a great
Sounds
way to
amazing.
do it. I do. The wings aren't bad either. Sometimes you get some extra crisp.
Oh,
on
yeah, the
side,
wings
the
are
edges.
fried.
Yeah, I'm into
How about the
wings.
little fried chicken bits that come off? The little pieces that fall off
Might
there.
be the best part of the whole
Delete.
chicken bucket
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Delicious.
here's the 940. I'm with Gavin. So many better wing flavors than buffalo.
Okay.
Yeah, if I had a plate of them, I'd be like, okay, I guess these are okay. It just isn't what I would order. Smoked wings, flash fried at the end, says the 770.
Smoked
Absolutely.
wings are excellent.
Yeah, they're really good.
Gonna be smoking those wings.
Yeah.
Chicken parm with Alfredo sauce. Sounds weird, but it's a game changer.
I have never had it with an Alfredo sauce, but it does sound pretty decent.
I never have either, but I would totally do it.
Orange chicken is fire, says the 903.
Yeah.
All right, appreciate all the interaction here on the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. How awkward is this about to get for old Jerry? That's coming up next, the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about some friends.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Rangers look to stretch their winning streak to 5 games tonight in Anaheim. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of this evening's game gets underway at 8 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. You know, when this Jerry paternity story first started like 2.5 or 3 years ago, a long time ago, and Jerry was saying, oh, you know, it doesn't really bother me, you know, being a, you know, owner of the Cowboys, you're basically in the spotlight, just kind of comes with the territory. And I thought, man, that he's just got to say that, right? That's you know, where you are in the story. But I don't know. After seeing this latest headline, this latest turn in this paternity lawsuit story, I think, you know, maybe he enjoys the attention because he could absolutely let this thing go. But here's the headline in the morning news: federal jury will hear Jerry Jones' suit against the woman who says he is her father. It's the only case still having to be litigated. Like her lawsuit against him, over. Everything has been appealed and it's dead, except for Jerry Jones now with this lawsuit effectively enforcing that they have to live to the terms of the agreement signed back in the 90s. But by default, that's already happened. I don't know. Maybe you know, this has gotten personal for Jerry and he wants to prove a point here that, you know, he was in the right or in the wrong, but I was surprised that he would be pursuing legal action still, guys.
Is there any potential? So everything about the case, I'm sorry, I haven't paid attention to it to the point. So, but it's completely finished. She has no legal leg to stand on anymore.
The last word from her attorney a number of months ago was that they were going to appeal the judge's decision to throw the suit out.
Okay, so then maybe it does have something to do with inheritance. Do you think he's fighting something that maybe in the future that she's going to come back with an inheritance question?
Maybe this would give it some finality with her as an adult. Like we can appeal proof this situation to make sure it's buttoned up.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
I don't want my estate worrying about this.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I'd
saying.
Like to kinda clean this up. I can see that.
Yeah, maybe it's one of those things where if you put this thing, if you completely squash this, that she's got, I mean, maybe this is the last way of eliminating any legal leg she has to stand on.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't want to put myself through it otherwise unless there was a very clear objective. You know, this is kind of like Favre bringing up the Shannon Sharp lawsuit. It's like,
keep going back to the well.
Yeah, you've just brought it back out for people to, discuss how bad your character is once again. Now, at the root of this story, what do you think about an NDA or whatever was signed back then, a payoff that was signed back then when the kid was still a baby?
Yeah.
That to me has always been a more interesting sticking point of this story. Like the mom got paid off. Does the kid have a separate, case to be had essentially when they're 18 or 19 years old? Or do the legal agreements of your parents, when you were a baby stand?
Yeah. I feel like, though, to me, the fact that Jerry and her mom had a deal, I think it's binding. I think that's
like the child just no longer has a say so in that.
The child's, too
young.
The mom, now maybe you can, maybe you could say mom didn't know what she was doing. Mom not in her right mind and all that stuff like that. But, Jerry was successful when her and her mom and Jerry were together, but not billionaire successful. You understand what I'm saying?
He wasn't an owner of the Cowboys yet?
I don't believe he was the owner of the Cowboys yet when this was going on. I think this was something prior to 1989. I want to say with their relationship. I could be wrong because Jerry turned. How old is this girl? Is she in her
27? Yeah, 27.
Yeah, this was late 90s. So he had been owner.
I was about to say, mom had some foresight, didn't she?
Okay, well, if that's the case, then but Jerry had not gotten to late 90s. He had not had the billionaire status.
She hasn't seen the Cowboys win a Super Bowl either.
Plot twist says the 469. She's Dave Campo's kid. 561. Jerry's much more cold-blooded and attention-seeking than you give him credit for. The girl is his daughter, after all, right? But how about Zeke as a running back one? What a bleeping clown show. It's not the child's fault the mom is a dumb A and dad is, not much better. Yeah, I think I don't know how mom and dad's legal decisions could bind on me once I'm an adult. I think if you sign that, you got to circle back around to me and take care of me when I'm 18 years old. I'm a separate entity.
I blame the mom.
I don't know how the court stood up for the billionaire. Well, actually, I do know how that happens. They have a history of seeing things a little bit biased when it comes towards the money. But
you like that sweet I gave you? Full of chicken wings and Miller Lite.
Yeah.
Yes, I think she absolutely has a point, right? I didn't make this deal. My mom did.
Yeah.
But her mom was looking out for her.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I understand what you guys are saying. The mom is the one that should be at fault here. Not Jerry. The mom made a deal with Jerry.
Yeah. Probably not, a light deal either. Millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, Jerry, when they made the deal, the mom said, "Hey, this is what it takes to get done." And now the daughter's like, "Whoa, wait a minute now." The mom's no longer with us, right? In that part of the.
I think mom's with us.
I think she is.
Yeah.
Is she?
Yeah, Cynthia Davis. I believe
she's with us still.
I think so. Yeah.
All right. Well, if she's still with us, then I would knock on mom's door and say that you missed me over on this one. Then.
Yeah.
Oh, dang it, Mom.
Yeah. I think I'm the one that's really been done wrong here, right? Mom is not a victim. No. So mom gets her money, but I'm the one living out my life not knowing who my dad is. That money should have been put in a trust fund for me for when I turned 18 years old or wanted to go off to college or something.
Your dad's Jerry Jones, and I made an agreement with your dad, and I'm sorry that it's a bad deal.
Yeah. I'm sorry you can't sign away my rights, as a human with a right to a dad. it probably got very sticky and, would create a precedent into the future that would get the courts flooded with, kids trying to come back for some of daddy's money years later. So I get how it's legally sticky, but I would want to address how those deals are made in the very beginning. We can't just give party gal mom, can't keep it in her pants, millions of dollars to run around and party while you're a kid. She's dropping you off at Nana's house. That's not justice. The real misdeed was done to the child, And I would think if it wasn't, legally a prompting for me to go take care of that child and hopefully make her whole again, there would be a massive moral or ethical hole in my soul that I would want to fill, not, going on the legal attack here, as was the case with Jerry Jones. But, it's a man I guess I'll never understand. Okay, the Jalen Brunson story is getting an update here. Perhaps the real truth on why he left the Mavs.
Oh.
Have you seen this? Unquestionably a max player, but possibly taking $113 million less. Brunson considering this, according to Fred Katz at The Athletic. July 12th, the Knicks can extend Brunson off the $25 million that he received, a max of 4 years and $156 million. If Brunson waits until next summer and becomes a free agent, then resigns, he could get 5 years and $269 million. $113 million gross more. The Knicks, are bound by the restraints of the collective bargaining agreement, so they can't offer him that contract until next year. But the idea is that Jalen Brunson understands that in the new financial realm of the NBA, there are two tax aprons. And if you want to win a championship, you need to really help your team avoid going over that second one where the punishments can be highly punitive. I don't know. If I think that probably goes to show just how much love he had for the Knicks, and maybe the idea that the Mavs never had a chance is the one that will, bear out to be the true story. It's my reaction to that one. It's incredible. $113 million less. Could you imagine doing that? Could you imagine any player doing that?
No. That's crazy right there. But I guess he's valuing winning.
Yes. I think you're valuing winning. You're valuing, that being your childhood team. You're valuing, that being where you wanted to go. I was surprised when that contract was eventually finalized and he went to New York, leaving the Mavericks, that it was only $24.9 million a year. I thought, wow, the Mavs definitely should have matched that. And, it's been a little bit of a two sides of the story situation since then. But I think, at that point, it's pretty clear if he does that he just wanted to be a Knick. Okay, football's finest is coming up. The Expressway at 5:20, though, and our Rangers guest is going to be Jonathan Ornelas. The second baseman had a couple of hits Friday night there as they got that sweep started against Tampa. And we'll have that Rangers player show and everything that's been developing in the world of sports coming up at 5:20. But an edition of the finest is next, Wolchuk. What do you have in store?
Malik Hooker ranking the order of Cowboys who should get paid in an announcement from Arch Manning. That's next. But let's talk Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan. And as a veteran,
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day. We'll have Jonathan Ornelas coming up at 5:20, the Expressway. We'll talk with the Rangers infielder. It's time now, though, for an edition of football's finest, and here's Wolchuk in for the Chief.
Oh, yes, we've got Malik Hooker, who, of course, was on last week, talking with Keyshawn Johnson on his podcast. And the big news coming out of that was the Micah Parsons clip that went viral, as he, made the comments about Micah and what's the focus, when really he did say he didn't have a problem with Micah doing the podcast. But there was also a part in which Keyshawn was asking him the order of operations with the Cowboys having several players now that need new contracts. Dak being one, Micah being one, Zach Martin, and CeeDee Lamb. So here was Malik Hooker being asked to rank the order in which he would pay these Cowboys.
Well, I'm gonna just go ahead and say this now. Micah should be. Micah, he shouldn't be yet. I wouldn't put Micah yet. I feel like we still got a lot to prove. Micah still has a lot to prove. Like he's done a great job his first couple years in the league. Don't get me wrong. He's a fantastic player, but I feel like Micah still has a surface that he don't even know that he can scratch as far as what he's doing. So I would say Micah. I would say Micah's last. I'll probably say Zach Martin would be after Micah, for the simple fact of like Zach, he's done what he's done in the league, and he is who he is. Like he's gonna be there. I would probably say CeeDee first. Let me just go there. I'll probably say CeeDee. You got to look at what's going on around the league right now. Like all these big time receivers are getting paid, and in my mind, like CeeDee, I'm not saying he's better than these guys, but I feel like he has shown up in certain situations more than these guys have, in my personal opinion.
So CeeDee. So you'll go CeeDee 1.
I'll go CeeDee 1. You can interchange Zach and Dak at 2 for other reasons. You can interchange both of them, I feel like. And then, like I said,
you rather pay an offensive lineman than the quarterback?
Yeah, I feel like because of the simple fact of when Zach Martin ain't out there, you see how it is for him. Like it's rough because not only just for his performance, that confidence for guys around him. Zach Martin gives a lot of those offensive guys confidence to go out there and be able to perform how they do.
So I thought that was one. I agree with him. I think CD is the one that will get paid first and probably should get paid first because, as we've discussed, and Dak had talked today about his contract. Like, he's not worried about that, and he shouldn't be. That's going to get handled, whether it's with the Cowboys this year or he's with another team. He's going to get his money. But I do think some people would be like, wouldn't you say the quarterback should be paid? Like, if that's the dude, right? Wouldn't you put the quarterback at number one of the priorities? And
especially because you don't have any franchise tag options.
Right. Like, that's one you kind of need to get done. And I know how the fan base feels about that, but I liked how he ranked it. I would have done the same thing with CD, one, then Dak, and then Zach Martin, because we don't know. One, does Zach Martin, is this his last year? Does he plan on retiring? He has talked about that as well. And then Micah, because you've still got years of control for Micah. Micah will get done eventually as well, but that's not one that you're in a rush to do. But it was interesting. I think most people would just put the quarterback at one.
I mean, I think if you're looking at it like, players that are the best at their position in the league that you have on your team, CD is the closest to that. I think Micah Parsons, it's very interesting after year 3 going into year 4, where are you in that pantheon of great players? It looks like in the month of September, you're the absolute best. By the time we get to December and January, it hasn't been there. There's a consistency factor. There is a sack total factor for him. To not even be over 15 sacks once yet, I don't think you deserve to be in that conversation.
I agree. I mean, I think that Micah's proven he is one of the most dynamic defensive players in the league. But I think he even knows and has acknowledged this. There is another level he needs to still get to. And I think Malik Hooker saying that he is just scratching the surface, I think is absolutely true.
Yeah. I mean, you're scratching the surface, but are you going to get there? Are you going to reach your potential?
That's the question. Right now you're going into year 4.
I mean, I don't know how much better of a player he's gotten, and he's only going to start getting older, right? So now is the point in your career that if you're not adding things to your toolkit and being an absolute demon when it comes to film preparation and putting in all of the details and the hard work, you don't age well. That is an athlete's position. And, athlete positions, they don't play well into their 30s unless they're absolute technicians and have a love and a passion for trying to get better every day. I just don't get that feeling right now.
Well, yeah, I think that illustrates why there might be some people that wonder about, is that a player that you should pay? Like, he gets the first $50 million defensive contract. Is he putting in that extra effort to maximize all of his potential? Because the God-given talent's there, and right now he's getting that. But that is the question mark. Now, when you start getting later on into the season and your body's wearing down, because he said it himself, he's an undersized edge rusher. Is he able to maintain that high level of play when it starts to matter most, late in the season and you're into the playoffs? Because, hey, I get it. Dak Prescott's going to get a lot of the blame. I said it earlier. The postseason has become a win-loss stat for quarterbacks. But your best defensive player also statistically has not produced numbers in the playoffs either. 1 sack in 4 playoff games. You need to see more from that guy as well.
You absolutely do. And I don't know if you're going to get it at this point. Big fan. Wish that he would, be the kind of leader that you want. But if you're talking about setting an example for everybody on that team and somebody that's not super liked, you don't hear people running to the defense of Micah Parsons at all. So you've had a lot of things said in this offseason that have exposed, I think there's some static in there. And if you're going to make a guy who's not well-liked, doesn't lead by example, doesn't lead with his words, you're going to make him the top-paid player, then I need the answer to be on the field so overwhelming in his favor. And it's not. There's not a consistency there. He doesn't do it against great teams. He doesn't do it in big moments. I think it would absolutely be a big winning play for the Cowboys to move on from him now. Because you wait another year, there's another controllability, there's another failed December, the value is going to decrease significantly.
Jerry talked about leaves that have to fall before he makes decisions on this stuff, right? He'd like to see more. Remember that press conference?
Yeah, and since then we've gotten some receiver deals done.
That's what I was going to ask you here. Do you feel like you've gotten more leaves falling for receivers or quarterbacks?
I think the Goff deal got done at quarterback, so there's one to check off.
Cousins Lawrence.
Yeah, Lawrence as well. I think it's pretty even. I think you've seen Amon-Ra St. Brown and Justin Jefferson get done at receiver, and you saw Lawrence and Goff get done at quarterback.
Waddle was another one.
Yeah, Waddle.
To me, what market is the clearest for one of these players to get done?
Receiver.
Yeah. See, that's what's kind of, I don't quite understand why they're having problems with Lamb right now. Because to me, the one market that's the clearest, if you start to slot him, start calling the names of the top paid ones.
Mm-hmm.
Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Hill, Waddle, Adams, Kupp. Start just the names. I think you have a better and a clearer picture of where he fits in with wide receivers as you do with the quarterbacks.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's why, to me, I don't understand why this one has taken so long.
Yeah, I think that this is one where we're going to get out there to Oxnard.
I can understand the quarterback one.
Same, especially if they want to wait and see what happens this year.
Yeah, but the wide receiver one, Jerry said it himself. I need to see more leaves fall. You have, sir. You have. You have a clear understanding of where your guy fits in the hierarchy of wide receivers. And you still are struggling with this right now. I don't get it. I don't understand it at all.
Right. Like Jefferson's at 35, Brown's at 32. It's going to be somewhere in between there.
Yeah. Somewhere in between there.
Yep.
And like I say, depending on what do you think Lamb's better than St. Brown from the Lions?
Yes.
Okay. He's better than Waddle, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. That's where it can, that's kind of, I think Waddle is the last one. Waddle at 28 is the last. That's the floor, as they say, right? Isn't that the floor? Ceiling is Jefferson. So to me, you have a clear path of where this number needs to fall for you.
Right. I think it's a minimum of 32.
A minimum of 32. So unless they just want to completely clear the decks here.
Which again,
and reset the whole damn thing.
Go for it. But your best, if you're going to do that, moving Micah Parsons is also something that you should do.
Yeah,
because that's your best trade chip.
Yeah,
when it comes to I'm going to get the most in return for Micah Parsons. That's the way that you should go. If you want to rebuild this thing, that's the way to do it.
It's going to sound bad. I don't know if Lamb has the stomach to hold out to get a new contract.
Like he'd just be itching to get back on the field.
I don't know if it's itching or there's something. You have to have this resolve about yourself. And I don't know. I think Dak.
You can't let it be on top of your mind so much. And it's clear it was last year in the playoffs, and it's clear it is right now. He's telling everybody, I don't want to answer any questions about it. It's a sensitive subject, so it's weighing on you heavily. You need some relief.
I think that Dallas is betting on he's going to be the one that caves. I think that's if I had to just guess, I would think the front office is, if they had to stack it, they're saying the tough one's going to be Dak. It's not going to be CD.
I don't know why you would want to make your players frustrated if you never win these things. They need a win. They need somebody to cave.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if I'm a player of the Cowboys, I'm calling your bluff.
I think the agent agent says, dude, just go on another vacation. You're fine. Don't think about this at all. Trust me, they are going to cave. It's just a couple of more weeks, a couple of more months, but it's just a matter of time.
I think the Cowboys are betting that Lamb caves.
I mean, they insisted you wore number 88. They're not going away from you. Yeah. I would just continue to ask for the most amount of money, and eventually we'd get the Cowboys to cave there.
So we're getting closer, 10 days away from the new College Football 25 game coming out from EA Sports. We had an announcement today from Arch Manning, and he actually did this with his uncle Eli, and here was the clip of Arch making an announcement.
All right, here we go. Let's go gun, far, Simon right nasty, Z-Riz, F Whirlybird, Alert Scarecrow. All right, use a little cadence here. All right, you ready?
Are you sure about this?
Absolutely. I mean, this is the best way to focus on football, all right? So get your eyes on the safety. Be vocal out there.
Yes, Coach. I mean, Uncle E.
It's better.
Green 18. Green 18. Omaha? Set. Ready.
right, there he is. There he is. Now! Boom! Touchdown! Now that's why you're in the game.
EA Sports. I'm in the game.
Whew. You know, we could have just run 4 verts.
That's pretty well done.
It was good.
It always surprises me that Eli Manning has some acting chops.
I know. And of course, he's sitting there playing the game. Arch has shoulder pads and a headset on while he's playing. It's pretty great. But Arch Manning will be in EA College Football 25. I don't know that we really had any doubts that he wouldn't be part of the game, but you can add his name among other players.
Okay, I wasn't going to say anything, but the 214 pointed it out. Sounds just like Eli. He loves to have that.
He does.
That weird sound as well.
He did sound just like
You don't want that.
That's South Louisiana, by the way.
Is that what that is?
That's New Orleans. Yeah. That's where Eli's from, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Okay.
Sounds like his tongue's too big for his mouth. I didn't, detect any regional dialect.
Like he just got his tongue pierced.
Yeah.
He can't swollen.
Stuck to the roof of his mouth.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, so Quinn will be part of the game. Now, Daniel Jeremiah is doing early scouting on these quarterbacks. So
Sure
I
he
talked
is.
about Shador yesterday.
Sure he did.
He's got the Quinn Ewers scouting report out now, 6'2", 205. Here's what he said about Quinn Ewers, who's the starting quarterback at Texas. What I liked, I love Ewers' urgency and tempo in the pocket. He has very quick feet as he sets up, and he can slide laterally or climb vertically to avoid free rushers. He has a quick three-quarter release point, and the ball really pops out of his hands without much strain or effort. Throws with anticipation in the middle of the field. He excels on run-pass options because of his quick hands and decision-making, and he also throws a beautiful deep ball. Where he needs to improve, I love how quickly he sees the field, but there are times where his feet can be late to marry his eyes. We talked about that, Brian, when we were watching him last year at Texas.
Sure did. We were watching those receivers at Texas.
We did, which impacts his accuracy, and that's 100% spot on. For example, he'll start a read to the right, quickly get his eyes back to the middle of the field, and deliver the ball before aligning his feet in that direction. He does. He'll have a little happy feet there as he sits in the pocket.
Hard to be accurate like that.
Biggest takeaway, though, he reminds him of Baker Mayfield.
Oh, geez.
The more game tape I watched, the more I thought of Baker. Both guys have a quick twitch in everything they do, seeing the field, setting up in the pocket, and delivering the ball. Now, Baker was the number 1 overall pick, and he has had a resurgence with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They just gave him a deal. He went ahead and won a playoff game last year, had a chance to win a second one, played pretty well against the Lions there, but they lost. Is that bad?
Why does Baker Mayfield, why does this Quinn Ewers as compared to Baker Mayfield sound like he needs to be drafted at 54?
Yeah.
And not in the top 3 or the top 5.
You're drafting a guy in the top 5. You want a chance of special.
I think Daniel is hedging his bets a little bit. He's talking positively about Quinn Ewers. He doesn't want to say anything negative. But if you tag me as Baker Mayfield, I'm kind of thinking
you're not a top 10 guy. Same thing with yesterday, Shador. He's comparing him to Geno.
Yeah.
Took him 5 years just to figure out that he's just a journeyman. He needs to play conservative so he can keep his job. I don't need that.
Yeah.
If you told me, hey, you could draft Baker Mayfield, I think I would kind of say, what are my other options?
Now, keep in mind, Arch Manning's behind him. Arch Manning can't beat out this guy. I'm sorry. I'll be surprised.
I would not be surprised. So Texas is picked to do great things in the SEC West. If something were to happen where they struggle a little bit, I wouldn't be surprised to see Arch Manning get some opportunity to play.
Sure.
Well, and then
just get the journey started.
Quinn's not going in the first round, right? Because that means Quinn Ewers isn't playing well.
I think Quinn Ewers has got some Spencer Rattler in him. And I mean like the hype, and it ends up not being the hype.
Man, I mean,
just too inconsistent.
It just never happened with Spencer.
Am I right? Am I right about Spencer? Spencer Rattler had a ton of hype about him,
but he just never. It never happened for him at Oklahoma. Quinn's at least got a Big 12 championship game. Played pretty well against Washington in the semifinal. Like Quinn's established himself. Spencer Rattler never did at Oklahoma, and then had to transfer.
A lot of hype,
but there was a lot of hype.
Yep, a lot of hype.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Football's finest every afternoon, 5 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation, unless we have a special guest. Okay, we're going to hit the expressway. We'll have a conversation with Jonathan Ornelas, Rangers' third baseman, had a couple of hits Friday night, looking good out there. And we'll do that and then give you the top stories from the world of sports today, including some more audio from the Klay Thompson Mavericks press conference heard earlier today. It's coming up next, the expressway here in the nation.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.